Chapter 1, Journey to Mars. Time, a day in 2035. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. As the commander's countdown reached its conclusion, the operator pressed the rocket ignition button. A deafening roar erupted as the 5 massive engines of the Long March 15 heavy-lift rocket ignited in a brilliant plume of flame, propelling it skyward from the launch pad at the Wenchang Space Launch Center in Hainan. This facility, often referred to as China's Kennedy Space Center, was poised to complete its 5th Mars landing mission. This Mars launch was part of China's inaugural manned mission to Mars. To ensure astronaut safety and minimize payload weight during launch, the mission was divided into 2 segments. The first saw the Long March 15 carrying the nearly 300-ton Tianwen 5 mothership to a synchronous orbit approximately 600 kilometers above Earth at the Tiangong 3 space station. In the second part, 3 astronauts, who had previously arrived at the station, would depart in the Mars lander and ascent modules to dock with the mothership and embark on their journey of exploration. 7 months later, gazing out at the increasingly distinct Mars, astronaut Wang Chenxing felt a surge of indescribable excitement, mixed with a tinge of anxiety. Despite his background as a naval aviator, he found it hard to contain his emotions as the day he had long anticipated finally drew near. Since childhood, he had been captivated by sci-fi films like Star Wars and Star Trek, nurturing a dream of one day boarding a spacecraft and landing on another planet. Therefore, when the opportunity to apply for the Mars mission arose, he seized it without hesitation, overcoming numerous challenges during the selection process to become one of the primary candidates for the Mars landing. Following 4 previous unmanned missions to Mars, the time had come for a crewed landing. However, due to the technological embargo imposed by nations such as the United States, this mission carried unforeseen risks. The Mars landing mission was expected to last 520 days, 245 days to reach Mars, 3 days in orbit, and then a 20-day stay on the Martian surface to collect rock and ice samples and conduct a series of experiments before departing to rejoin the mothership in orbit for the return trip to Earth. Accompanying Wang Chenxing on this expedition were 2 other astronauts, Liu Changyuan from the Air Force and Zhang Ling from the Army Aviation Corps. All 3 had undergone rigorous selection processes and endured 3 years of astronaut training before being chosen for this critical mission. The fear inherent in humans tends to increase with distance from home. Although the trio had undergone extensive psychological training, the magnitude of embarking on such a distant journey amplified their anxieties. While only Zhang Ling was married, both Liu Changyuan and Wang Chenxing were single, their main concern being the well-being of their parents back home. Otherwise, they were relatively free of personal ties. "Look, Olympus Mons, the tallest volcano in the solar system," Zhang Ling exclaimed excitedly, prompting Wang Chenxing and Liu Changyuan to float towards the window in unison. The 200-plus days aboard the spacecraft had been stifling. Aside from 4 hours of required exercise and daily communications with the control center, their time was mostly filled with recreational activities, such as chess, poker, or computer games, leaving little else to occupy their minds. Outside, the vast expanse of space was a relentless black void, occasionally interrupted by the thud of small meteoroids striking the hueless stark reminder of the silence within. Wang Chenxing quipped, "The Long March finally nears its end. Now let me game I could win with my eyes closed." "Huh." Captain Liu Changyuan breathed a sigh of relief. "Indeed. Over 240 days, we've counted each day's passing. But with your novice skills, you'd best not flaunt them in front of me." He winked at Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling couldn't help but chuckle at their banter, their lighthearted exchanges making the prolonged and isolated journey significantly more tolerable. In charge of the landing, Wang Chenxing would descend alone, while Zhang Ling was responsible for the control and communication with the Beijing ground control. Liu, as the backup, was positioned to assist in emergencies, prepared to jump into the rescue capsule if necessary. With Earth over 58 million kilometers away and communication delays reaching up to 30 minutes, the responsibility now firmly rested with Zhang Ling. As they entered Mars orbit on the 3rd day, all preparations for the landing had been meticulously completed. Wang Chenxing donned his landing suit and entered the lander. Upon receiving the command from Earth's control center to commence landing, the remaining directives were entrusted entirely to Liu and Zhang, as there was no one else available to assist from such an immense distance. Lander separation initiated. Liu instructed Zhang Ling, adhering to the operational protocols. "Lander separation's ready," she confirmed. "Lander pressurization starting. 10 minutes to prepare. 5 minutes. Pressurization complete. 1 minute preparation. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lander separation. In the orbital module, The only sounds were the machinery and Zhang Ling's authoritative commands. Separation confirmed. Lu Changyuan anxiously surveyed the computer screen displaying the separation visuals and directed Wang Chenxing. Received. Confirmed separation. Wang Chenxing replied from within the landing module. Whoosh! The sound of gas escaping marked the successful separation of the Mars landing module from the orbiting vessel. Lander ignition. Lu issued his next command. Sustained thrust for 90 seconds. Adjust the lander's orientation. Lander ignition successful. Orientation adjusted. Wang Chenxing immediately activated the ignition system, propelling the lander towards Mars. Tianwen 5. Tianwen 5. Please respond. This is Beijing Control Center. We have just received a warning from the Shanghai Astronomical Center. A massive solar flare has erupted, sending a torrent of charged particles into space, which is expected to hit Earth in 3 minutes and arrive on Mars in 12. You must delay landing immediately. Delay landing immediately. The urgency in the transmission shattered the tranquility surrounding Tianwen 5, causing anxiety to surge among the crew. Tianwen 5 acknowledges, we received. We separated from the lander 30 minutes ago. The landing cannot be aborted. Zhang Ling stated urgently, echoing the phrase repeatedly. Given the one-way communication time from Earth to Mars, which could take a minimum of about 15 minutes, the directive from Beijing must have been given at least that long ago, which meant that the charged particles would strike Mars approximately 17 minutes from now, potentially disrupting communications and even incapacitating electronic systems. Thus, proceeding with the landing under these circumstances would be perilously risky. At that moment, there was no assurance that their reply would even reach Earth. Lu Changyuan quickly contacted Wang Chenxing in the lander, requesting him to prepare for emergencies. The fuel in the lander had been precisely calculated, with tolerances of only 3 to 4 seconds. They were already too far into the landing process to enter the return module, leaving the lander in an uncontrolled state, exacerbating the danger. Desperation washed over Lu Changyuan. This part of the Mars mission was undoubtedly its most perilous segment, a one-way journey, where returning would only be possible after landing. Inside the lander, Wang Chenxing felt a wave of anxiety as he received Liu's directive. Was this how it would all end? While death did not frighten him, the solitude of being so far from Earth felt increasingly overwhelming. Throughout humanity's attempt to explore Mars, many spacecraft had inexplicably vanished during the landing sequencia phenomenon that had baffled scientists for decades. Wang Chenxing's face reflected a hint of concern, fearing he too might succumb to the mystery of the Martian void. Beep, beep, beep. The incoming barrage of charged particles had reached Mars, illuminating the control panel within Tianwen 5 with red warning lights and triggering alarm sounds. Fortunately, the protective systems had been activated in anticipation of such electromagnetic storms, allowing the alarms to persist for over a minute until all systems returned to normal. Both Lu Changyuan and Zhang Ling exhaled in relief, momentarily forgetting about Wang Chenxing still in the lander. Chenxing, respond if you hear me, Lu called urgently. However, within the lander, the electromagnetic storm had disrupted the navigation and communication systems, sending the landing trajectory off course. The module was now orbiting directly above the Martian South Pole. Sweat beaded on Wang Chenxing's forehead, trickling down his face and soaking his neck. He frantically attempted to reboot the communication equipment, realizing that the electronic devices aboard had failed, cutting off all contact with the outside world. Perhaps the external antenna had been compromised. Suddenly, the lander convulsed violently, somersaulting like a roller coaster for more than 10 terrifying seconds. Fortuitously, Wang Chenxing remained strapped into his seat, otherwise he would have sustained some serious injuries. Yet, the tumultuous motion churned his stomach. After several minutes of this chaotic ordeal, the lander suddenly stabilized, but Wang Chenxing glimpsed only the shadowy void of space outside. After approximately half an hour, once Wang Chenxing confirmed the lander was steady and multiple attempts to reboot the systems had proven fruitless, he decided to connect the ship's communication and navigation systems to the return module. After completing the connections, the spacecraft returned to operational status. Where's Mars? Where am I? Wang Chenxing exclaimed, staring in astonishment at the radar screen, which displayed no indication of Mars. For a radar system capable of detecting objects within 100,000 kilometers, this was an astonishing revelation. Wang Chenxing turned to stare out into the endless darkness of space, his mind racing as he sat silently in his seat. Chapter 2. Discovery of the Blue Planet. Wang Chenxing gazed out of the porthole, but saw nothing but an expanse of darkness, with only a faint glimmer of starlight barely visible. A profound sense of fear and solitude overwhelmed him as he struggled to comprehend the reality of his disappearance into the vastness of the universe. "Where is Mars? Where am I?" He repeatedly called out for Team Leader Liu, yet his pleas went unanswered. The screen of the onboard computer remained unresponsive. Could it be that I am already dead? Wang Chenxing pondered to himself. He removed his helmet and tapped his head, confirming he could indeed feel something. The sudden predicament left him at a loss for how to proceed. However, his mental fortitude proved resilient. After a moment of relaxation, Wang Chenxing collected himself and endeavored to recall the events leading up to this moment. Despite his efforts to piece together the situation, he could not ascertain where he had drifted off to in the solar system, but it was certain he was now far from Mars. The communication system had returned to normal, and after such an extensive silence, he surmised he must be hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Team Leader Liu and the others. In the boundless cosmos, it was evident that a mere landing module and life pod could only sustain him for a few days. This was a conclusion easily drawn. At that moment, despair washed over him as he contemplated the grim reality of his situation, realizing the likelihood of returning home was almost non-existent, and the prospect of starving aboard the spacecraft tugged at his heart with a twinge of sorrow. Memories of the past flooded his mind. Both joyous and sorrowful moments replayed vividly now. It seemed he was merely waiting for death. He felt the urge to cry, yet no tears would come. All he could manage was a bitter smile. He recalled the fleeting thoughts of the potential consequences when he applied to become an astronaut, never truly believing he would face such a fate. He could only blame his misfortune. In truth, death did not terrify Wang Chenxing. He would have faced a battlefield without hesitation. Yet now, he found himself slowly awaiting his demise in an unknown expanse of the universe, a reality that enveloped him in despair. He prayed fervently for a miracle, hoping that the communication system had merely malfunctioned, yearning for his teammates to discover his plight. Seated in his chair, Wang Chenxing's mind wandered aimlessly, his gaze fixated on the computer screen as the landing module sped towards an uncertain destination. He stretched, unsure of when he had dozed off. Upon awakening and rubbing his eyes, he glanced at the time on the computer screen. Over 20 hours had passed since he had parted ways with Liu Chongyuan and the others. A sudden pang of hunger struck him as he patted his stomach. He could not help but chuckle to himself, remarking, "Well, if I'm feeling hungry, it means I'm still alive and kicking." Wang Chenxing, an exemplary astronaut, possessed an unwavering psychological resilience. He would never relinquish hope until the absolute depths of despair. After awakening, the previous dark thoughts and pessimistic emotions seemed to vanish from his mind. Right, the life pod still has enough food and water to last over 20 days. That should allow me to savor the final moments of my existence, he thought, a flicker of excitement playing across his face. He unfastened his safety harness, removed his landing suit, and with a gentle push, drifted towards the connection point between the Mars landing pod and the support pod. After inputting the necessary commands, he forcefully pushed down on the hatch handle, pulling it open with determination. Flipping the power switch beside the door, the interior was instantly illuminated. The Mars support pod was surprisingly spacious, stocked with sufficient food and water to sustain one person for over 20 days. It was equipped with an air purification system, a water purification system, and high-performance nuclear fuel cells capable of powering the equipment for more than 50 days. This foresight had been part of the design, anticipating potential solar panel failures upon landing on Mars. Additionally, the pod was outfitted with essential survival gear, including first aid supplies, weapons, a Mars rover, spare spacesuits, and various other items. Wang Chenxing couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. Not bad at all. At least I can survive for another 20 days. Though I may ultimately face death, I will seize the opportunity to live a few more days in this world and perhaps even discover a chance for survival. Despite not knowing his exact location, the instinct to survive ignited a flicker of hope within him. With a slight push, he floated over to the food storage area and opened the drawer. Wow, the Martian food supply is quite abundant. Just add some water and heat it up, and it's ready to eat. Although the meals had been prepared according to Wang Chenxing's preferences, the variety exceeded his expectations. He quickly grabbed a pack of fish-flavored shredded pork and a portion of rice, tearing open the bag and devouring the contents eagerly. Within moments, the meal was completely consumed. He then finished off a bag of seafood soup in one go, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Patting his slightly full belly, Wang Chenxing felt a sense of satisfaction. After his meal, he realized he needed to take action. He removed his spacesuit and floated to the workstation to organize his thoughts. The Mars landing mission involved 3 modules: the landing pod, the support pod, and the return pod. The landing pod contained only electronic and control equipment. The support pod housed the life support systems, work area, living quarters, and rest area, along with equipment for Mars experiments, communication devices, and a space radar system. The return pod was intended for concluding the Mars mission and returning to the mothership in orbit around Mars, containing only flight control and communication systems. Currently, the engines of the spacecraft had all been shut down, and the landing pod and return pod still held some fuel. The spacecraft now relied solely on inertia to navigate through space. After clarifying his thoughts, Wang Chenxing activated the computer in the work area. The equipment was familiar to him. He had operated it countless times during 3 years of simulations. He activated the 3 external cameras and finally glimpsed the external surroundings, in the pitch-black universe. A multitude of bright stars sparkled, and 2 particularly large stars loomed ahead. Although they were not overly dazzling, about the size of an orange with a reddish hue, and they appeared to be relatively close. Wang Chenxing checked the spacecraft's speed. "Wow, that's fast," he marveled. As the computer displayed a speed of 72,000 km/h, nearly 20 km/s, he surmised that the gravitational pull of the 2 stars, combined with the spacecraft's inertia, propelled it forward at such an astonishing speed. At this moment, Wang Chenxing's heart raced. There were no 2 stars in the solar system. Where on earth was he? Heaven? The Western Paradise? The land of abundance? Had he truly perished? The last shred of hope within him dissipated into nothingness. He desperately wished to awaken from this nightmare. A profound sense of desolation and despair enveloped him as he stared blankly at the screen. Suddenly, a realization struck him. If he were dead, then why was he still aboard the spacecraft? Surely, the spacecraft would not accompany him to the afterlife, therefore, he had not died. But what difference did it make whether he was alive or dead now? Wang Chenxing stared vacantly at the screen, losing track of time. Suddenly, a bright spot appeared on the screen, causing his heart to leap. What is that? It can't be one of those 2 shining stars. Otherwise, there would be 2 of them, and they were farther away. The spacecraft's radar shouldn't be able to detect anything at such a distance. Could it be a planet? Wang Chenxing repeatedly questioned himself. His spirits suddenly lifted. He fixated on the computer screen as the radar indicated a distance of over 5 million kilometers. At his current speed, he would reach it in approximately 3 days. Perhaps there is a chance for survival. Wang Chenxing's gaze remained glued to the display, his heart brimming with hope. However, such probabilities were exceedingly slim. The scientists back on Earth had used telescopes to search for a suitable planet capable of supporting life and had yet to find one. Could he truly have stumbled upon such a stroke of good fortune? Wang Chenxing mused aloud. But then again, one must seize even the slightest opportunity. He recalibrated the orbital parameters on the computer. With a slight adjustment, the landing pod altered its trajectory and began its course toward the planet. A glimmer of hope flickered within him, though anxiety lingered as he peered out the porthole. He could hardly articulate his feelings. After more than 10 hours had passed, fatigue began to settle in, and he crawled into his sleeping bag. As he secured himself and gradually reminisced about his past life, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. The next 3 days, a complex tapestry of emotions, unfolded interminably. Wang Chenxing spent his time eating, sleeping, and staring blankly at the computer screen, watching as the spacecraft inched closer to the planet, his hope growing with each passing moment. He conversed with himself about various scenarios. Had there been another person present, they might have deemed him insane. Thud. A small asteroid drifting through space seemed to collide with the hull, shattering Wang Chenxing's reverie. Rubbing his eyes, he unzipped his sleeping bag and peered out the porthole. Wow! How beautiful! He exclaimed in awe. Previously, the planet had been too distant to discern, appearing only as a dark silhouette. But now, before him lay a colossal azure planet, seemingly enveloped in vast oceans, its size comparable to 3 Earths. Beyond it, 2 red planets appeared larger than the sun. Surrounding the blue planet were 3 small asteroids, all exuding an enchanting beauty. Is this Neptune? But Neptune is supposed to be an icy planet. And it's clear that I'm no longer in the solar system. Wang Chenxing rationalized, caught in a contradiction as he endeavored to convince himself that he had encountered another world. The planet's surface was adorned with clouds, This surely indicated the presence of an atmospheric system, ruling out the possibility of it being a frozen planet. He immediately began operating the computer, setting a course to survey the area for a suitable landing site. What had once seemed like a lost cause now reignited a fervent hope within him. In the vast expanse of the universe, the chance to discover a planet with liquid water capable of sustaining life was likely slimmer than finding a needle in a haystack. Yet, against all odds, Wang Chenxing had stumbled upon such fortune, and his excitement was palpable. After all, this was a glimmer of hope. Remaining aboard the spacecraft would ultimately lead to death, but now, confronting the unknown of this blue planet, even if it were a cauldron of fire and brimstone, was worth the risk, especially given the breathtaking azure expanse below. After orbiting the planet a few times, Wang Chenxing observed that apart from the snow-white icy poles, devoid of vegetation or land, there was only one small landmass visible on the computer, approximately 100 square kilometers in size. For the spacecraft's landing selection, this was a pitifully small area. It appeared that the surrounding terrain was mountainous, with a relatively flat region in the center, seemingly a volcanic caldera, albeit one of considerable size, unlike anything he had ever encountered. Given this situation, Wang Chenxing felt both encouraged and apprehensive. There's no choice. I must land. Staying in the spacecraft would also lead to death, yet descending may offer a chance to survive. With that thought, he gazed resolutely at the azure ocean below. Resolute in his decision, Wang Chenxing donned his spacesuit, secured all equipment, and entered the landing pod. He checked the computer screen, which calculated that the planet was over 3 times the size of Earth, yet its gravity was surprisingly low, only 1/8 that of Earth. A moment of confusion washed over him. How could such a large planet have such a weak gravitational pull? However, this puzzlement quickly faded as he dismissed it from his mind. Fastening his safety belt, he programmed the computer for the landing site, the center of the planet's only landmass. The computer then commenced automated operations, and after several ignition sequences, the spacecraft entered its descent trajectory. As the view outside the porthole grew increasingly blue, the spacecraft began to jolt and shake. Wang Chenxing gripped the armrests of his seat tightly, his eyes fixed on the window as hope for survival surged within him. Chapter 3. Successful landing. Whoosh, whoosh, the spacecraft continually adjusted its landing trajectory. Previously, some fuel had been expended during the maneuver to descend onto Mars. However, for this planet with its relatively low gravity, it sufficed. Coupled with the precise control of the onboard computer, the conditions appeared adequate for a successful landing. Yet, the thick atmosphere of this celestial body caused significant friction against the hull, generating a blinding brilliance as the atmosphere clashed with the spacecraft's exterior. The vessel shook violently, and at that moment, Wang Chenxing felt as though his very insides were about to erupt from the tumult. After a tumultuous 20 minutes, a resounding bang echoed through the cabin as the heat shield beneath the landing module was jettisoned, followed by a sudden deceleration that made Wang Chenxing feel as though his heart might leap into his throat. The flight control system simultaneously deployed 3 enormous parachutes, specifically designed for Mars landings. It is well known that the Martian atmosphere is a mere 1% of Earth's, necessitating the use of substantial parachutes to ensure the spacecraft could decelerate effectively. Given that this planet appeared to possess a significantly greater atmospheric pressure than Mars, the parachutes opened with a forceful whoosh, dramatically reducing speed. The impact nearly shattered Wang Chenxing's bones. After spending over 250 days in the vastness of space, despite his daily exercise routine, he had still experienced considerable calcium loss in a weightless environment. Even with his robust physique, the intense acceleration almost left him with fractured bones. At that moment, breathing became a laborious endeavor, but fortunately, this state persisted for only a few seconds before his body began to recover. Whoosh, the rocket boosters at the front of the landing module ignited, while the computer gradually deployed the landing gear and discarded the parachutes. The spacecraft descended slowly at a rate of 5 ms, and gradually, it felt as though the speed was diminishing even further. Approximately 3 minutes later, the computer's voice announced, 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Attention, contact with the ground. With another resounding thud, the entire spacecraft jolted violently, but at last, it came to a stable rest. Wang Chenxing exerted considerable effort to turn his head and peer out the window. Through the glass, he observed that it was nighttime on the planet, enveloped in darkness, with nothing visible save for two small celestial bodies glittering faintly at opposite ends of the sky, far dimmer than the moon. At that moment, he suddenly felt a chill enveloping him. He had become completely soaked in sweat. The adrenaline of the landing had masked his discomfort, but now, relieved of that psychological burden, he realized he was drenched and his body ached. Summoning all his strength, he attempted to unfasten his seatbelt, yet the fatigue rendered him incapable of rising from his seat. The pain from his body, compounded by the calcium depletion, robbed him of any strength. Perhaps it is best to rest for a while. Forcing myself to stand could lead to a fracture, and that would be quite troublesome. With that thought, Wang Chenxing ceased his efforts and sat quietly in his seat. Opening his handheld computer terminal, he input his commands, and the device promptly displayed the data. Atmospheric pressure, 1. 35 pascals temperature, 3. 5C gas composition, nitrogen, N2, 53, oxygen, O2, approximately 46, carbon dioxide, CO2, around 0. 2. Sulfur compounds 0. 1. Unknown gases 1. 7. Air humidity. 90. Altitude, 5546 m. Upon reading this, Wang Chenxing was quite astonished. Firstly, he marveled at the remarkably ideal living conditions, and secondly, he was taken aback by the extraordinarily high oxygen content in the air, which was over twice that of Earth. What does this imply? It is said that the oxygen levels during the Jurassic period were not this high, yet that era witnessed the emergence of numerous colossal creatures. At this moment, the radar scan results emerged, revealing that the surrounding nearly 100 square kilometers of land was encircled by ring-like mountains, with the central plain covering approximately 60 square kilometers. The infrared detector at the center of the plain indicated elevated temperatures. These ring mountains were all interconnected, and the spacecraft was situated at the southeastern corner of the plain, with a notable gap in the mountains approximately 10 kilometers away, leading into a vast, unending ocean. Could it be that I have arrived in the Jurassic period? A peculiar thought suddenly struck Wang Chenxing's mind. He broke into a cold sweat at this notion, but then reassured himself. This is likely a dormant volcanic crater. This small patch of land on the planet should not harbor any monstrous dinosaurs. After reviewing the data on his computer, Wang Chenxing rested in his seat for a while, attempting to stretch his legs and arms. His mind was brimming with curiosity about the world outside the spacecraft, eager to explore it as soon as possible. After approximately 5 hours had passed, the viewport remained shrouded in darkness, with only the faint glow of two distant asteroids illuminating the void. Wang Chenxing felt that his body had regained considerable strength and was now able to sit up from his chair. He leaned closer to the window, only to find the same abyssal darkness outside, obscuring any view. At this point, he was not in a hurry to open the hatch, for the outside world was still an enigma, fraught with unknown dangers. Thus, he made his way to the support chamber. Due to the planet's relatively low gravity, the ascent was not particularly strenuous. Upon opening the living chamber door, he looked up and observed that the living quarters resembled a three-tiered loft. In the absence of gravity, objects floated freely within the chamber. Now that the spacecraft was descending vertically, one would need to navigate the ladders affixed to the walls to traverse the three zones. Wang Chenxing climbed to the workstation of the living chamber and powered on the computer. Minutes later, the screen displayed that all spacecraft systems were operational. He accessed the information on all the spacecraft's equipment, which also indicated the status of damages. Out of 3 external cameras, 2 were inoperable. The high-performance communication antenna was burnt, though fortunately, there was a backup antenna within the cabin. There was slight damage to the upper wall. The nuclear energy battery remained intact, while the solar panels had been destroyed, and the system was experiencing some short-circuiting. Thankfully, the computer was attempting automatic repairs, and no other major issues were detected. The nuclear fuel battery still had 98 charge remaining, which should sustain operations for approximately 450 hours based on current consumption. Wang Chenxing tapped the external power switch on the computer screen, prompting a mechanical arm to extend from the spacecraft, illuminating the exterior with bright white light. Through the sole operational camera displayed on the computer, the outside appeared to be a vast expanse of white, seemingly shrouded in mist, where even under such bright illumination, visibility was limited to just a few meters ahead. The ground appeared gray and featureless. The external monitoring devices picked up faint sounds of flowing water. Aside from that, everything was eerily silent. Wang Chenxing switched off the external lights, wary that the illumination might attract unknown entities in this alien world. At that moment, he was filled with both curiosity and trepidation regarding the unknown realm before him. After all, this was neither Earth nor Mars. It is an innate human instinct to fear the unknown, a sentiment that no one can escape. Time seemed to stretch interminably. After several more hours, the outside remained dark. After having a light snack, Wang Chenxing began to feel fatigued, extinguished the lights in the cabin, and leaned back in his chair, succumbing to sleep. After a considerable duration, he sensed a faint brightness and groggily opened his eyes. The outside was now bathed in light, and upon checking the time on his computer, he realized he had slept for a full 10 hours. Rubbing his forehead, he recalled the nightmare he had just experienced. He dreamt of plummeting into an abyss, unable to climb out no matter how hard he tried. Awakening from that dream left him with a sense of dread. Peering through the window, he found the outside bright, with the mist dissipated, revealing a flat landscape. Checking the computer, he noted that the temperature had risen to 24°C. Not bad. I can venture out now, Wang Chenxing mused, as the daylight dispelled the fears that had plagued him the previous night. After a moment's consideration, he resolved to don his Mars landing suit before stepping outside, deeming it a prudent precaution. Perhaps this was a result of having watched too many alien films, rather than a reflection of his training. However, in this unfamiliar world, he felt liberated from oversight. Approximately 30 minutes later, he was fully clad in the Mars landing suit, which, while weighing over 30 kilograms, felt significantly lighter in this environment. Using a handheld computer, he remotely deployed the external ladder, and after entering the isolation chamber, he secured the door before opening the hatch to the support chamber. With a hiss, the gas released as the door automatically unlatched. Wang Chenxing disengaged the door's safety latch, twisted the handle with force, and gently pushed the door open. Thankfully, I didn't fall into a river, he exclaimed, taken aback by the expansive vista before him. Towering mountains loomed ahead, their peaks lost in the clouds, while a massive, wide, and crystal-clear river flowed serenely about a kilometer ahead. Appearing not very deep, it seemed the computer had not fully recognized this river when selecting the landing site. Surrounding the spacecraft was a stark absence of greenery, only a bleak expanse of dark rocks. With this in mind, Wang Chenxing cautiously descended the ladder. After over 10 hours of recovery, he felt notably invigorated, coupled with his naturally robust physique and daily exercise, rendering the effects of weightlessness minimal. He estimated he had regained about 60 to 70% of his strength. Wang Chenxing climbed down the ladder, a journey that would normally take mere seconds, yet he proceeded with caution, gripping the slender railing as he walked for about a minute. Just as he prepared to set foot on the planetary surface, the words he had rehearsed for the Mars landing echoed loudly in his mind. This is humanity's second giant leap. In this moment, it could very well be considered another significant step for mankind. After uttering those words, he finally set foot on the surface. The ground was composed of rough, black volcanic rocks, each roughly the size of a potato, a typical representation of volcanic terrain, albeit here it was merely a collection of rubble. Wang Chenxing leaped a few times, feeling quite satisfied. Holding the computer, which indicated that the external environment was breathable, he concluded it was safe to remove his helmet. After a brief contemplation, he took a few steps forward, inhaled deeply, and removed his helmet. It matters little. I cannot rely on this for a lifetime. If there are aliens, I cannot return to Earth anyway, so it is of no consequence. After exhaling deeply, he took another breath. The air was laden with the pungent odor of sulfur, likely due to proximity to the volcanic crater. Remarkably, he felt no discomfort. Rather, he felt invigorated. Turning around, he surveyed the spacecraft. This towering structure, over 30 meters high, was securely grounded, appearing dark and likely due to the intense heat experienced during atmospheric entry, with its landing gear partially embedded in the rubble. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Without this spacecraft, he would have long since met his fate. Gratitude welled up within him for the engineers who had designed such a resilient vessel. If they knew he had arrived here, they would surely take pride in their labor. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Wang Chenxing slowly turned to take in the surroundings. Chapter 4. The phantom outside the cabin. At this moment, Wang Chenxing sat upon a stone on the ground, picking up small pebbles scattered about and casting them into the distance. He glanced up at the sky, which was adorned with a brilliant azure. In the northeastern corner of the heavens, two crimson stars, resembling large basins in size, were nestled closely together, akin to two grand red lanterns. Directly above him loomed a celestial body that appeared as expansive as a basketball court. The river upstream appeared shrouded in a dense mist, likely due to rainwater from the surrounding peaks converging into the volcanic crater and evaporating, creating a hazy atmosphere. The dew from the previous night still lingered upon the ground, and there were no signs of organic life, no flora, fauna, or avian creatures in sight. Wang Chenxing glanced again at the data displayed on his handheld computer, which indicated that the air remained relatively humid, with a high oxygen content. Such an environment was quite conducive to survival, notwithstanding the unpleasant odor. Cough, cough, cough. He involuntarily coughed a few times, discomfort arising in his lungs due to the sulfurous scent that permeated the air. Truly, there is no dead end in the world. This was the thought that flickered through his mind at that moment. I wonder how Team Leader Liu and Zhang Ling are faring. They must all believe I have perished, never once considering that I am alive and well. The mere thought sparked a flicker of excitement within him. Until now, Wang Chenxing found it hard to believe the reality of his situation, feeling as though he were still ensnared in a dream. He rose and began to make his way towards the spacecraft, contemplating how he might survive in the future. This valley is a volcanic crater, and the abundance of steam suggests a rich geothermal energy source. Yet, given the desolation here, it is unlikely that any life forms can thrive in such an environment. This planet is predominantly oceanic, and with such favorable living conditions, there is a substantial likelihood of numerous marine creatures existing beneath the waves. It seems I must devise a plan to venture beyond the valley in search of a more hospitable locale. The spacecraft is equipped with a Mars rover, powered by a nuclear battery, which should serve as an excellent means of transportation. First, I shall inspect the riverbank, then proceed along the river towards the ocean. With this determination in mind, he quickened his pace. Despite donning a spacesuit weighing over 30 kilograms, Wang Chenxing found walking in the microgravity environment to be relatively effortless. Before long, he arrived beneath the spacecraft and ascended the ladder back to the support module. After swiftly shedding his landing suit, he busied himself at the computer. Connecting to the Mars rover through the spacecraft's detection system, he confirmed its impeccable condition. Utilizing the robotic arm, he skillfully maneuvered the rover from atop the spacecraft and lowered it to the ground, subsequently charging it via the spacecraft's cable. The rover, equipped with a graphite battery, was fully charged in less than 10 minutes. Once Wang Chenxing disconnected the rover's circuit from the computer, he donned his gear and prepared to embark on his exploration. That moment, two celestial bodies reached their zenith in the sky, and the external temperature soared to 35.5 C. Wang Chenxing donned a t-shirt, equipped himself with a handheld computer and a survival kit, and ascended the ladder to step outside the cabin. The midday air outside was oppressively humid and sweltering. Within mere minutes, he found himself drenched in perspiration. Wang Chenxing meticulously scrutinized the Mars rover. It was designed to accommodate a single driver, with a small trailer at the rear capable of carrying various rock samples. It could transport a load of up to 100 kilograms for a distance of 50 kilometers. In such desolate surroundings, having a means of transportation was a tremendous boon for Wang Chenxing. Gazing at the rover, he was filled with exhilaration, casting aside all previous misgivings. After inspecting the rover for any loose or damaged components and finding none, he attempted to start it. Everything functioned smoothly, appearing quite promising. Wang Chenxing then settled into the driver's seat and pressed the accelerator, causing the rover to zip away in a flash. After a little over 10 minutes, the rover came to a gentle halt by the riverbank. Although it was referred to as a river, it was rather modest in size, measuring merely about 20 meters in width. The banks were strewn with stones that seemed to have been pressed and heaved upward, winding sinuously into the distance. The water, filled with rocks and lacking any sediment, appeared remarkably clear, allowing visibility to the bottom. Wang Chenxing disembarked from the rover, leaped over several stones, and crouched by the river's edge. A faint scent of sulfur wafted from the water, accompanied by a gentle steam. Testing the temperature with his hand, he found it slightly hot. It must be the heat from the volcano warming the water. This is essentially a hot spring. Wang Chenxing finally allowed a smile to grace his face. After rinsing his hands, he splashed water on his face, which instantly felt refreshing. That moment, he stood up and surveyed his surroundings. This place was devoid of any shadows. Perhaps he had been overly apprehensive. With a few swift motions, he shed his clothing and plunged into the warm river water. The fatigue that had weighed upon him vanished as he soaked in the comforting embrace of the water. Wang Chenxing reclined on a shallow bank, allowing the current to flow over him, closing his eyes in preparation for a moment of blissful respite. After approximately half an hour, a faint sound of shifting stones roused him from his reverie. His military background endowed him with heightened sensitivity, and in this unfamiliar environment, his vigilance was even more acute. Wang Chenxing abruptly opened his eyes, rising to scan the area, yet nothing seemed amiss. However, he suddenly sensed an unseen presence watching him. His muscles tensed instinctively as he hastily donned his clothes, leaped onto the rover, and retrieved a handgun from his survival kit. Though extraterrestrial beings were not a concern on Mars, carrying a handgun was a tradition inherited from Russia, typically loaded with 6 rounds. The firearm was specially designed for aerospace use. While it could not be compared to military-grade weapons, its lethality was not to be underestimated. Seated in the rover, Wang Chenxing surveyed the vicinity once more. Still, there was nothing out of the ordinary, aside from the distant plume of mist rising from the volcanic crater. If there were any creature, it would surely not escape his notice. I can't shake the feeling that something is watching me. Could there truly be aliens on this planet? Or perhaps an invisible predator? His wild speculations shattered the tranquility he had previously enjoyed, and an unsettling discomfort enveloped him, as if he were the prey. Urgently, Wang Chenxing steered the rover back towards the spacecraft, yearning to return to the safety of the vessel. After all, the spacecraft was sturdy enough to withstand any potential extraterrestrial assault, preventing him from being swiftly overwhelmed. Death held no terror for Wang Chenxing, but he was determined to seize the chance to survive. Upon returning to the spacecraft, he promptly activated the thermal imaging and sonar detection systems, fixating his gaze on the screens for several minutes, hoping to uncover some clue. Unfortunately, the results were disheartening. The surrounding heat rendered the thermal imagery indistinct, obscuring any discernible objects, while the sonar detection revealed no anomalies. Could it be that I am overreacting? Perhaps I've watched too many movies. Wang Chenxing muttered to himself with a hint of self-deprecation, finding a modicum of solace in the system's display. After shutting down the systems, he pushed open the cabin door and stepped outside, scanning the blackened rocks around him. Everything appeared tranquil, devoid of any irregularities. Prolonged solitude sometimes breeds hallucinations. Wang Chenxing cast aside his lingering unease and relaxed completely. Having toiled throughout the day, hunger began to gnaw at him. He returned to the cabin, retrieved several large packs of compressed braised beef and 2 bags of rice, poured them onto a plate, and heated them briefly before settling on the ladder outside the cabin to indulge in a hearty feast. Although the beef was compressed, its flavor and aroma rivaled that of freshly prepared dishes. Wang Chenxing savored each mouthful with delight. To enjoy such a delectable beef rice bowl on an alien planet, I must be the first person from Earth to do so. Ha ha. When one is famished, nothing brings greater joy than relishing a sumptuous meal. He continued to chatter as he in no time. Wang Chenxing had polished off the hearty lunch. After finishing, he ascended into the spacecraft, grabbed a towel to wipe his mouth, and felt significantly better. With his hunger satiated, he no longer needed to dwell on work-related matters. His foremost task was to ensure his survival and contemplate how to sustain himself in the future. However, as drowsiness overtook him, Wang Chenxing reclined in the cabin and drifted into a deep slumber. He slept soundly for an extended period, the tension of the past few days dissipating into a profound rest. After approximately 7 or 8 hours, he finally awakened. The sky had darkened, and the mist outside the cabin had thickened. Wang Chenxing glanced at his computer and calculated the duration of the day. Goodness, there are 23 hours in a day here. That means there must be 40 to 50 hours in total. No wonder time feels so prolonged. This planet is predominantly oceanic, suggesting that its mass is likely not substantial, resulting in a longer rotation period, which may indicate an even lengthier orbital cycle, he pondered incessantly. Rising, he sat up and conducted a thorough self-check of the spacecraft systems, reactivating the infrared and sonar detection devices for another inspection. The infrared sensor proved far more effective in the dark than during daylight, yet still detected no irregularities. Feeling somewhat bored, Wang Chenxing opened a packet of compressed biscuits and began playing games on his tablet. After about an hour, he glanced up at the infrared sensor screen, nearly leaping from his seat in shock. A faint red thermal signal was slowly moving just outside the cabin, gradually approaching the spacecraft. Wang Chenxing quickly set aside his tablet, fixating his eyes on the screen, but the signal seemed to vanish. After contemplating for a few moments, he swiftly switched the thermal imaging system to night vision mode. A fleeting shadow darted by, disappearing from view. At that moment, he was on high alert, intently scanning the screen for any signs of activity outside. Minutes passed with no discoveries. Something is definitely out there, and it seems to be aware of my attempts to detect it. Wang Chenxing thought, adrenaline coursing through him as he readied his weapon. What manner of creature is this? His mind raced, recalling every antagonist from the science fiction films he had ever seen. However, in terms of capability, he felt woefully underprepared to confront any potential threat. The realization brought a wave of discouragement. Just as he had begun to envision a promising future, an unknown entity had intruded upon his peace. Wang Chenxing's thoughts raced, urging himself to remain calm and methodically analyze the situation. This land was a volcanic crater, devoid of any flora or fauna. Even if there were life forms, they could not possibly thrive in such a confined space. The creature outside must be a denizen of the vast ocean nearby, likely an amphibious being, perhaps akin to a large lizard. Moreover, the earlier detection indicated that it was not a colossal creature, suggesting it posed no significant threat. Yet, it seemed capable of perceiving his attempts to probe it. How could that be explained? Were there other extraterrestrial beings? Or had Lu's team also arrived here? If it were Lu's team, they would hardly be hiding from him. Various hypotheses flitted through Wang Chenxing's mind, each swiftly dismissed. After all, humanity remains insignificantly small in the grand scheme of the universe, which is beyond imagination. Just then, a series of thuds echoed from outside the cabin. Chapter 5. The blue eyes beyond the cabin upon hearing the sounds from outside. Even the mentally prepared Wang Chenxing could not help but shudder, a multitude of thoughts and possibilities racing through his mind. Could there really be aliens? Or perhaps a monster from the depths of the ocean? Might it be the local indigenous people? With this thought, he immediately tensed up, bracing himself for battle. Wang Chenxing fixated on the computer screen, activating the external searchlight and camera. Yet, mere moments after switching them on, the lights extinguished, and the ship's system seemed to malfunction entirely, rendering them uncontrollable. At that moment, Wang Chenxing became increasingly convinced that the entity outside was no ordinary creature. Its ability to incapacitate the ship's system suggested a level of technology surpassing that of humanity, indicating a highly intelligent extraterrestrial life form. Regardless of what it is, I must ascertain the truth. Since it has come to my doorstep and severed all systems aboard my spacecraft, it surely harbors ill intent. After pondering for a moment, an idea surged within him. He retrieved the toolbox from the ship, grasped a Mars exploration spade tightly in both hands, and descended into the isolation chamber, pressing his ear against the chamber wall to listen to the sounds beyond. However, after several minutes, silence prevailed. At that moment, Wang Chenxing sensed the air grow thick with tension. If the creature outside could disable my ship systems, it might also detect my impending attack. Could the aliens possess X-ray vision? Contemplating this, he suddenly felt as if he were a fish in a barrel, utterly vulnerable. What to do? What to do? His mind buzzed. If the extraterrestrials possess such formidable powers, why haven't they simply annihilated me? Since I remain alive, perhaps the creature outside lacks hostility. It may be my current demeanor that has led it to perceive me as a threat. Perhaps I should extend an olive branch first. If it truly bears animosity, I can deal with it later. With this resolution, Wang Chenxing set aside the spade and cautiously crawled back into the safety chamber. Quietly seated in his chair, he fixated on the exterior. Moments later, the slow sound of thud, thud, thud echoed from outside. Indeed, my judgment was sound. The creature outside surely does not harbor malice. Although the noise shattered the tranquility, Wang Chenxing felt no trace of his earlier anxiety. Instead, a sense of elation washed over him. This being does not force its way in but rather taps on the chamber walls, suggesting it encounters some difficulty. Could it be hungry? This desolate place must leave other extraterrestrials that fell here in a dire predicament as well. With this thought, Wang Chenxing perked up. After all, hospitality is a virtue of the Chinese. He rose and climbed to the food storage area, rummaging until he found a packet of braised beef, which he poured onto a plate and heated. Instantly, the ship filled with an enticing aroma. Carefully balancing the plate, He opened the isolation chamber door, only to be met with a thick fog that obscured his vision. He placed the plate at the foot of the isolation chamber door, quickly shutting it behind him, fearful of an encounter with the alien. Although he had seen countless representations of extraterrestrial beings in films, those were mere fabrications. The reality outside was palpably different. A sudden encounter would be detrimental for both parties. After placing the food, Wang Chenxing hurried back to the safety chamber, securing the connecting door, and then concealed himself by the porthole, observing every movement outside. After a brief interval, a wisp of fog drifted past, and then the plate and food vanished. Although he had anticipated this, Wang Chenxing's heart sank. The thick fog outside obscured his view, leaving him uncertain about what had taken the food. Moments later, it seemed the ship's systems had revived. Wang Chenxing quickly checked the monitoring systems. Regrettably, the instruments had detected nothing. Despite the lack of findings, a thrill coursed through Wang Chenxing. This extraterrestrial life form was indeed uninterested in consuming him. It appeared that even the cuisine of our great China piqued the interest of aliens. Yet, why would an alien desire earthly sustenance? Could it even digest it? Was it human? With this thought, Wang Chenxing felt a flicker of hope, however. He soon dismissed the notion. No. To my knowledge, China was the first nation to land a manned mission on Mars, and there have been no reports of astronauts from other countries disappearing in space. Could the US and Russia be concealing information? It's hard to say. Wang Chenxing's spirits began to wane once more. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that if the alien had no interest in consuming him, there was little reason for concern. He activated the backup communication system, scanning for signals, and utilized the ship's broadcasting system to announce, "Hello, I am Wang Chenxing. A Chinese astronaut My spacecraft has crashed here. I am seeking assistance. Please, I request help." He then repeated the message in English. Although he was aware that this might yield little result, after all, earthly languages had yet to permeate the cosmos. Wang Chenxing also encoded his message into binary digits, transmitting it via communication broadcast, hoping for a reply. After what felt like an eternity, there was still no sound from outside. The ship's instruments remained operational. Yet, Wang Chenxing dared not let down his guard. His instincts suggested that the creature outside was watching his every move with an unsettling intensity. What to do? How can I capture it? This entity seems devoid of malice, yet its constant presence sends chills down my spine. Wang Chenxing muttered to himself, perhaps encountering it would only exacerbate my insomnia. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He had a plan. He set the gun aside, then retrieved 2 packages of beef and lamb, placing them onto a plate to heat. As the food warmed, he discreetly tucked a length of packing string into his clothing. He then positioned the heated food toward the back of the isolation chamber, fashioning a rope with one end secured to the spacecraft and the other tethered to the automatic latch of the isolation chamber door, a mechanical lock that controlled whether the door would close automatically. Surely, the alien wouldn't anticipate this. With this thought, Wang Chenxing found himself grinning. Once preparations were complete, he gently opened the isolation chamber door, a thick mist enveloping him, mingling with the aroma of the food wafting out. Wang Chenxing quickly crawled back into the safety chamber, feigning the closure of the door between the 2 compartments, then seated himself, pretending to work on the computer. Before long, the ship's computer systems abruptly malfunctioned again, and a cloud of mist began to drift up the external staircase. The fog lingered at the chamber entrance for a moment before wafting inside. With a resounding bang, the isolation chamber door locked automatically, causing the mist to retreat. Yet the door had already sealed shut. Moments later, the mist began to tug at the latch. It seemed this creature was rather clever. Let us see if I can catch you. With a swift motion, Wang Chenxing opened the middle isolation door, shouting as he leaped down, prepared to subdue the thing beneath him. With a resounding thud, followed by a cry of pain, Wang Chenxing landed squarely on the isolation chamber floor, missing his target entirely, and felt a sharp pain in his arm and knee. The entity had darted away at incredible speed, escaping through the open door. Wang Chenxing hastily secured the door and locked it, feeling he had stirred up a considerable mess. Having failed to capture the thing, would it return seeking vengeance? After all, he had initially displayed hostility. Dejected, Wang Chenxing sat on the isolation chamber floor, rubbing his bruised spots, gritting his teeth in dismay. Suddenly, the chamber's equipment returned to normal, and the isolation chamber lights flickered back to life. Wang Chenxing pressed the exhaust switch, and the fog within was swiftly evacuated. Glancing at the blanket on the floor, he felt a pang of regret. He had indeed been rather reckless. After a few minutes, his legs had mostly recovered. He pushed himself off the ground and stood, retrieving the blanket to crawl back into the safety chamber. Thud! A faint sound echoed, as if something had fallen to the floor. Wang Chenxing lifted the blanket to discover a small, black object the size of a coin lying on the ground. Picking it up, he observed that the object, resembling a black crystal, emitted a faint red glow, its surface smooth as if polished like a gem. What could this be? Wang Chenxing mused, holding it in his palm and scrutinizing it for a while. Could it be an ornament from that extraterrestrial? Do they fancy such trinkets? Ha. After examining it for an extended period without discernible results, Wang Chenxing took the black stone-like object back to the safety chamber. The ship was equipped with a rock spectrum analyzer capable of determining the composition of materials based on their spectral signatures. This tool could prove invaluable for analyzing the enigmatic object he had found. The analysis results emerged swiftly. Aside from trace amounts of silicon, iron, gold, and carbon, there were several other elements that the instrument could not identify. What on earth is this thing? Wang Chenxing pondered, reclining in his chair as he examined the stone-like object. Oh, how did I fall asleep? Wang Chenxing blinked awake, stretching lazily. Perhaps due to the prior intense tension, he had unknowingly drifted off. Rubbing his eyes, he found the outside still shrouded in darkness. Glancing at the time, he realized he had slept for less than 3 hours. Propping himself up, he instinctively reached for the black stone. At that moment, it slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. He bent down to retrieve it, settling back into his chair, and absent-mindedly glanced out the porthole. Wow! Startled, Wang Chenxing nearly leaped from his seat. Instinctively leaning backward, a pair of bright blue eyes flashed past the porthole. Indeed, describing it as eyes was the most accurate portrayal. Though it lasted less than a second, Wang Chenxing had etched its image into his memory. What the devil was that? His heart raced. The sight before him filled him with dread. Had that eerie entity been watching him while he slept? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 6. Captured after a considerable passage of time, 2 crimson suns gradually emerged in the sky, illuminating the exterior of the spacecraft. Wang Chenxing glanced at the time displayed on his computer. This planet exhibited a slow rotation, resulting in prolonged days and nights, with each complete cycle lasting approximately 40 hours. Furthermore, the temperature differential between dawn and dusk was particularly pronounced. Having shaken off the drowsiness from the previous night's events, he remained vigilant, seated in his chair, attentively observing the activity outside. Gurgle after a sleepless night, hunger began to gnaw at his stomach. Noticing that daylight had arrived, Wang Chenxing relaxed his guard, rose from his seat, and retrieved 2 packets of food, heating them before indulging in a hearty meal. Midway through his repast, a thought struck him. The extraterrestrial beings had behaved rather docilely throughout the night, suggesting their capabilities might be limited. Moreover, they showed no malevolence toward him. Otherwise, they could have easily launched an ambush while he slept. This led him to conclude that either they were incapable of overpowering him or lacked hostile intent. With this realization, Wang Chenxing felt considerably relieved. Having initially deemed his survival impossible, he now found himself alive and well, unafraid of threats. Consequently, he heated another 2 packets of food. Due to the spacecraft's limited supply of trays, he simply heated the food, balancing 1 tray in one hand while carrying the 2 packets in the other, and exited the spacecraft. Seated on the steps outside the isolation module, he discarded the 2 food packets some distance away. After finishing the food on his tray, he noticed that the discarded packets remained undisturbed, and the surroundings exhibited no peculiarities. He surveyed the area before returning to the interior of the spacecraft. After securely closing the hatch, Wang Chenxing concealed himself beside the viewport, covertly monitoring the external activity. However, after waiting for several minutes without seeing the food being taken, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Even a living person can be suffocated by their own urine, he mused, engaging in self-deprecating humor as he changed into a fresh outfit, preparing to step outside for some fresh air. Considering how the aliens are lurking about, they're likely nothing more than minor beasts, posing no real concern. Wait, I seem to be the alien here. Ha! After attending to his grooming and dressing, Wang Chenxing closed the spacecraft hatch, armed himself with a pistol and a shovel for protection, and set out to drive the Mars rover toward the ocean. Halfway there, he suddenly realized that the 2 food packets he had previously discarded were missing. After pausing for a few seconds, he resumed his journey toward the rover. The unexpected events of the previous night had little bearing on him. If that creature intended to harm him, it would have acted by now. The delay indicated either an inability to confront him or a lack of hostility. Wang Chenxing accelerated in the Mars rover, covering the distance of approximately 5 to 6 kilometers from the landing site to the intersection of land and sea, a journey well within the rover's range. Due to the rugged terrain, he spent nearly an hour reaching the river's end, where it met the ocean. That moment, he realized he was standing atop towering peaks, several kilometers above sea level, gazing at the vast azure expanse below. 2 vibrant red stars hung in the sky, shifting positions rapidly, while a planet the size of a basketball court drifted along the horizon. The ocean's surface roiled with mighty waves, as the river cascaded like a waterfall toward the ocean, transforming into mist midway through its descent. Faced with such a breathtaking yet daunting vista, Wang Chenxing felt a chill of dismay. He had initially believed he would find a suitable refuge outside the volcano, but it now appeared that remaining inside the volcano was the safest option. This ocean was not merely a place to land. Even reaching the base of the mountain would require a perilous effort. What had once been a promising plan was swiftly shattered by the sight before him. Wang Chenxing sat on a stone, staring vacantly into the distance. Warning! Unauthorized entry! Warning! Unauthorized entry! A frantic alarm rang in his ears, revealing that he had set the spacecraft's alarm system to activate if the hatch were opened. After all, this vessel was originally designed for Mars landing and lacked a password lock or key. As long as it was not secured, anyone could enter by merely pulling the latch. A faint smile crept across Wang Chenxing's face as he quickly grabbed the handheld computer from the rover and inputted a series of commands. After stowing the computer away, he turned and sped back towards the spacecraft's landing site. The return journey was comparatively easier than the outgoing path, thanks to his prior experience, and Wang Chenxing's driving skills were among the best in the team. In less than 30 minutes, the rover came to a steady halt beside the spacecraft. Wang Chenxing disembarked, drawing his pistol, and cautiously approached the spacecraft. The exterior appeared undisturbed, and upon reaching the isolation module's door, he gently tapped it with the gun's muzzle, receiving no response. Could it have escaped again? He wondered, doubting whether he had truly captured it. Before leaving, he had anticipated that the extraterrestrial might take the opportunity to sneak aboard the spacecraft in search of that stone. The previous 2 visits had caused the spacecraft's systems to malfunction, yet the vessel had remained intact through the night, indicating an immunity to the disruption. If his suspicions were correct, the stone he had hidden just before leaving had some connection to the spacecraft's earlier failure. Thus, upon departing, he discreetly concealed the stone in a very obscure corner of the safety module. He surmised that if the stone were of significance, the extraterrestrial would surely return to seek it. He had set the spacecraft's hatch to automatically lock upon his departure, hoping to ensnare the alien. Initially believing a simple rope would suffice to capture it, he had not anticipated the alien's intelligence and agility. Now, he could only resort to this tactic, albeit with no certainty of its success. If the alien found the stone, all would be in vain. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Eureka! He hurried to the Mars rover, retrieved the handheld computer, and entered a command. The screen displayed 2 images simultaneously. He had activated the internal cameras of the spacecraft. He intended to ascertain whether any extraterrestrial life lurked within the vessel. As he maneuvered the camera to scan the interior, the awkward angles allowed him only a partial view, revealing no immediate anomalies. Yet, something felt off. One drawer had not been pushed closed. He distinctly remembered securing all drawers before leaving, a habit ingrained through years of training, making such an oversight implausible. Detecting something amiss, he switched the view and magnified the image of the safety module. At that moment, he finally discerned an oddity. A blanket had been haphazardly piled in the corner. He vividly recalled placing the blanket on the chair prior to his departure. How could it have ended up in the corner, and why did it appear to be bulging? After a moment of contemplation, he spoke to the computer. "Hey alien, I know you're inside. Come out now." His voice transmitted through the spaceship's intercom, allowing him to address the interior. Although the alien would not comprehend, perhaps the intimidation would coax it from beneath the blanket, preventing a direct confrontation when he attempted to capture it. Upon finishing his statement, the blanket suddenly stirred, confirming Wang Chenxing's suspicion that the extraterrestrial was indeed present and concealed beneath the fabric. However, the creature had shrouded itself in the blanket, obscuring its form and origins. Clearly, Wang Chenxing's attempt to communicate verbally had proven futile. Shaking his head, he contemplated for a few seconds before resuming control of the computer in no time. The display indicated that the temperature within the safety module had plummeted from over 20 degrees to 3, and it continued to drop. Wang Chenxing had activated the insulation system for the liquid nitrogen cooling agent within the safety module, allowing the frigid temperature to permeate the interior and rapidly decrease the warmth. Originally designed to cool the spacecraft, he repurposed the nitrogen to freeze out the alien. The spacecraft's designers would surely weep at such a turn of events, as the temperature within the module swiftly decreased. It was no surprise that within a minute, the creature beneath the blanket began to tremble, pulling the fabric even tighter around itself. Unable to endure the cold for long, it suddenly emerged. A blue, furry being burst forth from beneath the blanket. Wang Chenxing quickly zoomed in on the screen, fixating on the blue object. It appeared to be a mass of hair, resembling a mane of blue locks that nearly obscured its face. Through the disheveled strands, a pair of large, cerulean eyes glimmered, and despite the tangles, it was evident that the extraterrestrial possessed a strikingly pale complexion, closely resembling human features. From Earth's aesthetic perspective, this was undoubtedly a remarkably beautiful creature. The extraterrestrial seemed immensely frightened, anxiously surveying its surroundings. Trapped within the secured safety module, it appeared unable to escape. I always imagined aliens to be gray, hairless beings. Who would have thought there could be such a captivating specimen? Wang Chenxing mused, exhilarated. Upon witnessing the alien's seemingly harmless demeanor, which exuded a sense of helplessness and vulnerability, he promptly adjusted the module's temperature back to a comfortable 20 degrees. Wang Chenxing's gaze remained glued to the computer screen, his attention unwavering. After a few minutes, the extraterrestrial gradually stood up, the blanket sliding off its form. Chapter 7. The alien's culinary cravings. As the blanket slipped away, a humanoid figure sprang into view. Approximately 160 centimeters in height, with a slender and lithe physique that unmistakably showcased an S-shaped silhouette. Cascading disheveled locks of sky-blue hair fell onto her shoulders, and she was clad in a form-fitting, scale-like outfit of deep black. The garment bore several rips, revealing her pristine white skin beneath. Her pair of azure eyes darted around in a state of panic. "Ah, it seems we have an extraterrestrial beauty," Wang Chenxing mused, a smile creeping across his face as he gazed at the computer screen. "I've never encountered an alien like this before. I had imagined them to be bald, with large eyes and hairless bodies akin to those in films. I never anticipated this striking appearance. Given her distinctive features, I shall dub her the alien little blue sister." Observing the alien little blue sister as she flitted about helplessly, Wang Chenxing's courage surged. He stowed away his weapon and proceeded to input commands to unlock the cabin door. After knocking twice, he opened the isolation chamber's entrance. At that moment, the alien within the safety chamber appeared increasingly agitated. Clearly, she understood the precariousness of her situation in a vessel with but a single exit. Wang Chenxing, witnessing this scene unfold on the computer, hesitated, fearful that any sudden movement could provoke a violent reaction from the alien. Forcing his way into the safety chamber would undoubtedly incite fierce resistance from her. If a cornered rabbit could bite, what might an alien do when pressed? Positioned outside the isolation chamber, Wang Chenxing continued to monitor the little blue sister on his computer. Sensing his lack of intent to capture her, she began rummaging through the chamber, creating a chaotic mess. It appears this little blue sister is searching for something of great significance. That item must hold immense value to her. Wang Chenxing's conviction solidified. Initially, he intended to wait until the alien had exhausted herself before making his move, but upon discovering that she had found his stored food, his composure began to wane. He watched as the little blue sister tore open several packages of food and began to devour them voraciously, consuming 4 or 5 packs in no time. "Those are my entire provisions. If she keeps eating like this, what will I have left?" Originally, those supplies were meant to sustain him for over 20 days, but after 2 days of consumption, the stock had dwindled considerably. Moreover, the food consisted of his favorite dishes, beef, lamb, and braised chicken, now all being devoured by this extraterrestrial beauty. Wang Xingchen's face fell as he shouted into the chamber, "Stop eating, that's all mine." With little time to ponder, he hastily set down his handheld computer and dashed into the spaceship. It was clear that when it came to food, Wang Xingchen was far more particular than he was about anything else. Once inside, he quickly climbed to the door between the safety chamber and the isolation chamber. Just as he attempted to push it open, a resounding bang echoed. The door was firmly shut, and no matter how hard he pushed, it wouldn't budge. Frustrated, he pounded on the door, exclaiming, "You little brat, just wait. I'll make you pay." However, given the current circumstances, his outbursts proved futile. Regaining his composure, Wang Xingchen returned to retrieve his handheld computer, leaning against the wall of the isolation chamber. After a few deft maneuvers, a mischievous grin spread across his face. "So, you think you can challenge me, little alien?" With a slightly devious intent, he lowered the temperature of the safety chamber to below freezing. Within minutes, the little blue sister was visibly shivering, curled up in a corner beneath her blanket. Though she appeared pitiable, Wang Xingchen felt no sympathy. He waited outside for an additional 10 minutes, allowing the chamber to frost over before finally rising to approach the isolation chamber. As the door creaked open, a rush of cold air greeted him, causing Wang Xingchen to instinctively hold his breath until he acclimatized. Dressed only in a t-shirt, he shivered from the chill. Peeking inside, he was met with a fist flying towards him. The little blue sister, summoning her last ounce of strength, attempted to strike him. Fortunately, Wang Xingchen was prepared, tilting his head aside just in time to grasp her icy fist swiftly. With a forceful push, he sent her arm back, propelling her away from him. Due to the microgravity, he disregarded the cold, bracing himself with both hands as he leapt into the safety chamber, swiftly securing the hatch and retreating a few steps. Though the little blue sister's face was largely obscured by her tangled hair, her furious and terrified expression was unmistakable. Her fists were clenched tightly, poised for a fight. Initially enraged, Wang Xingchen's heart softened. He realized he had acted impulsively in their earlier encounter. He had barely sensed the extent of her fighting capabilities. Perhaps he had been too forceful. He extended both hands downward, signaling for her to lower her fists. The little blue sister ignored him, maintaining her tense demeanor, muttering angrily under her breath. Without needing translation, it was evident she was cursing him. Wang Xingchen pointed to the computer on the chamber wall, indicating his intention to operate it. The little blue sister glared at him, showing no signs of preparing for an attack. Quickly, he disabled the cooling system, raising the temperature to a comfortable 20 degrees Celsius. Wang Xingchen then sat nearby, observing her. Despite the distance of merely 3 meters, the tension between them was palpable. The warmth gradually returned to the cramped chamber, and within 2 minutes, the temperature normalized. The little blue sister's gaze fixated on the door, and Wang Xingchen noted her desperate desire to escape. He propped his foot against the hatch and gestured upward, slowly rising to his feet. The little blue sister, wary, also stood up, likely realizing she was outmatched and could only adopt a defensive stance. Wang Xingchen carefully retrieved the black stone from behind the circuit board and extended it toward the little blue sister, palm open. She hesitated to take it, suspecting it might be another trap. When she did not respond, he tossed the stone gently toward her, and it landed at her feet. After a tense moment, the little blue sister quickly squatted, snatching the stone and locking her gaze on Wang Xingchen. She swiftly concealed it within a dark object on her left arm, and a blue light film rose from below, enveloping her until she vanished from sight. Wang Xingchen stood dumbfounded. What kind of sorcery is this? Did she just become invisible or teleport away? I hadn't anticipated that. Regret washed over him for having given her the stone. Cautiously scanning the chamber for any signs of movement, he reached out, attempting to grasp at the space around him, hoping to detect the little blue sister's presence. However, after several attempts, he found nothing. Anxiety crept in. If she had indeed teleported away, that would be one thing. But what if she had merely become invisible and was still lurking within the chamber? Could she pose a threat to him? Was she truly a fierce warrior? The thought of a ruthless alien made him uneasy. Resolving to take action, he hurriedly manipulated the computer, planning to lower the temperature again. Yet before he could execute his plan, the spaceship's systems faltered once more. "Where are you?" he shouted, panting. As he confronted the empty chamber, he crouched down, preparing to manually lock the hatch, hoping to trap her like a fish in a barrel. Just as his fingers grazed the latch, an unseen force struck him, sending him stumbling back 2 steps. This unexpected assault did not topple him, and he lunged towards the source of the attack. A strange cry rang out, followed by a muted thud. Wang Chenxing had successfully pinned something down. It was undoubtedly the invisible little blue sister. Almost immediately, he felt a flurry of blows raining down upon him. Relying on instinct, he pressed her down, gripping her arms and inadvertently dislodging the black stone he had given her. A flash of blue light erupted, revealing the little blue sister. Her once pristine face now slightly marred, yet her large azure eyes glared fiercely at Wang Chenxing. In terms of physical strength, she was clearly no match for him, and he held her firmly in place. Wang Chenxing's gaze remained fixed on her. At such close proximity, there was no denying her extraterrestrial nature. From an earthly aesthetic perspective, she was undoubtedly an extraordinarily beautiful alien, despite her diminutive size and apparent fury. However, he dared not harbor any sympathy. Rapidly, he secured her limbs with several zip ties, binding her tightly, and covered her mouth to prevent any cries for help that might attract her companions. Could he truly treat such a small alien in this manner? Wang Chenxing dismissed the notion. He feared that if she summoned her kin, he would find himself in dire straits. Handling one little blue sister was already quite a headache. He could scarcely imagine the chaos that would ensue with several more. After a prolonged struggle, Wang Chenxing finally relaxed, sinking into a chair while facing the bound little blue sister, who glared at him with fury. He exhaled deeply, glancing through the viewport at the outside world. The scorching sunlight streamed through the glass into the spaceship, and he found himself staring blankly at the little blue sister. Suddenly, he noticed some blue liquid seeping from her leg, likely the result of an injury, revealing her alien blood. He hurried to retrieve a first aid kit, cautiously inspecting the supplies within, wary of applying anything indiscriminately, as he could not treat her as he would a human. Tearing off a strip of gauze, he approached the little blue sister. Upon seeing him advance, she began to struggle. Wang Chenxing demonstrated how to wrap the gauze around his own leg, pointing to her injury. This seemed to calm her slightly, though she still evaded his grasp, unwilling to let him touch her injured leg. Ignoring her protests, he seized her legs, forcefully tearing the zip ties apart, and grasped the wounded limb, regardless of her resistance. He swiftly wrapped the gauze around her injury, securing it tightly. The two locked eyes for a while, and Wang Chenxing gradually felt hunger pangs. Rising, he began to tidy up the scattered food and other debris, then assessed his remaining supplies. Just over 40 packets of various dishes, which might last him another 10 days, however. With this alien now showing interest in his food, he feared that if she lingered, it would scarcely suffice. This is no way to communicate. I have no idea how many of her kind are here, nor what her intentions are. Where is her home? He casually selected 2 packets of meals and placed them into the microwave to heat them. Observing the little blue sister as she rhythmically tapped her fingers on the microwave, he pondered. Ding! The heating cycle completed, and Wang Chenxing retrieved the food, pouring it onto a plate before sitting down to eat while watching the little blue sister. The meal consisted of boneless braised pork ribs, and from the moment it hit the plate, the aroma of sweet and sour ribs filled the chamber. Although the exhaust system was operational, the fragrance lingered. Wang Chenxing devoured the ribs with rice, adding a side dish, savoring the exquisite flavors. At this point, the little blue sister could no longer contain herself. Her eyes fixated on his plate, her neck straining forward, clearly drawn by the enticing aroma. Despite their inability to communicate, Wang Chenxing deduced her desire to partake in his meal. He gestured with his spoon towards the food, silently asking if she wished to eat. The little blue sister leaned in eagerly. Noticing her eagerness, he set down his plate and mimed the action of unbinding her mouth, indicating she should not scream or bite him. After signaling, he cautiously leaned in, quickly tearing away the tape that sealed her lips. This time, the extraterrestrial little blue sister offered no resistance. Chapter 8. An unexpected acquaintance. Wang Chenxing slowly extended the plate, yet Xiaolan's hands remained bound, leaving her to gaze longingly at the delectable food. Wang Chenxing discerned her unspoken desire, contemplated for a moment, and gestured for her restraints to be undone, cautioning her against any sudden movements. He maneuvered behind her to untie the bindings and then handed her the plate. Perhaps due to Wang Chenxing's overture of goodwill, Xiaolan regarded him with a wary eye before clumsily lifting the plate and indulging in the meal with a spoon. In less than 2 minutes, She devoured the entire plate of scrumptious rib rice, seemingly still yearning for more. Observing his own freshly reheated abalone chicken leg rice, Wang Chenxing hesitated before offering her the plate once more. Xiaolan's appetite was truly extraordinary. When compared to earthly women, her consumption would undoubtedly rival that of a hefty individual exceeding 200 pounds. After finishing her meal, Xiaolan appeared somewhat satiated. Her large blue eyes curiously fixed on Wang Chenxing. Then he began to eat his own dish heartily. At that moment, Xiaolan pointed towards Wang Chenxing's pocket. He instinctively checked the stone within and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No, no, no. You can't have this." The earlier incident made him hesitant to part with the stone so easily. However, Xiaolan stubbornly continued to gesture towards his pocket, mumbling incomprehensible phrases, her hands animatedly illustrating her point. Whether this extraterrestrial maiden was genuinely clever or simply naive remained a mystery, as Wang Chenxing found himself utterly perplexed by her gestures. After a brief stalemate, he still refused to relinquish the stone. Xiaolan, appearing somewhat disinterested, curled up with her knees drawn to her chest, gazing out at the expanse beyond. Once Wang Chenxing finished his meal, Xiaolan continued to ignore him. Sensing an awkward tension, he reflected on his limited experience with women, especially an alien woman. If they continued to linger in silence, nothing would be accomplished. Thus, he opened the isolation pod's hatch and signaled for Xiaolan to exit. Xiaolan seemed taken aback by Wang Chenxing's gesture. To his surprise, she did not leave, but instead sat quietly a few meters away, staring at the distant sea. Could it be that she has her eyes on my food? Wang Chenxing pondered, muttering, "Even this small amount isn't enough for me." Noticing Xiaolan's silence, he resignedly rose and retrieved several more packages of food from the storage cabinet, tossing them before her. She merely glanced at them before returning her gaze to the window. "Is it too little?" Wang Chenxing inquired, somewhat astonished, before tossing her additional packages, yet Xiaolan remained unmoved. Growing increasingly frustrated, he exclaimed, "I say, you alien girl, don't be too greedy. This is all I have left. Do you wish to consume it all? Don't be so avaricious." Although his words were beyond her comprehension, he felt compelled to express his true thoughts. "If you want to leave, then I shall." With no response from her, Wang Chenxing braced himself against the hatch and stepped outside. Perched atop a stone by the pod, he was astonished to see Xiaolan follow him out, settling quietly a few meters away, her eyes fixed on the far horizon. Eye in the sky, the two crimson suns dimmed, losing their midday brilliance, while clouds thickened overhead. A spherical celestial body resembling a basketball hung directly above, its mountainous terrain discernible. To the east, two diminutive planets ascended in succession. Wang Chenxing was mesmerized by this extraordinary sight. He had never anticipated witnessing 5 celestial bodies in the daytime sky. However, Xiaolan suddenly sprang to her feet, chattering excitedly and gesturing animatedly towards the heavens. Wang Chenxing chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, "My dear, I see them. They are merely a few planets. There's no need for such excitement. Women, like you, seem unable to resist the allure of beautiful scenery, having clearly never laid eyes on such wonders before." Xiaolan's fervor appeared to stem from more than mere excitement. She attempted to draw Wang Chenxing over, yet hesitated, pointing to the sky and then to the distant peaks. "Could it be that you wish for me to accompany you to the mountain to admire the view?" "That request is rather excessive," he retorted dismissively, waving his hand in refusal. Xiaolan, looking somewhat anxious, approached him and lunged for the stone in his pocket. Wang Chenxing promptly stood up, signaling his refusal, but she persisted, intent on seizing it. He stepped back, yet it proved futile. "Fine, take it then." Unable to withstand her gentle persistence, he relented, extracting the stone from his pocket and gesturing towards the spacecraft, saying, "Here it is, but no more mischief." Disregarding his warning, Xiaolan snatched the stone and placed it within the dark module on her shoulder. Wang Chenxing swiftly retreated a few paces, uncertain of her intentions, although he was confident that she posed no threat in her current form. Yet, he couldn't help but worry that the stone might somehow become a weapon, leading to his demise and allowing her to consume all his delectable provisions. Regretting his decision, he chastised himself for being too soft-hearted. To his astonishment, after placing the stone, Xiaolan did not vanish. Instead, she extended her hands, and before him appeared a blue sphere the size of a basin, followed by the emergence of 2 red and 3 gray spheres. She manipulated the spheres, pointing for Wang Chenxing to observe. "Ah, I see now. This is the planet on which I currently reside. Indeed, visual representations are far easier to comprehend," he exclaimed, a dawning realization lighting his face. Xiaolan connected the spheres and enlarged them, revealing that when aligned, the blue planet he inhabited was nearly submerged beneath the ocean, a stark reminder of the surrounding sea. Wang Chenxing suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, lifting his gaze to the approaching celestial bodies, the earlier enjoyment of the scenery dissipating, replaced by a troubled expression. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, gradually obscuring the 2 suns. Lightning flashed intermittently at the horizon where sea met sky. Xiaolan withdrew her arms, and the scene before them vanished. Wang Chenxing stared at her, eager to ask a multitude of questions, yet found himself unable to communicate. At that moment, Xiaolan pointed to her forehead, and then to Wang Chenxing's. He instinctively touched his forehead, wondering, could it be that I got food on my head during the meal? Such was his thought at a time like this. Before he could react, Xiaolan reached forward, touching his forehead. An electric sensation coursed through him, leaving his mind momentarily blank. Mere seconds later, as he felt himself teetering, he quickly regained his balance, stabilizing his body with both hands. "Be careful." A melodious female voice rang in his ears. Wang Chenxing looked up in astonishment at Xiaolan, who, with lips moving, spoke in Mandarin, "Hello, Wang Chenxing." As he stood there, jaw agape in disbelief, Xiaolan maintained a stoic expression, slightly cold as she continued, "Do not be surprised. I just accessed your brain's memory waves, learning some of the information stored within. Henceforth, I am capable of communicating in your language. Is that even possible?" Wang Chenxing marveled, his astonishment swiftly transforming into exhilaration. Hello, alien Xiaolan." "Hee, Xiaolan? What a pedestrian name to bestow upon me, in your tongue. My name signifies elegant and bright sky blue star. However, you may call me Luanxing instead," she replied softly, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Wang Chenxing stood there, astonished, inwardly reflecting, "Goodness gracious, she can read my mind. Does that mean she knows all my little secrets?" "Rest assured, your trivial thoughts did not pique my interest." Luanxing chuckled, her finger playfully touching her nose. Wang Chenxing blinked in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Luanxing's demeanor, he surmised that she had indeed perused the depths of his mind, leaving him feeling rather vexed. "Are you a native of this planet?" he inquired hastily. "Like you, I am also an extraterrestrial who has found myself stranded here," Luanxing replied nonchalantly. "I hail from a distant galaxy, my homeland as beautiful as your Earth. Unfortunately, our planet succumbed to war, and I fled. After some time in hiding, my ship ran out of supplies, forcing me to land on this planet. During the descent, a lightning strike incapacitated our navigation system, resulting in our crash landing into the sea. I was ejected from the spacecraft and managed to survive." "And how long have you been here? Are you all alone?" "I have been here for over 100 planetary days, and now I am the sole survivor. My few attendants were tragically lost," Luanxing replied, a tinge of sorrow in her voice. "That is truly unfortunate. This place seems desolate. How did you manage to survive for over 100 days?" Wang Chenxing asked, curiosity piqued. Luanxing gazed up at the sky, her voice softening. "After our ship sank, we sealed it and used the escape pods to reach the surface. Just as we neared the shore, a colossal beast emerged from the depths and attacked us. My attendants sacrificed themselves to save me, and for many days, I survived on the remnants of seaweed along the shore." "A beast?" Wang Chenxing exclaimed, astonished. "What sort of beast was it?" "A massive, elongated creature, utterly beyond our capacity to defend ourselves," she replied, tears welling in her eyes. "Later, I learned that its lair lies at the center of this volcano." "What? You mean right in the heart of this valley? I've been here for over 2 days, yet I haven't encountered it." Wang Chenxing's skepticism was evident. "That is entirely normal," Luanxing replied calmly. "This planet is unlike others. Every 5 planetary days, those 3 celestial bodies align, causing their gravitational pull to drastically raise the sea level, nearly submerging this land. During this time, the beast takes advantage of the rising tide to swim towards the volcano's core via the river ahead." Wang Chenxing felt his head spinning. Is it truly so remarkable? Had I not experienced the events of the past few days, I would never have believed such nonsense. And what day is it today? The fourth day. Goodness gracious! Wang Chenxing exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. With sea monsters and rising tides, what I initially thought was paradise is, in fact, a perilous environment. Chapter 9. The monster approaches. After Wang Chenxing's heartfelt recount in Blue Star, he felt his mind somewhat overwhelmed. He had originally hoped to survive well in this place, yet the environment had driven him towards a dead end. What shall we do now? Wang Chenxing pondered, considering the advanced technology of Blue Star, and inquired if she had any solutions. There is no solution. We can only hide. Blue Star replied, equally at a loss. Having been here for so long, whenever the tide rises, I can only retreat to that mountain peak behind me. Fortunately, that monster has yet to discover my presence. This is how I have managed to survive. Is that so? With your advanced technology, you still need to hide? Wang Chenxing found it hard to believe. Of course. Blue Star lamented. Haven't I been hiding from you these past few days? Those days were a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Wang Chenxing awkwardly scratched the back of his head, blushing as he defended. I was new to this place, and you were acting all mysterious. I thought you were some wild beast or a local native, haha. Were you worried I might devour you? Do I look like a wild beast? Upon saying this, Blue Star made a playful gesture of grabbing him, flashing a grin that revealed her pearly white teeth. To his surprise, after reading Wang Chenxing's thoughts, Blue Star even mimicked his expressions and gestures. No. Not wild at all. What wild beast looks this good? Wang Chenxing hastily waved his hands in rebuttal, then whispered, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. As the three planets drew closer, the clouds in the sky thickened, and the winds in the valley began to pick up. Wang Chenxing secured the Mars rover, and then returned to the spacecraft with Blue Star. You mentioned you arrived here by spaceship. Is it still operational? After inviting Blue Star to sit, he inquired. It's no longer functional. Blue Star raised her head to look at Wang Chenxing, saying, unless we can dive to the ocean floor to repair it. Oh, that still gives us hope. Wang Chenxing felt a flicker of excitement. Not possible. The ocean floor is far too deep. Neither of us can go down there. Blue Star replied emphatically. Moreover, the key issue is that there are gigantic monsters in these waters. Descending would be tantamount to seeking our own demise. Then we just need to slay that monster. Haha, you Earthlings certainly have a sense of humor. Blue Star chuckled, covering her mouth. If you had seen it, you wouldn't say that. Not just you, even 10 of you wouldn't stand a chance against this beast. From what I know, this creature is the ultimate ruler of this planet. There is only one of its kind. Only one. What is there to fear? Wang Chenxing scoffed. You won't say that once I finish explaining. Blue Star shook her head and continued. This monster has always been a legend in our world. Its name, in your Earth language, translates to the untouchable deep-sea behemoth. This creature is hermaphroditic and, once it reaches maturity, lays its eggs in the geothermal springs at the center of the volcano during high tide. After laying its eggs, the monster returns to the sea and revisits its eggs every 5 days during high tide, utilizing the volcano's heat to incubate them. After over 50 planetary days of incubation, all the eggs hatch, and during high tide, they return to the sea. Wait a moment. Wang Chenxing interjected, puzzled. You just said there is only one of this monster, yet given its annual breeding rate, there should be quite a few in the sea. That is precisely what I am about to explain. Blue Star, gazing out the window, affirmed, if they do not hide, they will be devoured. How can such formidable creatures fear being eaten? Wang Chenxing's curiosity only deepened. They must hide from their mother, the great monster. Blue Star gestured as if to illustrate being devoured. After the smaller monsters hatch, they are chased into the sea by the larger monster. Some fall and perish, while others that escape into the ocean are pursued relentlessly by the larger monster. The fortunate ones that survive will eventually vie for dominance in the ocean, while the unsuccessful ones will be devoured. Hence, there can essentially only be one of such monsters on this planet. My goodness, such a reality is unheard of. Yet, you seem to know so much. Wang Chenxing remarked with envy. Your planet must possess advanced technology then. Compared to your technology, it is indeed quite advanced. Blue Star stated without modesty. Now that your spaceship is in the sea, and my spacecraft can only be used once, we seem to be at an impasse, Wang Chenxing replied, a hint of defiance in his tone. Are we truly the only two people on this planet? After saying this, he felt a slight sense of pride. Blue Star quickly lowered her head, a blush of blue tinting her fair face as she softly replied, Yes, you are correct. Wang Chenxing suddenly recalled something, his face reddening. I didn't mean it like that. I meant we should help and look out for each other moving forward, right? Despite his earnest explanation, Blue Star blushed even more. Fine, I'll pretend you said nothing. Wang Chenxing himself seemed unconvinced by his own clarification. The sky grew increasingly dark and the winds in the valley intensified, while the gusts swept the mist formed by the river cascading down the cliffs into the valley. At that moment, Wang Chenxing's spacecraft swayed gently in the storm. Had it not been for the engineers who designed the spacecraft taking the Martian storms into consideration and specially installing secure cables on the landing struts, which, upon landing, utilized explosive thrust to drive three-cone heads deep into the ground, securing the spacecraft against movement, it likely would have toppled over by now. By the way, you seem to really enjoy our food. At that moment, the two sat on opposite sides, idly watching the storm outside. Wang Chenxing, feeling a bit hungry, casually asked, I haven't been able to fill my stomach for so long. I can only gather some seaweed left on the shore after the tide recedes. Blue Star adjusted her hair and remarked, However, your food is truly delicious. I have never tasted anything so delightful, or else I wouldn't keep thinking about it. Of course, our country is a culinary paradise. What I have here is merely the most basic fare. Wang Chenxing responded eagerly. If I could return to Earth, I could treat you to a plethora of delicacies. Since becoming an astronaut, the dietary restrictions at the astronaut base had become increasingly stringent, rendering him completely deprived of the street foods he once relished, and just thinking about it made his mouth water. As he spoke, he rose to retrieve several packages of food and began heating them up. In just a few minutes, he had prepared the meal. This is my absolute favorite, braised pig trotters. Although the bones have been removed, the flavor remains unchanged. Here, you must give it a try. At this moment, Wang Chenxing, feeling somewhat protective, offered Blue Star his most cherished portion. Blue Star accepted the plate, devouring it without reservation, while Wang Chenxing watched her relish the food, feeling a surge of satisfaction within him. This stood in stark contrast to his previous stinginess regarding food. Perhaps this is a common virtue among Chinese men. By the way, what part of your spaceship is damaged? Perhaps I could fix it, as I am quite adept at spacecraft repairs, Wang Chenxing inquired while eating. All I know is that the navigation system of the spaceship is broken, making it impossible for the spacecraft to land properly. It crashed into the sea. We attempted to take off, but once the spacecraft hit the water, it was ensnared and dragged down by that monster. Thankfully, we managed to escape, but my servants were tragically consumed by the beast while trying to save me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived to this day. As for whether the monster damaged the spacecraft, I cannot say. Blue Star finished a large plate of food in no time, licking her fingers as she spoke. Perhaps the monster was too preoccupied with pursuing you to damage the spacecraft. Wang Chenxing felt hopeful about finding the spaceship, believing they could escape this dreadful place. Yes, that makes sense. If you have the ability to dive to the ocean floor, you might be able to retrieve my spaceship. Blue Star nodded in agreement. When I fled the spacecraft, I couldn't take anything with me. If I had been in a spacesuit, these issues would have been moot. Look, I have a spacesuit capable of withstanding exposure to outer space. I could wear it and descend to the ocean floor when the sea level recedes, then repair it. Wang Chenxing pointed to the spacesuit hanging in the cabin. But how do I access your spaceship? I also do not know how to operate it. Observing the loose-fitting spacesuit, Wang Chenxing glanced at Blue Star's petite frame and bravely shared his plan and concerns. Blue Star removed a black object from her shoulder and handed it to Wang Chenxing, saying, This is akin to your computer. In your language, it translates to a photon potential energy assist device. Let us call it a photon device. If you take this with you, you can store the information of our spaceship in your mind and easily access and pilot it. Wang Chenxing quickly accepted the photon device, which resembled an Apple IV's in size. Unlike a computer, it had no visible screen. It was an irregular black piece of metal adorned with incomprehensible patterns, with a black stone embedded in a slot at its base. Wang Chenxing examined the device closely, asking, There's no fixed place to wear it. How do I put it on? Blue Star took the photon device and placed it on Wang Chenxing's arm, and a curious phenomenon occurred. The black photon device firmly adhered to his arm. Wang Chenxing pulled back his arm and rotated it a few times, then shook it lightly. The photon device seemed to have melded with his arm, remaining steadfastly in place. What is going on? Wang Chenxing felt bewildered, as if he had never encountered such a thing before. Blue Star smiled slightly and explained, "Right now, I cannot provide a detailed explanation. Once you wear it, it will assist you in locating relevant information for any thoughts you have." Is it truly that remarkable? Wang Chenxing expressed his astonishment. However, the energy of this photon device is running low. Without the spaceship nearby, we cannot replace the energy stone, so this is merely a trial to see if you can carry it. Blue Star returned the photon device to her shoulder. Aside from being slightly warm, Wang Chenxing felt no other sensation throughout the process and shot Blue Star a playful glare. "You are rather stingy. I hardly felt anything. Without this, I cannot digest your food. Once we succeed, I will give you one." Blue Star patted her stomach as she spoke. "You promised. Don't go back on your word." Wang Chenxing quickly sought to secure an advantage for himself. To Blue Star, this photon device was as commonplace as a smartphone to humans and immensely important to her at this moment. Due to the differing biological compositions of each planet, their digestive structures varied. Thus, Blue Star relied on this photon device to convert the food she ingested into energy she could absorb to survive. However, with the energy stone nearly depleted, consuming food without a new energy stone would be tantamount to a self-destructive act. Outside, the sky had completely darkened. Unbeknownst to them, several hours had passed. After finishing their meal, Wang Chenxing and Blue Star each found a spot in the cabin and began to doze off. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous roars erupted nearby, startling both Wang Chenxing and Blue Star awake. Wang Chenxing had never heard thunder this loud before. It felt as though several cannonballs had exploded beside him. Blue Star rubbed her eyes and quickly rose to check outside. The sound of the torrential rain was akin to a thundering waterfall, the thick clouds obscuring all light, rendering the outside pitch black. "Oh no! We overslept." Blue Star appeared anxious. "We must leave here at once." "Where shall we go?" Wang Chenxing hurriedly inquired. Blue Star sprang to her feet, speaking rapidly. "Tonight, that monster will likely arrive in the valley. If it spots us, there will be no escape. We need to head to my cave on the mountain. That way, the monster won't detect us." Wang Chenxing turned on the cabin lights and gazed outside. The torrential rain was pounding against the spacecraft like a waterfall, and the ground had begun to accumulate water. The howling winds outside created a cacophony, and with the clouds obstructing visibility, it was exceedingly low. "I fear that if we venture out now, we might perish in the downpour before we even reach the mountain, and climbing is perilous under these conditions." At this critical juncture, Wang Chenxing grasped Blue Star firmly. His military training shone through as his mind remained exceptionally clear. Even if the monster comes, it may not necessarily notice us amidst this deluge. Before he could finish, a resounding crash echoed from the seaside at the valley's river outlet, cutting through the noise of the storm. Chapter 10. The Egg Heist. The monster is coming. Quickly, turn off the lights outside. Following a thunderous sound, launching urgently alerted Wang Chenxing. Without hesitation, Wang Chenxing extinguished all the illumination aboard the spacecraft and activated the quantum microwave radar alongside the night vision imaging system to assess the situation outside the cabin. Suddenly, a series of ear-splitting roars echoed from a distance, akin to the sounds of a slaughterhouse. The piercing screams generated shockwaves that made the spacecraft tremble, and the pressure of the sound waves rendered breathing a laborious task. It seems the monster has truly arrived. Sweat beaded on Wang Chenxing's forehead. Despite his attempts to appear unfazed, the sheer terror evoked by the creature's distant call was undeniably formidable. "We must take refuge in the mountains. Your spacecraft will surely be detected, and besides, it offers no protection against such a behemoth." Launching appeared exceedingly anxious and fearful. "Is it really that terrifying? I must witness it for myself. It's not every day one encounters an extraterrestrial monster." Wang Chenxing feigned calmness, attempting to jest. However, he was mentally prepared. Upon landing on this planet, he had calculated the oxygen content in the atmosphere. Higher oxygen levels would lead to larger biological forms, reminiscent of the dinosaurs from the Jurassic period, when insects were also significantly larger than those on present-day Earth. Given the planet's 46 oxygen concentration, the existence of dinosaur-sized creatures was hardly surprising, particularly in a microgravity environment that could potentially foster even more colossal life forms. Yet, what exceeded his expectations was the sheer size of the monster. At that moment, the quantum microwave radar screen suddenly displayed a colossal object soaring skyward at the entrance of a distant valley, ascending 30 to 40 meters high, its immense form erupting as if from a mountain peak. Subsequently, this mountain crashed heavily onto the river, completely obstructing the waterway. The radar indicated that this creature was approximately 250 to 260 meters long, its massive body effortlessly compressing the riverbanks as it slithered through, resembling a serpent at first glance. Oh my heavens, what on earth is that? Wang Chenxing stood frozen in awe, momentarily at a loss for words. Quiet. Quickly turn off all your equipment. That creature appears to be exceptionally sensitive. Launching urged Wang Chenxing to deactivate all devices. Without further ado, Wang Chenxing complied, and the two crouched within the cabin, cautiously observing the creature's every movement outside. Fortunately, within 2 minutes, the monster passed by the spacecraft without noticing them, its colossal body crushing small stones beneath it, sending debris flying, some of which struck the spacecraft with a resounding thud. Upon reaching the center of the valley, the monster emitted a thunderous, pig-like cry, followed by a burst of red light illuminating half the valley, revealing a reddish form shooting skyward. Wang Chenxing and Lanqing remained hidden in the spacecraft, too fearful to make a sound lest they disturb the colossal beast. That night was destined to be one of unrest, as the monster wreaked havoc in the valley throughout the night. As a ray of sunlight pierced through the spacecraft, it struck Wang Chenxing's face with a dazzling brightness. Unbeknownst to them, the storm outside had ceased, and the skies were now clear. The monster's roars had faded, leaving them uncertain of when it had departed. Wang Chenxing opened his eyes and nudged Lanqing beside him. Look, the sky has cleared. The monster must have left. Lanqing rubbed his eyes and stood to gaze outside, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. Indeed, you were right. We've narrowly escaped this time. They both emerged from the spacecraft to find the outside bathed in sunlight, with no trace of the previous night's tempest. The azure sky was adorned with a solitary planet, and the volcanic rocks on the ground appeared somewhat disordered, with several dents on the spacecraft's hull, likely from the stones that had been dislodged during the chaos. The great river ahead seemed to twist even more dramatically, with stones piled on either bank to a height exceeding that of a person. It seems that the monster has laid an egg. Lanqing pointed towards the center of the valley, where a mist hung heavily in the air. All that commotion just to lay an egg? Wang Chenxing seemed perplexed. Lanqing, gazing towards the valley, spoke softly. This monster lays an egg approximately every 5 days after reaching maturity. The process requires immense energy, so it can only produce one egg at a time, and it is said that each egg contains tremendous power. Can we eat it? Wang Chenxing, ever the foodie, became intrigued by the prospect of consuming the monster's egg. Lanqing shot him a disapproving glance. I don't know. No one has ever tried, however. If we could harness the energy of a single egg, it would be sufficient for my spacecraft to return to my planet. Really? Then I'll fetch one right now. Wang Chenxing rolled up his sleeves, eager to seize the opportunity. It's not as simple as you think. Lanqing gestured to halt him. You must be cautious of that monster. What danger could there be? The creature has left. Just because it has departed does not mean it won't return. It won't be back for at least 5 days. Besides, once the eggs hatch, it will consume them anyway. You are mistaken. It is said that the monster possesses an energy stone on its head that connects with its eggs. If one egg is damaged, it will immediately sense it. However, once the young monsters hatch, that connection dissipates, which is why the adult monster begins pursuing them. Wow, I never knew it worked that way. Wang Chenxing was astonished. But if we can quietly retrieve one without breaking it, then the monster should remain oblivious, right? He considered the act of stealing an egg to be a manageable task. True, you make a valid point, but we must be well prepared. Lanqing finally acquiesced to Wang Chenxing's perspective. Then it's settled. We'll first procure the monster's egg and then seek your spacecraft. Wang Chenxing felt a surge of confidence, a newfound belief that he could escape this planet at noon. Wang Chenxing packed some food and, with Lanqing and a spacesuit in tow, drove the Mars rover directly towards the mist shrouding the volcano's center. With their prior preparations, they were certain that this egg heist would succeed. As they approached the volcano, the mist became less dense, yet the temperature soared, and the terrain grew increasingly treacherous. Halfway through their journey, the Mars rover could no longer navigate the larger boulders. Wang Chenxing disembarked, carrying the spacesuit as he and Lanqing trekked toward the monster-esque lair on foot. Despite the diminishing fog, the surrounding mist rendered it difficult for them to ascertain their direction. Had it not been for the spacecraft's quantum microwave radar navigation, they surely would have lost their way. After approximately half an hour of hiking, they finally reached the monster's den, having scaled a 20-meter-high rock formation. The sight before them was breathtaking. The lair was filled with over 20 towering black eggs, arranged in a honeycomb pattern. A shallow layer of boiling water covered the floor, interspersed with numerous steaming vents that intermittently erupted with hot vapor, obscuring the view of the entire lair. Due to the high atmospheric pressure, the water temperature was around 130 degrees Celsius, comparable to that of a pressure cooker. Wang Chenxing dared not approach any closer, standing on a pile of stones at the lair's edge, shielding himself from the heat with his hand. "Oh my God! I feel like I'm being steamed alive." At that moment, Lanqing extended her hand, conjuring a nearly transparent light blue barrier before her. "Quickly, get behind me," she urged. Wang Chenxing wasted no time, ducking behind her. "Hold on for 2 minutes. I'll suit up immediately." Lanqing turned her head, struggling against the heat as she said, "Hurry! My energy stone is running low. It's about to be depleted." Before she could finish, a nearby vent erupted violently, sending a torrent of steam skyward, which then rained down upon them. Just as Lanqing's energy shield flickered out, the scalding water was poised to drench them both. In that moment of dire urgency, Wang Chenxing instinctively wrapped his arms around Lanqing's slender waist, shielding her beneath him. The searing water cascaded over Wang Chenxing, but fortunately, he had managed to don the spacesuit in record time. Unfortunately, as he struggled to secure his helmet, some of the scalding water splashed onto his neck, leaving several angry red welts. Remarkably, he did not utter a single cry. "Are you all right? Did you get burned?" Wang Chenxing quickly inquired of the girl beneath him. "I'm fine. Thank goodness you were quick enough," Lanqing replied, propping herself up as she looked at him with concern. "Are you hurt?" Wang Chenxing gritted his teeth against the intense pain, forcing a smile. "As long as you're okay, I'm all right. I have the spacesuit." Afterward, he struggled to secure his helmet, and due to its coverage, Lanqing could not see whether Wang Chenxing was injured. Once he confirmed the suit's airtight seal, he approached the nearest egg within the monster's lair. Upon closer inspection, he observed the egg's appearance. Its dark shell resembled scales, forming a massive oval shape taller than a person, with a width that would require 2 individuals to encircle it. As Wang Chenxing stepped into the scalding water, he felt no discomfort due to the suit's excellent thermal insulation. He scrutinized the giant egg, identified a suitable spot, and activated the suit's external mechanical framework. This specially designed exoskeleton could effortlessly lift 500 kilograms. Considering the planet's microgravity, the potential lifting capacity was likely doubled. Wang Chenxing attempted to lift the massive egg, and the display within his helmet indicated an ever-increasing weight until it stabilized at 250 kilograms. At that moment, the giant egg was successfully elevated. The astonishing weight of a single egg on a planet with only 1/6 of Earth's gravity was beyond comprehension. With utmost care, Wang Chenxing utilized the mechanical exoskeleton to gently extract the egg from the lair. "Be exceedingly cautious. Do not let the egg break, or we will be in serious trouble," Lanqing whispered as she stood nearby, her voice barely above a murmur. Wang Chenxing nodded, holding his breath in fear of inadvertently shattering the creature's egg. What should have taken 30 minutes to return to the Mars rover instead took them over 2 hours. Upon reaching the rover, Wang Chenxing meticulously secured the egg to the vehicle, then set it to remote control mode, guiding it via the computer within his spacesuit while he and Lanqing pushed from behind. Approximately another hour passed before the two finally arrived at the spacecraft. Chapter 11. A narrow escape. The Mars rover came to a slow halt beside the spacecraft, and Wang Chenxing and Lanqing were utterly exhausted, barely able to move. The two of them collapsed onto the rocky ground. The hours spent stealthily obtaining the egg had taken a significant toll on their energy. To make matters worse, Wang Chenxing's neck had sustained a severe burn. Only now did he become acutely aware of the fiery pain radiating from his neck, as beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead, Struggling, he removed his helmet and gloves, gently pressing his fingers against the wound at the back of his neck. A sharp cry escaped his lips. Ah! The skin had already been broken, and pressing on it was excruciating. Lan Xing hurriedly stood up and inquired, "What's wrong?" "I burned my neck while grabbing the egg." "It's nothing." Wang Chenxing gritted his teeth and replied, enduring the pain. Lan Xing quickly moved behind him, pressing her hand against the back of his head. Upon inspection, she noticed that the skin on his neck had been broken, revealing raw, crimson flesh with blood soaking his collar. "How can you say it's nothing when you're so badly injured?" Lan Xing exclaimed, her voice tinged with anger as she reproached him for not revealing the truth. "It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about." Wang Chenxing struggled to remove his spacesuit. Lan Xing assisted him, and once the suit was off, it revealed a sweat-soaked shirt stained with blood. Overwhelmed by the sight, Lan Xing couldn't help but cry. Wang Chenxing, seeing her distress, quickly reassured her, "It's all right. I'll just go inside the spacecraft to grab some medicine, and I'll be fine." "Then let me help you get the medicine," Lan Xing exclaimed, supporting him as they made their way into the cabin. Upon entering the safety pod, the pain in Wang Chenxing's neck intensified, spreading to his back as well. As he rummaged through the medical kit, he found no treatment for burns. He glanced at Lan Xing, who was anxiously turning the kit inside out, desperately asking if each item was suitable. Wang Chenxing was well aware that his spacecraft lacked any burn treatment supplies. He picked up a small bottle of pain relief liquid and a roll of bandages, forcing a smile as he held them up before Lan Xing. "Here, this will do." Lan Xing hurriedly took them, asking, "How do I use this?" "Wrap the bandage around my neck, and I'll give myself an injection." Although Wang Chenxing's words were somewhat misleading, he genuinely did not want this girl, whom he had only just met, to worry about him. After administering the injection, the pain subsided significantly, and after changing into clean clothes, he felt a tad more comfortable. Once he finished tidying up, he gingerly pressed on the wound and slowly stepped out of the spacecraft. At that moment, Lan Xing was outside, studying the monstrous egg. Upon seeing Wang Chenxing emerge, she asked with concern, "Why aren't you resting inside?" "I'm feeling much better now," Wang Chenxing replied, leaning against the massive egg, forcing a faint smile onto his pale face. "By the way, I noticed your energy stone has depleted. How do you plan to recharge it?" Lan Xing looked perplexed. "There's no energy collector here, and even with this egg, I can't replenish my energy stone." "Where can we find an energy collector?" Wang Chenxing pressed. "I have one on my spacecraft, but we need to devise a detailed plan to retrieve it. Although the stone is empty, it still has 3 remaining pulse signals that can open the spacecraft's hatch," Lan Xing said, her brow furrowed as she gazed into the distance where the sea met the sky. Wang Chenxing nodded, clutching his neck. "Yes, there is still hope. Although we're uncertain about the situation beneath the sea, we've successfully brought back the monster's egg, which is already half the battle won. I believe we can manage the issue with your spacecraft." Lan Xing shook her head and turned to return to the cabin. Suddenly, a pained gasp escaped her lips, and she quickly turned around to investigate the sound. Upon seeing Wang Chenxing collapsed on the ground, she rushed over, cradling his head and calling out, "Wang Chenxing, wake up! Please wake up!" After a few seconds, Wang Chenxing managed to open his eyes a crack, a faint smile gracing his features as he murmured, "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy, and I stumbled. I am all right." He attempted to push himself up with his hands, but found his arms devoid of strength, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not rise. Lan Xing, overwhelmed, began to cry, her emotions spilling forth as she gazed at the crumpled figure of Wang Chenxing, recalling the series of events that had transpired. "You mustn't leave me. If you die, I can't go on." Faced with Wang Chenxing's injury and the exhaustion of her energy stone, Lan Xing felt as though they were at an impasse. Without the energy stone, she could not consume the food available on this planet, nor could she digest what Wang Chenxing had brought, as each species has a unique digestive system, much like herbivores cannot consume meat. For a long time, Lan Xing had relied on the photon machine's energy decomposition feature to convert her consumed food into energy she could absorb, enabling her survival thus far. However, without the energy stone to power the photon machine, she would inevitably starve on this planet. Sobbing, Lan Xing lamented her plight. The companionship of Wang Chenxing had given her a glimmer of hope for the future, but witnessing him on the brink of unconsciousness sent her spiraling into despair. Wang Xingchen gently patted her shoulder, saying, "It's all right. Don't worry. I might have just lost too much blood. Help me rest a bit inside the cabin." Lan Xing nodded, supporting his arm as they made their way into the spacecraft. Once inside the safety pod, Wang Xingchen activated the medical detection apparatus designed to assess an astronaut's physical condition and provide a treatment plan based on the results. After lying down, he initiated the device, which employed thick metal tubes ending in a ceramic-like white sensor that pressed against his head, chest, abdomen, arms, and legs. A blue pulsing light swept over his entire body, followed by a sensation akin to static electricity coursing through him. Moments later, the results emerged. The device indicated a severe unknown bacterial infection within Wang Xingchen's body, with a temperature soaring to 42 degrees Celsius and mild symptoms of sepsis. The skin at the back of his neck was severely damaged, and the treatment prognosis suggested a cure rate of 0 with the existing medical supplies on the spacecraft, estimating a maximum survival time of just 5 hours. Gazing at the screen's display, Wang Xingchen struggled to keep his eyes open. Upon seeing the cure rate of 0, he gently closed his eyes. Lan Xing, having previously copied Wang Xingchen's brain data, understood the information displayed. After seeing the results, she silently sank to the floor of the cabin, wrapping her arms around her curled legs, burying her head between them as she sobbed. "If only my energy stone still had power, it could surely cure you. I regret consuming all the energy." Wang Xingchen, with great effort, sat up to comfort her, saying, "It's all right. You shouldn't blame yourself. I was destined to perish in space. But landing on this planet, meeting you, and surviving for so long has already brought me satisfaction. Even if I were to die now, I have no regrets. My only regret is not being able to help you retrieve your spacecraft. But you must promise me that after I pass, you will find a way to locate your spacecraft and use it to return home." Lan Xing shook her head vehemently. "No, you can't die. If you perish, I will not survive either. I'd rather end my life than be devoured by that monster from the sea." Wang Xingchen grasped her arm tightly, insisting, "No, you still have hope. The tide has receded. You can wear my spacesuit and search the seabed. There's bound to be a chance." Lan Xing turned to look at Wang Xingchen, her lips parted as if to speak, but she buried her head once more. Time continued to pass, and 3 hours later, Wang Xingchen's body had turned a deep shade of purple, as if he had been scorched by fire. He had stripped down to his undergarments, his lips cracked and parched, pleading for water. Despite Lan Xing's efforts to cool him down, even adjusting the cabin temperature to -4 or 5 degrees, it brought him no relief. He felt as if he were being roasted alive, the wound on his neck steadily bleeding and darkening. "I can't take it anymore. I feel like I'm being burned alive." Wang Xingchen cried out in agony. "The water on the spacecraft has run out. There's none left. Just wait here. I'll go to the river to get some," Lan Xing said hastily. Without waiting for Wang Xingchen's response, she dashed into the isolation pod, flinging open the hatch and racing outside. The river was a distance away from the spacecraft, and to make a swift return, she would need the Mars rover. However, the enormous egg remained on the vehicle. Lan Xing realized the urgency of the situation and quickly unfastened the ropes securing the giant egg, pushing it off the rover with all her strength. With a loud crack, the egg collided with a rock as it rolled down, the immense weight puncturing the shell and releasing a fragrant aroma as the translucent egg liquid began to flow out. Lan Xing rushed over to try and seal the opening, knowing that once the shell broke, the sea monster would sense the hatching creature, even if it was not the same monster hatching this time. As her hand touched the shell, she was startled by the coldness of the egg liquid. Eureka! A brilliant idea flashed through her mind. She decided not to concern herself with the potential consequences from the sea monster. Saving Wang Xingchen was her priority. Quickly, she took the container she had used to fetch water earlier and filled it with the egg liquid, then sprinted back into the cabin. Upon reaching Wang Xingchen's side, she found him unconscious again. She smeared the egg liquid over his body, and suddenly, a miraculous event unfolded. Wang Xingchen slowly opened his eyes, the coldness of the egg liquid rousing him. "What did you put on me? I feel so much better." "Really?" Lan Xing exclaimed excitedly. "Wait right here. I'll get more." She hurriedly returned with several containers of egg liquid, covering Wang Xingchen from head to toe, even applying it generously to his wounds. After about an hour, the redness on Wang Xingchen's body had diminished, and he appeared to regain some strength. The good news was that the wound on his neck had stopped bleeding and was gradually healing. Half reclining, Wang Chenxing asked, "Quick, tell me how you healed me. I feel as if I've returned to my former self, and I have more strength." Lan Xing smiled, pointing outside. "Take a guess." Wang Chenxing wiped the sticky substance from his body, scrutinizing it closely before bringing it to his nose to sniff. "Is this the liquid from that monstrous egg?" Lan Xing, brimming with excitement, danced about. "Congratulations, you guessed it. I had gone to the river to fetch water to cool you down when I accidentally broke the egg. I intended to seal it up, but upon seeing how much cooler the egg liquid was than water, I decided to use some on you. I didn't expect it to work so well. I think we should take some with us before we leave." While Lan Xing spoke so lightly, Wang Chenxing felt deeply moved. Reflecting on her earlier words, he couldn't help but voice his concerns. "Now that the egg is broken, aren't you worried that the monster will come after us? If it does, we'll be its next meal. It's all right. Even if the monster wants to come, it can't reach us here. We're too high up. If it could come, it would have done so already. Even if it discovers us, it will take days to reach us. Don't worry. Just lie down and rest," Lan Xing cheerfully said, pulling a blanket over Wang Chenxing. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from afar. It seemed the monster had sensed something. Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing jumped at the sound, instinctively gazing out the window. Chapter 12. Transformation. The distant cries of the monstrous creature instilled a profound sense of dread. At this moment, Wang Chenxing had yet to fully recover. The Blue Star energy stones were depleted, and the spacecraft from Blue Star remained unfound. To recklessly venture into the sea in search of the vessel would undoubtedly pose a tremendous risk. However, if they did not embark on this quest, Blue Star would be unable to consume anything in the coming days without the energy stones, and it was unlikely they could survive for long under such circumstances. Both Blue Star and Wang Chenxing found themselves at a loss. "To hell with it," Wang Chenxing exclaimed as he sat upright. There is an ancient Chinese proverb, "When the enemy comes, let the general block. When the flood comes, let the earth cover." Whatever is destined to happen will happen. If we do not eliminate this beast, your spacecraft may remain elusive. Keeping this creature lurking in the depths of the sea will only complicate matters. Once I regain most of my strength, I shall personally seek it out. Right now, it's just the two of us without any weapons. To think we could vanquish that monster is nothing short of folly. Blue Star jested from her seat. Her previous concerns dissipated. Wang Chenxing pondered for a moment, then reclined, stating, "Let me think this through some more." Noticing that the egg liquid on his body had dried, Blue Star rose to fetch more for him. Wang Chenxing, upon seeing her intentions, quickly interjected, "There's no need for you to trouble yourself. I feel capable of getting out of bed now." With that, Wang Chenxing stood up with ease, feeling an unparalleled lightness and comfort throughout his body. Every organ felt particularly sensitive, and he moved effortlessly. He walked out of the spacecraft and approached the egg, where Blue Star had already blocked the hole with the broken shell and weighed it down with stones to prevent the liquid from spilling. Wang Chenxing crouched down, gently prying open the shattered shell, and applied a bit of the liquid to himself. He then encouraged Blue Star, "Come over and apply some. I feel this substance is incredibly beneficial." Blue Star obliged, crouching down to smear some of the liquid onto her face, arms, and legs. The sensation was refreshingly cool, and her senses became remarkably heightened. After some time, Wang Chenxing had applied a modest amount himself, declining Blue Star's offer to assist him, feeling somewhat bashful since he had already recuperated significantly. "What if we consumed this egg liquid? Would it yield even better effects?" Wang Chenxing suggested. "That?" Blue Star hesitated, her expression revealing concern. Without energy stones, she was cautious about consuming anything, fearing potential rejection or indigestion. Wang Chenxing noticed her apprehension and scooped some into his mouth for a taste. It's quite palatable. You should give it a try." The viscous egg liquid had a slight bitterness, but was not unpleasant, lacking the usual eggy flavor and proving rather agreeable, with no adverse effects upon swallowing. Subsequently, Wang Chenxing filled a container and drank deeply, feeling an invigorating coolness wash over him. "Ah, this is truly delightful. I feel invigorated all over. I highly recommend you partake as well. It's perfectly safe." Seeing his excellent state of health, Blue Star, despite her concerns about digestibility, decided to take a small sip. To her surprise, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Before long, The massive egg was reduced to half its original size, and astonishingly, Wang Chenxing felt no signs of illness. Gently pressing the wound on the back of his neck, he found no pain whatsoever. Blue Star turned to him in astonishment, exclaiming, "Your neck wound has vanished." Wang Chenxing turned his head, pressed it again, and indeed it felt as if he had completely healed. Ecstatic, he declared, "This egg is truly miraculous. If we can procure a few more of these in the coming days, they could serve as our rations." If Wang Chenxing and Blue Star were to comprehend the true value of such eggs in their future adventures, they would never consider consuming them as mere sustenance. Having realized the egg's remarkable healing properties, Wang Chenxing grew increasingly fond of it, even as the distant roars of the beast echoed ominously. However, before the 5th day arrived, they had ample time to devise a plan. After undergoing various checks in the medical bay, Wang Chenxing confirmed that he had no lingering issues and felt considerably improved compared to before. Once the tasks were completed, both Wang Chenxing and Blue Star felt no pangs of hunger. They had not consumed any food and soon succumbed to sleep. As night fell, Wang Chenxing gradually felt an unbearable itch all over, accompanied by a prickling sensation akin to electric shocks. He quickly sat up, fearing a relapse of his previous ailment. Turning on the cabin lights, he glanced at himself and was startled to find his body seemingly oozing a liquid, with his skin feeling as though it might peel away with a mere touch. Could it be that the burn hasn't healed? Or am I dreaming? Wang Chenxing felt a surge of panic. He then looked over at Blue Star, who remained asleep, but he noticed that she too was exuding a blue liquid, resembling his own condition, and appeared to be writhing in discomfort in her slumber. Wang Chenxing hastily roused her, exclaiming, "Wake up! This is bad. Look, we're both bleeding." After several attempts, he finally succeeded in waking Blue Star. Upon sitting up, she noticed her skin appeared to be shedding and let out a scream. "Ah! How could this happen?" "Do not be afraid. Stay still. Our conditions seem quite similar, and mine appears to be more severe. Initially, I thought my infection had returned, but seeing you like this makes me suspect I might have transmitted it to you, or perhaps it's related to the egg we consumed." Wang Chenxing reassured her. "What should we do now?" Blue Star asked anxiously. "I believe that the egg liquid possesses restorative properties for our skin. If we apply more of it to our bodies, I suspect our skin will heal," Wang Chenxing concluded, placing his hopes on the egg liquid outside. "Then let us hurry," Blue Star urged, rising with urgency. Together, they swiftly made their way to the giant egg. Given that the shell had only a small opening, it proved quite time-consuming for both to apply the liquid. Wang Chenxing, in a moment of inspiration, decided to pry open a chunk of the shell. Blue Star watched in astonishment as he effortlessly removed a substantial piece of the thick shell. Generally, eggs are fragile, but this enormous one required considerable strength to break. Seeing how easily the shell yielded, Wang Chenxing devised a plan. He tilted the egg and removed all the shell from the top, transforming it into a basin-like shape. He shed his upper garment, leaving only his trousers, and urged Blue Star, "Hurry, strip down and get in. We won't have enough time otherwise." Blue Star hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. After a moment's pause, she was pulled into the egg by Wang Chenxing, who, without a second thought, removed her scaly outer layer, revealing her blue undergarments. Despite the blue liquid oozing from her body, Wang Chenxing couldn't help but admire her graceful figure. Feeling self-conscious under his gaze, Blue Star quickly lay down in the egg, attempting to shield herself with the liquid. Wang Chenxing grinned and joined her, lying side by side in the giant egg. Their heads rested against the shell, and the egg liquid enveloped them entirely, providing an incredibly comfortable sensation. Before long, both drifted into a peaceful slumber. After approximately 10 hours, the sky illuminated with the radiant glow of 2 stars, awakening Wang Chenxing with an overwhelming stench. Upon waking, he discovered that the egg liquid had turned foul and murky, with solid chunks floating amidst a greasy film. As he prepared to rise, he noticed Blue Star's head resting on his left arm. Glancing down, he remained still, stifling his disgust to avoid disturbing her. Raising his right hand, he was astonished to find that his arm had become remarkably smooth. Its color transformed to a pristine white, as if he had acquired an entirely new limb. Turning to inspect Blue Star, he noted that her face too had become smooth and fairer than before. Yet the odor was unbearable, and fearing prolonged exposure might turn him into a boiled egg, he gently shook Blue Star's arm, whispering, Blue Star. Wake up, we must get up now. After several nudges, Blue Star finally opened her eyes and instinctively remarked, I haven't slept this soundly in ages. Upon realizing her head rested on Wang Chenxing's arm, she panicked, sitting up and exclaiming in horror at the murky contents of the egg, Ah! How could this be? It's so filthy. In contrast to her earlier embarrassment, Blue Star was now more concerned about the foul stench. Wang Chenxing quickly stood up, surveying the egg's interior, which resembled a cesspool, and felt a wave of nausea. Covering his mouth, he remarked, I suspect this egg has spoiled. Its shelf life is truly dismal. With that, he wiped his body and crouched down to poke at one of the floating chunks. You're disgusting. Why are you squatting down to look at that? Blue Star scolded while cleaning herself. Wang Chenxing, holding up a piece of skin-like matter, said mysteriously, What do you think this resembles? I don't want to see. I am heading to the river to wash up. You can come after I'm done, but no peeking. Blue Star dismissed him, focused solely on cleaning herself, unable to endure the filth. About an hour later, Blue Star returned slowly from the riverbank, sunlight glinting off her azure hair, making it appear particularly vibrant. A gentle breeze tousled her locks, and clad in only 2 pieces of undergarments, her exquisite figure was fully on display. Wang Chenxing found himself utterly captivated, having never encountered such a stunning and ethereal beauty. As Blue Star approached, she couldn't help but laugh at his dazed expression. Finally snapping back to reality, Wang Chenxing remarked, Oh, right. I've just realized why the egg liquid turned so dirty. And what is that? Blue Star inquired, picking up her discarded clothing as she moved toward the spacecraft. All that filth consists of our shed skin and some of the impurities from our bodies. Wang Chenxing explained, gesturing to a skin-like piece. What? Blue Star halted, turning back in surprise. After consuming that egg liquid, it seems to have stimulated a cellular renewal within us, and our original tissues have been expelled. Wang Chenxing stated earnestly. Are you suggesting that our bodies have been replaced by the egg liquid? Blue Star was incredulous. That would mean we become monsters. Wang Chenxing shook his head. I don't believe that's the case. I think our bodies absorb the egg liquid, but this is merely a hypothesis. Don't overthink it. You just recovered. Hurry and wash up in the river. Blue Star closed the cabin door, seemingly uninterested in his theory. Wang Chenxing glanced at the securely shut door, shook his head, and made his way to the riverbank. Once there, he stripped completely and leaped into the warm water. The soothing river water invigorated every pore, and Wang Chenxing felt acutely aware of the water flowing over him. After washing off the grime, he was astonished to find his skin had transformed, appearing smooth and white as if he had shed an old layer. Chapter 13. Preparations before the great battle. After luxuriating in the river for over an hour, Wang Chenxing cleansed his body, also taking the opportunity to wash his trousers. Once dressed, he climbed ashore. The immersion in the egg liquid had left his skin remarkably fair and slightly rosy. After his bath, he felt an overwhelming sense of lightness and boundless strength, and he trotted back to the spaceship. Upon entering the spacecraft, Wang Chenxing spotted Lanqing, who was fiddling with his tablet while wearing his oversized t-shirt. Upon seeing Wang Chenxing return, Lanqing immediately rose, a hint of shyness coloring her voice as she said, I haven't changed my clothes in days, and I have no other garments, so. Don't worry, wear it. I have plenty more. Wang Chenxing quickly waved his hand. Stealing a glance at him, Lanqing shyly replied, Then I want to be polite. Wang Chenxing then realized he was still bare-chested and hastily covered his chest while grabbing a piece of clothing to wear. Once he was properly dressed, he inquired, You haven't eaten in a while, are you hungry? Lanqing shook her head, saying, Not at the moment. That egg liquid is quite filling. Then I'll fetch some more later. Wang Chenxing replied while tidying up the cabin. There's no need. I'm not hungry right now, and it's too dangerous over there. After yesterday's escapade to steal the egg, which nearly cost Wang Chenxing his life, Lanqing was reluctant to let him venture into danger again. It's fine. Look at me. I'm perfectly all right now, and I have experience this time. Wang Chenxing insisted, not wanting Lanqing to go hungry. It seemed that only the egg liquid could satisfy her immediate needs. Unable to resist Wang Chenxing's persuasion, Lanqing reluctantly agreed to let him go alone to retrieve the egg. After recharging the Mars rover, Wang Chenxing donned his spacesuit and set off once more. Having learned from yesterday's ordeal, he was more cautious this time. He arrived at the nest early and donned his spacesuit, skillfully stealing another monster egg. The return journey was significantly easier. After placing the egg on the rover with the aid of his mechanical exoskeleton, he remotely controlled the rover while pushing it from behind. Compared to yesterday's laborious effort, this time required almost no exertion. He speculated that his earlier struggle was due to his injuries. The entire process of transporting the egg took less than 2 hours. Noticing that there was still ample time, Wang Chenxing decided to return for another egg. After successfully collecting 2 eggs, Chenxing found some containers to store the egg liquid for their sustenance in the coming days. The remaining liquid was used for their continued indulgence in baths, courtesy of its natural skin rejuvenation properties. Over the next 2 days, Wang Chenxing gradually brought back 7 or 8 more eggs from the monster's nest. Some were consumed, while others served as their bathing liquid. Through these days of bathing in the egg liquid, their bodies felt increasingly revitalized, and the impurities in the liquid diminished. Had they known how precious these substances would become, they surely would not have squandered them so freely, akin to lavishly wealthy landowners. Time flew by, and for the past few days, Wang Chenxing and Chenxing either stole eggs or soaked in baths, occasionally swimming in the river, entirely unfazed by the monstrous cries echoing from the sea. Unbeknownst to them, the afternoon of the 4th day arrived, and the clouds in the sky began to thicken, forecasting that on the night of the 5th day, 3 planets would align again, causing the sea level to rise. At that moment, Wang Chenxing and Chenxing were resting inside the spaceship, seeking refuge from the sweltering heat outside. Unexpectedly, the weather began to shift. A rumble of thunder echoed from afar, rousing Wang Chenxing from his slumber. He glanced out at the changing weather and hurriedly shook Chenxing awake, exclaiming, "Chenxing, wake up! The monsters are coming!" Chenxing, still in a deep slumber, had a few strands of blue hair cascading over her translucent face, her delicate nose gently inhaling the air. At Wang Chenxing's call, she finally opened her eyes slightly. "What is it? I wanted to keep sleeping." Wang Chenxing shook her gently. "Get up quickly. The monsters are about to arrive. We need to find a way to reach the mountaintop. If the monsters see us consuming their precious eggs, they will surely go berserk." Upon hearing this, Chenxing immediately sat up, yawning. "Then let us hurry." "You go ahead. I need to prepare here," Wang Chenxing replied, pulling on a jacket before handing her another coat. "It's cold outside. Keep warm." Chenxing took the coat, puzzled. "What are you preparing? Do you intend to kill that monster?" Wang Chenxing nodded. "Yes. Over the past few days, I've researched some data about my spaceship. I plan to set a trap and lure the monster in to eliminate it." "Is your fever still not gone?" Chenxing exclaimed, as she thought Wang Chenxing was speaking nonsense. Even if they combined their efforts, they couldn't hope to harm the monster. "What are you thinking? I wouldn't make such a decision without confidence. I wouldn't throw my life away for nothing," Wang Chenxing asserted with conviction. "And how confident are you?" 50%. "Goodness." Upon realizing that Wang Chenxing lacked a definitive assurance, Chenxing insisted on accompanying him to the mountain to take cover. However, if they did not eliminate the monster this time, they would have no safe way to search for Chenxing's spaceship beneath the sea. Should they encounter it in the ocean, they would stand no chance of resistance. Thus, Wang Chenxing understood that for Chenxing to live normally and for them to eventually leave this planet, he must locate the spacecraft that had fallen to the ocean's depths. To obtain that spacecraft, the monster had to be dealt with on land first. Resolute in his decision, Wang Chenxing gathered some clothing and containers of egg liquid for Chenxing to take, while he remained aboard the spaceship to prepare for the monster's demise. Yet, Chenxing disregarded Wang Chenxing's good intentions, adamantly insisting on staying to fight alongside him. Time was slipping away, and the weather outside grew increasingly severe. Unable to withstand Chenxing's persistence, Wang Chenxing reluctantly agreed to let her stay and assist him. At that moment, Wang Chenxing still felt a lack of confidence. Although he had a rough plan, its success depended greatly on the monster's cooperation. He meticulously checked the spaceship's fuel storage and return capsule systems. After confirming that everything was functioning properly, he adjusted a few parameters and used the robotic arm to hoist an egg to the top of the spacecraft. Finally, he and Chenxing gathered essential clothing, food, and other supplies from the spaceship, transporting them to a secluded cave using the Mars rover. After 5 trips back and forth, they had packed everything usable. Given the perilous nature of their forthcoming operation against the monster, and Wang Chenxing's intention to utilize the spaceship to confront it, It was imperative to remove all useful items from the vessel. Although they might not have shelter afterward, one must risk something to achieve a desired outcome. With their preparations complete, a light rain began to fall from the sky, and the clouds thickened gradually. Wang Chenxing and Lanqing now sat inside the isolation chamber. Will your plan succeed? Lanqing's heart was conflicted. She longed to return home, but did not want Wang Chenxing to take such risks for her sake. It seemed viable to survive on this planet after all. I don't know, I only caught a glimpse of its silhouette before, and it feels nearly impossible for the two of us to defeat it. Yet, after careful consideration and planning over these past few days, we still have a glimmer of hope, albeit a fleeting one. Wang Chenxing sat on the floor, sharpening a shovel with a stone. Why don't we just hide? That way, the monster won't find us, and we will be safe. Lanqing urged from the side. We can hide for a while, but we cannot do so for a lifetime. Wang Chenxing replied resolutely. Instead of hiding and ultimately being devoured, we should seize this opportunity to fight. There is a chance we might prevail. In the distance, a monstrous roar echoed. The sound was significantly louder than before. At that moment, the three planets aligned almost perfectly in a line, and the sea level continued to rise, revealing towering waves that surged high into the air, resembling a colossal tsunami threatening to engulf the entire valley. The rain intensified, and the ground was now inundated with water up to their ankles. Without delay, Wang Chenxing swiftly grabbed Lanqing's hand, leading her toward the cave. Feeling invigorated, they reached the cave where they stored their supplies in mere minutes. I can hardly believe I can run this fast, Wang Chenxing exclaimed, astonished by his speed. This microgravity planet feels fantastic. If the environment were just a little better, I might consider staying here indefinitely. Lanqing shook the rainwater from her hair and remarked, Are you truly resolved to kill that monster? Yes, Wang Chenxing replied, wiping the rain from his face with a hint of ease. You stay hidden here and await my good news. After bidding farewell to Lanqing, he dashed back to the spaceship to make his preparations. Although he felt reluctant, this was their last hope for survival, and he had no choice but to take the risk. The rain poured down relentlessly, and the monster's roars grew increasingly ominous. The entrance to the valley was now a tumultuous sea of waves, and an overwhelming sense of crisis weighed heavily upon him. Once Wang Chenxing had everything in order, he sat quietly in the cabin, awaiting the moment of confrontation. Reflecting on the myriad experiences of the past few days, he thought of his former comrades, Team Leader Liu and Zhang Ling, who had likely returned to Earth by now. They must have assumed him lost. Yet, they could never imagine he was alive, and well, if they knew, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He hurried to the control panel, activating the long-range communication system to send a series of signals into space. His final attempt, hoping that someone might receive his message. As an enormous wave surged skyward, Wang Chenxing caught sight of a colossal black creature resembling a stone pillar rising into the air. Though over 5 kilometers away, the monster appeared immense. He could almost discern the details of its massive scales with his enhanced vision. Why his eyesight was so sharp was a question he had no time to ponder. The creature's head, a red light shone brilliantly, resembling a gigantic cobra. Despite his prior mental preparation, the sheer magnitude of the monster left him profoundly shaken. The beast's head loomed over the valley, which was now drenched in torrential rain. After letting out a thunderous roar, it swiftly charged toward the valley. Chapter 14. A fierce battle. The colossal beast writhed its robust body, charging towards them with the swiftness of a speeding train. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Chenxing hurried into the spacecraft, his eyes fixated on the outside through the porthole. The success of their endeavor hinged on this singular moment. The monstrous creature swiftly traversed the river, making its way towards its lair in the valley. As it neared the spacecraft, it seemed to catch a whiff of something and abruptly halted, twisting its head towards the vessel. The beast flared its enormous nostrils, inhaling deeply, before it lunged furiously at the spacecraft. Upon spotting the eggshells beside the vessel, it unleashed its wrath, crushing them to smithereens. The creature then circled the spacecraft, only to suddenly open its gaping maw and seize the vessel in its jaws, its sharp teeth puncturing several gaping holes into the hull, causing the spacecraft to creak ominously. At that moment, Wang Chenxing, hidden inside the spacecraft, was astonished to witness the beast bypassing the eggs precariously perched atop the vessel, opting instead to attack the protective chamber, which completely thwarted his plans. The violent vibrations caused the eggs to tumble and shatter, inciting further fury from the beast. With no avenue for escape, the atmosphere grew so tense that his heart raced perilously close to his throat. Just as he felt trapped, a familiar voice broke through. "Hi!" Wang Chenxing peered outside to see Lan Xing standing atop a protruding rock on the hillside, shouting valiantly to distract the beast. Upon hearing the call, the creature ceased its assault on the spacecraft. Lifting its gaze towards the mountain, it emitted a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the valley, compelling Wang Chenxing to cover his ears, lest his eardrums shatter from the sheer force. The tremendous noise sent rocks cascading down the mountainside. Lan Xing, startled by the roar, lost his footing and fell, prompting the beast to charge towards him. Wang Chenxing, witnessing Lan Xing's fall, acted without a second thought. He swiftly opened the isolation hatch and raced towards Lan Xing. To his astonishment, under such intense circumstances, his speed surpassed that of the beast, and within moments, he had outpaced it. Even in the planet's microgravity, such velocity seemed implausible. In mere seconds, Wang Chenxing reached a spot approximately 500 meters from where Lan Xing had fallen. Without time for words, he saw the beast opening its massive jaws to strike and instinctively scooped Lan Xing into his arms, propelling himself with a powerful kick that launched them over 100 meters away, narrowly avoiding disaster. This leap left Wang Chenxing himself astounded. What began as a mere instinctive dodge resulted in a remarkable jump that landed them securely on the mountainside. Remarkably, he felt no fractures or strains, only the sensation of exerting his normal jumping strength. Lan Xing stood almost dazed by the spectacle, still reeling from the sudden turn of events when Wang Chenxing lifted him once more and leapt up the steep slope. After several bounds, he finally set Lan Xing down in a considerably concealed spot. The beast, having lost its target, flailed about in the valley, wailing in frustration. Wang Chenxing, panting heavily, urged, "Quick, hide well and do not come out." Lan Xing grasped his arm, pleading, "Don't go. You can't defeat it. Don't throw away your life." Wang Chenxing shook his head resolutely, asserting, "Did you not see how effortlessly I handled the beast? We still have hope. If we do not vanquish this creature now, future troubles will multiply. Rest assured, I will be cautious." With that, he broke free from Lan Xing's grasp and leaped towards the beast. As the beast noticed Wang Chenxing advancing, it opened its maw to bite down. Wang Chenxing swiftly leapt aside, soaring past the creature, which clumsily snapped at empty air, its jaws clashing with stone. Realizing it had failed to catch Wang Chenxing, the beast quickly regained its footing, shaking off the rocks it had bitten, and resumed its pursuit, its massive frame sending debris flying. The sheer force of its body shattered any boulders in its path as if they were mere tofu. Seeing the beast closing in, Wang Chenxing hastily retrieved the pistol at his waist and fired several shots at the creature, fully aware that the bullets would barely graze its hide, but still preferable to inaction. Just as the beast prepared to snap its jaws down once more, Wang Chenxing leapt powerfully, landing atop a large boulder 200 meters away. The beast's repeated failures only fueled its rage, and it lunged once more, clamping down on the boulder and splitting it in two. Yet, Wang Chenxing managed to evade once more. After discarding the remnants of the stone from its mouth, the beast, in a fit of frenzy, charged after Wang Chenxing. This creature had likely never encountered such humiliation before, a dominant predator on this planet now being toyed with by this little flea. After a prolonged chase, the beast had only managed to consume a few stones, failing to catch the little flea. However, it soon showed signs of fatigue, its speed noticeably diminishing. Suddenly, the beast let out a furious roar, its head glowing a vibrant red, radiating an intense light. At that moment, its entire black body transformed into a vivid crimson, its scales flaring open with a cacophony of sound, and its size doubled. Its eyes turned blood red, rendering it even more terrifying than before. In its berserk state, the beast became more ferocious, its massive tail thrashing as it barreled towards Wang Chenxing. Confronted with this unexpected transformation, Wang Chenxing was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed the creature's abilities would be limited on land, thinking he could exhaust it and then strike. However, this new surge of power caught him off guard. Today, the beast would not relent until it had devoured him. With its enhanced strength, the frequency and speed of its attacks escalated, forcing Wang Chenxing to leap and dodge in frantic succession. Gradually, he began to feel the toll on his stamina. the relentless rain exacerbating his fatigue. Glancing at the flattened mountainside, he mused, "Had I known it would be like this, I would have chosen to hide. This is far too formidable." Initially, he believed the beast's massive size indicated a simple-minded creature, easily ensnared by a trap, but it had proven to be an unpredictable adversary. Were it not for Lan Xing's timely distraction, Wang Chenxing might have already been consumed by the beast. He had not anticipated this creature's ferocity. Before he could catch his breath, the beast charged at him once more. Wang Chenxing pivoted and leapt, soaring over the creature's head, barely a meter above it. As he flew past, he distinctly felt the beast's furious breath and the intense heat radiating from its body. The beast suddenly raised its head, preparing to snap at him, but in that split second, Wang Chenxing braced himself against the creature's teeth and propelled himself further away, narrowly avoiding its jaws. As soon as he landed, he sprinted towards the spacecraft. Enraged by Wang Chenxing's audacity to taunt it from above, the beast immediately pivoted and pursued him, its tail sweeping up stones like a hailstorm. In less than 10 seconds, Wang Chenxing reached the edge of the spacecraft, leaping onto the top of the vessel, which stood several dozen meters high, calling out to the beast. Initially, he had intended to use the eggs as bait, but now he resolved to use himself to draw the creature's attention. The beast halted upon noticing Wang Chenxing atop the strange object, its furious gaze locking onto him. After a tense moment of eye contact, the beast opened its cavernous mouth, lunging towards Wang Chenxing and the spacecraft. "Ah, no!" Lan Xing screamed from a distance. Just as the beast was about to bite down, Wang Chenxing executed a somersault, leaping off the spacecraft. The creature clamped down on the spacecraft's return module, tearing it apart. As it attempted to expel the module from its mouth, Wang Chenxing swiftly activated the computer on his arm, pressing the return command he had previously set before the beast could spit it out. Instantly, the return module's 4 rocket engines ignited, unleashing a fierce orange flame accompanied by a sharp hiss. Hiss! The powerful thrust propelled the module deep into the creature's gullet, catching it completely off guard. The beast felt as if it had ingested a scorching iron lump, lodged firmly within its throat, and despite its struggles, it could not dislodge the foreign object. With fiery red eyes as large as dinner plates, it thrashed violently against the ground, rolling in a desperate attempt to expel the module. After several moments of futile effort, the return module, under immense pressure, descended deep into the beast's belly. The creature writhed in agony, its screams reverberating through the valley, shaking the earth as it desperately rolled and struggled. The resulting chaos felt akin to an earthquake of magnitude 8 or 9, causing the ground to tremble. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted as the beast's belly burst open, creating a massive gash. On this oxygen-rich planet, the explosion was particularly violent. The creature let out another agonizing wail, black smoke billowing from its gaping wound, mingled with reddish-brown mist, in excruciating pain. The beast bellowed a sound reminiscent of a dying animal before frantically swimming towards the riverbank. Wang Chenxing quickly deduced that the return module, after being compressed within the beast's belly, had caused the rocket fuel to explode, releasing a potent oxidizer, dinitrogen peroxide, a highly toxic and corrosive substance. When it came into contact with water, its corrosive properties intensified, coupled with its neurotoxic effects. Given the torrential rain, the creature was in for a tormenting experience. Wang Chenxing's ploy was indeed a cunning one. Enduring overwhelming pain, the beast charged into the river, likely seeking refuge in the ocean. However, it seemed to have lost all sense of feeling, plunging headfirst into the water, causing a massive whirlpool at the surface. Wang Chenxing, perplexed, thought, "The river is not that deep." Suddenly, the ground erupted with a resounding boom. Boom! Shaking violently as a torrent of molten lava surged forth from beneath the earth. The beast had inadvertently plunged into the subterranean magma. Struggling within the lava, the creature thrashed as if attempting to tear the very ground asunder. Moments later, a tremendous explosion rocked the ground, and a fire dragon erupted from below. Wang Chenxing's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Good heavens, has this creature truly achieved sentience?" Chapter 15. Skinning and cramping, Wang Chenxing beheld the monstrous creature as it erupted from the molten magma below, a sense of despair washing over him. How is it that this beast cannot be vanquished? What manner of creature is this? Enveloped in crimson lava, The colossal beast let out a heart-wrenching wail after soaring over 100 meters into the air, only to plummet back down, leaving a deep indentation in the ground. After struggling for a few moments, it lay still. The rainwater from the valley and the river doused the exposed magma, solidifying it and releasing a billow of steam. The beast, gasping for breath, exhaled more than it inhaled. Minutes later, as the creature fell silent, Wang Chenxing felt an overwhelming sense of relief and collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, Lan Xing descended from the mountain, sprinting to Wang Chenxing's side, her voice filled with reproach. "Were you trying to throw your life away? You nearly became the beast's meal, and I was worried sick about you." Seeing Lan Xing's angry expression, Wang Chenxing mustered a sheepish grin. Though scolded, warmth filled his heart. He scratched the back of his head and replied, "It's fine. I have a strong constitution. I've been here this long without a scratch, so I surely won't be eaten by this fellow today." Lan Xing, pouting at his defiance, retorted, "I never imagined that Earthlings could be such fabricators. You were merely fortunate today. Otherwise, you would have been reduced to mere bones." Exhausted, Wang Chenxing found no energy to argue back. He smiled at Lan Xing and suggested, "Let's head back to rest for a bit. We can return tomorrow." With that, Lan Xing assisted him back toward the cave. The following day, the sky had completely cleared, and the sun cast a warm glow over the valley. Had it not been for the scattered rocks and the immense body of the beast sprawled across the river, one would hardly suspect that a fierce battle had transpired the night before. After consuming a few meals in the morning, Wang Chenxing's strength had mostly returned. However, having not engaged in strenuous activity for some time, he felt an ache in his back and waist. After Lan Xing massaged him for a while, he felt much better. Once rested, they decided to inspect the creature's carcass. Now, the lava encasing the beast had fully cooled, revealing cracked patterns and dark, resilient scales beneath, which appeared remarkably tough, showing no signs of flaking or damage. The creature's head was severely deformed, marred by deep gashes, and a gemstone, roughly the size of a goose egg, still emitted a faint red glow. Observing the creature's demise, Wang Chenxing noted that it had indeed endured considerable suffering. "This fellow has quite the tenacity," he remarked as he approached the beast. "Had it not burrowed into the magma, it might have survived longer. Just look at its belly, filled with lava." "You Earthlings possess some skill," Lan Xing mused, stroking the beast's massive scales. "When my crew first encountered it, several were devoured. Who would have thought it would meet its end at the hands of an Earthling today? By the way, I have a question," she continued. "How did you suddenly become so formidable during your confrontation with the beast? Your running and jumping were extraordinary." Now that you mention it, I find it puzzling as well that I knew this planet had low gravity, but I couldn't have jumped that high before." "I certainly didn't possess such abilities," Wang Chenxing replied, equally perplexed. He jumped a few times on the spot, and despite his efforts, he barely cleared 2 to 3 meters. Lan Xing looked at him in astonishment, her eyes filled with curiosity. "But when you were evading the creature, you leaped great distances. Why can't you do so now?" After trying it herself, she found she couldn't jump higher than Wang Chenxing. With an innocent expression, he said, "I too find it strange. Just moments ago, I easily leaped hundreds of meters, yet now I can't jump high at all. The gravity on Earth is only about twice that of this planet, so even with all my might, I can only manage a jump of over 4 meters. Oh, think carefully about what you've been doing these past few days. Could it be a reaction to the egg liquid you consumed?" Lan Xing inquired. "Is that possible? You ate it too, and I don't see you exhibiting any superpowers." Wang Chenxing shook his head in denial. "You make a valid point. If the opportunity arises, I can examine your body to find out." Lan Xing nodded in agreement. "By the way, when humans are under stress, our bodies secrete a substance known as adrenaline. Could it be that it reacted with the egg liquid, granting such abilities?" Wang Chenxing mused, realization dawning upon him. "I'm not under stress now, so I suppose I'm not producing adrenaline, which is why I can't jump as high." All right. Enough with your wild speculations about superpowers. Surely you believe in yourself," Lan Xing smiled. "Who knows what kind of ridiculous superpower this is?" Wang Chenxing appeared quite disheartened. Lan Xing approached the beast's mouth for a closer inspection. The immense head lay askew on the ground, creating a deep indentation below. Its 2 massive white tusks towered over a person, and its body resembled a sausage filled with lava, its belly overflowing. This creature is truly formidable, Lan Xing remarked, gazing at the lifeless beast. Had it not swallowed your spacecraft, we might well have been its next meal. Indeed, it's fortunate I anticipated this. Otherwise, I would have had no idea how to deal with it, Wang Chenxing said, gently stroking one of the beast's tusks. I owe you a debt of gratitude this time, but please, don't attempt such reckless behavior again. You nearly lost your life. Lan Xing earnestly cautioned him. She tugged at the scales of the beast, then knocked on its enormous teeth and kicked its body, saying, yes, this creature is indeed impressive. Even after rolling in the magma, it sustained no critical injuries. Had its belly not been blasted open and filled with lava, it likely would have survived. Regardless, the beast is dead now, so we needn't worry any longer, Lan Xing said, placing her hands on her hips as she addressed the deceased creature. Wang Chenxing contemplated the immense effort it took for the creature to grow so large. He reasoned that its teeth, the stones on its head, and its scales must be valuable materials. Wang Chenxing, ever the opportunist, was determined to salvage and utilize whatever he could. With this thought in mind, he exerted all his strength to pry one of the beast's teeth, but it wouldn't budge. He tried to grip a scale, yet it remained firmly in place. Left with no choice, he decided to pry the gemstone from its head. However, even using both hands to pull, he couldn't dislodge it. Lan Xing, observing Wang Chenxing's peculiar antics, couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Wang Chenxing shouted, "Help me out here. I want to extract this gemstone." Lan Xing rolled her eyes at him, saying, "Stop with the futile efforts. Save your strength." But Wang Chenxing paid no heed to her advice. His eyes saw treasures all over the creature. This was the quintessential mentality of a landowner. "I can't give up. I need to find some tools. I can't do this bare-handed," Wang Chenxing declared, then leaped down from the beast's head, heading off without a word to fetch tools, leaving Lan Xing fuming in place. After about 10 minutes, Wang Chenxing returned driving a Martian rover laden with tools. Seeing his earnestness, Lan Xing remarked, "You do your thing. I'm heading back. Make sure to rest and come back soon." Wang Chenxing watched her retreating figure, chuckling to himself. Although Lan Xing seemed a bit upset, he understood her concern. After a night of fierce battle, they hadn't rested much, and he was wasting valuable time studying the beast. However, Wang Chenxing's landowner mentality was beyond Lan Xing's comprehension at that moment. At this juncture, Wang Chenxing believed that to survive, he must plan ahead and make the best use of all the materials at his disposal, thus increasing his chances of survival. Though the beast had perished, he was unaware of whether other smaller monsters or marine life lurked in the ocean. If he could dismantle the creature's parts for further study, they might prove useful in the future. After inventorying the tools, he pondered, the parts of this beast are so securely attached. It won't be easy to extract many, a few of the best should suffice. Had Wang Chenxing known the true value of the beast, he might have been willing to sell everything he owned to dismantle it completely. This creature's head is incredibly tough. Those scales must be the hardest, Wang Chenxing thought to himself. Thus, he armed himself with a knife and climbed up to try and extract the scales and gemstone. Wang Chenxing was indeed an unusual character. He wouldn't let even the beast's scales go to waste. Perhaps his past military training had ingrained in him the habit of salvaging anything of value. Yet, while his intentions were noble, the practical execution proved far more challenging than he had envisioned. The beast's head was harder than stone, and he doubted a few knives and a chainsaw could do the trick. After toiling for quite some time, Wang Chenxing found himself unable to cut even a single piece of scale from the head, nor could he inflict any damage upon its skin, which left him cursing in frustration. After further attempts, he failed to extract any scales or gemstones. Exhausted, he collapsed atop the beast's head and fell asleep. The valley was now bathed in sunlight, with no fog in sight. The river, having long been doused by the flowing water, continued to trickle along, and as Wang Chenxing gazed up at the dazzling sun, a sudden inspiration struck him. He quickly sprang to his feet and raced toward the spacecraft, soon returning with more equipment. Today, I shall skin you alive," Wang Chenxing proclaimed as he retrieved the rock analysis laser from the rover, preparing to peel the beast's scales. Originally intended for analyzing rock samples after landing on Mars, this device utilized high-energy lasers to vaporize rock, analyzing its structural components through spectroscopy. Now, This expensive instrument was repurposed to strip the beast of its skin, and one could only imagine the fury of the scientists who would learn of this. The moment the high-energy laser was unleashed, it reached temperatures exceeding 1,000,000 degrees, slicing through the beast's flesh as effortlessly as a knife through tofu. Utilizing this precious tool, Wang Chenxing soon dislodged the red gemstone from the creature's head. Once removed, the stone continued to emit a radiant red glow, feeling slightly warm to the touch. After examining it for a while, he pocketed it. Next, he used the device to extract numerous scales from the beast's body, along with several pieces of its hide and its 2 massive tusks. He even managed to remove the entire scalp of the beast. After a full day of labor, Wang Chenxing finally spotted a thick tendon within the creature's damaged body and, with great effort, managed to pull out several dozen meters of it. Initially intending to gather more, he realized that the nuclear battery of the rock analysis device was nearing 20 power. Considering the need for energy in the days to come, he reluctantly ceased his efforts. Sitting on the ground, he gazed at the pile of spoils, his heart brimming with joy. Chapter 16. The submerged vessel. After a brief respite, Wang Chenxing meticulously organized the spoils of war, transporting them back to their storied cavern in a Martian rover, one trip at a time. The treasures nearly filled the cave to capacity, prompting Lan Xing to lament the dwindling space for sleep. Once the treasures were relocated, Wang Chenxing approached the battered spacecraft, its hollowed structure revealing the remnants of its former glory. He sighed deeply, "My life-saving vessel, I am eternally grateful for your unwavering support throughout this journey. You have repeatedly transformed peril into safety." After expressing his gratitude, he stood contemplatively beside the ship for an extended period. As twilight descended, Wang Chenxing leisurely returned to the cavern, where he found Lan Xing nestled amidst a heap of treasures. He remarked, "It seems we've deprived you of even a comfortable place to rest. We must devise a plan to retrieve your spacecraft from the depths of the ocean. For tonight, we shall have to make do." Outside, darkness had enveloped the landscape. After hastily arranging a sleeping area, Wang Chenxing offered Lan Xing his sleeping bag while he donned 3 layers of clothing and wrapped himself in a blanket. Although the night air was frigid, the exhaustion from a day's labor soon lulled him into a deep slumber. As the night wore on, the fog thickened, and temperatures plummeted to a mere few degrees Celsius. Yet, cocooned in his blanket, Wang Chenxing felt no chill, only a comforting warmth radiating from his waist. His biological clock, gradually acclimatizing to the planet's day-night cycle, allowed him to sleep soundly through the night. Upon awakening the next day, he felt remarkably refreshed and invigorated. "Last night was exceptionally restful. It has been ages since I have slept so soundly," Lan Xing said, stretching languidly as she finally emerged from her sleeping bag once daylight broke. "How did you fare during the night?" Wang Chenxing, still savoring the memory of his slumber, held up the large, crimson gem the size of an egg from the head of the colossal beast he had encountered. "I too enjoyed a delightful night's sleep. I anticipated being awakened by the cold, yet I was pleasantly surprised to find the gem in my pocket emitting warmth throughout the night." "Oh, how marvelous! You must take great care of it. It will serve you well against the cold in the future." Lan Xing chuckled, unable to contain her amusement. Wang Chenxing cast her a playful glare and replied, "Of course. But should you discover its benefits, do refrain from trying to claim it for yourself." All right, I promise not to steal it. However, now that we have dealt with the giant beast, what shall we do next?" Lan Xing inquired, as she began to tidy her sleeping bag. At this moment, Wang Chenxing stood up and adjusted his blanket. "Next, we must strategize on how to locate your spacecraft. Please, recount the details of its condition." My spacecraft was originally intended to land on this landmass. However, on that fateful day, as the 3 planets aligned, a storm erupted on the surface. We believed we could land smoothly, but our navigation system was struck by lightning, rendering it inoperative. We had to resort to manual landing, and as we skimmed the ocean's surface, the colossal beast emerged from the depths and seized our vessel, flinging it approximately 3 kilometers from shore. After it plunged into the water, the beast continued to assail our ship, forcing us to abandon it and eject via the escape pod. In the chaos, my crew sacrificed themselves to buy me time to escape. The spacecraft should still be in that vicinity, but I cannot ascertain how deep it has sunk. If it lies too deep, you may not be able to reach it," Lan Xing recounted solemnly. My spacesuit is designed to function in both vacuum and underwater environments, capable of supporting dives of over 150 meters. Given the planet's low gravity, I might be able to descend even deeper. But once I locate the spacecraft, how do I bring it to the surface? Wang Chenxing inquired earnestly. Bring my photon device with you. I have programmed a pulse signal to facilitate the spacecraft's ascent. Once you are within 300 meters of it, activating the device will signal the ship to rise automatically, allowing me to board and take control, Lan Xing explained, handing the photon device to Wang Chenxing. However, you must remember that the device is devoid of energy, retaining only the faint energy for 3 final pulse signals. I estimate that this ocean's depth is at least 2,000 meters, so for your safety, be sure to activate it only when you are approximately 300 meters from the ship. Otherwise, we may be trapped here indefinitely. What if the pulse signal fails? Wang Chenxing posed a query. That scenario is highly improbable. Should it occur, there remains but one option. You would need to connect my photon device to the ship's mainframe to initiate its systems. Afterward, replenishing the photon device's energy would enable you to pilot the ship. However, this would necessitate an even deeper dive, posing significant risks to your safety. Lan Xing expressed her concerns. Gazing at the enchanting girl before him, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, Wang Chenxing pondered the harsh realities of surviving on this desolate planet. Lan Xing had depleted her energy stones, making sustenance a challenge. It was impractical to subsist solely on the colossal beast's eggs. With the beast vanquished, there were no eggs to be found for the foreseeable future, and Lan Xing could not endure much longer. Moreover, his own provisions were dwindling, and as an Earthling, he suspected he would similarly struggle to consume anything native to this planet without suffering from indigestion. Thus, the sole path to survival lay in locating the submerged spacecraft, a glimmer of hope in their dire circumstances. Resolute in his decision, Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing began their preparations. After approximately an hour of diligent work, Wang Chenxing consumed 2 bags of provisions while Lan Xing sampled a small amount of egg liquid before they set off toward the shoreline. After about half an hour, they finally reached the cliffside overlooking the tumultuous sea. Standing atop the 4,000-meter volcanic precipice, they gazed down at the churning waters below. Not only was reaching the ocean a challenge, but even descending the cliff proved treacherous. Fortunately, Wang Chenxing had come prepared, having previously tied together the 3 parachute cords from the spacecraft's descent. After securing the ropes, he proceeded to descend. The cliff's staggering height of 4 kilometers, coupled with the fierce winds, made the descent arduous, taking him over an hour to reach the base. Once at the bottom, Lan Xing utilized the Martian rover to hoist the ropes back up, lowering Wang Chenxing's spacesuit. After several minutes of donning the suit, he cautiously approached a gently sloping area of the shoreline, where the waves appeared slightly calmer, and entered the ocean. Thanks to the suit's excellent seal and its built-in 3-hour life support system, he had no concerns about leaks or oxygen deprivation. Additionally, the planet's low gravity meant that the water pressure was significantly less than that of Earth, instilling him with confidence as he prepared to dive to locate the spacecraft. Although it was midday, the tumultuous ocean waves stirred the depths below, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The dense flora obstructed sunlight, limiting visibility to around 10 meters beneath the surface. Wang Chenxing activated the headlamp, illuminating the seafloor ahead as he carefully navigated downward, resembling a frog crawling along the ocean floor rather than swimming gracefully. The underwater terrain, shaped by ancient volcanic eruptions, was steep and treacherous, with loose stones frequently tumbling around him. Utilizing his flashlight and navigation device, Wang Chenxing meticulously charted his course, acutely aware of the potential dangers lurking in the depths, particularly the terrifying creature he had encountered the previous night. Should he cross paths with another beast, he would undoubtedly become its next meal, devoid of any means of escape. Strangely, after descending approximately 40 to 50 meters, he encountered only the dark, jagged volcanic rocks of the ocean floor, devoid of any native marine life. Just as he was about to lose hope in his search for the spacecraft, an unexpected surge of current erupted behind him, propelling Wang Chenxing forward over 100 meters, leaving him suspended in the water. Before he could regain his bearings, he suddenly plummeted due to a volcanic salt layer, causing him to tumble uncontrollably in the water, unable to stabilize himself. Desperately attempting to regain control, he found his efforts futile, akin to falling from a precipice as he sank rapidly. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. As the display within his helmet indicated increasing depths, Wang Chenxing felt the mounting pressure of the water compressing around him. Finally, he came to a halt at a depth of over 200 meters, where the immense pressure constricted his suit, threatening to rupture the life support system. Struggling to breathe, his face flushed from exertion, he realized the light on his helmet had shattered. Had he been submerged in Earth's oceans, he likely would have been crushed by the immense pressure by now. With great caution, he attempted to regulate his breathing, drawing upon the scant oxygen remaining in his life support system. Just as despair began to envelop him, the inky darkness of the ocean floor was suddenly illuminated by a myriad of twinkling lights, moving gracefully through the water. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a kaleidoscope of marine creatures, their forms unlike anything he had ever witnessed. At that moment, the ocean depths appeared tranquil and serene, the bioluminescent beings gliding gracefully around him. Utilizing his flashlight, he pressed onward, determined to locate the spacecraft while his suit remained operational. Despite his prior preparations, the vast, uncharted underwater world filled him with trepidation, and he regretted his earlier impulsiveness. Yet, regrets were futile. He steeled himself and pressed forward. After approximately half an hour of navigating the seafloor, he estimated he was about 5 kilometers from the shoreline when he noticed a flickering red light ahead. As he focused his gaze, he could make out the silhouette of a massive object, a beacon flashing atop it. Wang Chenxing's heart raced with excitement as he silently rejoiced. It's Lan Xingye spacecraft. We are saved. Chapter 17. The moment of life and death. Wang Chenxing exerted every ounce of strength as he made his way towards the glimmering light ahead. At this moment, the spacecraft loomed over a slope more than 100 meters away, and with each step forward, he felt the increasing depth of the descent. Clad in a thick spacesuit and submerged over 200 meters beneath the surface, the pressure of the surrounding seawater intensified with every movement, making each step increasingly laborious. The suit clung tightly to his body, constricted by the immense underwater pressure. Wang Chenxing surmised that if he continued this way, he would either be crushed into a pulp or have his life support systems compromised. The agonizing force of the water pressure rendered his body nearly unbearable. His veins felt like they were about to burst, and an unbearable headache throbbed through his skull. As he drew closer, he could faintly discern the outline of a colossal object, something he had never witnessed before. The darkened head of the spacecraft, elongated and tapering, resembling a sleek shuttle, stretching over 30 meters in length. The midsection of the vessel appeared robust, resting upon a massive rock, gently swaying due to the ocean currents, while the tail remained shrouded in darkness, its length indiscernible. At this point, Wang Chenxing was already over 230 meters below sea level and still over 50 meters from the spacecraft. Although the gravitational force of this planet mitigated the pressure compared to Earth's oceans, the conditions at such depths were akin to being over 100 meters deep on Earth. The overwhelming water pressure made even breathing a Herculean task. Surrounding the immense spacecraft were numerous bioluminescent organisms, their faint glow allowing Wang Chenxing to discern the vessel's silhouette. Following Blue Star's guidance, he attempted to activate the photon device to remotely control the spacecraft, but after 2 unsuccessful attempts, only one pulse signal remained. Determined, he pressed forward, inching closer in hopes of trying again. 50 meters, 49 meters, 48 meters. Suddenly, a hissing sound of escaping air reached his ears. Not good. The oxygen tank has been compromised. Panic surged through Wang Chenxing as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. The helmet immediately registered an alarming drop in oxygen levels, 61, 60, 50. With each 10-second warning, he realized the dire implications of being stranded in the depths without a supply of oxygen, an unequivocal death sentence. Even if he attempted to ascend, the cumbersome spacesuit rendered swimming impossible. He could only crawl slowly along the ocean floor. Moreover, at such a depth of over 200 meters, reaching the surface before depleting his oxygen was an impossibility. His only chance for survival lay in boarding that seemingly intact spacecraft and utilizing it to ascend to the surface. With no other recourse, he resolved to enter the vessel and activate its systems. He recognized that hope was within reach. Despite feeling as though he bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, he could not allow despair to extinguish this flicker of possibility. With little time to deliberate, Wang Chenxing gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength to sprint towards the spacecraft. As breathing became increasingly labored, he sensed his latent abilities awakening once more. Just as he endured the most excruciating moments, a surge of vitality coursed through him, banishing any prior discomfort. He dashed forward, finding himself moving faster, with a newfound ease, as the suffocating pressure of the water gradually dissipated. Within moments, he reached the door that Blue Star had indicated. Positioned atop the massive rock, he used all his might to leap from the water, soaring over 10 meters to grasp a protruding handle beside the spacecraft's entrance. He then inserted the photon device into the data interface adjacent to the door. Suddenly, the door vanished and a luminous shield materialized, separating the seawater from the spacecraft. Pulling out the photon device, he stepped inside. The door automatically restored itself, and the interior walls glowed as if illuminated from within, radiating a bright yet gentle light. This marked humanity's inaugural venture into an extraterrestrial spacecraft. Wang Chenxing, too exhilarated to linger on the moment, hurried towards the cockpit following Blue Star's instructions. Thanks to the vessel's excellent sealing, not a single drop of seawater had infiltrated the interior despite the immense external pressure. The layout starkly contrasted with Earth's spacecraft. No wires or instruments were visible, nor any displays, only smooth, white walls. Scattered across the floor were unfamiliar objects and boxes, bearing little resemblance to the spaceships depicted in science fiction. Wang Chenxing quickly assessed the spacecraft's orientation before racing towards the cockpit, aware that the oxygen within his helmet had plummeted below 20. Given the sealed environment, he remained uncertain whether the spacecraft contained breathable air, cautioning against removing his helmet. The discomfort he had previously experienced underwater now seemed to have no bearing on him, likely due to the earlier surge of power. He swiftly approached the location of the cockpit as indicated by Blue Star, inserting the photon device into a slot at the entrance. The cockpit doors swung open automatically, and he hurriedly retrieved the photon device to enter. Inside, the cockpit differed drastically from Earth's designs, lacking any instruments. The entirety of the space was opaque and devoid of even a single transparent panel. There were no seats, only a central, square table-like structure with a groove on its surface. Within the groove lay an object resembling Blue Star's photon device. What is this cockpit? Wang Chenxing pondered, confusion washing over him. Have I taken a wrong turn? However, time was of the essence, and he dismissed his thoughts, rushing to retrieve the device from the table and placing Blue Star's device in its stead. Suddenly, the surroundings turned dark, revealing a myriad of starry points. At first glance, he mistook it for a star map of the universe, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was the bioluminescent creatures of the ocean floor. The cockpit had transformed into a transparent chamber. A three-dimensional structural diagram of the spacecraft materialized above the table, displaying its position and the topography of the surrounding area for several kilometers. Various energy nodes on the model were highlighted in yellow. Although Wang Chenxing could not decipher the symbols, he recalled the operational methods he had learned from Blue Star and began tapping the energy nodes to channel power to different sections of the spacecraft. Soon, the energy nodes glowed blue, prompting him to dismiss the structural diagram and revealing another three-dimensional projection filled with alien characters. Following Blue Star's instructions, he systematically activated each energy switch, and the activated switches vanished, leaving only a few that remained illuminated, indicating potential malfunctions. As he contemplated the possibility of damage preventing activation, a luminous shield rose behind him, enveloping him in gentle beams of light. He offered no resistance as the beams lifted him off the ground. Experimenting with movement, he found the light adjusted accordingly, revealing it to be the spacecraft's version of a seat. Wang Chenxing settled onto the light, raising his left hand into the palm-shaped recess formed by the beams. Suddenly, a blue light flickered on his hand, and his consciousness seemed to meld with the spacecraft, each part of the vessel feeling like an extension of his own body. He could perceive all directions, above, below, ahead, and behind, as if he were one with the ship. Wang Chenxing mused, this alien spacecraft is exponentially more advanced than our human technology. It is entirely controlled by thought, rendering operation virtually effortless. With this realization, he gently lifted his right hand. The spacecraft's nose abruptly tilted upward, and he was momentarily propelled into the air. However, the beams limited his ascent. Contrary to his expectations, the spacecraft did not rise but rather began to slide backward. Wang Chenxing attempted to exert control, but the vessel remained unresponsive. What is happening? He thought, alarmed. Is there yet another issue? Desperately, he concentrated on regaining control, yet the spacecraft continued its downward trajectory. A glance at the spatial map revealed a chasm extending over 20,000 meters deep behind the vessel. It was plummeting at a rate of 5 meters per second into the abyss. Unbeknownst to Wang Chenxing, the external sensing system of the spacecraft had been damaged during the landing process. The vessel was not intended to ignite its engines while submerged. It was designed to autonomously engage its anti-gravity systems for ascent. With the external sensors malfunctioning, the spacecraft failed to recognize its underwater environment and defaulted to activating its particle thrusters, inadvertently igniting them while still submerged. The energy shield had not been deployed, causing the thrusters to submerge into the ocean, resulting in the destruction of 2 of the 4 thrusters while the remaining 2 remained intact but dormant. Wang Chenxing was oblivious to the fact that this minor error would lead to further complications on his journey. As the spacecraft continued its rapid descent, the walls of the cabin creaked under the strain of the encroaching water pressure. If this continues, the spacecraft will surely be crushed by the water pressure. With no means to communicate with Blue Star, what am I to do? At this moment, Wang Chenxing felt utterly lost. Blue Star had not equipped him with such intricate details. The structural diagram of the spacecraft began to flash warnings for certain modules, indicating water incursion in various sections, though he could not comprehend the specifics. His mind was a blank slate, devoid of any actionable thoughts. Paralyzed by uncertainty and witnessing the vessel's swift descent, he felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled Blue Star mentioning that the photon device's pulse signal could remotely control the spacecraft to ascend to the surface. The pulse signal was a pre-programmed command set by Blue Star, and with only one opportunity remaining after having activated it twice, he realized he had no other recourse. Observing the mapped area around the spacecraft, which indicated a continuous descent into the depths, he resolved to employ this final option. He swiftly withdrew his hand from the recess of the seat, severing his consciousness from the vessel, and quickly retrieved Blue Star's photon device. With a decisive press of the button, he cast a glance around, but nothing seemed to happen. What the? This can't be a cruel joke. How can this be ineffective? What on earth is going on? Frustrated, Wang Chenxing exclaimed, slamming his fist onto the table and angrily tossing the photon device aside. As he watched the spacecraft plummet into the abyss, he was gripped by a profound sense of helplessness and despair. No one could rescue him from this predicament, and he faced the grim reality of descending into the chasm, to be crushed by the immense pressure of the ocean. Just as he was on the brink of total surrender, a sudden realization struck him. How could I be so foolish, of course? He hurriedly retrieved Blue Star's photon device, pried out the energy crystal, and replaced it with the one from the table's device. He pressed the pulse signal button once more. With a resounding screech, the spacecraft came to an abrupt halt, akin to slamming on the brakes. Unprepared for the sudden stop, Wang Chenxing was thrown against the wall, and an array of data materialized above the central table, indicating that the spacecraft had entered autopilot mode. Outside, a faint blue shield enveloped the vessel, creating a barrier against the water, and he could distinctly feel the spacecraft ascending at an astonishing speed. As Wang Chenxing witnessed the rapid ascent of the spacecraft, he couldn't contain his elation, leaping into the air and shouting triumphantly, "I knew there was a way out. I refused to perish so easily." Mere seconds later, Blue Star's spacecraft erupted from the water's surface, hovering several meters above, and Wang Chenxing promptly affixed Blue Star's photon device back into the table's recess, guiding the spacecraft towards Blue Star. Chapter 18. A new journey. Wang Chenxing, through the manipulation of his consciousness, guided the spacecraft to a precarious landing upon a flat expanse nestled within the valley. Once the vessel had steadied, he promptly deactivated it and, clutching the Mars landing helmet, staggered out of the hatch, his mind still reeling from the 2 harrowing near-death experiences he had just endured. Overcome by a sense of trepidation, he felt the weight of fatigue settle upon him, rendering his limbs weak and weary. Upon stepping outside, he cast the helmet aside with a haphazard toss, collapsing onto the ground in an exhausted heap, panting heavily. As he settled onto the earth, Wang Chenxing finally beheld the spacecraft in its entirety. A sleek, obsidian behemoth, extending over 100 meters in length and towering approximately 20 meters high, its elongated conical shape starkly contrasting the shuttle-like vessels he had encountered beneath the sea. The surface was devoid of protrusions or windows, resembling a smooth iron canister. At that moment, Lan Xing had hastened over in the Mars rover from the cliffside by the sea. Once Wang Chenxing had stripped off his astronaut suit, a semblance of comfort began to return, though he soon realized that he was drenched in blood. "Are you all right? Did you encounter any dangers?" Lan Xing inquired, her gaze falling upon Wang Chenxing, whose face and mouth were smeared with blood as he barely managed to exit the vehicle. "I'm fine. Just faced a minor issue and almost didn't make it back. Fortunately, luck was on my side, allowing me to return safely." "You needn't worry," he replied, removing the blood-soaked clothing and using it to wipe the blood from his face, speaking with an air of ease. Lan Xing approached him, her eyes widening as she beheld his bloodied form, and she began to weep. Taking the bloodied garment from him, she gently wiped his body and said, "I truly owe you my gratitude. Without you, I would have been utterly helpless. Come aboard the spacecraft. Let me examine you." Wang Chenxing felt it unnecessary, as he believed he was in good health, yet he could not resist Lan Xing's insistence and was reluctantly pulled into the spacecraft. Upon locating her photon device, Lan Xing led Wang Chenxing into a modestly sized room adorned with minimal furnishings, creating an atmosphere of emptiness. "Please stand on that circular spot," she instructed, pointing to an inconspicuous black on the floor that could easily be mistaken for mere decoration. Wang Chenxing complied, and as he took his position, gentle white beams of light ascended from below, enveloping him and lifting him effortlessly. The experience was devoid of discomfort. Rather, it invoked a sensation of soothing relaxation. Before him manifested a three-dimensional image of his own body, rendered with astonishing realism, displaying even his internal organs and brain. Surrounding this holographic representation were various alien symbols that puzzled Wang Chenxing, leaving him unable to inquire further. Lan Xing busily adjusted settings on the image, her intentions unclear. After several minutes, the beams receded, and Wang Chenxing gently descended onto the floor, bewildered, and looked at Lan Xing, asking, "Is that the examination?" Lan Xing could not suppress a smile as she chuckled softly. "Indeed. The results indicate that you are in excellent health, and it appears your energy levels are remarkably high, with no signs of physical damage. You need not worry. Let us head outside." "This is the examination result? It seems rather simplistic," Wang Chenxing remarked, scratching his head in slight embarrassment. "Yes, essentially. Our spacecraft's database lacks information on your Earthling physiology, thus we can only analyze your vitality and energy levels as a standard life form," Lan Xing explained at a leisurely pace. "And what of the occasional superpowers I exhibit? There must be some explanation for that." Wang Chenxing pressed eagerly. "Your internal energy levels are indeed exceptionally high, but we cannot ascertain whether this correlates with your superpowers, as our medical system lacks the foundational data on human physiology for reference. Hence, we cannot analyze your current condition. You may indeed possess superpowers, but without a comparison to the normal human condition, the system defaults to regarding you as typical. Do you understand?" Lan Xing clarified as they walked. Wang Chenxing mused quietly. "I had anticipated something far more advanced. It seems rather rudimentary after all. How disheartening." Following Lan Xing, he entered the spacecraft's cockpit, where she approached a wall. With a gesture of her right hand, the wall became transparent, revealing numerous photon devices neatly arranged within. Lan Xing retrieved one and turned to Wang Chenxing, saying, "Here, as promised, I present you with a photon device." She approached him with a bright smile. Wang Chenxing took the photon device from her, examining it closely. It appeared nearly identical to Lan Xing's, save for differing patterns. Following her guidance, he affixed the device to his arm. As Lan Xing placed her hand upon the device, Wang Chenxing felt a slight jolt akin to a mild electric shock, and a flurry of numbers and information flooded his mind, though they flashed by too rapidly for him to retain any of it. We seem to have encountered a minor issue." Lan Xing frowned. "It appears our photon devices can only read your neural data but cannot store information within your brain. It seems this technology is better suited for us than for you Earthlings." "What? So this is essentially useless?" Wang Chenxing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Not entirely. I can configure an auxiliary function. While the photon device cannot directly store information in your brain, it can assist you with various tasks. However, you will need to learn about our world at your own pace." Lan Xing placed her hand on the photon device affixed to Wang Chenxing's arm, emitting a soft white light from her palm. After approximately 10 seconds, she removed her hand and declared with delight, "You can now use it. Your physical and consciousness traits have been stored within the device. You must keep it close. Otherwise, you will remain oblivious to our world. No worries. Once you repair the spacecraft, just send me back to Earth. This device holds little significance for me at the moment." Wang Chenxing's thoughts were solely fixated on returning to Earth. Suddenly, the cockpit was illuminated with images projecting the surroundings of the spacecraft, accompanied by a warning of an impending volcanic eruption. Although the text was in an alien language, Wang Chenxing could comprehend it through the photon device. Exchanging glances with Lan Xing, he remarked, "The volcano has become unstable due to the actions of that colossal beast. It could erupt at any moment. We must vacate this planet post-haste." Wang Chenxing nodded in agreement. "Yes, I see it too. I will quickly gather the spoils, but can this spacecraft function properly to take us away?" Lan Xing accessed a three-dimensional schematic of the spacecraft, which was marked with various colors and inundated with alien text. Although Wang Chenxing could decipher some of the words with the aid of the photon device, many remained beyond his understanding, akin to a translation tool that could interpret language yet faltered at specialized terminology, mostly consisting of symbols. This predicament left Wang Chenxing, an astronaut by trade, in a state of exasperation. After all, he was indeed an astronaut, yet he found himself utterly lost amidst this complex information, helpless against his inability to store relevant data in his mind. Minutes later, Lan Xing concluded her operations and gestured to the holographic representation of the spacecraft floating before them, stating, "The situation is not ideal. 2 of the particle thrusters are malfunctioning and cannot be repaired at present. Only 2 remain operational, which will result in a 40 decrease in our flight speed. The space jump particle generator at the front is functioning adequately, but our space probe has sustained damage, which is quite troublesome. Additionally, there are minor structural damages in the abdomen and tail sections that should self-repair without significant issue. How much will the spacecraft's speed be reduced?" Wang Chenxing inquired with curiosity. "These particle thrusters are what you might refer to as quantum propulsion systems, capable of reaching speeds up to 10,000 times the speed of light in theory. Our spacecraft's thrusters, at full power, can reach speeds of 5 times that of light. With 2 of them out of commission, we will be unable to achieve faster-than-light travel, leaving us to traverse at sublight speeds. Consequently, we cannot ascertain how long it may take to locate a suitable resupply planet within this universe," Lan Xing explained, her brow furrowed in concern. "And what role does the space probe serve?" Wang Chenxing inquired, sensing he might already know the answer. "This is crucial for the success of our space jumps. Without this instrument, we cannot detect the deep space environment or the coordinates required for spatial transitions. In simpler terms, if we were to attempt a space jump, we would have no idea where we might end up, and I may not be able to return you to your planet." Lan Xing appeared at a loss, her expression one of despair. "Oh no. Is it truly that severe? Does this mean I cannot return?" Wang Chenxing's hopes of returning to Earth were thoroughly doused by Lan Xing's words, yet he persisted with his inquiry, "Could we not simply fly there without jumping through space?" "That is virtually impossible." Lan Xing firmly countered his suggestion. "The distances between 2 points for space jumps can span dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of light years. At our current speed, we might never reach your destination. Moreover, the most critical factor is that I have no idea where Earth is located in the cosmos." At that moment, Wang Chenxing felt an overwhelming emptiness in his heart. If he could not return to Earth, would he be condemned to wander this universe for eternity? However, do not fret. Leaving this place is certainly feasible. Once we reach our star system, we may yet have the opportunity to repair our spacecraft, Lan Xing said, a glimmer of hope illuminating her expression. "But first, I must ask you to retrieve a few eggs to replenish the spacecraft's energy. We must leave here at once." Regaining his composure, Wang Chenxing nodded and dejectedly exited the spacecraft, piloting the Mars rover to gather the spoils. Wang Chenxing made numerous trips with the Mars rover, emptying the cave and dismantling everything that could be removed from the Mars lander. In response, Lan Xing graciously provided him with an oversized room to store his assorted spoils and mementos from the Mars spacecraft, understanding his desire to hold onto a piece of home, especially since his return to Earth remained uncertain. Naturally, Lan Xing claimed all the delectable food from the spacecraft, her interest in culinary delights evident. Once the spoils were organized, the frequency of tremors on the ground intensified. Lan Xing diligently conducted final checks on the spacecraft's various modules within the cockpit. Meanwhile, Wang Chenxing sat alone in the exposed, drafty compartment of the spacecraft, absorbing the last remnants of earthly sensations. It was not until Lan Xing summoned him via the photon device that he snapped back to reality, reluctantly departing from his Mars lander. As the tremors in the valley grew more frequent, the threat of imminent volcanic eruption loomed large. Utilizing the energy collector aboard the spacecraft, Lan Xing had successfully harvested the energy from a colossal egg. Though the egg appeared unremarkable, it had managed to completely replenish the spacecraft's energy reserves. With all other tasks completed, Wang Chenxing stood in the cockpit, gazing at his battered Mars lander, his heart a tumultuous sea of conflicting emotions. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainties, and while he relied on Lan Xing, the alien, to escape this place, he remained oblivious to their ultimate destination. With preparations complete, Lan Xing activated the spacecraft's anti-gravity system, causing it to ascend rapidly from the ground. Upon reaching an altitude of over 5,000 meters, the vessel reached the critical threshold for anti-gravity, prompting the automatic activation of the particle thrusters. Eye in the sky. Two beams of white light trailed behind them as the spacecraft accelerated away from the planet's atmosphere, soaring into the vastness of space. Chapter 19. Lost under the immense thrust of the spacecraft, Wang Chenxing felt a disconcerting sensation caused by the gravitational acceleration, leaving him nearly breathless. Yet, when he glanced at Blue Star, he could discern no signs of discomfort on her part. The spacecraft, traveling at high speed, reached a near-Earth orbit approximately 300 kilometers above the surface in just over a minute, at which point a faint blue translucent shield began to rise. What is happening? Why am I not experiencing weightlessness? Wang Chenxing, having detached himself from the beam that secured him, curiously noted that he was still standing firmly aboard the spacecraft. Weightlessness? How could you possibly feel weightless inside the ship? Blue Star responded with a hint of bewilderment. Does your ship have artificial gravity? Wang Chenxing exclaimed. It seems your technology is far more advanced than ours by countless years. Indeed, our craft utilizes particle technology to generate gravity and anti-gravity. However, I am not a scientist, so I cannot elucidate the specifics, Blue Star replied with a smile. Wang Chenxing attempted to bounce lightly a few times, only to discover that he felt no significant weightlessness, just a slight reduction in gravity. Could the gravity be increased a bit? He inquired. Of course, Blue Star affirmed. However, the ship's energy is currently limited, and we are uncertain how long it will be before we can resupply on a suitable planet. If we increase gravity, we will expend more energy. Oh, then perhaps we should refrain from that, Wang Chenxing responded promptly. How much longer can the energy on the ship sustain us? Can we reach your homeland? After a moment of silence, Blue Star softly replied, I had initially thought we could return via a space jump. The energy from a single egg would suffice for the journey. However, we cannot attempt space transition unless absolutely necessary. I have no idea when I might return to my planet, or even if I can, and I am uncertain where we should go now. Wang Chenxing pressed further. If we repair the navigation on your ship, could we not return to your homeland? Actually, I escaped. My planet has been occupied by the seditions. Even if the ship were repaired, I could not return unless we drive them out. Unfortunately, nearly our entire star system has been seized by the seditions, making resistance exceedingly difficult, Blue Star said, a trace of sadness in her voice. Moreover, the ship can currently only operate at sublight speed, and without a spatial navigation device, we can only wander aimlessly through space, much like you. Returning home is nearly impossible. By the way, I dismantled the quantum microwave radar from my ship before I left. Could we install it on yours for navigation? Wang Chenxing proposed suddenly. This radar emits quantum entangled electron waves capable of detecting even the smallest objects in the universe. I believe it would be immensely useful for you. With Blue Star's consent, Wang Chenxing retrieved a modular quantum space radar roughly the size of a suitcase from his storage compartment. Despite its compact size, its capabilities were remarkable. This radar, newly developed in China, utilized quantum entangled electromagnetic waves to detect objects in space, with a detection range extending to distances equivalent to the speed of light over 10 seconds. It could even detect a meteor the size of an egg from that distance. Blue Star employed a beam to attach the quantum radar to the exterior of the spacecraft. She then allocated a portion of the ship's energy to convert it into electrical power to activate the radar. Finally, the main photon control system of the spacecraft parsed the radar's transmission signals, allowing the data to be displayed on the ship's interface and enabling synchronized control. Wang Chenxing could not help but admire the alien technology. What he had presumed to be a complex installation and intricate signal parsing was effortlessly interconnected by the spacecraft's main photon control system, completed in mere minutes, far exceeding his expectations. Once the quantum radar was installed, the spacecraft's deep space detection range significantly expanded. By integrating this alien technology, the radar's detection capability increased dramatically, now allowing it to actively detect objects the size of an egg within a distance of at least 10 minutes at light speed, while its passive reception and analysis ability improved considerably, enabling it to decipher electromagnetic radiation from larger celestial bodies within a 30-hour time frame. This detection range was still limited by the materials used to manufacture the quantum radar. Otherwise, the range could have multiplied several times. Although this distance was relatively minuscule for Blue Star, it was nothing short of unimaginable for Wang Chenxing. Who would have thought your technology was somewhat advanced? Blue Star remarked as she examined the star map generated by the space radar. This is somewhat close to our technology, but it remains quite rudimentary. Wang Chenxing replied with a hint of pride. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have arrived here unscathed. It's all thanks to our advanced aerospace technology. Blue Star smiled but said nothing further. Where should we head now? Wang Chenxing asked as he moved to the cockpit, gazing at the receding blue planet. And who are those seditions you mentioned earlier? They are a group of demons from our star system. Long ago, they were primitive beings. When we discovered their planet during our exploration, we found an abundance of high-quality minerals suitable for constructing shell spacecraft. Initially, they coexisted amicably with us, and we shared some advanced technology with them. However, we soon realized that these creatures were exceedingly treacherous and cunning. Once they mastered our technology, they began to expel our people. After we left, they manufactured a multitude of spacecraft. Given that their planet's minerals were highly suitable for shipbuilding and abundant in resources, they constructed numerous sturdy and durable vessels. As they built their fleet, they also annexed several other nearby planets. We failed to recognize the dangers of their aggressive actions until it was far too late, Blue Star recounted, her voice tinged with anger. After our planet fell, they imprisoned all our people and executed those who resisted. My crew and I managed to escape, but those greedy fiends relentlessly pursued us in a desperate move. We fled into an unknown wormhole and finally evaded them. After emerging from the wormhole and traveling approximately 5 light years, we arrived here, but due to a lack of fuel and food, we are now stranded. Our spatial detection equipment is malfunctioning, and we cannot locate the wormhole or initiate active space jumps. With our ship's limited energy, we cannot conduct interstellar space exploration, but if we had a spatial detector designed for warships, we could scan the entire star cluster and determine our location. Thus, I am at a loss for where to go now. Oh, I see that if we had a warship, could it not detect our galaxy, even our Earth? Wang Chenxing inquired, his heart stirred by a glimmer of hope. Certainly, but do you know the interstellar coordinates of your galaxy? Blue Star countered. Wang Chenxing, feeling despondent, replied, Well, it seems I do not. He mused to himself. Our technology pales in comparison to yours. We haven't even ventured beyond our solar system, let alone possess coordinates for the galaxy. He continued, While I may not know the coordinates, I do know that our galaxy is spiral-shaped, with a diameter of approximately 100,000 light-years. Perhaps we could find something resembling it. Moreover, I believe I also arrived via a wormhole. The exit was about 5 million kilometers from here. Why don't we head in the direction of the wormhole I came from? Blue Star shook her head in exasperation at this interstellar novice. Wormholes are not as you imagine. They are merely entrances and exits. The interior consists of a convoluted, twisted space with numerous exits and entrances. The energy levels of different objects and the distances they can traverse through the wormhole determine both the distance and the destination. Our space transition involves actively opening a spatial wormhole to enter the twisted space. Once activated, the wormhole remains for a period before vanishing. The wormhole you came through may have been a residual one that was reactivated, but it might have already disappeared. However, explaining this to you is rather complicated. I'll have to educate you on this subject later. For now, it suffices to say that you cannot return to your so-called Earth. Upon hearing this, Wang Chenxing felt a wave of despair wash over him. Since his arrival, he had not held much hope for returning home. Yet meeting Blue Star had rekindled that hope, only to see it shatter once more after her words. I will activate the ship's autopilot momentarily, allowing us to rest. If you wish to learn manual piloting, I can teach you now, as you will need to navigate the ship in the future. Additionally, you should familiarize yourself with our language and technology. It will be beneficial for you, Blue Star said, approaching Wang Chenxing and gesturing to the photon device on his shoulder. The photon device contains our language database and fundamental knowledge of space travel. You must study it diligently. Several minutes later, the spacecraft departed from the enormous blue planet at 1/3 the speed of light. After calculating the distance, they had already traveled several tens of millions of kilometers. Along the way, the ship occasionally detected small asteroids and several frozen planets belonging to this star system, all deemed unsuitable for intelligent life. After some time, the spacecraft finally exited the binary red dwarf star system, venturing into the expansive interstellar space, with Blue Star at the helm and Wang Chenxing seated beside her, eyes closed as he absorbed the knowledge from the photon device. Due to the prolonged sublight speed travel, the spacecraft required a substantial allocation of energy to maintain the integrity of its shields against small asteroids and cosmic dust, while larger meteors were simply avoided, resulting in a rapid depletion of the ship's energy reserves. The energy has already decreased by 30. If we cannot locate a suitable planet before the energy from the eggs is exhausted, we will be left adrift in this universe, Blue Star remarked, glancing at the energy output indicators. Where are we headed now? Wang Chenxing inquired, perplexed. I am uncertain. If the ship's original navigation system were operational, detecting distances of at least several light-years would pose no problem. Now, we are effectively flying blind, relying solely on luck, Blue Star replied with a hint of resignation. Wang Chenxing extended a portion of his heated meal to Blue Star, saying, Here, have something to eat first. May I try piloting for a bit? Sure, but I must first reduce the speed to 1/10 the speed of light. I wouldn't want you to be caught off guard. I have no desire to perish in the void of space, Blue Star said, accepting the food while simultaneously controlling the ship with her thoughts. We are running low on provisions as well, aren't we? Yes, we have enough food for 5 days. Including the eggs, we might last for another 10 days. However, I noticed that the energy-drained egg is no longer edible, and we need to allocate some to power the ship, meaning our supplies will dwindle quickly. Wang Chenxing stated as he connected the photon device to the ship's control system. I have no desire to eat those eggs again. Blue Star pouted. Why don't you share your food with me? Wang Chenxing glanced at her and, with a resigned shake of his head, replied, All right, it's all yours. After all, interstellar friendship is what matters. Under Blue Star's guidance, he quickly grasped the fundamentals of flying and became engrossed in piloting the spacecraft at high speed. This was an exceedingly monotonous task for Blue Star. I'll head to my quarters for a bit of rest. If you need anything, just call for me. If you grow weary of flying, feel free to switch to autopilot. Blue Star yawned, addressing Wang Chenxing, who had been awake for over 10 hours. Given that the ship was flying aimlessly, she was not concerned about him losing direction. Not a problem, you go ahead. I'm fine here, Wang Chenxing replied, exhilarated to be piloting this alien spacecraft, full of energy and devoid of fatigue. After Blue Star offered a few more brief instructions, she exited the cockpit and approached a blue door in the middle of the ship. With a gentle push, the door vanished. As she stepped inside, the door reformed into an opaque barrier. After refreshing herself, Blue Star changed into comfortable clothing and lay down on her familiar bed, quickly drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, Wang Chenxing was still reveling in the thrill of controlling the alien spacecraft and the joy of survival. Everything he had experienced thus far was beyond his wildest dreams, and his mind brimmed with anticipation for the unknown world ahead. He had no idea how far this journey would take him or what challenges lay in store, nor how long his current elation might last. Yet, every moment felt miraculous, and the disbelief in his extraordinary fortune swiftly faded away. Chapter 20. The Red Planet in the pitch-black expanse of the universe. A small spacecraft soared through the cosmos with remarkable speed, akin to a comet streaking across the celestial void. On board, Wang Chenxing remained intensely focused on piloting the vessel, occasionally maneuvering to evade large meteoroids or comets detected ahead. After 5 hours had elapsed, the Blue Star gradually awakened, as the spacecraft's automated sensory system illuminated the room. Unlike the harsh lights of Earth, the illumination within this chamber emanated a soft, gentle glow from the walls, never harsh on the eyes, and adjusted automatically with her level of awakening. Stretching languidly, Blue Star peered through the transparent walls, only to be met with the same inky darkness outside. After sitting on the bed for a moment, she made her way to the bathing chamber for a quick wash. Emerging, she donned a snug-fitting black outfit that accentuated her perfect curves. Her blue hair had been styled into a chic shoulder-length cut, enhancing her beauty even further. Once she was satisfied with her appearance, she stepped out of her room and entered the cockpit. At that moment, Wang Chenxing was still engrossed in piloting the spacecraft, exhilaration coursing through him, rendering fatigue a distant thought. Upon sensing Blue Star's presence beside him, he instinctively glanced over, only to find himself momentarily entranced, staring blankly before turning away, unable to resist stealing another glance. "Is there something on my face?" Blue Star inquired, noticing his furtive glances. No, no, Wang Chenxing's heart raced as he hastily explained. "My neck is stiff. Just stretching it." He quickly rubbed his neck to cover his embarrassment. "Is it that you don't have anyone as beautiful as me on your Earth?" Blue Star leaned in curiously. "Of course, there are many who are far more beautiful than you," Wang Chenxing replied, his cheeks flushing crimson. "Humph, I don't believe that." Blue Star scoffed. Wang Chenxing shot her another glance and said, "Well, now that you've rested, keep an eye on things here while I take a break." He awkwardly relinquished control of the spacecraft. "Go ahead and rest for a while. I'll switch the ship to autopilot and also tend to some repairs. The row of white hatches on the right side of the ship's underside is where my servants' quarters are located. It's empty now, so feel free to choose any room to rest in. There are clothes inside if you find them suitable," Blue Star instructed. "All right, I'll go rest then," Wang Chenxing admitted, suddenly feeling a bit fatigued. Descending to the lower deck of the spaceship, Wang Chenxing discovered a corridor lined with several white hatches. He selected a larger one and stepped inside. The room was impeccably clean, exuding a fragrance he had never encountered before, creating a particularly pleasant atmosphere. In the center of the room lay a broad, bed-like platform. Just as Wang Chenxing pondered whether to lie down on it, the photon machine's consciousness recognition caused a soft, black, fur-like blanket to materialize atop it, feeling incredibly plush to the touch. Just as he was about to recline, he noticed his dirty clothes and deemed it necessary to wash up first. Following the photon machine's guidance, he entered a small compartment within the room to freshen up. Dressed only in his undergarments, he lay back on the bed, which adjusted its support points to accommodate his physique, ensuring every part of his body was comfortably supported. The sensation was extraordinarily pleasant. At that moment, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, causing his entire body to relax. Gradually, he felt drowsy and, within minutes, succumbed to slumber. The lights in the cabin dimmed slowly before finally extinguishing. The spacecraft drifted aimlessly through the vastness of space for over 10 days. During this time, Wang Chenxing found the tight-fitting attire provided by Blue Star uncomfortable and ultimately chose not to wear it. The primary reason for this was that the outfit adjusted to fit the unique contours of each individual's body, revealing every curve of his physique, which left him feeling quite embarrassed to venture outside. Thus, he opted for his t-shirts and work pants, much to Blue Star's amusement, who frequently rolled her eyes at him, mocking his plainness. In addition, during this period, Wang Chenxing fully exercised his ingenuity, whimsically modifying the rock analysis laser device. He converted a portion of the ship's energy into electrical power for the instrument's use. Utilizing this device, he sliced the giant beast scales into smaller fragments to fashion a protective armor resembling chainmail for himself. He then cut the creature's tendons into fine strips to string the scale pieces together, resembling the attire of ancient Chinese armored soldiers. Given his boredom and lack of available equipment, he had little choice. Not content with just that, he also cut the beast's hide into several pieces, each approximately 5 millimeters thick, intending to craft himself a leather armor and greaves. As the hide's durability surpassed that of bulletproof vests, it would be a shame not to utilize it. Were it not for Blue Star's firm refusal, he would have attempted to create a set for her as well, but ultimately, he had to abandon that idea. Moreover, he fashioned himself a belt and crafted leather pockets to contain the red gemstone from the giant beast's head, concerned that the laser might compromise its integrity. He contemplated using it as a pendant or something similar. Finally, out of sheer boredom, he cut a piece from the beast's tusk to forge a short knife. Remarkably, this tusk was extraordinarily hard, entirely unlike regular teeth. After extended cutting and polishing with the laser, it became exquisitely sharp. Curiosity getting the better of him, he foolishly tested the knife on the floor of the spacecraft, and to his surprise, it performed exceedingly well, effortlessly carving several deep gashes into the hard surface. Unfortunately, the downside was that it triggered the ship's alarm, leading Blue Star to scold him yet again. Despite the reprimand, Wang Chenxing felt a sense of joy, as Blue Star's anger only accentuated her beauty. "We have been flying for over 10 days. Why haven't we encountered a single asteroid yet? Wang Chenxing mused while lying in the cockpit on a lounge chair made from the giant beast's eggshell, playing with his short knife as he gazed at the black void of space outside. I find it puzzling as well. It seems this star system has few celestial bodies, Blue Star replied, equally perplexed. Our food and energy supplies are dwindling. What will we do if we run out of energy and cannot find a resupply? Wang Chenxing remarked, glancing at the energy gauge. In an effort to conserve energy over the past few days, the spacecraft had shut down many non-essential systems, leaving only the navigation equipment active. Blue Star occasionally turned off the propulsion system, allowing the ship to glide on inertia, but this significantly reduced their speed. What can we do? We can only hope for good fortune and find a habitable planet. Blue Star expressed her own sense of helplessness. And if we cannot find one, do you think we might perish out here? Wang Chenxing asked. Of course. Blue Star replied without turning around. Ah, what a pity. Wang Chenxing sighed. What do you mean by pity? Blue Star turned to inquire. What a shame it would be if I were to die before settling down and fulfilling my many desires. Wang Chenxing teased, adding, but having a stunning beauty like you by my side makes it somewhat worthwhile, right? Haha. Blue Star shot him an incredulous glare, unimpressed by his flattery, and returned her focus to piloting the ship. These past days had been painfully dull for Wang Chenxing, prompting him to occasionally crack jokes to lighten the mood, which only resulted in Blue Star wearing an expression of utter bemusement. Although Blue Star held no particular affection for this earthling, she did not harbor any animosity either, as he had saved her life. He was, after all, her savior. Beyond that, she did not perceive any personal feelings toward him, for according to her aesthetic standards, he was rather ugly, with a stocky build that could hardly compare to the men of her planet. To her, it was a stark contrast between beauty and the beast, especially given his boorish lifestyle habits, which did little to inspire confidence. In moments like these, Blue Star often found herself reminiscing about her extraordinarily handsome boyfriend, whom she had not had the chance to see before her escape. They had promised to leave together, yet she had departed alone, leaving her with a heavy sense of guilt. 2 more days passed as the spacecraft continued its rapid journey through the cosmos. After several accelerations, the ship maintained a velocity of 1/4 the speed of light. The shields outside the vessel occasionally rippled with the impacts of cosmic debris, and after replenishing its energy with several giant beast eggs, the ship was left with only 30 of its power. If they did not locate a resupply planet soon, they might very well drift aimlessly through space within 2 days. Look, there's a strong and stable electromagnetic radiation source ahead. There may be a stellar system. Blue Star exclaimed excitedly, studying the navigation display. See, around this strong electromagnetic radiation, there are several weaker electromagnetic pulse signals. They must be emitted by planets. Indeed, that is highly likely. Our supplies are running low, and we must find a planet to replenish. Wang Chenxing had become well-versed in the ship's needs over these past days. I calculated the distance. It should take about a day's journey. I hope this stellar system has a habitable planet. Blue Star turned her gaze toward a bright star ahead, knowing it represented their potential refueling station. With determination, Blue Star maneuvered the ship toward the star. The spacecraft accelerated to 1/3 the speed of light, and as they drew closer, the star's brilliance intensified. Both occupants of the cabin appeared elated, having finally encountered a stellar system after such a long flight. Whether or not it harbored life-sustaining planets, it represented a glimmer of hope for survival. After approximately 10 hours of flight, the spacecraft entered this stellar system. Following an acceleration, only 15 of its energy remained. The onboard mainframe calculated that the optimal distance for a life-sustaining planet from the star lies between 200 million and 250 million kilometers. Consequently, launching navigated the spacecraft while searching for planets within this range. Due to the limitations of their spatial navigation equipment, they had to exert considerable effort in locating planets along the star's orbit, hoping for a stroke of luck in their search. Look, there's a planet, Wang Chenxing exclaimed, his eyes glued to the screen, as a small point of light suddenly flickered across the spacecraft's display. It was so subtle that one could easily miss it if not paying close attention, vanishing swiftly due to the spacecraft's high velocity and the distance of detection. Where is it? At that moment, launching had switched the spacecraft to manual control, skillfully reducing its speed to 1/10 of the speed of light. Wang Chenxing, brimming with excitement, responded, It's approximately a 10-minute journey from here, just to the left front of the spacecraft. The spacecraft surged toward the planet, and in no time, they were drawing near. From a distance, it appeared as a red planet, reminiscent of Mars in color, but significantly smaller in size. Wang Chenxing gazed out at the celestial body and remarked, "It seems this planet is entirely desert. I wonder if it is suitable for habitation. Let us circle around it once we arrive and see if there are any viable landing spots," Chenxing replied, also observing the red planet. A few minutes later, the spacecraft decelerated to the orbital speed around the planet. Upon reaching a low orbit, both Wang Chenxing and Chenxing stood before the transparent cockpit wall, gazing at the vast red planet before them. The side facing the star exhibited a striking red hue, devoid of any green or blue. Chenxing activated the spacecraft's scanning system to commence analysis. Behold, this is the three-dimensional image of the planet generated by the spacecraft scan. It appears to be nothing but sand with no signs of life, Chenxing stated as she displayed the planet's image on the control platform. "Let me take a look." Wang Chenxing leaned in for a closer inspection, pointing to an inconspicuous bright spot on the image. "What do you think that bright spot is?" "Let me magnify it," Chenxing replied, standing up to enlarge the highlighted area several dozen times. Upon seeing the clearer image, she exclaimed, "Look, it seems there's a metallic reflection over there." She magnified the region several hundred times more, and as the image sharpened, several structures built by intelligent life began to materialize in the northern polar region of the red planet. "I told you my luck wasn't that bad. It appears this planet is inhabited by extraterrestrial beings," Wang Chenxing said excitedly. "Let us go down and take a look." "Wait, I want to scan the planet's conditions once more," Chenxing insisted seriously. "The sudden appearance of a structure on this unfamiliar planet strikes me as rather peculiar." At that moment, the atmospheric data of the planet was retrieved, revealing that the daytime temperature at the equator equated to over 150 degrees Celsius in Earth terms, while the temperatures in the polar regions were around 50 degrees Celsius. At night, the temperature would drop to approximately -10 degrees Celsius. The planet's rotation was remarkably fast, with a day lasting only 8 Earth hours. The atmosphere was thin, characterized by low pressure, and nearly devoid of oxygen, primarily composed of methane, nitrogen, and some rare gases. It was also detected that countless small openings on the surface were emitting methane gas. "This is indeed strange. You mean to say there exists a structure on a planet without oxygen? Do these extraterrestrials breathe methane? This is a first for me," Wang Chenxing jested. "There's something even more peculiar." Chenxing pointed at the structures in the image. "I scanned the surface, and there are no signs of life. However, it seems the underground harbors a substantial amount of energy-rich material, though I can't ascertain what it is. The spacecraft scanning system is unable to distinguish it. If we could retrieve some, it might replenish the spacecraft's energy. But the likelihood of finding any supplies in those structures is quite slim. Any glimmer of hope is good. Perhaps they were left behind by explorers from another planet," Wang Chenxing replied, exuding confidence. "All right, but we must don protective suits once we descend." Chenxing conceded, "There are several suits in the storage compartment. After we land, you can retrieve 2 for us to wear." "Sure, sounds good." Wang Chenxing nodded in agreement, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at the red planet. Chenxing maneuvered the spacecraft, setting the descent trajectory, and slowly directed it toward the ground structures. Unbeknownst to the two aboard the spacecraft, yet another thrilling adventure awaited them on this planet. Chapter 21. The planet of death. As the spacecraft descended, it became increasingly apparent that the area was scattered with towering red mounds resembling chimneys, each over 3 meters high. The vessel was unable to land near these structures, so it sought a relatively flat and open expanse approximately 5 kilometers away from the alien-built ochre edifices. Through the transparent cockpit, they observed the ground, where these chimney-like mounds appeared akin to a forest of mud, the terrain dominated by dry earth and swirling sand. Under the intense glare of the sun, red grains of sand and dust were formed, and the spacecraft scanned the entire region. Due to the extreme heat, it detected no anomalies, only noting that the earthen chimneys were continuously emitting methane gas into the atmosphere. "This planet is rather peculiar. I've never encountered one that persistently emits methane," Blue Star remarked with a hint of concern. "Indeed, it's my first time witnessing such a phenomenon, but there's no need for alarm. There's no oxygen here, so there's no risk of explosion. Let us head over to that structure," Wang Chenxing replied nonchalantly. After donning their protective suits, Wang Chenxing and Blue Star prepared to venture outside. This protective gear was far superior to the Mars landing suit Wang Chenxing had previously worn. It was lightweight and could automatically adjust its size to fit the wearer. It provided warmth and moisture retention, enveloping them in comfort akin to a second skin. Additionally, it supplied a breathable mix of gases, sustaining life for approximately 10 hours. The visor of the suit appeared opaque from the outside, but was entirely transparent from within, allowing for unobstructed visibility, as if no mask were worn at all. It could also be adjusted to become two-way transparent according to the user's needs. "Are you ready?" Blue Star inquired, observing Wang Chenxing as he acclimated to the suit. "Yes, I'm ready." "Let us see what we can discover," Wang Chenxing replied, stretching his limbs slightly. While in low Earth orbit, the spacecraft had already determined that no life existed within the artificial structure. Their landing here was a matter of necessity, as the spacecraft's energy reserves were dwindling and their food supplies were limited. If they wished to avoid perishing in the void of space, they had no choice but to alight here in hopes of fortune. As the hatch of the spacecraft opened automatically, Wang Chenxing was the first to step out. This marked his second encounter with the soil of an alien planet, and a sense of excitement welled within him. However, upon actually setting foot on this celestial body, he felt a tinge of disappointment. The helmet displayed an external temperature exceeding 60 degrees Celsius, coupled with relatively low atmospheric pressure. The alien structures before him were largely engulfed by reddish sand, leaving only a few prominent domed edifices visible, all seemingly crafted from metal. Their round rooftops glistened, polished by the relentless winds, appearing almost blinding under the sun's rays. The star overhead seemed larger than the sun, casting a searing light that threatened to desiccate all life on this planet. "This place looks like it has been abandoned for ages," Blue Star commented as she emerged behind him, taking in the desolate landscape. "Yes, let us move closer and see if we can uncover anything useful," Wang Chenxing replied, unloading the Mars rover from the spacecraft. Traversing such a distance without a means of transport would be impractical. The planet's gravity felt slightly heavier, yet Wang Chenxing and Blue Star adapted swiftly, reaching the entrance of the structures in mere minutes. There were 5 edifices in total, one being the tallest and largest, while the other 4 were comparatively smaller. All 5 were domed structures, half buried in sand, surrounded by a metal wall designed to shield against the sandstorms, though only half of it remained visible above the shifting dunes. Within the enclosure, the ground was nearly concealed by the red sand, exposing only a few sizable black metallic components, their purpose indiscernible. The wind carried the faint sounds of metal clashing in the distance. The Mars rover smoothly traversed the red soil at the base of the wall and approached the structure. "Who do you think constructed these buildings?" Wang Chenxing asked as he disembarked, surveying the dilapidated surroundings. Based on the architectural style and the insignia on these metal structures, they likely belong to the Alea Federation, Blue Star responded after examining the emblem above. "Ah, and what is this federation?" Wang Chenxing inquired. "This federation is one of the most powerful nations in our galactic cluster, controlling over 100 star systems. We frequently engage in trade with them, and they often dispatch expedition teams to other star systems in search of mineral deposits. I never anticipated they would discover this place. However, following our conflict with the Seditions, the Alea Federation covertly aided them by supplying energy, which led to our swift occupation. To be honest, I harbor no fondness for them, but let us set that aside. We should first investigate to see if there is anything of value here," Blue Star stated flatly. "I'll check that largest structure first." With that, Wang Chenxing strode purposefully toward the grandest of the edifices. "Be careful. Call for me if you need anything." Blue Star nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the side of the largest domed building, Wang Chenxing discovered that the entrance appeared to be buried under a layer of red sand. Fortunately, there was a transparent circular opening resembling a window at the top of the structure. Thus, he climbed atop the mound of sand and peered through the circular aperture, only to find a pitch-black void within. Attempting to push against the transparent, glass-like material yielded no results. It seemed exceedingly sturdy. Consequently, he drew forth a small makeshift dagger fashioned from a sharpened fong and scraped it against the transparent surface. With minimal effort, he easily carved through the unknown material. After cutting a sufficient circle, large enough for a person to pass through, Wang Chenxing kicked the opening and cautiously leaned in to inspect the interior. However, the dim light obscured any details, prompting him to activate the lighting on his helmet. The circular opening was not positioned very high from the ground, and inside lay a mass of debris covered in dust, clearly indicating long abandonment. Wang Chenxing maneuvered his body through the opening, landing on the ground with a soft thud that sent a cloud of dust swirling into the AI. As he began to search for the main door, he heard a crunch beneath his feet, as if he had stepped on something brittle. Glancing down, he was startled to see several branch-like objects partially obscured by dust. Squatting down, he picked one up for closer inspection, and suddenly a realization struck him. He hastily discarded the branch and stood up, using his foot to nudge a few of the objects aside, finally revealing that they were, in fact, skeletal remains resembling humanoid forms. Wang Chenxing crouched down again to examine these bones more closely. They bore a striking resemblance to human skeletons, with notably large skulls and oversized eye sockets, devoid of nostrils, yet featuring several holes on the sides of the head. The jaw area exhibited a semblance to a human mouth, though no teeth were visible. The skeletal frames appeared robust, but none of the fingers or toes were present, and many rib bones were missing. Strangely, the bones were riddled with deep indentations. Wang Chenxing counted approximately 5 skeletons and surmised that the indentations were likely caused by the abrasive winds. However, despite his scrutiny, he could not ascertain the circumstances surrounding their simultaneous demise. Standing up, Wang Chenxing surveyed his surroundings and utilized his photon communicator to contact Blue Star. Blue Star, I've discovered 5 alien skeletons inside here. It seems they perished simultaneously, but the cause remains unclear. Keep an eye on things outside. This planet feels rather perilous. After relaying the message, he located the main entrance, which was evidently not locked but obstructed by overturned furniture and other debris, leaving only a few fist-sized openings through which the red sand had begun to seep. Clearing away the clutter, he pried open the door and shifted aside the encroaching sand, finally creating an entryway. At that moment, Blue Star entered through the opening, and upon seeing the skeletal remains, she was momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure. After all, they were merely remnants of the deceased. Did you find anything else? Blue Star inquired, glancing at Wang Chenxing. Nothing more. It was as I found it. These beings were indeed unfortunate, dying in this foreign land. Wang Chenxing replied lightly. You stay here and examine the area. I'll go outside and search for anything useful. All right, but these beings died under mysterious circumstances, so exercise caution, Blue Star advised, her concern evident. Of course, you be careful as well. Call for me if anything arises, Wang Chenxing assured her earnestly. With that, he exited through the entryway, while Blue Star surveyed the disarray within. The items were strewn about chaotically, bottles and containers littering the floor, with only a large, intact photon machine standing out amidst the mess. Approaching the machine, she noticed that the cables had become exposed and some were severed, indicating it was inoperable. Blue Star examined the memory chip slot within the machine, removed the chip, and inserted it into her own photon communicator. After pressing the activation button, a holographic figure materialized. A man clad in protective gear sat before the machine, speaking in Alea. My name is Swir, from the Alea Federation. My expedition team and I recently discovered this planet in this star system. We found some high-energy crystalline structures here, which represent a tremendous wealth for the Federation. Consequently, we decided to land and establish this research laboratory to study these high-energy crystals. Today, our laboratory has finally been completed, and soon we shall commence our research. After several minutes of recording, the image faded, only to be replaced by another depicting the daily progress of the expedition team. Blue Star quickly skimmed through the repetitive content, which primarily documented their work. Eventually, another image appeared. The man appeared anxious as he stated, Today, while excavating outside, we unexpectedly unearthed several dormant creatures from beneath the ground, and they seemed to feed on the crystals. However, when we brought them to the surface, they were swiftly burned by sunlight, ultimately turning to ashes. Excavation has been halted until we can fully understand these creatures. Another image materialized, displaying the same day, with lights illuminating the interior. The man, now helmeted and visibly tense, exclaimed, We just heard unusual noises outside. I hope it's not those subterranean creatures causing trouble. At that moment, 2 screams echoed from outside, followed by a figure in protective gear rushing in, shouting, Swir, we are under attack by unknown creatures. They eat humans. Quickly, we must escape in the spacecraft. The man immediately grabbed his helmet and dashed outside, leaving the machine unattended. A few minutes later, 5 more individuals rushed in, the previously shouting man cursing, "Damn stuff. He abandoned us and took the ship alone. If I see him again, I'll make him pay." Swir replied, "All exits are blocked. Those creatures are terrifying." A frightened woman with long hair exclaimed, "Aaron and Vita were just devoured by those monsters. We will surely meet the same fate." She broke into tears. "Silence. Everyone quiet down," Swir commanded, gesturing for calm. At that moment, a loud boom reverberated from afar, suggesting something had crashed. Swir approached the window to peer outside, remarking, "It seems Staff didn't he manage to escape after all? Serves him right for leaving us behind to pilot the ship alone," the previously shouting man grumbled. Suddenly, a sound of metal being gnawed on echoed from outside, prompting the 5 individuals to rush to barricade the door. Moments later, a window shattered, and several small, pitch-black creatures resembling armored rodents squeezed through. They moved with alarming speed, pouncing on the humans and, under the light, were swiftly incinerated. The 5 individuals panicked, scattering in all directions. Just then, the lights in the room extinguished, plunging it into darkness, with only the lights on their protective suits illuminating their surroundings. More of these creatures began to swarm in through the window. One individual attempted to open the hatch to escape, but before the door could open halfway, a torrent of these creatures surged in, overwhelming the 5 humans. The room filled with horrific screams, but before long, only the sounds of gnawing remained. After several minutes, the creatures gradually dispersed, leaving behind 5 stark white skeletons, stripped of their protective suits. A few more of the creatures scuttled over, gnawing at the cables of the photon machine. Within seconds, the image froze, leaving only a glimpse of a monstrous silhouette, indicating that the cables had been severed. Blue Star, filled with terror as she witnessed these events, felt a chill run down her spine, her mind racing with thoughts. "We must leave here at once." Consequently, Blue Star urgently called out to Wang Chenxing through the communicator, "Chenxing, we need to leave immediately." "What has happened?" "I've checked several structures and found no supplies. I want to look around a bit more." Wang Chenxing responded, a hint of excitement in his voice. "There is no time to explain. I've discovered some horrifying things. We must hurry or we will die here." Blue Star implored urgently through the communicator. "If we don't leave now, we'll perish." Chapter 22. Terrifying creatures beneath the earth. Before long, Wang Chenxing hurried over. After launching showed him the video, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. These creatures were utterly horrifying. Presently, the 2 of them found themselves in a dire situation, completely out of resources. If they were to encounter such a creature, they would be left defenseless, facing certain doom. This video was recorded 3 years ago. "What should we do now?" Launching said anxiously, gazing at Wang Chenxing. "Our spaceship is running low on energy, and our food supplies are dwindling. If we remain here, we will undoubtedly be devoured by those terrifying creatures." Wang Chenxing pondered for a moment and then glanced outside at Launching, stating, "At this juncture, we can only hope that those creatures have not detected our presence. However, we must devise a swift plan to leave this planet. I have inspected the structures here, and there is nothing of use." The man in the video mentioned that a spaceship crashed nearby, and judging by the direction he was looking, it should be to the east. "Let us venture there together and search for that spaceship, hoping to find something beneficial. It is our last hope of escaping this planet." Launching regarded this earthling with newfound admiration. Normally, he was quite the smooth talker, but in urgent situations, he displayed remarkable seriousness and intellect. After listening to Wang Chenxing's words, Launching nodded in agreement, for this base offered little in terms of useful resources. Their only hope lay in searching for the downed spaceship. With a nod of consent, Launching and Wang Chenxing boarded the Mars rover, heading in the direction of the crashed spaceship. The helmet displayed an external temperature soaring to around 70 degrees Celsius, with the star blazing directly overhead, its glaring rays scorching the ground. The Mars rover steadily advanced, traversing relatively flat terrain, occasionally passing by several chimney-like mounds of Earth, each towering over 3 meters, the origins of which were a mystery. As they drove the rover while scanning for the fallen spaceship, nearly an hour passed without any sign of it. The oppressive heat was palpable, even through their protective suits. Wang Chenxing gazed despondently at the barren expanse ahead, murmuring, Could the spaceship have exploded? Launching shook her head and replied, if it fell from a low altitude, it likely wouldn't have exploded. Their spaceship technology is comparable to ours. Even a drop from 10 kilometers wouldn't cause disintegration. From the video, it seems their flight was not long after takeoff, so the altitude at launch was likely low. If we continue forward, we should be able to find it. Thus, they drove the Mars rover further, enduring another 5 kilometers, when suddenly Launching pointed and exclaimed, "Look, there are some dark objects over there. Let us check it out. That must be the spaceship." Following her, Wang Chenxing indeed spotted some black metallic components protruding from the high red sand dunes. He quickly steered the rover toward that direction. Approximately 5 minutes later, a colossal wreck of a spaceship came into view. The vessel was 4 times the size of theirs, resting on its belly, its structure appearing relatively intact, although the tail section was severely damaged, with a large fissure gaping open. Only a few of the windows remained unbroken. The side facing the wind had accumulated several meters of sand, nearly obscuring the top of the ship, explaining why it had gone undetected from space. The sheltered side was much cleaner, and the entrance to the spaceship was located there. After disembarking, Wang Chenxing instructed Launching, "I will enter first. Please wait for me here." With that, he promptly squeezed through the gaping hole in the damaged ship. After about 10 minutes, confirming it was safe inside, he called for Launching to join him. Upon hearing his invitation, Launching entered the dimly lit interior. Activating the light on her helmet, she began searching the fuel compartment for any usable energy modules. Launching suddenly felt a tap on her back. Turning around, she discovered it was Wang Chenxing. Visibly annoyed, she punched him lightly and exclaimed, "You nearly scared me to death." Wang Chenxing chuckled. "What is there to fear? The only thing aboard is the skeleton of a deceased individual. But guess what I found?" "What is it?" "Hurry up and tell me." "I don't have time for riddles," Launching replied, exasperated. "Behold this. I found it in a locked box within that compartment, and there are many more," Wang Chenxing said, revealing a white crystal the size of an egg, which glimmered beautifully under the light. "What is this? Is it the crystal people were talking about?" Launching pondered, taking it in her hand. "Indeed. These were in a locked box, which I just opened. I'm uncertain of its utility, but it looks quite appealing and is not heavy." "We can take some back with us," Wang Chenxing said, examining the crystal closely. Launching scrutinized him and said, "That's fine, but first, you need to help me open this energy compartment and see if there are any energy modules left." Due to the severe damage to the spaceship's tail, the door to the energy compartment was jammed. It took every ounce of Wang Chenxing's strength to pry it open wide enough for both of them to squeeze through. Launching shone her light inside, revealing scattered, damaged energy modules leaking green liquid. She sighed in disappointment. "It seems these energy modules are all ruined. There's no energy stored in them." Wang Chenxing reassured her, "Don't worry. Let us search elsewhere, shall we?" "What other place could there be?" "This is the only spot." Launching shook her head in despair. "Oh, right. The propulsion system should have functioning energy modules installed. Thank you for reminding me. Let us hurry." The two of them scrambled to the lower section of the spaceship where the propulsion chamber was located. After locating the energy slots, they opened each one, astonishingly collecting 8 energy modules. Of these, 3 were damaged, but 5 were intact, with energy indicators showing full capacity. Launching leaped with joy, exclaiming, "We are saved. Let us take these back first, and then we can search for more supplies before we leave." Wang Chenxing looked at her, puzzled. "Is this enough?" "Absolutely. These are high-energy storage modules. Just 2 can sustain the spaceship for a journey of 1 light year. With 5, we can travel a considerable distance, certainly enough to find supplies." "Trust me," Launching said excitedly. Wang Chenxing nodded, though he struggled to comprehend how such small energy modules could store so much power. For him, a novice in the universe, whatever Launching asserted must be true. He picked up 2 energy modules, stating, "You go ahead. I'll carry these up." Launching nodded and ascended, seeking additional supplies. Wang Chenxing, straining under the weight of the modules, climbed after her. Though appearing small, each energy module weighed approximately 30 kilograms, and by the time he had transported all 5 to the upper level, he was utterly exhausted, needing to sit and recuperate. In this sweltering environment, physical exertion took a considerable toll. Meanwhile, Launching rummaged through the cabin, desperately searching for food but finding nothing. it appeared that all provisions had been left behind in the base during their hurried escape. However, she did discover a complete space navigation system in the ship's spare parts compartment, which thrilled her immensely. She called for Wang Chenxing to help her carry it outside. After over an hour of searching, when they finally emerged from the cabin with their findings, both were taken aback. It turned out that a day on this planet lasted just over 8 hours. What had been midday moments ago was now approaching twilight, casting a dim light over the landscape. Wang Chenxing swallowed hard and remarked, "It's getting dark. Wasn't it just noon?" Lan Xing glanced at the darkening sky, responding, "It seems the daylight here is fleeting. We must hurry back." The two hurriedly loaded their findings onto the Mars rover. However, once they settled in and attempted to start the vehicle, it refused to budge. Wang Chenxing suddenly remembered that the rover had a load limit of 100 kilograms. Even accounting for the planet's gravity, it could only carry a little over 120 kilograms. With 5 energy modules, the navigation equipment, and several crystals, they had exceeded the rover's capacity. Their combined weight further overloaded the vehicle. "Perhaps we should discard some items?" Wang Chenxing suggested, looking at Lan Xing. Lan Xing considered this but replied firmly, "No, everything here is essential. Except for those useless crystals of yours, we cannot afford to lose anything else. Even if we toss the crystals, it wouldn't lighten our load significantly." Wang Chenxing contemplated for a moment before walking to the rear of the rover, opening a metal box and retrieving a handheld computer. "It seems we have no choice but to walk back." He powered on the handheld computer, remotely controlling the rover to move forward while the two of them pushed from behind. As the darkness deepened, they trudged along, their tired bodies protesting with every step. After approximately half an hour of pushing, the night had fully enveloped them, rendering the surroundings pitch black. The ground temperature dropped rapidly, with their helmets indicating a chilling 15 degrees Celsius. They hurriedly pushed the Mars rover toward the spaceship, panting heavily, yet they dared not pause for breath. Wang Chenxing had activated both the rover and helmet lights. Despite having run for half an hour, the severe sandiness of the terrain and their exhaustion meant they had only covered about 5 kilometers. With 10 kilometers still to go, they maintained a silent jog, conserving energy and fearing that any noise might awaken lurking creatures. As they approached the vicinity of the chimneys, they began to hear a peculiar rustling sound in the air, distinctly different from the wind, a sound that was unsettlingly unique. Exchanging worried glances, they quickened their pace, acutely aware that the noise might signal something lurking nearby, yet they dared not speak, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Under the illumination of their lights, they caught sight of countless small creatures crawling out from the towering chimneys. Though they were terrified to look, they couldn't help but witness the swarm of creatures emerging. Yet, under the glow of the Mars rover's lights, these beings hesitated to approach, with several being swiftly incinerated by the illumination. In the oppressive darkness, they could see a multitude of small, glowing green eyes staring at them, as if they were 2 succulent morsels. "Chenxing, those are the creatures. We are doomed." Lan Xing nearly burst into tears upon seeing the horrid sight and urgently implored Wang Chenxing, "You must think of something." As the number of terrifying creatures around them grew, Wang Chenxing felt the chilling embrace of death for the first time. Chapter 23. Salvation. As Wang Chenxing sprinted, he murmured softly, "We must hurry. I find myself at a loss for what to do." "Has your superpower activated yet?" Lan Xing asked anxiously. "I am drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. What superpower could possibly manifest now? It seems those creatures are averse to light. As long as we remain under the illumination, we should be safe, or else they would have caught up with us by now," Wang Chenxing replied, glancing at the multitude of green eyes surrounding them. Upon finishing his words, they instinctively moved closer to the area illuminated by the Mars rover's lights. As they continued, the number of these beings increased, and the countless greedy green eyes fixated upon them sent shivers down their spines. After running for about 10 minutes, they noticed the rover was slowing down and the lights were dimming. "This is bad. The vehicle is losing power," Wang Chenxing exclaimed, astonished. "We haven't charged it since the last use, and now we are truly doomed." Lan Xing clutched Wang Chenxing's arm tightly, her voice laced with panic. "What should we do? I refuse to be devoured by those monsters." Within 2 minutes, the rover's lights flickered out completely, and the vehicle came to a halt, leaving them approximately 5 kilometers from the spaceship, with darkness enveloping the path ahead. Even the remote-controlled spaceship was too far away to be of use. Only the lights on their protective suits illuminated the surroundings. The cacophony of rustling from the creatures grew louder, and they estimated they would be overwhelmed within mere seconds. In this critical moment, Wang Chenxing's mind went blank. Just as the creatures were about to crawl at his feet, he suddenly felt a surge of strength coursing through him, his legs brimming with energy. He wrapped his arms around Lan Xing's waist and leaped, landing over 100 meters ahead with her securely in his grasp. The rodent-like creatures lunged at the empty space where they had been moments before, quickly redirecting their pursuit towards Wang Chenxing's landing spot. Lan Xing, who had soared through the air like a gust of wind, clung to Wang Chenxing's neck upon landing, burying her head deep into his chest. Had there been a mere second's delay, she would have surely been consumed by those creatures. Her heart raced uncontrollably, drowning out all thoughts except the certainty that in Wang Chenxing's embrace was her only sanctuary. Once on solid ground, Wang Chenxing glanced back, sensing the swarm of creatures swiftly closing in on them. Fearful of letting his guard down, he was uncertain how long this newfound superpower, which had manifested since consuming the giant beast's eggs, would last. Tightening his hold on Lan Xing, he continued leaping towards the spaceship. For an ordinary person, covering 5 kilometers would take at least 10 minutes of running, but for him, it took less than a minute. Upon spotting the spaceship in the distance, he bounded to the entrance just as the creatures arrived, swarming the vessel and gnawing at it, producing a dreadful creaking sound. Lan Xing quickly activated the photon device, initiating the spaceship's protective shield and illuminating the bottom with lights. In an instant, the shield rose, isolating most creatures outside, while the ones beneath were incinerated by the blinding lights. However, countless others remained trapped within the shield, and then an unexpected occurrence unfolded. All the creatures seemed fascinated by the shield, eagerly gnawing at it, as if it were a source of energy radiating outward. As the creatures continued their relentless assault, the energy consumption of the shield escalated rapidly. Within mere minutes, the energy display indicated that it had dwindled to less than 10%. Realizing the dire situation, Lan Xing hastily prepared to deactivate the shield, but Wang Chenxing halted her. "We cannot lower the shield now. If you do, those creatures will swarm the spaceship, and we won't last long before it is breached. Did you not see what happened to that fallen vessel?" After hearing his words, Lan Xing ceased her operations, her voice tinged with urgency. "Then what shall we do? At this rate, the spaceship's energy will be depleted, and even if we take off now, those trapped inside the shield won't fall. They might very well meet the same fate as that crashed ship." In this critical moment, Wang Chenxing remained remarkably composed. He surveyed the massive creatures clawing at the shield and suddenly had an idea. "I will go out and draw them away. You will then shut down the shield, allowing them to pursue me, and once the spaceship is airborne, you can come back for me." "No," Lan Xing protested, gripping his arm decisively. "Going out there is tantamount to signing your own death warrant. I refuse to let you be devoured by those beasts." No sooner had she spoken than the shield began to falter, with several sections on the verge of collapse as more creatures clamored to gnaw at it. "Enough. I have a plan," Wang Chenxing insisted, shaking off her grip resolutely. "Once I am outside, I will send you a signal. At that point, shut down the shield, activate the exterior lights, and use the anti-gravity system to fly." At this juncture, Lan Xing realized that preventing him from going outside was futile. It was either he took a chance or they would both perish aboard the spaceship. With a resigned nod, she watched as he departed. Wang Chenxing, far from being reckless, dashed to his quarters after leaving the cockpit. There, he donned the armor crafted from the hide and scales of the giant beast over his protective suit. With this equipment, he felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. Reaching the hatch, he found the energy shield preventing the small creatures from entering. Just as he was about to instruct Lan Xing to deactivate the shield, it vanished, prompting him to leap outside, landing over 100 meters away from the spacecraft. As the shield dissipated, countless small creatures plummeted to the ground. Wang Chenxing turned to shine his light back, noticing that most of the little monsters were now pursuing him. "Lan Xing, I hadn't even finished speaking before you deactivated the shield," he reproached. "Chenxing, that wasn't me. The spaceship has run out of power. We are out of options." Lan Xing's voice was filled with urgency and despair. "Stay safe. Just give me a few minutes." Wang Chenxing replied confidently. With that, he leaped towards the Mars rover, disregarding if he landed on a creature with each jump, only feeling the hard surface beneath his feet. He leaped again and again, guided by the light on his helmet, until he finally located the rover on his final landing. Relieved that the monsters had not yet caught up, he hurried to the rover, but hesitated upon seeing the bulky energy blocks. He could only carry 2 at a time, no more. Pondering briefly, he decided 2 should suffice to power the spaceship. Thus, he grabbed 2 energy modules and began to leap back towards the spaceship, leaving the creatures in a state of bewilderment, and a thrill of success surged within him. After more than a minute, he returned to the spaceship side. Upon seeing him, Lan Xing excitedly opened the hatch, urging him to enter quickly. However, Wang Chenxing placed the energy blocks down and said, "I will fetch 2 more and draw the monsters away. You must get the spaceship airborne and come back for me." With that, he vanished into the night once more. But this time was far from smooth. More creatures were gathering from below. No matter how far Wang Chenxing leaped, he found himself landing on these terrifying beings. A dozen or so clung to his legs, gnawing at him. Yet, his armor proved to be impeccably designed. Apart from his head, he was thoroughly protected. The tough scales on the outside were impervious to their bites, while the inner leather was soft yet remarkably resilient, akin to a natural bulletproof vest. He had chosen this armor precisely for its combination of softness and durability, and today it served him well. Though the creatures had formidable bites, they were utterly ineffective against his armor, which remained unscathed despite their persistent onslaught. After a frenzied dash, the creatures followed suit, and once the hatch was devoid of monsters, Lan Xing promptly sealed it, clutching the 2 energy modules as she rushed to the propulsion chamber. Meanwhile, Wang Chenxing, having confirmed the hatch was closed, leaped into action, sprinting toward the Mars rover. At the moment of takeoff, the majority of the creatures were shaken off, while a few tenacious ones were forcibly pulled away. The number of monsters on the ground multiplied, and with each landing, he found himself stepping on the creatures to propel himself further. Less than 2 minutes, Wang Chenxing reached the rover, but the monsters were hot on his heels. Mere seconds after landing, several creatures climbed onto him, biting fiercely. Wang Chenxing felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. While his armor could withstand bites, there were still gaps where he could be vulnerable. Glancing at the softly glowing energy modules on the rover, an idea struck him. He seized one, leaping into the air, over 80 meters high, and forcefully smashed the energy module onto the ground. With a resounding boom, the high-energy module erupted in a burst of energy, a brilliant light flooding the area and illuminating 3 kilometers around as if it were daylight. Although the brilliance lasted only 7 or 8 seconds, the ground was filled with the anguished cries of countless creatures, which swiftly turned to ash. Once he landed, Wang Chenxing surveyed the scorched remnants of the monsters, releasing a deep breath as the tension eased. Yet, he dared not linger. After securing the remaining energy modules and navigation equipment to the rover with straps, he pushed it forward, racing towards the spaceship. However, it was not long before a greater rustling erupted from behind him. Wang Chenxing turned, gasping in astonishment. My heavens! A multitude of creatures surged forth from the ground, an overwhelming tide rushing towards him. Wang Chenxing quickened his pace, now over 4 kilometers from the spaceship, where the warning lights began to twinkle in the distance. Yet, towering buildings flanked him. At times, hope seemed tantalizingly near, yet so far away. Wang Chenxing's mind had ceased to ponder life and death. It was a void of thought as he desperately abandoned the rover, sprinting towards the nearest building. Uncertain of when Lan Xing would manage to start the spaceship, he knew he couldn't afford to exhaust himself with futile back-and-forth runs. Seeing him head towards the building, the creatures followed suit. Upon reaching the highest point of the structure, Wang Chenxing intended to enter, but recalling the gruesome sight of the 5 corpses inside, he deemed it unsafe. Instead, he leaped onto the rooftop, causing the creatures to lose their target and swarm around the building, climbing incessantly. Meanwhile, Lan Xing strained to drag the 2 energy blocks toward the spaceship's energy chamber, but their weight hindered her speed. Just then, more creatures flooded in, overwhelming the base of the building with a thick mass. A few had even reached the rooftop, leaving Wang Chenxing with no retreat as he battled the small monsters. Listening to the sounds of his struggle through the communicator, Lan Xing's tears flowed uncontrollably. Wiping her eyes, she summoned all her strength, sprinting towards the propulsion room with the 2 energy modules. She understood that every second she could shave off meant another second of survival for Wang Chenxing. Once the energy blocks were connected, Lan Xing activated the spaceship systems remotely, reinitializing the main controls. The anti-gravity system engaged, and the spaceship began to ascend, mere minutes after Wang Chenxing had departed. The lights beneath the vessel illuminated the surroundings, revealing the chaos outside. Sitting in the pilot's seat, Lan Xing controlled the spaceship while fervently whispering, "Wang Chenxing, you cannot leave me behind. You must return alive." The spaceship sped towards him, and through the lights, she spotted a bright figure dancing atop the building's roof not far away. Lan Xing knew he was still alive, and her tears flowed freely in relief. Quickly, she steered the spaceship in Wang Chenxing's direction. As the ship's lights illuminated him, the surrounding creatures were incinerated, turning to ash, gradually diminishing in number, revealing a tall figure standing resolutely atop the building. "Chenxing, I'm here. Hold on." Lan Xing cried out in exhilaration upon seeing him. Chapter 24. Transformation. As the starship hovered beside Wang Chenxing, it promptly opened its hatch, illuminating the area below with its radiant lights. Within the reach of the glow, no creature dared to approach. Once the ship was securely parked, Lan Xing hurried to the hatch to meet Wang Chenxing. That moment, he had already managed to crawl into the cabin. After the door sealed shut, he removed his helmet and plopped down onto the floor, panting heavily. The helmet was riddled with bite marks, and several gaping wounds on his unprotected hands and feet oozed blood. Remarkably, his protective leather armor remained intact, showcasing its superior quality, as it had withstood the relentless assaults of numerous monsters without a scratch. Overcome with emotion, Lan Xing wept as she leaned over him, exclaiming, "Chenxing, Chenxing, are you all right? I thought I would never see you again." With great effort, Wang Chenxing propped himself up on his arms and replied with a faint smile, "How could I possibly die so easily? There's such a beautiful girl waiting for me here. I simply cannot bear to leave." Lan Xing managed a wry smile, retorting, "Oh, spare me. You're half dead, yet still full of cheek. If you keep this up, I might just leave you behind." She then helped him to his feet as they made their way inside the cabin. With Lan Xing's assistance, Wang Chenxing dragged his weary body to the pilot's seat. After sitting down, he took a deep breath and said, "That was truly perilous, but at least I've come back with my life. So, where do we go from here?" After a moment of thought, Lan Xing replied, "Let us ascend into space first. Once dawn breaks, we can install the navigation system and decide our next destination based on the readings we obtain. Please wait a moment. I'll take you to tend to your wounds shortly." With that, she deftly piloted the ship into synchronous orbit around the planet. Once everything was set, Lan Xing guided Wang Chenxing to the medical bay. Thanks to the egg fluid he had consumed earlier, his wounds were healing rapidly, allowing Lan Xing to perform only basic checks and bandaging. After exiting the medical bay, Lan Xing regarded the exhausted Wang Chenxing with concern, saying, "Let me help you to rest." Wang Chenxing turned and smiled. "No need for that. I can still walk on my own. The checkup showed I'm fine, so don't worry." His words earned him an eye roll from Lan Xing. He truly had no sense of gratitude. Over 5 hours later, the planet's surface was bathed in daylight. Wang Chenxing groggily opened his eyes, feeling refreshed from a deep slumber, though his muscles ached profoundly. He donned a loose t-shirt and stepped out of the cabin, heading directly to the cockpit, where he encountered Lan Xing entering in a protective suit. "You woke up so soon." Lan Xing removed her visor and smiled at Wang Chenxing, asking, "How do you feel after your nap?" "Much better, I must say." "I wish I could sleep like this every day," Wang Chenxing replied, scratching his head with a grin. "Dream on. You should eat something soon. I've already installed the spatial navigation system, and we'll be taking off shortly." With that, Lan Xing shed her protective gear, revealing her graceful figure as she addressed Wang Chenxing. Wang Chenxing, arms crossed and leaning against the doorframe, gazed at her and remarked, "Not bad at all." "What do you mean, not bad?" Lan Xing asked, bemused. "Guess, if you get it right, I'll tell you." Wang Chenxing teased with a smile. "Ugh," Lan Xing retorted, rolling her eyes at his antics. "It seems your body is fine, but your mind might have been damaged by those creatures. I should have let you handle the physical work from the start. Now, let us hurry and prepare for departure." After washing up and having a bite to eat, Wang Chenxing returned to the cockpit about half an hour later. By then, Lan Xing had successfully linked the ship's spatial navigation system and, once ready, activated the anti-gravity device. The ship swiftly ascended to several thousand meters in altitude before shooting out 2 white trails of flame toward the cosmos. Once the spatial detection system was activated, A virtual three-dimensional map of a star system gradually materialized in the cockpit center, expanding to reveal a galaxy composed of billions of star systems. Behold, this is the scan of the galaxy made up of countless stars. The spatial detection device is limited in capacity, only displaying the coordinates, environments, and orbital simulations of most planets within this galaxy. The red planet is the one we just departed from. The white dots represent stars, the gray ones are uninhabitable planets, and the blue ones are suitable for life. There are thousands of such planets in this vast galaxy, although the proportion is still somewhat lacking. Launching explained, gesturing at the various celestial bodies on the screen. Can you determine where we are in the universe? Is it your galaxy? Wang Chenxing inquired, curiosity piqued. Currently, the ship has only detected a portion of the galaxy's spatial distance. To ascertain the cosmic coordinates of the galaxy, we would need a more advanced spatial detection device. Our small ship is not equipped for that. It was never intended for long-distance interstellar travel. We still cannot identify this galaxy, but it is definitely not our own. However, we can detect habitable planets. Look, the nearest habitable planet is merely 3 days away at our ship's maximum speed. Let us head there. Launching pointed to a blue planet on the display. After installing a high-energy storage module, the ship traveled at 2/3 the speed of light and, after 3 days, entered the star system of the blue planet, where the food supplies were nearly depleted. Upon entering this star system, detailed indicators of the planets appeared on the screen. This particular planet was the 5th in the system, featuring 3 major landmasses, with the remainder being ocean. The atmosphere contained a high concentration of oxygen, with temperatures ranging from -20°C to 50°C, and the planet's rotation period was approximately 38 hours, while its revolution took around 600 Earth days. This planet has quite favorable conditions, Launching remarked as she reviewed the data. What kind of life exists there? I hope we don't encounter any more bizarre creatures, Wang Chenxing said, gazing at the planet's image. The ship scans indicate that this planet hosts a relatively primitive civilization, with many ancient structures but little technology. It seems we will have to interact with this primitive society, Launching noted. This is the first piece of good news I've heard in days. I no longer wish to deal with those unknown creatures, Wang Chenxing quipped. By the way, they don't eat people, do they? Launching shot him a look, saying, this planet already has a civilization. Surely, they wouldn't resort to cannibalism. Look, the climate conditions in the northern hemisphere are better than in the other 2 landmasses, with more life and structures. Once night falls on this continent, let us find a secluded spot to land and then search for supplies, Launching instructed Wang Chenxing. Several hours later, on the planet, dawn had not yet fully arrived, and the temperature felt rather chilly. Nestled within a dense jungle in the northern hemisphere, beside a tranquil freshwater lake spanning approximately 5 square kilometers, bubbles began to surface, heralding the emergence of 2 figures from the water. These figures were none other than Wang Chenxing and Launching. Last night, they had decided against landing the immense ship in a populated area to avoid unnecessary complications. After much deliberation, they chose to descend within this primitive jungle, ensuring safety by submerging the ship in the lake, rendering it undetectable and secure for both the vessel and themselves. After resting through the night, they donned their protective suits and swam to the surface as dawn broke. Upon reaching the shore, they changed into their clothes from their backpacks and concealed their protective gear. The photon device indicates that we are about 10 kilometers away from a civilization gathering point, Launching announced, activating the device. Let us hurry then. I am starving. Eating the same thing every day is becoming unbearable, Wang Chenxing replied as he tidied up his backpack, securing his leather armor and crystals. Having experienced the benefits of the armor, he decided to wear it again, just in case the planet's inhabitants were uncivilized and posed a threat. Why did you bring those stones along? Launching inquired, noticing the crystals in his pack. With neither of us having any currency on this planet, we need something tangible to trade for food, Wang Chenxing explained, producing a glimmering crystal. Those items might be worthless here, Launching sighed, rolling her eyes. How can we know without trying? Based on my experience, primitive societies are often intrigued by shiny objects, Wang Chenxing insisted, holding up a crystal the size of an egg. Launching found it hard to counter his reasoning. Indeed, she had left without any valuables during her escape. To survive swiftly in this unfamiliar primitive world, they would need resources, so she chose not to argue further. Traversing through the thick jungle for over 3 hours, they finally approached a settlement that resembled a village through human eyes. The sparse buildings amounted to about a dozen scattered houses nestled within the expansive forest. Look at how odd they appear, Wang Chenxing whispered from behind a bush, observing an alien local with green skin, dressed in simple fabrics, bent over to cultivate the land. This alien had a round head adorned with 2 tiny ears and disproportionately large black eyes, resembling a hippo, with a massive mouth revealing 2 long teeth, and a robust physique standing over 2 meters tall, exuding an intimidating presence. How can we approach them for supplies in a friendly manner? If he weren't standing upright, I'd think he was a wild beast. I seriously doubt we'll be able to trade, Wang Chenxing muttered, chewing on a blade of grass, his brow furrowed. I have a plan. Just watch me, Lanqing replied with a smile, activating her photon device to render herself invisible. As they drew near, the alien seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly turning around but seeing nothing. Just then, something even stranger occurred. A blue light flashed from above, and a diminutive alien, resembling the first, appeared before the bewildered local. Wang Chenxing stood frozen for half a minute, astonished. When the smaller alien approached him, he instinctively wanted to hide but heard it say, "Don't you recognize me?" Wang Chenxing stared wide-eyed at the alien. "Is that you, Lanqing?" The alien grinned mischievously and replied, "What do you think? Did I dazzle you into silence with my transformation into an extraterrestrial beauty? I'm here to eat you." Ha ha. No matter how vivid his imagination, Wang Chenxing could not fathom how she had changed so drastically. Scratching his head, he recalled their previous interactions, finally summoning the courage to stammer, your previous form. It wasn't just a fade, was it? Lanqing flashed him a playful smile. You guessed it. I was quite ugly, you know. Ha ha. Chapter 25. The city of Sadir. Upon hearing this, Wang Chenxing felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. After scrutinizing her for a while, he mischievously remarked, "How did you end up resembling them? Were you always of such a countenance?" Lanqing flashed a cunning smile and retorted, "Oh, go away. But do you wish to transform into my likeness?" "Of course. Otherwise, in this human form, those creatures would undoubtedly perceive me as a monster and capture me." Wang Chenxing replied without hesitation, "That's quite simple. I have an extra outfit in my backpack. Once you don it, I will send you a biological information sample of that alien, and then you can look like me." As she spoke, Lanqing sat on the ground and retrieved the clothing from her backpack for Wang Chenxing. "Not this outfit again," Wang Chenxing exclaimed as he gazed at the attire he had previously refused to wear. "Isn't it more aesthetically pleasing than your tattered garments?" Lanqing remarked, her large, sparkling eyes fixed on him. Wang Chenxing suddenly found Lanqing's transformed appearance amusing. Her round head, oversized eyes, and peculiar ears rendered her irresistibly cute and comical. Stifling an impending outburst of laughter, he reluctantly took the clothing and retreated into the jungle to change. In less than 3 minutes, he emerged, peeking out to see if Lanqing was watching. Noticing she was distracted, he quietly stepped out. As he approached Lanqing, she abruptly turned around and, after surveying him for a few seconds, burst into laughter, declaring, "Not bad. It seems to fit you quite well." She then scrutinized his form once more. Feeling exposed under her gaze, Wang Chenxing's face flushed crimson, and he awkwardly urged, "You must help me change back." All right, I won't tease you anymore. "Come here," Lanqing said with a smile. Once he approached, she transmitted the information from her photon device to him and pressed a few virtual buttons. A beam of blue light swiftly enveloped Wang Chenxing, and in an instant, he transformed into a diminutive yet formidable alien. He examined his new form and exchanged a smile with Lanqing, saying, "I didn't expect this outfit had such capabilities." "Indeed, we possess many remarkable items," Lanqing replied, glancing at him. "Then you must introduce me to more of them in the future," Wang Chenxing could not help but say. "In order to transform, we must wear our kind of clothing. With this attire, the photon device can simulate the appearance of other races. So now, have you figured out what I truly look like?" Lanqing gazed at him with a playful expression. Wang Chenxing scratched his bald head, contemplating, then joyfully exclaimed, "I understand now. Previously, when you wore my clothing, your appearance did not change, so it seems this is your true form." Lanqing could not contain her laughter at his exaggerated expression as an alien and managed to compose herself, saying, "All right, let us discuss serious matters. Earlier, I encountered that alien and copied the information from its brain, and I have also learned their language. I will share it with you shortly. From the information I obtained, I learned about this land. They refer to this continent as Charlotte. Originally, there was only one nation, but after the king had 3 sons, it fragmented into 3 kingdoms, which frequently engage in wars over territory. Additionally, there are 2 other continents beyond this one, each hosting a powerful nation. Long ago, all 3 continents maintained relative peace, but ever since the old king's death, the other 2 continents have eyed Charlotte with hostility. The individuals we encountered were once retired warriors, now cultivating the land here. We are situated in a relatively smaller nation known as the Kingdom of Sadir, which is coveted by the other 2 nations due to its favorable climate and fertile land. Approximately 20 kilometers from here lies the largest city and the capital of this kingdom, Sadir City. To procure sufficient supplies, we must venture there. The nearby villages seem to lack the resources we require, as their food barely sustains their own needs. However, there is some reassurance. Despite their imposing appearance, I discovered through reading their consciousness that their civilization is relatively primitive and their thoughts simplistic. They hold a deep admiration for strength, so our diminutive stature poses no threat to them, alleviating our concerns. After sharing additional details with Wang Chenxing, Lan Xing transmitted the language information of the Sadians to him. Once prepared, the 2 of them began their slow journey toward the city. As they walked, numerous locals began to emerge for work, and while passing through the Sadian villages, they could not escape the curious glances cast upon them. Fortunately, they encountered no significant troubles. After all, the arrival of 2 strangers in such a remote area was bound to pique interest. Wang Chenxing observed the Sadians tending to unknown plants in the fields and using tools to slice the meat of unfamiliar creatures, their labor appearing quite primitive. As they passed, the Sadians cast inquisitive glances, perhaps because it had been a long time since they had seen outsiders. After traversing the village, the path ahead became relatively even, with fewer trees, and the vista gradually opened up to reveal a vast plain, beyond which loomed towering mountains. According to the Sadian memories, Sadir City lay nestled at the foot of those mountains. Upon sighting the distant peaks, they instinctively quickened their pace. I should have known to park the spaceship closer. This lengthy trek is quite taxing, Wang Chenxing remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. This area has only that forest as a cover. My spaceship lacks cloaking capabilities, so I had no choice but to land there. I certainly do not wish for such a large vessel to be discovered nearby, attracting unnecessary trouble, Lan Xing replied, resting on a stone. They had already been walking for over an hour. After resting for about 10 minutes, they resumed their journey. Approximately 2 hours later, they finally arrived beneath a towering city wall, which seemed to stretch endlessly, likely extending for over 10 kilometers, and stood several dozen meters high. The enormous city gate was large enough to accommodate their spaceship entirely, flanked by several Sadians, approximately 4 meters tall, clad in black armor and wielding massive axes. A multitude of Sadians moved in and out of the city, nearly everyone tall and armored, some adorned with long blades, while others rode peculiar large carts pulled by a beast resembling a shaggy rhinoceros, akin to a yak but much larger. Such carts were numerous, bustling between the city gates. Wang Chenxing observed the scene from a distance and exclaimed, "We've finally arrived. It seems those soldiers at the gate do not conduct inspections, so we should encounter no trouble when we enter. Once inside, let us see if my items hold any value. I hope to exchange them for their currency, allowing us to procure supplies and perhaps even acquire one of those large carts for our return. Otherwise, we will have to rely on the wind for sustenance." Lan Xing replied somewhat exasperatedly, "I wonder if those stones of yours will be of any use. If not, we shall need to devise another plan. Moreover, we must avoid excessive interaction with the locals. If they discover us, it could lead to complications. If we cannot procure supplies in the city, we must hastily exit and seek alternative solutions." "Understood. We shall make our trip swift." Wang Chenxing nodded, suddenly struck by an idea, and chuckled, "Wait for me. I'll don this leather armor. I believe it will help me blend in better." Once he was clad in the armor, he had to admit it did render him somewhat similar to the Sadians, though the material of his armor, crafted from the hardened shells of colossal beasts, felt inferior to the genuine leather worn by the Sadians, clearly a notch above. They proceeded along the path leading to the city gate. As they passed through the gate, Wang Chenxing sensed the Sadians around them casting peculiar glances. This made him feel somewhat awkward. Lan Xing whispered, "Do not mind their stares. These Sadians take pride in their towering stature. Though them, we two diminutive figures might seem like misfits. Moreover, with you donning leather armor, it's akin to the saying, putting on a brave face. Wang Chenxing turned his head in exasperation. Oh no! Why didn't you warn me sooner? This is truly embarrassing. Fortunately, they faced no significant issues entering the city. Once inside, the sight before them left both astonished. The city was filled with towering stone structures, some reaching several dozen meters high, and the wide streets bustled with numerous Sadians. Various shops lined the streets, while at the far end stood a magnificent, resplendent building that appeared to be the royal palace. The city was teeming with Sadians, all tall and imposing. Neither Wang Chenxing nor Lan Xing encountered anyone of their stature. Moreover, Wang Chenxing's attire garnered derisive glances from those passing by. However, their attention soon shifted to Lan Xing, their eyes sparkling. Even in her transformed state, she must have been an undeniable beauty. I was initially concerned that our appearance would draw undue attention, but it seems there was no need for such worries, Lan Xing remarked joyfully as she surveyed the throngs of Sadians. Wang Chenxing, however, shot her an incredulous glare, saying, "Are you serious? We are practically anomalies among them. Just look at how they keep staring at you." Lan Xing, irritated, ignored him and merrily strode ahead. Thus, the two began their search for a jeweler, and after inquiring with several Sadians, they finally found a large jewelry shop near the palace. The exterior bore no sign, only a massive red gemstone suspended from a chain on a pillar, likely serving as a makeshift sign, though its authenticity remained uncertain. At the entrance stood two tall Sadian maidservants, clad in vibrant leather attire, welcoming customers. "Are you here to buy jewelry?" one of the maidservants inquired in Sadian. No, we're not selling. I have some jewelry to offer. Do you accept it?" Wang Chenxing replied, glancing at the maidservant. "That would require consulting our boss. What kind of items do you wish to sell? Only high-quality jewelry is of interest to our employer." "You don't seem to fit the profile of wealthy patrons," the other maidservant remarked with a hint of mockery after assessing their attire. "How about this?" Wang Chenxing then produced a crystal the size of an egg from his backpack. Upon seeing the dazzling, sunlight-reflecting crystal, the maidservant's eyes widened in astonishment, as if they were about to devour it, and they both exclaimed excitedly, "We'll take it! We'll take it! Please wait a moment while I fetch our boss." Wang Chenxing chuckled in delight, turning to Lan Xing. "See, I knew this was a valuable item. Otherwise, those people wouldn't have gone through such trouble to mine it on that planet." After a few minutes, a rotund man with a pumpkin-shaped head ambled out, his large head lowered as he scrutinized them, squinting as he spoke. "Are you the ones looking to sell jewelry? Show it to me. This is it. What do you think?" Wang Chenxing eagerly handed over the crystal. The moment the portly man laid eyes on the crystal, his expression turned greedy, and he eagerly examined it for several minutes without uttering a word. Growing impatient, Lan Xing finally said, "Have you seen enough? Just give us a price already. We have other matters to attend to." "Oh, beautiful lady, please do not rush me. May I ask where you obtained such a treasure?" The man's gaze shifted to Lan Xing, his eyes glistening with desire. It was evident that her appealing figure had captivated this insufferable fat man. "That information is unnecessary. Please just provide a price." Wang Chenxing interjected, feeling quite displeased with the man's demeanor. "Ah, yes, good treasures must remain secret, huh? Please, follow me inside. I need to appraise it before I can offer you a price," the man said with an infuriatingly wide grin. Thus, Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing entered the shop, with the man whispering a few words to one of the maidservants before following them inside. Chapter 26. Captivity. The corpulent figure guided the two of them to a relatively secluded room on the second floor. In the center of the room stood a massive wooden table, cluttered with an array of unfamiliar instruments, presumably for assessing the value of jewels. Surrounding the room were several wooden racks, displaying a diverse assortment of gems and enigmatic metals. At the table's edge, two rather frail elderly Siderians were intently examining the stones in their hands. "I presume this is your first visit to our establishment," the portly proprietor said with a cheerful smile directed at Wang Chenxing. "Your treasures require our expert evaluation before we can offer a fair price. Might you be so kind as to wait a moment?" "That's fine. Just make it quick," Lan Xing replied impatiently, her disdain for the loathsome figure evident in her tone. The rotund man nodded in acknowledgement, and handed one of the crystals to one of the elderly men. After a thorough examination, the old man's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement, and he whispered something to the portly owner. The proprietor's expression shifted between uncertainty and anticipation, revealing no clear indication of whether the assessment was favorable or not. After a brief pause, the portly man approached them again, his demeanor now jovial. Upon our evaluation, this indeed appears to be a valuable gem. However, I wonder if you possess any additional pieces. If so, I would be interested in acquiring them all, and rest assured, the price will be generous. Wang Chenxing assessed him before responding, "Yes, I have a few more in my bag, but I am curious about the price you would offer." "Not a problem. If the remaining pieces are of similar quality, I can certainly offer a higher price." The proprietor's round, glimmering eyes squinted with delight. "Here are 9 more. Please take a look," Wang Chenxing said, retrieving the remaining crystals from his backpack and presenting them to the portly man. With a beaming smile, the proprietor took the crystals and hurried back to the 2 elderly men for further evaluation. At that moment, Lan Xing nudged Wang Chenxing and whispered, "That man is clearly up to no good. Do you think he has some sinister scheme in mind?" Wang Chenxing chuckled softly and replied, "I'm not worried about any tricks he might attempt." Minutes passed, and the evaluation finally concluded. The portly man approached with a grave expression, addressing Wang Chenxing. "The gems you have brought are indeed remarkable. These 10 stones are unlike anything we have encountered before, surpassing the quality of any gem I have seen. Their value is incalculable. Even the royal palace of Sadiel does not possess such exquisite stones. Might I inquire where you acquired these gems?" "That is not for you to know," Lan Xing replied curtly. "However, it seems you have little choice in the matter." "Guards!" The portly man's countenance transformed into one of menace. Upon hearing this, Wang Chenxing instinctively shielded Lan Xing, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do?" Suddenly, 6 towering figures wielding stout clubs entered from outside, encircling the 2. Wang Chenxing, sensing impending danger, reached for a dagger in his backpack, only to be firmly restrained by 2 of the imposing Siderians. Just as he struggled, a sudden blow to the back of his head rendered him unconscious. "You 2 diminutive Siderians, oblivious to your surroundings. Do you not realize where you are? Attempting to sell jewels here. You wretched little miscreants, divulge the source of your stolen treasures, or I shall deliver you to Lord Modi for punishment." The portly man sneered, his eyes narrowed. "Release us, or you shall face dire consequences." Lan Xing shouted defiantly. "I could let you go, but only if you were willing to serve me," the proprietor leered. "Dream on, you foul swine." Lan Xing spat vehemently. "Very well, if you refuse to speak, take them away to Lord Modi. Ensure that they never have the chance to reveal anything." Enraged by Lan Xing's insult, the portly man commanded his guards, "Deliver them to Lord Modi. Instruct him to ensure these 2 will never emerge from imprisonment. I shall visit him shortly." The towering Siderians then dragged Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing away, while the portly man gleefully secured the 10 gems, appearing quite pleased with what he deemed a lucrative acquisition, albeit lamenting the fate of the beautiful young woman. Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing were unceremoniously tossed into a sealed cage and loaded onto a vehicle. After a bumpy ride, they soon heard voices outside, and the cage was opened. It was already dusk, the light was dim, obscuring their surroundings. 2 Siderians clad in heavy leather armor, brandishing large swords, pulled them from the vehicle. They inspected their backpacks before returning Wang Chenxing's, then shackled their hands and feet with metal chains, escorting them into a small, dark room. The only source of light came from a small opening above, illuminating the walls, which were composed of solid, dark stone. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Chenxing gradually regained consciousness, the first sensation being a throbbing pain at the back of his head. "Where is this place?" he asked weakly. "It seems we have been imprisoned by that man," Lan Xing replied, helping him sit up. Wang Chenxing shook his head in resignation. "This is the first time I've ever been in a jail cell. I thought this planet was civilized, yet upon entering the city, I am met with such treatment. This is utterly outrageous. Once I escape, I shall make him pay. Indeed, these barbaric individuals have quite the array of tricks. Once we are free, I intend to exact my revenge on that insufferable fat man," Lan Xing declared angrily. "Surviving this ordeal seems unlikely." A raspy voice suddenly emanated from the shadows. Lan Xing jumped in alarm, demanding, "Who are you? Why have you remained silent for so long? From the dark corner emerged a Sadaron towering over 4 meters, his arms bound with metal chains, green liquid trickling down them. He observed the pair before resuming his position against the wall. I am Woody. You two have awakened me from my slumber. Once you arrive here, you should abandon all hope of leaving. Oh, hello, my name is Chenxing. We were ensnared by those treacherous individuals. Why can't we leave? Wang Chenxing inquired, perplexed. It appears you are unaware of where you are. This is Lord Modi's Beast Arena prison. Those confined here meet only one fate. Death. There is no chance of escape. The only way for a prisoner to survive is to slay every beast in the arena, but the beasts are numerous and relentless, the tall Sadaron explained with a bitter smile. What? An arena? Wang Chenxing exclaimed in disbelief. Why were we sent here? Only those sentenced to death are brought here, Woody replied slowly. What? Death row inmates. Wang Chenxing stood up, incredulous. We merely sold some stones and are labeled as death row inmates? I thought the people here were supposed to be simple-minded. This is outrageous. Lan Xing stared at him, wide-eyed. It seems we are truly doomed. Wang Chenxing reassured her. Do not fear. As long as I am here, we will find a way out. Lan Xing gazed at him, saying, I hope you can indeed find a way for us to escape. What shall we do now? Why is it that I always seem to encounter such bizarre situations? Lan Xing lamented, feeling a pang of hunger. She rummaged through Wang Chenxing's bag, producing some food to share with him, saying, Do you have a plan for our escape? If only I had superpowers, it would be easier. However, it seems that this ability only manifests in life-threatening situations, which is rather vexing. Regardless, when the time comes, I should be able to get you out, Wang Chenxing muttered in Chinese. Then why are you here? Wang Chenxing glanced at the towering Sadaron in the corner. After a moment of silence, the Sadaron replied, Since you will not survive much longer, I will share my story. I am the Grand Commander of the Sadaron Kingdom. 5 years ago, when the war commenced, I reported Modi for failing to provide supplies, and as a result, he was heavily fined by the king. Thus, I earned his enmity. 3 years ago, when the war concluded, Modi accused me of plotting rebellion due to my military power, leading to my persecution by the king. One day, I will personally execute Modi. Oh, so you two are a victim of deceit. Wang Chenxing sighed and inquired further, How long have you been here? Are the beasts truly formidable? Nearly 3 Sadaron years, the Grand Commander chuckled. Once you encounter them, you will understand their might. Many are imprisoned here daily, yet few manage to survive even a couple of days, let alone individuals like you. Wang Chenxing contemplated this. A Sadaron year equated to over 600 days, with a single day on this planet lasting 36 hours. This individual had evidently endured a long confinement. As Lan Xing munched on her food, fatigue and hunger overwhelmed her, and she soon dozed off, her head resting on Wang Chenxing's lap. He gazed at her weary form, feeling deep remorse for his reckless actions, while simultaneously devising a plan for their future. Outside, the distant roars of animals echoed, gradually lulling him into slumber as well. Clang! Clang! A cacophony of locked tumblers awakened Wang Chenxing. Rubbing his eyes, he noticed the light filtering through the opening had grown brighter, signaling dawn. 2 towering Siderians entered, carrying a large wooden platter bearing a roasted animal leg, announcing loudly, This is your meal. Eat quickly. With that, they exited and locked the door behind them. The Grand Commander approached slowly, saying, You two should eat. Once you finish, it will be time for the arena. Wang Chenxing glanced at the charred animal leg, some parts still oozing green liquid, and lost his appetite. Even in prison, we are served meat. The treatment is not so bad. Woody chuckled. The wealthy do not wish for us to die too soon. They crave the thrill of the arena. This meat comes from the beasts I have slain. Should I perish, my flesh will serve as sustenance for them. Come, taste it. This may be your last meal. Wang Chenxing felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Though he had consumed many bizarre creatures, the thought of this unknown meat was repulsive. He waved his hands dismissively, saying, No, no, I have food. At that moment, Lan Xing awoke, her curiosity piqued by the roasted meat, but she abstained upon Wang Chenxing's strong suggestion. Before long, the roasted leg was consumed entirely, leaving behind a massive bone, resembling a lamppost in size, It was clear that this creature had once been an imposing and terrifying being. After resting for about half an hour, the door swung open again, and a tall Satyron entered, urging, "Hurry! It's your turn. Today's opponent is quite formidable. Several have already fallen to him. I hope to see you return. Best of luck, haha." Chapter 27. The arena. Subsequently, Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing were brusquely ushered out of their cell by soldiers, accompanied by the formidable General Woody. Flanking the dimly lit corridor leading to the arena were numerous cells containing a multitude of Asadians. As Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing passed by, the inmates incessantly mocked and jeered at them. Lan Xing, glancing at the fearsome faces of the Sadians surrounding them, instinctively tightened her grip on Wang Chenxing's arm and murmured, Did I feel a bit frightened?" Wang Chenxing grasped her hand reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry. I have vanquished colossal beasts on that planet. I fear not what monstrosities may emerge from here. Just stand behind me, and you shall be safe." After traversing the shadowy passageway for several minutes and passing through a series of metallic cell doors, a distant glimmer grew increasingly larger, and the cacophony of the Sadians grew louder. Gradually, the outline of a massive gate became discernible, and the frenzied shouts from within the arena echoed clearly. Soon, they arrived at the entrance, where the arena, bathed in sunlight, gleamed brightly. Through the immense metallic bars, one could nearly discern the features of the towering Sadians standing upon the high walls. Tens of thousands of Sadians were gathered, shouting in a wild frenzy. The ramparts were adorned with sharp wooden spikes, and the ground was littered with dismembered limbs, the pungent stench of blood assaulting their senses, evoking nausea. Upon witnessing this gruesome scene, Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing felt their hearts race with trepidation, a sight unlike anything they had ever encountered. In stark contrast, the Sadian general beside them appeared unperturbed, his expression grim as he surveyed the arena, clearly accustomed to such spectacles. With a command from an individual within the arena, the metal bars swung open, and a guard gestured for the Sadian general to proceed, leaving Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing momentarily confined within the enclosure. The Sadian general shot a glance at the guard, who seemed cowed by the general's imposing demeanor, and upon entering the arena, the guard handed the general a formidable black metal club, over 2 meters in length and likely weighing 100 pounds. The Sadian general cast a chilling glance at the pair before striding toward the center of the arena, as the crowd's fervor intensified, descending into a state of collective mania. At the behest of a regal-looking Sadian atop the walls, the tumultuous crowd fell silent, and he boomed, "Next to enter the arena is the mighty Madwa beast, captured from the death forest at the cost of the lives of several valiant Sadian warriors. And here stands Woody, the traitor of our Sadian kingdom, who has faced these beasts with unparalleled prowess. Let us hope he does not disappoint us today." This proclamation was met with a thunderous uproar of cheers and jeers from the audience. At that moment, a larger and more robust metal barrier gradually ascended, followed by the ferocious roars of an animal. Slowly, the silhouette of a towering beast emerged. This creature, standing over 10 meters tall, possessed 4 stout legs and a jet-black hide, its massive head adorned with rows of menacingly sharp teeth, its long body trailing a formidable tail. It was prodded forward by a throng of Sadians wielding long spears, evidently inciting its wrath. A hapless individual, having encroached too closely, was suddenly swept into the air by the beast's tail, only to be torn asunder by its gaping maw, eliciting a chorus of horrified screams from the onlookers. The Sadians, quickly regaining their wits, thrust their spears at the beast, yet their efforts were futile, as the creature remained undeterred, albeit reluctantly herded into the arena. At this juncture, cold sweat cascaded down Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing's backs. Had it been them entering the arena, they would scarcely suffice as a morsel for that beast. "Chenxing, do you have any confidence in this?" Lan Xing asked, her voice tinged with despondency. Wang Chenxing, beads of perspiration forming on his brow and his heart racing uncontrollably, stammered, This is indeed quite challenging. Stay close to the wall. I will handle this." He wiped the sweat from his brow and fixed his gaze on the unfolding scene, mentally cursing, "Why do these creatures revel in blood sport?" As the crowd retreated, leaving only the beast and General Woody within the arena, Woody shouted, commanding the Madwa beast to cease its pursuit of the prodding Asadians. It turned slowly, fixating its gaze on Woody, who brandished his club and shouted at the creature. The Madwa beast, agitated and enraged, lunged at Woody in a swift maneuver. Woody evaded, rolling to the ground to avoid the beast's enormous claws, leveraging the momentum to rise and strike the beast's advancing limbs with his club, delivering a blow that sent it staggering. Enraged, the Madwa beast clawed at the earth furiously, its injured limb hanging limply. The furious creature leaped into the air, aiming to pounce on Woody, but he, agile and quick, sidestepped at the last moment, wielding his metal club to land a devastating blow on the beast's front leg, incapacitating it. As the creature writhed in agony, Woody seized the opportunity, charging forward. The Madwa beast, sensing impending danger, opened its massive jaws to bite, but Woody leaped high, over 6 meters, bringing the club crashing down onto the beast's head, embedding the weapon deep within its skull. The colossal creature collapsed, its massive form falling lifelessly to the ground, causing the arena to erupt in a cacophony of cheers and screams, including those of awe from Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing, who were astounded by Woody's prowess. As Woody discarded the iron club and began to exit the arena, the noble-looking Sadian in the stands stood up and gestured for silence. Once the crowd quieted, he broke into a smile and declared, originally, General Woody was to be the final combatant, but his overwhelming skill has rendered the match too brief. To demonstrate our goodwill, we shall present another battle. The crowd erupted in applause. After calming the audience once more, the nobleman continued, however, as we all know, capturing a beast is no simple task. Therefore, our next exhibition will feature the fearsome great-toothed beast. Before he could finish, the crowd erupted in boos. The nobleman bowed apologetically and explained, I understand that the great-toothed beast may not pose a challenge for our towering Sadians, but the next combatants will be the diminutive Sadians. You must not miss this. The crowd cheered once more. At that moment, Lan Xing's legs nearly buckled beneath her. She realized that the diminutive Sadians referred to them. Despite not knowing precisely what the great-toothed beast was, she sensed it was a formidable adversary. Meanwhile, Wang Chenxing felt a surge of heat coursing through him. Although he was destined to enter the arena, the news ignited a fierce anger within him. Glancing at Lan Xing, he spoke with resolve, do not fear. With me by your side, I shall impart an unforgettable lesson to them. As the metal bars opened, the guards signaled for them to enter. Upon their entrance, the arena erupted with derisive laughter and insults. Once inside, the soldiers permitted them to select a weapon, but Wang Chenxing waved his hand to decline. The soldiers then unshackled their chains, binding them to 2 long metallic chains anchored in the center of the arena. Wang Chenxing unfastened his backpack, drawing forth a short dagger, far tougher than steel, and produced a pistol with 3 remaining bullets, handing it to Lan Xing with instructions to remain by the wall. However, the soldiers insisted, prodding her forward with a spear. Wang Chenxing guided Lan Xing to the center of the arena, her body trembling uncontrollably. As they reached the center, the Sadian crowd erupted into laughter once more. Wang Chenxing surveyed the scene, infuriated by the mockery directed at them. He grasped Lan Xing's hand firmly and instructed, stay close to me. If any creature approaches, use the pistol I gave you. It should suffice to deter them. Lan Xing, tears brimming in her eyes, nodded fearfully, okay, please be careful. At that moment, the towering metal barrier began to rise, revealing a 2-meter-tall, hairless beast with 4 legs, its small head adorned with enormous fangs, approaching with an unsettling agility. Wang Chenxing's nerves were frayed, his grip tightening around the dagger as he prepared to confront the creature. Suddenly, an astonishing event transpired. A gem embedded in the beast's head, concealed beneath Wang Chenxing's leather armor, began to emit heat, nearly burning him through the pouch. A crimson glow enveloped Wang Chenxing, illuminating him in a radiant hue. To his astonishment, the great-toothed beast halted in its tracks, emitting hesitant sounds, and then, to the bewilderment of the entire audience, it crouched before him, 10 meters away. The crowd held its breath, captivated by this unexpected turn of events. Wang Chenxing, momentarily at a loss, quietly queried Lan Xing, What kind of attack is this? Have you seen anything like it? Lan Xing, equally perplexed, frowned and replied, I have no idea. What trick is this? We must remain cautious. The crouched great-toothed beast appeared terrified, lying motionless as if a docile puppy awaiting its master's command. Wang Chenxing contemplated, this beast's behavior is peculiar. I must take the initiative. He dashed forward, intent on striking the creature down. But the great-toothed beast fled in a panic, evading capture like a frightened chicken, leaving Wang Chenxing frustrated and compelled to abandon his pursuit. The spectators were astounded, witnessing what was ostensibly a battle devolve into a farcical display. Amidst the quiet, a voice emerged from the Sadian crowd. "Lord Modi, where did you procure this great-toothed beast? It appears scarcely weaned. Is this a jest?" The crowd erupted in laughter at the absurdity. The nobleman, addressed as Lord Modi, rose in indignation, exclaiming, "It is undoubtedly the fault of those two wretched Sadians. Bring forth another Madwa beast. End this ridiculous duel quickly." A nearby aide cautioned, "My lord, that Madwa beast cost a fortune in Sadian coins. Should we lose another, we shall incur great losses." Modi glared at Wang Chenxing, rebuking, "If you dare utter another word, I shall cast you into the arena myself." The aide, sensing the gravity of the situation, nodded hastily and retreated, whispering to the soldiers nearby. Modi turned back to the arena, attempting to quell the uproar, yet the clamor persisted. That moment, the massive metal doors at the arena's base rose once more, unleashing the terrifying roars of a Madwa beast. The arena fell silent, as everyone recognized that yet another Madwa beast was about to enter the fray. Chapter 28. The incredible battle before the metallic barrier could fully open. The irascible Modo beast surged forward, colliding violently with the metal railing and leaving a profound dent in its wake. This particular Modo beast was evidently far more aggressive than the one that had perished moments before. Once the barrier was lifted, the enraged creature immediately dashed out in search of a target to attack. Upon spotting Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing, it fixated its gaze upon them. A chill ran down Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing's spines. With such a massive beast, not only was it improbable to kill it, but even inflicting a scratch seemed beyond their capabilities. They felt an overwhelming sense of doom. Confronting such a colossal monster was simply insurmountable. Wang Chenxing glanced at the small dagger in his hand, suddenly regretting not having chosen a more formidable weapon earlier. Lan Xing instinctively clutched Wang Chenxing and began to retreat. The Modo beast was evidently twice the size of the one that had just died. Even Woody, who stood within the barrier, furrowed his brow upon witnessing this. As the Modo beast charged into the arena, it raced to the spot where its fallen counterpart had met its demise, sniffing at the blood left on the ground. Suddenly, it reared back and roared to the heavens, then opened its massive jaws and lunged at Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing. Even the previously subdued giant tooth beast, which lay on the ground, was startled into retreat. The crowd collectively held their breath, eagerly anticipating the carnage they had come to witness. Wang Chenxing pushed Lan Xing aside, bracing himself for battle. However, at that moment, the stone at his waist emitted a brilliant glow, and the Modo beast, which had been barreling towards him, abruptly halted 20 meters away. Reacting instinctively, Wang Chenxing leaped dozens of meters into the air, landing squarely on the Modo beast's back and plunging his dagger deep into its flesh. To his astonishment, the creature merely let out a bellow and did not resist. Instead, it bowed its head and emitted a whimpering sound. This left Wang Chenxing utterly astounded. He had anticipated a fierce struggle of epic proportions, yet this Modo beast stood still after being struck. "What the hell? This isn't how it's supposed to go." Wang Chenxing exclaimed in disbelief. With the dagger in hand, he was at a loss. Should he withdraw it or plunge it deeper? It was evident that his weapon had failed to penetrate deeply, yet how could the beast remain unresponsive? Was this truly its Achilles heel? Did such a stroke spell its end? The sheer improbability of it all left him incredulous. The spectators, upon witnessing this extraordinary scene, erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. They had witnessed countless beast battles, yet this display was beyond anything they had ever seen. The once ferocious Modo beast now resembled a docile draft animal. This spectacle would undoubtedly spread throughout the entirety of the Sadia kingdom by the following day. Woody, standing at the sidelines, was equally taken aback. He had presumed these two diminutive suddies would be devoured without a trace, yet here they were, having tamed the enraged Modo beast. After sitting atop the Modo beast for a few minutes, and seeing that it remained unmoving, Wang Chenxing swiftly withdrew his dagger. Just as he prepared to stab again, the Modo beast suddenly lowered itself to the ground, resting its head on the surface and making submissive sounds. At that moment Modi, standing on the platform, was infuriated by the spectacle. He stood up in fury and spoke a few words to his attendant before storming off. Soon after, 2 squads of soldiers entered the arena to escort Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing back to their cell. As they passed by the cells, the inmates who had previously mocked them now watched with quiet reverence, as if they were returning heroes. Once back in their cell, Wang Chenxing managed to calm his racing heart. Woody approached respectfully, exclaiming, "I never imagined you had such prowess. I still don't know where you hail from or how you possess such abilities." Wang Chenxing stood and, with a resigned expression, replied, "As for that, I am not entirely certain why I am so formidable. Perhaps the beasts simply find me endearing." Woody pondered for a moment before saying, "Young man, since you are unwilling to share, I shall not press further. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command me." "I, Woody, am at your service." Lan Xing, overhearing this, inquired, "Given what transpired today, what will become of us?" Woody turned to her and replied, "What occurred in the arena was so sudden that I suspect the entire city of Sadiel will know by tomorrow. Fear not, you are safe for now, but I anticipate an even more brutal contest in the coming days. Modi will not let this matter rest." The following day, the citizens of Sadiel were abuzz with excitement, fervently discussing the events of the previous day's arena battle. The news quickly escalated into absurdity, with many proclaiming the 2 diminutive Suddies to be the kings of beasts, sent by the divine Gus to save them. This revelation reached the ears of the king, who perceived it as a grave threat to his reign. King Sadia swiftly summoned Modi to ascertain the situation. After hearing Modi's account, the king concluded that these Suddies must be eliminated. However, given the current circumstances, it was clear that they could not be dispatched covertly. In a nation that revered strength, the only way to assert dominance was through combat. Thus, he commanded Modi to organize another beast battle, insisting on attending personally, so he could declare himself the mightiest in the kingdom as the 2 Suddies were devoured by beasts. To ensure their utter defeat, he ordered Modi to unleash 3 of his cherished Hia beasts upon them. Modi, taken aback by the king's decision to provide Hia beasts, trembled as he accepted the command and hurried off to make arrangements. Soon, news spread throughout the kingdom that a beast battle would take place in the royal arena in 3 days. The prospect of witnessing the legendary king of beasts duel against the fabled Hia beasts was met with tremendous enthusiasm. Ticket prices soared from 10 Suddies to over 10,000, creating a frenzy among the populace. This news quickly reached Wang Chenxing. Initially unperturbed, his demeanor shifted upon hearing Woody's description of the terrifying Hia beasts. Legendary creatures residing in the distant Hia mountains, towering around 20 meters high, with skin as hard as stone. The common weapons of the Sadia kingdom were utterly ineffectual against them. With a mouth large enough to swallow 5 Sadian soldiers whole, these beasts possessed immense strength, capable of tearing apart anything in their path, and boasted exceptional leaping abilities, rendering any ordinary cage insufficient to contain them. Adult Hia beasts were never captured, as those who had encountered them had perished. It was said that the 3 Hia beasts the king kept were captured as younglings during an expedition and raised in specially constructed, fortified cages to prevent escape. Upon hearing Woody's account, Wang Chenxing fumed, "We merely sold a stone. Is it truly necessary to unleash such a terrifying creature upon us?" Lan Xing, her head bowed in tears, lamented, "It's all your fault for those cursed stones. We nearly became a meal for those monsters last time, and now we find ourselves in this predicament again." Wang Chenxing attempted to console her. "This is all my fault. I promise to heed your advice next time. I won't take anything unnecessary." Lan Xing, tears streaming down her face, replied, "I'm not blaming you. We're simply incredibly unlucky. Woe is us." At that moment, Lan Xing's tear-streaked face was oddly endearing. Wang Chenxing gently patted her shoulder and whispered, "Everything will be all right. During yesterday's battle, the stone at my waist glowed. I believe it harbors the spirit of the giant beast. If ever threatened, it releases this energy, and the monsters must have sensed its power, causing them to become docile. Thus, regardless of what beasts we face moving forward, as long as this stone remains with us, we shall be safe." Lan Xing nodded, resting her head on his lap as she wept. "I hope what you say is true." Woody interjected, "Fear not, for I shall accompany you and lend my assistance." Wang Chenxing nodded gratefully at Woody, appreciating the additional support, even if it might not be necessary. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Lan Xing's spirits improved considerably, and the guards overseeing them displayed a kinder demeanor, providing them with ample food. However, Lan Xing could not consume the local fare directly, relying instead on a photon device to decompose and convert the food into energy. Wang Chenxing, on the other hand, faced no such issues and ate freely, indifferent to what would or would not digest. Perhaps his constitution had grown resilient over time. Chenxing, you mentioned eating the giant beast's egg, and I did as well. Why don't I have any superpowers? Lan Xing pondered aloud on the evening of the second day, unable to sleep at the thought of the impending duel with the beasts. She quietly asked Wang Chenxing, who rested against the wall. Perhaps our constitutions differ. But aren't you looking quite lovely now? In our homeland, that would be considered a superpower. Wang Chenxing replied with his eyes closed. But what if your powers fail you tomorrow? We could die. Lan Xing sat up, leaning against him. It's such a pity that I escaped without any weapons. Otherwise, we wouldn't be trapped here. Don't worry. We can overcome this challenge even without advanced weaponry, Wang Chenxing said, his eyelids heavy with sleepiness. Have you prepared for tomorrow's battle? Lan Xing pressed on. Not really. I haven't given it much thought. Overthinking will only keep me awake. We'll take it one step at a time, Wang Chenxing replied, finally opening his eyes. After a moment of silence, Lan Xing asked, Do you have someone special back on Earth? Don't you have my memories from Earth? Why ask? Wang Chenxing shook his head in exasperation. Not yet. We've been so busy training that there's hardly any time for romance. I was just curious. Lan Xing smiled mischievously. Do you have anyone on your mind now? Not really. I find it quite liberating to have no attachments. Besides, I can't return to Earth, so I might as well consider it a sacrifice. My memorial service should be quite grand, huh? Wang Chenxing chuckled bitterly. Lan Xing, suddenly irate, kicked him playfully, exclaiming, Go die, humph. With that, she flopped down in a huff. Wang Chenxing was left bewildered, shaking his head in resignation as he closed his eyes to continue sleeping. On the morning of the third day, the cell was filled with the sound of clattering footsteps as a dozen towering soldiers from the king's guard arrived to escort Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing to the royal arena. At Woody's insistence, they also brought him along in a massive metal cage. After approximately half an hour, they were secretly ushered into an enormous arena, which was already overflowing with spectators. The arena, designed to accommodate over 10,000 people, was crammed with more than 20,000 suddies eager to witness the upcoming duel. Once they disembarked from the transport, Wang Chenxing, accompanied by Lan Xing and Woody, began to make their way toward the entrance of the arena. Chapter 29. The terrifying Shea beast. This arena boasted walls even taller than the previous one, towering over 30 meters high, its upper perimeter adorned with menacing downward-pointing metal spikes. Upon entering the arena, Wang Chenxing, Lan Xing, and Woody ignited a frenzy among the spectators, eager to witness the legendary Beast King, whose reputation preceded him. As they laid eyes on Wang Chenxing, a tidal wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, drowning out even the futile attempts of Modi, who urged the soldiers to quell the excitement. Once inside the arena, the soldiers unshackled their metallic restraints, binding each of the three to separate chains anchored in the arena's center. With their bindings secured, the soldiers retreated. A resounding horn blared, followed by a proclamation. His Majesty King Sadias has arrived. The audience of Sadians stood in unison, paying homage to their sovereign. Accompanied by the horn's blast, a robust figure, towering over 4 meters and clad in resplendent Sadian attire, strode to a lavishly prepared dais, a massive sword hanging from his formidable waist. Modi and several nobles trailed behind the king. After surveying the three individuals before him with a derisive smirk, King Sadias gestured for the crowd to be seated. As silence enveloped the arena, the king turned to Wang Chenxing and declared in a booming voice, You diminutive Sadian, it has come to my attention that you have vanquished the fearsome Megalodon and the Moto Beast, both of which are formidable creatures within our realm. Pray tell, what means did you employ to achieve such a feat? Wang Chenxing boldly replied, Your Majesty, it is precisely because we are innocent that even the beasts of your kingdom do not wish to harm us. Modi, incensed by Wang Chenxing's audacious retort, stepped forward, exclaiming, You stand accused of capital crimes, yet here you are, sowing discord among the masses. Such insolence is unbecoming. No one has ever been wrongfully imprisoned under the sagacious rule of our illustrious King Sadias. You must have committed a grave offense. Woody interjected with a scathing remark, Modi, You dare deceive the king again? Our feud is far from over. You would do well to safeguard your wretched life, for I shall be the one to settle the score. Modi erupted into laughter. A band of undaunted prisoners, facing certain death yet still attempting to sway the king. I shall remain here to relish the spectacle of your demise, ha! At this point, the king motioned for Modi to retreat, then addressed the condemned prisoners. Your futile arguments will not alter the outcome of your impending duel with our mightiest Shea beast. With all present as witnesses, do not dare resort to trickery. Wang Chenxing, harboring no fondness for the king, retorted in Sadian, what trickery could I possibly employ while imprisoned by you? Impudent wretch! How dare you show such disrespect towards his majesty? Modi bellowed in response. King Sadias offered a slight smile, gesturing for Modi to withdraw, then proclaimed, your bravery is commendable. However, regardless of your words today, you cannot escape your fate. This is the penalty for your heinous crimes. I have committed no crime. We have been wrongfully accused. As the ruler of this realm, you ought to punish the true villains and release us. Wang Chenxing vehemently countered. You ignorant, diminutive Sadians! How dare you speak so insolently to the king? Soldiers, execute these two at once. Modi could no longer restrain himself, rushing forth to defend the king's honor. The king, visibly displeased, rose and declared loudly, your transgressions are witnessed by the heavens. In the presence of Gus, I shall allow you to engage in a fair duel with my Shea beast. Should you lose, it shall signify your guilt. Should you triumph, it shall indicate Gus's forgiveness. With that, he signaled for the battle to commence. What nonsense logic is this? Wang Chenxing exclaimed, turning to Woody in exasperation. Is this truly how you conduct trials? This is clearly a death sentence. A contingent of soldiers then brought forth a cart laden with metallic weapons for their selection. Woody chose a massive metal club, while Wang Chenxing surveyed the assortment, finding none suitable for his current strength, as they were all excessively large. With a resigned gesture, he signaled the soldiers to take the weapons away, opting to retain his dagger. The crowd erupted in laughter upon witnessing Wang Chenxing's choice. Woody glanced at his companions, then at Wang Chenxing's dagger, and whispered, this is no place for child's play. Killing beasts requires more than that. He lifted his heavy club in demonstration. Wang Chenxing replied, you shall soon see that this is no mere toy. Ha! Young one, you would do well to step aside. Leave this to me. If fortune favors me, I shall protect you. Should I fall, you too shall meet your end. That fiend above seeks to eliminate me, sparing no effort in sending increasingly formidable beasts my way. I fear this Shea beast may be my match. You must look after yourselves. Woody lamented. Is this Shea beast truly so formidable? Wang Chenxing inquired. Do not doubt my words. The previous two beasts pale in comparison to this Shea beast, Woody asserted, his gaze fixed on the metallic bars containing the creature. Chenxing, we should find a corner to take cover. Lanqing urged quietly. Wang Chenxing reassured her. Do not worry. I refuse to believe that these creatures are stronger than us. He gestured to the leather armor he wore. Wang Chenxing nudged Lanqing behind Woody, then stealthily severed the chain binding her, whispering, when the battle commences, conceal yourself. They won't notice you. What of you? You could slip away with me. Lanqing protested, reluctant to leave him behind. Fear not. Woody is risking his life for us. I cannot abandon him. Besides, I may yet regain my powers. Those beasts are no match for me. I must show them my worth and not allow them to belittle me. Fleeing from battle is not my style. Wang Chenxing declared, brimming with confidence. Woody, noticing Wang Chenxing's refusal to retreat, clapped him on the shoulder. Well done. With my protection, you should be fine. Wang Chenxing glanced at him, choosing not to argue further. Just then, the massive gate creaked open, and a chilling roar, reminiscent of the underworld, echoed forth. Every spectator held their breath, awaiting the emergence of the fabled terrifying beast. The arena fell into a daunting silence, with Woody's club trembling in his grip. Another series of blood-curdling roars resounded, and three towering, indistinct figures began to materialize, driven forward by a Sadian herder. Gradually, the silhouettes of three Shea beasts revealed themselves. Colossal creatures standing around 20 meters tall, their enormous heads resembling that of a van, cloaked in fiery red fur. Their robust limbs were so thick that two men could scarcely encircle one, and their massive paws shook the ground with each step. The crowd erupted in screams as the three gigantic Shea beasts reared back and roared defiantly, their heights nearly matching that of the stands, sending the audience into a panic, their cries echoing in the air. A dozen fully armed soldiers gathered protectively around the king. Wang Chenxing gazed upward at the three fearsome Shea beasts, swallowing hard as he turned to Woody. These creatures are indeed rather large. Woody glanced back, then charged toward the Shea beasts. One of the beasts, noticing his approach, spread its arms wide and let out a threatening roar. Woody lunged forward, swinging his club at the nearest beast. The massive Shea beast swiftly rose, swatting Woody aside with its colossal paw, sending him crashing against the metal wall behind Wang Chenxing, shattering his chains in the process. Woody fell to the ground, motionless, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd, who realized the true power of the Shea beasts. Seeing this, Wang Chenxing hastily cut through the chains binding him and rushed toward Woody, launching along. The spectators shouted, "That man seeks to flee! Seize them!" Yet none dared to enter the arena. The soldiers could only guard the exits to prevent their escape. Wang Chenxing had no intention of fleeing. He reached Woody's side, attempting to help him up, but his strength was insufficient. Just then, the three Shea beasts charged toward them. Wang Chenxing quickly set Woody down and sprinted toward the center of the arena with his dagger in hand. At that moment, the gem at his waist radiated a crimson glow, casting a red hue over his body, which seemed to alert the three Shea beasts, causing them to halt abruptly. The onlookers froze, believing that the diminutive Sadian had somehow tamed the Shea beasts. Suddenly, the largest of the beasts reared up, unleashing a thunderous roar, followed by the other two standing tall and joining in the cacophony as they charged toward Wang Chenxing. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Wang Chenxing cursed, "Damn it! These beasts are truly monstrous." Filled with trepidation, he darted about the arena, evading their pursuit, but it was futile. He could not outrun the three Shea beasts. On the sidelines, launching and the prostrate Woody watched in anguish. Just as a massive paw was about to grasp Wang Chenxing, he evaded and dashed through the abdomen of one beast. The creature, unable to stop its momentum, crashed into the wall, creating a dent in the metal. The other two beasts collided as well. The three giants, enraged by this humiliation, turned and roared at Wang Chenxing, whose heart raced with adrenaline. The thrill was overwhelming. Meanwhile, Launching screamed, covering her face, unable to watch it that moment. A slightly smaller Shea beast spotted Launching and charged toward her. Paralyzed with fear, she stood frozen, unable to move, merely screaming. Wang Chenxing, seeing her plight, sprinted to her side. Suddenly, he felt a surge of strength coursing through him. With a single leap, he soared over 30 meters high, raising his dagger to strike at the beast's neck. The Sadians atop the walls gasped in astonishment, never having anticipated that this diminutive Sadian could leap so high. The crowd marveled. Wang Chenxing landed atop the Shea beast's neck, delivering a flurry of strikes to the vulnerable juncture between its neck and head with blinding speed, too swift for the other two beasts to react. Green blood gushed from the wounded Shea beast, which had never before faced such an onslaught. It rose in agony, swiping its massive paw behind it in an attempt to dislodge Wang Chenxing. Like an agile monkey, Wang Chenxing nimbly maneuvered to the front of the beast's neck, plunging his dagger deep into its flesh before leaping down. The razor-sharp blade sliced through the creature from neck to abdomen, causing its innards to spill forth in a gruesome display. The Shea beast collapsed, motionless, as green blood flowed from its mouth and nostrils, emitting pitiful whimpers. The spectators were left in stunned silence, collectively holding their breath, their eyes fixed on Wang Chenxing below. Wang Chenxing surveyed the crowd and then turned to the two remaining Shea beasts, approaching the fallen creature and delivering a fatal stab to its skull. The beast fell silent, and Wang Chenxing noticed the gash on his own hand, blood streaming down, yet he felt no pain. He turned to the now recovered Woody and requested, "May I borrow your club?" Woody, astonished, handed over the heavy weapon. Just then, the two remaining Shea beasts charged furiously towards them. With both hands gripping the hefty metal club, Wang Chenxing felt no strain as he leaped into the air, swinging the club down upon the first approaching beast. The creature raised a paw to defend itself, but Wang Chenxing's blow struck true, pulverizing its head and paw in a spray of gore, silencing it without a sound, while the club bent under the impact. The arena erupted in jubilant cheers. Chapter 30. A dilemma of riding the tiger, the largest of the Xia beasts, was momentarily stunned by the unfolding scene, standing still and roaring incessantly towards the heavens. Witnessing this, Wang Chenxing raised his massive metal club, ready to leap and strike it again. However, at that moment, the previously ferocious Xia beast suddenly prostrated itself on the ground, its head touching the earth, motionless, clearly demonstrating its submission. Observing this, Wang Chenxing lowered his metal club. This unexpected turn of events sent shockwaves through the crowd, rendering the Sadians utterly silent, too astonished to utter a sound. They could scarcely believe that the undisputed overlord of this continent, in its battle against Wang Chenxing, had shown no sign of resistance, especially when there were three terrifying overlords. Now, the remaining beast lay submissively on the ground, resembling a docile Xido beast. Such an occurrence was simply beyond comprehension. At this juncture, someone in the crowd suddenly knelt and prostrated themselves, triggering a chain reaction as the entire assembly of Sadians followed suit. The situation spiraled out of control. King Sadius was equally taken aback, bewildered by the realization that the three Xia beasts he believed would easily handle these three individuals had instead left him in a precarious position. He understood that the Sadians revered absolute strength. If he did not take decisive action, his reign would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Modi, standing nearby, discerned the king's embarrassment and urgently shouted, "Soldiers! Soldiers! Arrest those three individuals immediately. Lock them up at once." At that moment, a dozen soldiers rushed into the arena, intent on capturing the trio. However, when Wang Chenxing turned to glance at them, the soldiers were frozen in fear. Modi, witnessing this, bellowed, "Arrest them! Seize them! Execute them at once!" One bold soldier stepped forward, but the prostrate Xia beast lunged forward, seizing the soldier and hurling him against the wall, resulting in his untimely demise. The remaining Sadian soldiers, terrified, turned and fled. In a fit of rage, Modi commanded the surrounding soldiers, "Quickly, protect the king! Protect the king! The rest of you, capture these individuals." At that moment, King Sadius, his expression darkening, stood up and removed his ornate adornments, revealing his powerful physique. In this dire situation, fleeing would undoubtedly undermine his authority. He had to prove he was the strongest in the kingdom. King Sadius drew a metal sword measuring over 2 meters in length, leaping from the 30-meter-high platform straight into the arena. He landed firmly, wielding his sword as he proclaimed, "Pitiful Sadian, though you have triumphed over the Xia beasts, it does not imply you can overcome me." Upon hearing this, Wang Chenxing felt the king was being disingenuous and retorted, "Your Majesty, did you not say that my victory signifies Gus's forgiveness? Why then do you still claim I am guilty?" "I did indeed say that," the king replied with a hearty laugh. "But there remains one Xia beast you have not defeated, which indicates you are still culpable." "What the hell? You are being rather unreasonable, Your Majesty," Wang Chenxing exclaimed in exasperation. At that moment, Lanqing approached and said, "Do not pay him any mind. The Xia beast now obeys us. We can use it to fight our way out. Let us see who dares to obstruct us. Engaging in a duel with the king now, regardless of victory or defeat, would leave us trapped here." Wang Chenxing nodded and replied, "All right, I shall follow your lead this time. We should make our exit." He cast aside his club and addressed the king, "I apologize, Your Majesty, but we shall take our leave now. Farewell." He then beckoned Woody to join him as they headed towards the exit, with the surrounding soldiers too intimidated to intervene. King Sadius, enraged, shouted, "You wish to flee? Behold my blade." With that, he raised his long sword and swiftly swung it towards Wang Chenxing. At that moment, when Wang Chenxing was still several meters away, he turned to prepare for battle, only to be halted by Lanqing's grip, who exclaimed, "Watch this." Lanqing drew the handgun Wang Chenxing had given him from his waist and fired a shot at King Sadius. The sound of the gun echoed with a resounding bang, startling Lanqing with its recoil. In the aftermath, the king stood frozen, clutching his chest and emitting a cry of agony before collapsing to the ground, lifeless, just moments later. In this primitive society, the introduction of such advanced weaponry was akin to the arrival of Gus himself. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. They had anticipated an epic clash between the king and the diminutive Sadian, yet somehow, The latter had rendered the king incapacitated without warning. The soldiers rushed to assist their fallen monarch, but the bullet had struck true, and King Sadius had already drawn his last breath. Panic ensued as they shouted, "King Sadius is dead! King Sadius is dead!" The arena erupted in chaos, with spectators fleeing in all directions. The death of their king would undoubtedly have dire repercussions for many. Wang Chenxing was equally astonished, rendered speechless as he muttered, "How did he end up dead?" Launching frowned and remarked, "This weapon of yours is quite formidable. I never imagined it would kill the king outright." Wang Chenxing sighed in resignation. "This complicates our situation immensely. With the king dead, escaping will be far more challenging." Launching leaned closer and whispered, "Then we should quickly vanish." Woody approached and urged, "You must flee at once. The king's soldiers will soon come to apprehend you. Moreover, with the king's death, we are on the brink of war." "What? A king's death would spark a war?" Wang Chenxing exclaimed incredulously. "Our king was still young and without an heir. His demise will prompt the other two nations to rush in and vie for control over this unclaimed territory," Woody lamented, shaking his head. Wang Chenxing suddenly recalled what Launching had previously shared about the situation on this continent, and realization dawned upon him. At that moment, Modi shouted from the platform, "Seize those three at once! They have slain the king! Hurry!" More soldiers stormed into the arena, yet none dared to approach Wang Chenxing and his companions, daunted by the Xia beast standing protectively beside them. Listening to Woody's words, Launching boldly stepped forward and announced to the soldiers, "Brave warriors, we have been sent by Gus to rescue you. Your king has offended the celestial Gus and has been punished. Henceforth, you must obey us, or you shall all face the severest consequences from Gus." Wang Chenxing was taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping, and murmured, "Wow, I admire your audacity, but what are you trying to achieve? Let us not stir up trouble. We should leave." Launching turned to Wang Chenxing and quietly said, "Do you think we can still escape? Besides, we need to settle accounts with those individuals. With the king dead, this presents a tremendous opportunity. I have learned about them. Their mindset is simple. They follow the strongest. If you become king, acquiring supplies will be much easier." Wang Chenxing frowned and replied, "This seems rather frivolous. A king cannot just be appointed at will." He surveyed the surroundings, noting the towering Sadian soldiers, each over 4 meters tall, wielding massive swords with menacing glares. At that moment, Woody broke the stalemate, kneeling before Wang Chenxing and declaring, "I, Woody, pledge my loyalty to our new king." Woody's declaration served as a catalyst in this tense standoff, prompting the soldiers to exchange glances, hopeful for someone to take the lead in making a decision. Woody then stood and addressed the soldiers, "I am Woody. We warriors of Sadia take pride in our valor and combat prowess. Today, our new king has demonstrated his courage and strength, proving he is the mightiest warrior in the kingdom. Now that the king is dead, those willing to pledge loyalty to our new king, step forward. Those unwilling, depart. And for those seeking death, they must first contend with me." Woody's words ignited a fire within the soldiers, and moments later, many of the burly warriors stepped forward, indicating their willingness to pledge loyalty. Wang Chenxing and Launching were left astounded. Wang Chenxing discreetly communicated through the photon communicator. "This is absurd. Replacing a king is like child's play. You were right." Launching replied quietly, "If it's meant to be, then so be it. We have nowhere else to go. Besides, if you don't take the throne, those soldiers will surely capture us. No matter how formidable you are, you cannot withstand such numbers." Wang Chenxing nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. But I am just an ordinary person, lacking experience. We must find an opportunity to secure supplies and escape swiftly. This place feels perilously dangerous, and appointing a king so casually worries me." Additionally, Woody mentioned the other two nations would invade. This is a considerable predicament. Launching smiled reassuringly. "What is there to fear? With me by your side, if we cannot win, we can always flee in the ship. Besides, once we leave, we have nowhere else to go. We might as well enjoy the ride. And if you become king, we can seek vengeance against those unscrupulous merchants." At this, Wang Chenxing felt a sense of clarity wash over him, sharing a smile with Launching as they nodded in agreement, solidifying their resolve. As the soldiers stepped forward, kneeling on one knee to pledge their allegiance, The Xia beast obediently positioned itself behind Wang Chenxing, remaining silent. Recognizing his precarious position, Wang Chenxing stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Very well. Soldiers, today, you have demonstrated your loyalty. As your new king, I now command you to obey my directives. Anyone who disobeys will face severe punishment. If anyone doubts my abilities, their fate shall mirror that of those two Xia beasts." Upon hearing this, the soldiers unanimously expressed their loyalty. Wang Chenxing then addressed Woody, "Commander Woody, I hereby appoint you as the Grand Commander of the Sadia Kingdom. The soldiers shall continue to follow your orders. Now, lead me to the palace." Woody stepped forward and nodded in affirmation. "As you command, my king. However, I have one request I hope the esteemed King Chenxing will grant." Wang Chenxing replied with a smile, "As long as it is within my power, I shall grant it. I wish to personally slay that Modi," Woody declared, casting his gaze towards the arena's grandstand. However, Modi had already vanished without a trace. Woody, infuriated, shouted, "Bring me Modi at once." Wang Chenxing reassured Woody, "Do not fret. He cannot escape. Now, lead us to the palace." Woody nodded and commanded the soldiers to guide them to the palace. The news of the king's demise spread like wildfire throughout Sadia City. Along the way, Woody led hundreds of soldiers ahead, clearing the path, while behind them trailed a colossal Xia beast, with Wang Chenxing and Lanqing seated atop it, following the soldiers towards the palace. The once bustling King's Avenue was eerily deserted, silence enveloping the surroundings, broken only by the sound of marching soldiers and the beast's heavy breathing. Upon reaching the palace gates, thousands of soldiers stood in formation, weapons at the ready. As they beheld the enormous Xia beast accompanied by hundreds of soldiers advancing towards the palace, they instinctively began to retreat. However, a towering Sadian soldier, clad in massive leather armor, stood firm, glaring fiercely as he bellowed, "What do you intend to do? This is the palace of Sadia City. Without the king's command, none shall approach." Woody, brandishing his sword, stepped forward and declared, "Captain Haidam, the one seated upon the Xia beast behind me is our new king. King Sadius is dead. Please welcome our new king." "Impudent," roared Haidam, the Sadian captain. "Woody, you are no longer our grand commander. You lead a rabble seeking to revolt. It seems what Lord Modi said was indeed correct." In response, Woody drew his sword and advanced slowly, stating, "This is not a rebellion. You shall either submit to the new king or perish." At that moment, both factions unsheathed their swords, and a fierce battle was on the brink of erupting. Chapter 31. Pushing ducks onto the shelf before the palace gates, Woody led several hundred soldiers, their long knives drawn, while the royal guard led by Haidam stood ready, poised for a fierce battle at the slightest command. At that moment, Wang Chenxing, perched upon the back of the Xia beast, felt his supernatural abilities had vanished. If a fight were to erupt, he doubted his capacity to contend with such a formidable opponent, particularly given the overwhelming numbers against him. After a moment's contemplation, he dismounted from the Xia beast and approached Woody, hoping to ease the tension. After all, relinquishing the title of king was not a grave loss, for he had never truly intended to assume such a role. However, as he stepped forward and faced the imposing throng of over 1,000 soldiers, all wielding massive blades, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Now, trapped in this predicament, it was evidently impractical to bid farewell to the thousands of soldiers present. This marked Wang Chenxing's second encounter with such a vast assembly. The first had been his departure from Earth, where a multitude had fervently bid him farewell. Yet, the current scenario was starkly different. Mishandling this situation could very well lead to a brutal confrontation. What could he possibly say to ensure peace among them? His mind raced with thoughts, realizing that his years of military training had primarily revolved around drills, with little experience in actual combat or the responsibilities of kingship, especially on an alien planet. He found himself regretting his earlier agreement to this role, but now, he had no choice but to face the challenge head-on at that moment. He wished he had a book on military strategy to determine the best approach to resolve the imminent conflict. With a furrowed brow, Wang Chenxing surveyed the chaotic scene before him, reminding himself that his initial step must convey confidence rather than insecurity. Just then, his communicator emitted a sound. Blue Star, seated upon the Xia beast, whispered a few words to him before vanishing from sight, unnoticed by anyone else. Minutes passed as both sides remained locked in a tense standoff, neither confident of victory. Suddenly, Wang Chenxing took a bold step forward and declared, "Lord Haidam, I am now the new king of the Sadia kingdom. If you do not yield, do not blame me for being ungracious." "Ha ha! Let us see you try." Haidam retorted fiercely. "You, a mere Sadian, have slain our king and now audaciously seek to take his place. What gall you possess." Wang Chenxing smiled, unperturbed by fear. "We Sadia people have always revered the strong. I have defeated King Sadias, as well as 2 Xia beasts. If you doubt my abilities, we can have a contest." With that, he drew his Fang dagger, ready to engage Haidam in battle. Just as Wang Chenxing and Haidam prepared to duel, an astonishing sight occurred. King Sadias materialized out of thin air, positioning himself between the two contenders. Haidam and the soldiers on either side immediately bowed in reverence upon seeing their king. With a commanding voice, King Sadias proclaimed, "Haidam, I am King Sadias, and I am indeed deceased. After careful consideration, I have decided to confer the kingship upon this diminutive Sadian. Though he may be small in stature, his strength surpasses all in the kingdom, and you must obey his command." This unexpected revelation left everyone stunned, particularly Woody and the hundreds of soldiers who had witnessed King Sadias' demise. To see him standing alive before them was utterly unimaginable. Wang Chenxing, however, understood the ruse. Blue Star had utilized the photon machine's real-time imaging capabilities to project a three-dimensional hologram of King Sadias, created from the earlier arena encounter, effectively fooling everyone present. Simultaneously, Blue Star had rendered herself invisible and employed the machine's voice simulation to mimic the king's voice. Such advanced technology was a mere trifle for Blue Star, yet for the Sadia people, witnessing the deceased king before them was beyond comprehension, rendering them too awestruck to question its authenticity. This clever strategy had been executed flawlessly by Wang Chenxing and Blue Star. At that moment, Haidam knelt, bowing his head in submission. "Your Majesty, we pledge our eternal loyalty to you. We hope you will continue to reign over us." The virtual image of King Sadias responded with a tone of seriousness, "Haidam, I am aware of your loyalty, but I am no longer able to serve as king of Sadia. Without a new king, my 2 brothers will surely attack our kingdom. Sadia requires a new ruler, and I trust this warrior to lead you." Though Haidam found the sudden appearance of King Sadias somewhat peculiar, he could not refute the king's words. After pondering for a moment, he rose and commanded his soldiers to clear a path into the palace, addressing Wang Chenxing. "Now that we have the king's decree, we pledge our allegiance to you. Please follow me." Seeing this, Wang Chenxing sheathed his dagger and followed Haidam as the holographic image of King Sadias faded. The kneeling soldiers exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Blue Star stealthily returned to the side of the Xia beast. Woody approached Wang Chenxing, perplexed. "What just transpired? I clearly saw King Sadias perish. How could he reappear just now?" Wang Chenxing chuckled lightly. "It was merely Gus lending me a hand." For the sake of safety, he refrained from divulging the truth, as the future remained uncertain. Woody could only shake his head in bewilderment, unable to fathom the events that had unfolded. Under Haidam's guidance, Wang Chenxing, accompanied by Woody, Blue Star, and several soldiers, entered the Grand Palace, while the rest awaited instructions outside. Upon stepping into the palace, both Wang Chenxing and Blue Star were awestruck by its magnificent splendor. The expansive pathway was paved with massive blue stones, leading to the opulent palace ahead. Towering on either side were colossal stone statues of Sadia soldiers, each over 20 meters high, adorned with gemstones the size of goose eggs. The gardens lining the pathway were filled with an array of unknown flowers, their fragrance invigorating the senses. At the end of the path stood a colossal green statue, towering over 30 meters, resembling the deceased King Sadias, embellished with an array of large gemstones that sparkled in the sunlight. Behind it loomed the Grand Palace, a breathtaking sight, soaring over 100 meters high and constructed from immense green stones. The castle's dome-shaped top bore a resemblance to Russian architecture, and the doors and windows appeared oversized, almost as if Wang Chenxing could use them as entrances. The entire exterior of the palace shimmered in green, whether due to painted hues or the inherent color of the stone, reflecting the locals' affinity for verdant and gem-encrusted artistry. Every corner and protruding edge of the doors and windows was adorned with jewels. As they traversed the palace, Wang Chenxing and Blue Star were utterly captivated by its grandeur. Blue Star, enchanted by the garden's floral array, would have dashed into it had Wang Chenxing not restrained her. Although he had been thrust into the role of king, Wang Chenxing felt as though he were in a dream. Throughout China's 5,000-year history, transitions of power often involved fierce struggles. He had never anticipated that, through sheer luck, having conquered various beasts and inadvertently caused the death of the king, he would ascend to the highest authority of this nation. Such a scenario seemed inconceivable, yet it was undeniably his reality. In this realm that revered strength, Wang Chenxing found it incredibly difficult to comprehend. As a Chinese astronaut, he had initially sought merely to procure supplies for his journey, planning to find a place to repair his spacecraft and eventually return to Earth. Instead, he found himself entangled in the affairs of an alien nation, now burdened with the responsibility of governing a kingdom and confronting impending warfare. An overwhelming task he felt ill-equipped to handle. Upon reaching the palace entrance, gazing at the imposing structure, Wang Chenxing felt lost and quietly inquired of Blue Star, "What shall we do next? I truly do not wish to be king. The risks seem exceedingly high. Perhaps we could quietly slip away after a couple of days?" Blue Star leaned in closer, whispering through the photon machine, "Let us seize this opportunity to explore the palace for delightful treats and amusements. It's far grander than my home palace, and there must be plenty of treasures." Wang Chenxing frowned, replying, "We need to consider our departure soon." Blue Star cheerfully countered, "What is the rush? I haven't inhaled such fragrant flowers in ages. Life here is splendid. Let us stay for a while." Wang Chenxing shook his head in resignation. "Sister, if we keep playing around, we might find ourselves in dire straits. Had it not been for your clever trickery, I doubt we would even have gained entry. However, such tactics cannot be relied upon indefinitely. Moreover, as two outsiders claiming kingship, many will surely resent our presence. We stand in the open while our enemies lurk in the shadows, leaving us vulnerable to ambush." With a twinkle in her eye, Blue Star whispered, "Fear not. I am here. You can focus on being king while I handle the rest." Wang Chenxing, a novice in intergalactic affairs, had been trained to foster international cooperation and goodwill. Now, in this alien realm, devoid of such diplomatic niceties, he felt compelled to maintain some semblance of integrity, unwilling to resort to deceitful means. The entire experience felt like a convoluted scheme, leaving him with a sense of guilt. Thus, he yearned to conclude this chapter swiftly and escape this tumultuous land. Yet, now that he had been thrust into kingship, he was compelled to contemplate how best to extricate himself from this predicament, for the intricacies of power were not his expertise, nor did he desire the title of king. Under Hatem's guidance, they entered the palace without facing any opposition, for the obedient Xia beast followed closely behind. Blue Star had tapped into the beast's consciousness through the photon machine, altering its brain signals to ensure compliance. However, this method was only effective on lower-order animals and not on higher life forms, whose cognitive faculties were far more complex. Stepping into the palace, Wang Chenxing was left speechless by the lavish interior. The entire palace was adorned with unidentifiable, smooth, emerald green stones, giving the impression of being enveloped in jade. He could hardly resist the temptation to verify their authenticity. The columns within were encrusted with gemstones of staggering size, while in the center stood a green stone throne, seemingly carved from a single piece of jade. Though the craftsmanship appeared rudimentary, the flaws were obscured by an array of egg-sized jewels embedded within. Scattered across the palace floor were various gemstones, colorful stones, and exquisite leather armor, suggesting the place had been ransacked. Just then, Woody approached, gesturing toward the grand green throne and declaring, "King Chenxing, you are now the new monarch of the Sadia kingdom." With a weary sigh, Wang Chenxing replied, "Very well, but I shall only serve as a temporary king. Should a more suitable candidate arise, I will gladly relinquish the throne." Woody laughed heartily. "You are the most fitting choice." Chapter 32. The Hidden Crisis. Under Woody's guidance, Wang Chenxing ascended to the throne of the king of Sadia. Although he harbored no desire for the royal seat, the moment he settled into it, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Gazing down at the assembly of Lanqing, Woody, and the throng of several dozen individuals, he couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. This was a privilege reminiscent of the emperors of ancient China, who would have thought he had become the king of this alien planet. While there was a degree of self-proclamation involved, at present, no one voiced dissent. Yet, upon reflection, a twinge of anxiety crept in. Even though he had claimed the throne, he commanded only a few thousand followers. Should a struggle for power arise among the noblemen and ministers, his chances of survival were uncertain. At this juncture, his kingship was essentially self-declared, and the thoughts of that individual below, Haidam, who outwardly appeared submissive but might not be so at heart, were an unknown factor. It was entirely possible that one day he might turn against him, so thorough preparation was paramount. Seated upon the throne crafted from verdant stone, Wang Chenxing reached out to touch the material. Through the control of the photon machine, he conducted an elemental analysis and discovered that its composition was indeed akin to that of jade found on Earth, consisting of silicate minerals of aluminum and sodium, with comparable density and hardness. He couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. If this palace were constructed from jade, one could only imagine the magnificence of the jade on this planet. A small piece of such stone on Earth would fetch a fortune. This was truly extravagant. Regaining his composure, Wang Chenxing raised his head and inquired, "Captain Haidam, we have arrived at the palace in such grand fashion, yet why have we not encountered anyone else? Where are the noble lords and palace attendants?" Haidam stepped forward hesitantly and replied, "I am unsure about the noble lords, but I have heard that the king has perished and the queen, along with some attendants, has departed through the palace's rear entrance with certain valuables." Upon hearing this, Wang Chenxing felt not anger, but rather a sense of relief. He believed it was for the best that this unseen queen had left, as he had no intention of managing a harem. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for how to organize matters within the palace. With a smile, he remarked, "Let them go as they wish. Their departure is for the better." Haidam was taken aback, having anticipated that the new king would blame him for failing to secure the attendants and valuables. Instead, the king appeared rather pleased, leaving him perplexed. "Shall I send someone to retrieve them?" Haidam ventured cautiously. Wang Chenxing waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need, Captain Haidam, I am somewhat fatigued and wish to rest. Please summon all ministers and warriors to the palace tomorrow morning." After receiving his orders, Haidam signaled to 2 soldiers to escort Wang Chenxing and launching to the royal quarters. Woody left a contingent of soldiers to protect Wang Chenxing while taking the remainder back to his own residence. As they made their way to the palace, they encountered no attendants. Unable to contain his excitement, Wang Chenxing whispered to Lanqing, "This entire palace is crafted from jade. Such material is highly valuable on Earth. This king truly knows how to indulge. With an abundance of good things, they naturally lose their value," Lanqing replied, surveying the jade surrounding them. "To them, these are merely ordinary stones." Wang Chenxing nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. However, if they can use these jade stones to construct a palace, the other treasures here must be of far greater worth. The royal treasures have been taken by the queen. What remains is likely of little value. That's all right. We shall confront that rotund merchant tomorrow and give him a proper reckoning. But right now, I am quite hungry. What shall we eat tonight?" Lanqing cheerfully asked. "I miss your delectable dishes. This grand palace is now ours. Whatever you desire, I shall prepare for you." Wang Chenxing's interest piqued at the thought of food, and he turned to the soldiers nearby, saying, "First, lead us to where you prepare your meals. We are somewhat famished." One tall soldier promptly replied, "Your Majesty, that area is reserved for the attendants. Please return to your chambers, and I shall have someone bring food to you shortly." Wang Chenxing waved his hand, insisting, "No need. I wish to procure some food myself." He found the cuisine of this kingdom rather unappetizing, consisting mainly of boiled or roasted fare that was dry and unpalatable. Now was his chance to showcase his culinary skills and treat both himself and Lanqing. Under the soldiers' guidance, they arrived at what resembled a kitchen. Although it was labeled as such, Wang Chenxing found the cooking implements and variety of food quite unimpressive. The kitchen was sparsely decorated, lacking a proper roof, and a massive stone slab bore several unidentifiable cuts of meat, still oozing greenish blood. Likely due to the absence of personnel, small insects buzzed around, adding to the repulsive scene. The entire kitchen reeked of a foul odor. After exchanging glances with Lanqing, both lost their appetites. Just as they prepared to leave, a corpulent Sadian emerged from a room in the kitchen. Upon seeing Wang Chenxing and Lanqing, he first froze, then growled, "What are you little Sadians doing here? Begone at once." At that moment, the leading soldier barked, "This is our new king and queen. Quickly fetch us some food." The words were spoken without intent, Yet Lanqing's complexion paled at being addressed as queen. Casting a glance at Wang Chenxing, she excused herself, claiming a desire to admire the flowers, and hurried away. Wang Chenxing intended to call after Lanqing, but seeing her retreat, he let it go and instead beckoned a soldier to follow him as he remained in the kitchen, seeking something edible. The meat before him was utterly unappetizing, and he couldn't fathom how the previous king had managed to consume it. He casually asked the rotund Sadian chef a few questions and learned that the man had overslept and missed the opportunity to leave. Not pursuing further inquiry, Wang Chenxing acquired some seemingly edible plants, fresh fats, and wood from the chef before departing the kitchen. At the entrance to the royal chambers, Wang Chenxing ignited the wood and used his dagger to chop the plants and fats into smaller pieces, laying them upon a clean, jade-like green stone slab to cook. Despite the modest conditions, the unknown fat, when heated, began to ooze a clear oil, which flowed across the stone, emanating a rich aroma. The oil ignited the wood, creating a robust flame. Wang Chenxing placed the chopped plants on the stone slab to grill, and the mingling fragrances from the fat-coated vegetables heightened their appetites. Drawn by the alluring scent, Lanqing appeared from somewhere, gazing longingly at the delectable food on the green stone slab. Unable to resist, she reached out to sample it. After receiving her approval, Wang Chenxing prepared more plants, and the two relished their meal with great delight. Once satisfied, they dismissed the few soldiers guarding them. Wang Chenxing then fashioned 2 large hammocks from the leather blankets in the royal chambers, hanging them on the columns outside for sleeping. Although the king's quarters were quite nice, the thought of the deceased king's bed and lingering scent made him prefer to sleep outside, ensuring a more restful slumber. The night in Sadia was devoid of any light, with a campfire crackling beneath the stone columns at the entrance to the royal chambers. Wang Chenxing lay in the hammock, gazing at the star-studded sky, overwhelmed by emotions. Since the failure of their Mars landing to now being self-proclaimed king of Sadia, he had faced countless dangers, often brushing against death. If not for his good fortune and Lanqing's assistance, he might have bid farewell to this world long ago. Currently, with only a few thousand followers and a self-declared kingship, it remained uncertain whether the rest of the kingdom would recognize him, especially in such a rudimentary civilization where information traveled slowly. Once the noble lords and ministers became aware of his claim, who knew what complications might arise? Therefore, regardless of whether he would continue as king, stabilizing the situation was imperative. This world belonged to the strong, and as a citizen of Earth, he must not show weakness at this juncture. Furthermore, considering Lanqing's mention of needing a starship or similar vessel to return to Earth, an exceedingly costly endeavor, he realized that even if they departed, substantial supplies and wealth would be necessary to procure resources from those advanced civilizations. The royal palace of the Sadias had already astonished him, and he could only imagine the treasures awaiting discovery elsewhere. Thus, solidifying his position as king was of utmost importance. Chenxing, what are you pondering? Lanqing, reclining in her hammock, had been observing Wang Chenxing for several minutes. Seeing him lost in thought as he gazed skyward, she couldn't help but inquire. All of this feels so sudden. I feel as though I am dreaming. Fortunately, this is a primitive civilization, and what we have acquired is already a stroke of great luck. Wang Chenxing turned to Lanqing and said, however, I sense that our current environment remains perilous. Though we encountered no resistance today, there is no telling whether those in power will attempt to overthrow us. We command only a few thousand followers. Although we have seized control of Sadia City, we must prepare in advance. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves at a disadvantage. Lanqing contemplated for a moment and responded, indeed, we were quite fortunate today. Thanks to your presence, we can eat and live comfortably. It is unfortunate that I possess no weapons aboard my spacecraft. Otherwise, dealing with these primitive Sadians would require little effort. Nevertheless, the handgun you provided is quite impressive. Though primitive, it wields considerable power. Wang Chenxing sprang up, exclaiming, what? Primitive? This is a specialized astronaut firearm developed by our country, quite advanced, I assure you. Lanqing sat up, pouting, not at all. To us, this is merely a primitive kinetic weapon. How advanced can it be? Our planet's weaponry consists of particle beam and plasma weapons, which are 100 times more sophisticated than this. Well, if your technology is so advanced, why didn't you bring one for self-defense? Wang Chenxing sighed after hearing her words. I have learned that those Sadians are quite fierce in battle. With our mere few thousand followers, should they choose to attack, we would stand no chance. Lan Xing cautioned. In a primitive civilization, a direct confrontation may indeed be futile, Wang Chenxing replied confidently, but our nation has a history of over 5,000 years, emphasizing the principle of the few overcoming the many. Moreover, with the technology from your planet, we can manufacture some weapons. Even if someone does come to attack us, I will begin preparations to create weapons tomorrow. Lan Xing nodded, saying, Tomorrow, I will read the consciousness of those soldiers to identify any who harbor ill intentions toward us, ensuring they do not create trouble later. Wang Chenxing wholeheartedly agreed with Lan Xing's plan, recognizing that if these individuals could not align themselves with him, they would have to be dismissed. Chapter 33. Recruitment. At the break of dawn the following day, Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing, accompanied by Woody and dozens of others, made their way to the jewelry store of the rotund and unscrupulous merchant who had previously deceived them. Unfortunately, due to the commotion caused by Wang Chenxing the day before, the merchant had hastily vacated the premises during the night, leaving them empty-handed. However, Wang Chenxing remained undeterred, confident that capturing him was merely a matter of time. Even if he managed to flee, he could only roam this planet. In contrast, Lan Xing was quite incensed. Having failed to apprehend the merchant, Wang Chenxing began to discuss weapon manufacturing with Woody, while Lan Xing summoned the palace guards of the Haidam organization for a mental read, under the pretense of offering blessings to the soldiers. Woody led Wang Chenxing to an armory within the palace. The armory was impressively vast, measuring over 500 meters in length, constructed entirely from thick, massive stones, with walls exceeding a meter in thickness. Although it was a single-story structure, its height reached over 20 meters. The enormous metal doors were rather overwhelming for Wang Chenxing, each standing over 10 meters tall and 3 meters wide, posing a significant challenge for him to open. After two burly soldiers pushed open the metal doors, a stunning array of cold weapons came into view. The armory housed thousands of metal long knives, spears, iron rods, and various other armaments, some of which were unidentifiable. Observing the abundance of weaponry, Wang Chenxing realized that if they were to engage in battle with these cold weapons, each person would barely have enough to wield two. Thus, it was imperative to manufacture some firearms to gain an advantage in the impending conflicts. With this thought in mind, Wang Chenxing entered the armory, seizing a long knife measuring over 2 meters, and scanned it with the photon machine. Under Lan Xing's guidance, he had become adept at using the machine, which had translated various materials into comprehensible terms based on his cognitive understanding. Through the photon machine's analysis, he discovered that these long knives were made of an alloy steel containing nickel, aluminum, and tungsten. While this may not be familiar to the average person, for Wang Chenxing, it was a remarkable find. He promptly ordered Woody to have all these weapons removed and sent to the weapon manufacturing shop for melting and remolding. However, Woody firmly declined, asserting, these weapons were crafted specifically for the King's Guard. There is no need to remold them. Their quality is exceptional. Seeing that Woody did not comprehend his intentions, Wang Chenxing shook his head and clarified, I do not intend to remold the weapons. I have other uses in mind. Reluctantly, as the king, Woody had no choice but to acquiesce to his demands. Thanks to the photon machine's design capabilities, any thought that crossed Wang Chenxing's mind would prompt the machine to create the most logical structure or combination of forms. It was astonishing how advanced this alien technology was. Wang Chenxing contemplated the creation of firearms, but the photon machine indicated that the manufacturing precision required for such weaponry exceeded the capabilities of their current primitive civilization. If they were to force the production of firearms, it would take over a month to acquire the necessary foundational tools. Unable to wait that long, Wang Chenxing decided to abandon that plan for the time being. In contrast, the photon machine determined that manufacturing a trebuchet was relatively simple, with minimal precision requirements. Thus, Wang Chenxing resolved to first create such heavy artillery. This would be advantageous for several reasons. The manufacturing process was straightforward and could be completed in 1 to 2 days. Its potency would serve as a devastating weapon against collective charges in the age of cold weaponry. The materials could be readily obtained by melting down the cold weapons in the armory, eliminating the need for further smelting, and the projectiles would be easy to produce. Through Wang Chenxing's analysis of various flammable materials within the palace, he discovered that the oil used for lighting was an excellent resource, possessing a high calorific value, ideal for crafting incendiary devices. The palace had ample supplies, sufficient to manufacture thousands of firebombs. Woody struggled to comprehend the purpose of utilizing the lighting oil for incendiary devices, wondering what scheme the king was concocting, yet he refrained from questioning further, recognizing that the new king possessed considerable knowledge. Thus, under Wang Chenxing's direction, Woody gathered all the blacksmiths in the palace and city to commence weapon forging. Even with everyone summoned, the total number of craftsmen was still under 100. Under Wang Chenxing's arrangement, these individuals were assigned specific tasks, with promises of generous rewards upon completion. Wang Chenxing was confident in fulfilling this promise. Although most of the palace's valuables had been removed, the lavish decorations adorned with countless gemstones were more than sufficient to compensate the blacksmiths. Wang Chenxing was not one to be stingy with such resources. The blacksmiths swiftly set to work, following Wang Chenxing's clay models to construct the trebuchets and incendiary devices. Meanwhile, Lan Xing enjoyed a considerably easier task. She gathered over 1,000 soldiers summoned by Haidam in the palace courtyard, instructing them to stand hand in hand. Utilizing the photon machine, she linked the soldiers' brains through bioelectric waves, analyzing their thoughts. This analysis revealed a faction of Sadian guards who harbored doubts about the two of them. Initially, Lan Xing considered eliminating these dissenters, but after conferring with Wang Chenxing, she resolved to implant thought-altering brainwaves into their minds instead. This brainwave would act like a virus, gradually altering their thoughts, leading them to convince themselves of their loyalty to Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing. Transforming the Sadian soldiers posed greater challenges compared to those of lower intellect, given their capacity for reasoning. Furthermore, attempting to modify higher-order thinking beings like Wang Chenxing proved difficult, as their strong consciousness rendered the photon machine's influence ineffective within a short time frame. Such modifications could only be performed on beings not equipped with a photon machine. Those who were equipped had little chance of being affected. When it came to warfare, Wang Chenxing thrived, having spent several years in military school, mastering various tactics and strategies. Although he had served as an astronaut for some years, he had never forgotten the military theories he had learned, particularly the allure of Mao Zedong's thoughts. Foreseeing potential conflicts on the horizon, Wang Chenxing began preparing extensively. First, he enlisted a group of men to strip the palace of its gemstones, which were of little use adorning the walls, opting instead for more practical resources. Over 200 soldiers spent 3 days retrieving a significant quantity, weighing several tons, comprised entirely of valuable gems. Wang Chenxing allocated a small portion to reward the diligent blacksmiths and soldiers, recognizing the importance of winning their loyalty during this vulnerable period. With this, he procured a vast amount of metals and fuel, nearly exhausting the supplies of the entire city of Sadir. Secondly, he posted notices throughout the city to recruit soldiers, placing announcements within a radius of a few kilometers due to inadequate transportation. Lured by the promise of gemstones, over 2,000 new recruits flocked to join within 3 days, all of whom Woody was tasked with training. Thirdly, he issued a decree to purchase various ferocious beasts, all of which were entrusted to Lan Xing for taming. Fourthly, he acquired a wealth of supplies and vehicles, amassing an extensive stockpile of food, necessities, and leisure items in preparation for their potential departure. Should circumstances become untenable, they would be ready to flee at a moment's notice. He assigned a dozen of his most trusted soldiers to transport these supplies to a concealed encampment near their landing site, permitting further action only upon his explicit approval. Fifthly, he dispatched over 50 loyal soldiers beyond the city to gather intelligence, ensuring they could remain informed of any impending attacks. By the time these tasks were completed, 5 days had elapsed. Wang Chenxing found himself utterly exhausted, juggling multiple responsibilities as he diligently instructed everyone on his novel ideas and plans. Fortunately, his subordinates proved to be quick learners. Meanwhile, Lan Xing made significant progress, relying on her prior experience. Despite the strenuous days, Wang Chenxing did not neglect to treat himself and Lan Xing to delightful culinary experiences. Thanks to the recommendation of the rotund chef, he discovered a water-dwelling creature on this planet reminiscent of Earth's eel, which was not only delicious but also visually appealing. For Lan Xing, who had been rejecting the unappetizing meat dishes, this aquatic delicacy was a welcome change. In just 5 short days, Wang Chenxing successfully manufactured over 100 trebuchets and thousands of incendiary devices. Most of these contraptions were already installed on the city walls. After completing the trebuchets, he still had a considerable amount of alloy steel remaining, which he utilized to craft a significant number of bows and crossbows. In a society characterized by its primitive civilization, such weapons represented formidable instruments of destruction. However, including Woody, the Sadian populace remained skeptical of the utility of Wang Chenxing's creations. Many soldiers began voicing doubts about their new king. To ensure the soldiers' allegiance, Wang Chenxing understood that he must demonstrate strength. Although he had forged novel weapons that no one had ever witnessed, this alone would not suffice to earn their trust, particularly in a society that revered direct confrontation. On the sixth day, Wang Chenxing gathered several thousand soldiers outside the city for a demonstration. Today, he intended to teach them how to operate the trebuchets for launching incendiary devices. He instructed the soldiers to position 10 trebuchets outside the city. Once the trebuchets were secured, 10 soldiers placed incendiary devices, approximately 1 meter in diameter, onto the slings of the machines, coating the exterior with fat and igniting it with torches. At Wang Chenxing's command, the massive metal spheres were launched, soaring over 2 kilometers away. A few incendiary devices burst upon impact, their contents spilling forth, quickly igniting the surrounding area with flames that engulfed over 50 square meters. Others, which had not ruptured upon landing, continued to burn, and just as onlookers expected them to extinguish, a series of thunderous explosions erupted, igniting a fiery inferno that consumed over 100 square meters. The soldiers were momentarily stunned by the spectacle, and even Wang Chenxing was taken aback by the destructive potential of his heavy weaponry. Now, with preparations largely complete, Wang Chenxing felt a newfound confidence in his ability to secure victory should the enemy dare to invade. Chapter 34. The Beast's Canyon. On the morning of the 7th day, Wang Chenxing was engrossed in the forging workshop, diligently exploring the intricacies of firearm manufacturing. The past few days had seen a relatively smooth progression. In this kingdom, where industrial foundations were virtually non-existent, crafting such advanced weaponry was indeed a formidable challenge. However, he had recently designed several component processing platforms through photon machinery, which had begun to take shape. He was confident that in the near future, weapon production would become a matter of course. As for gunpowder, he had yet to procure the requisite materials. After all, the resources available within the city of Sadir were quite limited, necessitating an expansion of their search. At that moment, a scout dispatched by Wang Chenxing arrived with alarming news. The Queen, in alliance with the fleeing Modi, had summoned a formidable force of over 300,000 soldiers, comprising nobility and generals stationed at the borders, who were marching with great determination towards Sadir. Their objective was unmistakably clear: to kill Wang Chenxing and annihilate the soldiers and citizens who had failed to support them at a critical juncture. The scale of this army was continuously swelling, and it was anticipated that they would arrive within 6 days at the earliest. This was undoubtedly dire news for Wang Chenxing, as time was rapidly slipping away. Without delay, Wang Chenxing summoned Lanqing, Woody, and Haidam to the palace to deliberate on strategies. You are all aware of the situation. What are your thoughts? Wang Chenxing inquired, seated upon the emerald throne of the king, having already relayed the grave news. Woody and Haidam stood momentarily in contemplation, grappling with the gravity of the situation. In their estimation, relying solely on the few thousand defenders within the city to confront over 300,000 adversaries was akin to hurling eggs against stones. Even if they could muster tenfold resistance, facing such overwhelming numbers was an insurmountable challenge. Meanwhile, Lanqing was fervently simulating potential victory scenarios in her mind using the photon machinery. Given their current power, the odds of triumph were nearly non-existent. Hopeless, indeed. At this juncture, Woody stepped forward boldly, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, with our current forces, it is virtually impossible to defeat Modi's army. Unless we can rally tens of thousands of soldiers in the coming days, we stand little chance of holding the city. Currently, even gathering 10,000 soldiers would prove exceedingly difficult." Sadir covered merely over 10 square kilometers, with a resident population of fewer than 50,000, excluding the elderly, infirm, and pregnant. Those capable of bearing arms numbered less than 10,000, most of whom were already Wang Chenxing soldiers. The remaining few thousand were not necessarily inclined to fight for Wang Chenxing's cause. Forcing conscription would not resolve their pressing dilemma. Furthermore, they had only managed to construct a little over 100 catapults, which would struggle against an army of over 300,000. Compounding the issue was the fact that these soldiers had yet to master the use of the catapults, thus significantly diminishing their effectiveness. As for firearms and similar weaponry, they would require at least a month to complete, rendering them ineffective in the current crisis. After contemplating Woody's remarks, Wang Chenxing furrowed his brow, pondering the next course of action. He recognized that he lacked a viable strategy to control the situation, as he was merely an astronaut, not a strategist. Standing beside him, Lanqing perceived Wang Chenxing's anxiety and gently patted his shoulder, whispering, If we cannot fight, we can flee. If all else fails, we might as well leave this planet. Wang Chenxing looked up at Lanqing, replying, in this situation, we cannot leave. Modi and the Queen are primarily targeting us. If we abandon ship, the Satyr people will deem everyone inside the city as traitors, leading to a massacre. Although we do not belong here, we are inextricably linked to the current predicament. We cannot stand idly by while others perish. But we cannot even save ourselves, let alone rescue others, Lanqing replied, her voice tinged with resignation. At that moment, Haidam stepped forward, stating, Your Majesty, I have a suggestion, though I am unsure if you will consider it. As the captain of the guard, Haidam was typically reticent, known only for executing orders, so his initiative came as a surprise. Previously, he had even obstructed Wang Chenxing's entry into the palace, causing Wang Chenxing to question his loyalty. However, after Lanqing assessed his character and deemed his loyalty unquestionable, Wang Chenxing had decided to keep him close. Wang Chenxing, noticing Haidam's eagerness to propose an idea, urged him to speak forth. Upon receiving permission, Haidam boldly articulated, Your Majesty, the enemy we face vastly outnumbers us. Relying solely on our strength guarantees no victory. Even if every citizen joined the fight, we would only number a few thousand. I have observed that Queen Lanqing has been training some beasts acquired in the city. If we could tame more of these creatures, we might stand a fighting chance. Wang Chenxing's interest was piqued as he responded, Indeed, a single beast's combat prowess can rival that of a dozen satyr soldiers. However, the city lacks further beasts, and I am uncertain where to find more. Do you have any leads? Haidam nodded affirmatively. Yes, there is a location abundant with ferocious beasts. Yet, the journey there is perilous. Woody interjected hastily, Haidam, I am aware of that place, but it is fraught with danger. Do you wish to send the king to his doom? Wang Chenxing waved his hand, signaling Woody to allow Haidam to continue. Haidam disdainfully regarded Woody before elaborating. Beyond the Satyr city lies the Xia Mountains, where a vast canyon is situated, approximately a day's journey by Xido beasts. It is a treacherous endeavor to enter, and those who do often find it difficult to return alive. The beast you tamed, Your Majesty, originated from there. We captured merely 3 cubs, costing the lives of over 100 men. It is rumored that the canyon harbors many unknown ferocious creatures. As the king of beasts, if you dare to venture into that canyon to capture and tame some beasts, our chances of victory will increase significantly. Oh, such a place exists? Upon hearing Haidam's account, Wang Chenxing felt a surge of intrigue. If they could capture some formidable beasts for battle, it would undoubtedly instill terror in the hearts of their invaders. Your Majesty, do not heed his reckless words, Woody implored, rushing forward to dissuade. That place is incredibly dangerous. The canyon is filled with toxic gases that can induce hallucinations. In the end, one would either succumb to poison or be devoured by the beasts within. You must not go. Woody, are there truly many beasts in that canyon? Wang Chenxing pressed for clarification after hearing both men's accounts. Woody, albeit reluctantly, nodded in affirmation. With this confirmation, Wang Chenxing turned to Lanqing, stating, It seems we must personally venture forth to capture some beasts. Lanqing, equally skeptical yet supportive, replied, Yes, let us retrieve some. These beasts could prove invaluable to our cause. Upon hearing Lanqing's words, Woody and Haidam exchanged glances, unsure whether to admire or bemoan the perceived foolishness of their king and queen, who seemed oblivious to the dangers ahead. Wang Chenxing had always been decisive in his actions. That very day, he convened several hundred soldiers to prepare all available metal cages, utilizing Xido beasts to transport them, even dismantling some cells to do so. Additionally, he instructed each soldier to gather charcoal and breathable garments, the purpose of which he kept to himself. After preparing dozens of large carts filled with metal cages, on the morning of the 8th day, Wang Chenxing, accompanied by Lanqing on Xia beasts and Haidam riding a Xido beast, led a formidable contingent of several hundred soldiers towards the canyon at the Xia Mountains, while Woody remained behind with the remaining few thousand to fortify the city's defenses. Due to the seldom trodden path to the canyon, their progress was rather slow. If they continued at this pace, they would undoubtedly return just before the enemy arrived. Wang Chenxing took note of this and instructed Haidam to lead the troops to the canyon while he and Lanqing would advance ahead, ensuring they could capture beasts before the soldiers arrived. Despite Haidam's fervent pleas for Wang Chenxing and Lanqing not to venture alone, he ultimately acquiesced to their orders, Unable to sway the resolve of the king and queen, as they departed from the main force, Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing hastened on Xia beasts towards the canyon. The rationale for their early departure was twofold. First, the main contingent was progressing too slowly, risking valuable time. Second, Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing needed to don protective gear, which would prevent them from transforming. Thus, they sought to distance themselves from the soldiers to handle the situation independently, allowing the soldiers to collect the spoils afterward. However, acquiring beasts would not prove to be a straightforward endeavor. After several hours of rapid travel on Xia beasts, they reached the entrance of the Beast Canyon, located at the base of the Xia Mountains. Described as an entrance, it bore little resemblance to a typical passage. The vast canyon lay nestled between two mountain ranges, approximately 3 kilometers wide. Within the canyon, dense forests flourished, populated by towering trees exceeding 100 zhang in height, shrouded in a thick yellow mist, presumably the toxic gas Woody had mentioned. The cliffs on either side soared to great heights, and at the canyon's mouth lay a massive chasm over 50 meters wide, appearing unfathomably deep. The chasm's edges were draped with thick vines, and several colossal, broken trees hung precariously on either side, remnants of what were once makeshift bridges constructed by previous adventurers. A river, over 100 meters wide, cascaded through the canyon, mixing with fallen branches and leaves, producing a thunderous roar, while the distant echoes of beastly roars resonated through the forest. Gazing at the expansive chasm, Wang Chenxing found himself in a predicament. The canyon loomed before him, and without superhuman abilities, crossing this chasm posed a significant challenge. At that moment, Lan Xing pointed towards a massive tree ahead, exclaiming, "Chenxing, look! We can fell that tree and create a bridge." Wang Chenxing followed Lan Xing's gaze. A towering tree, roughly 50 meters tall and as thick as a barrel, stood majestically before them. Unlike terrestrial trees, this one was perfectly straight, devoid of branches, save for a massive umbrella-like crown at its apex. Wang Chenxing immediately identified this colossal tree as a suitable candidate, beckoning the Xia beasts to push it over. Under the immense strength of the Xia beasts, the towering tree was effortlessly felled, spanning the chasm between the two cliffs, thus resolving their passage dilemma. Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing exchanged relieved glances, donned their protective gear, and prepared to venture into the depths of the Beast Canyon. Chapter 35. The battle with the chameleon beast. After Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing donned their protective suits, they cautiously traversed the narrow bridge. Once they had equipped their masks, the toxic mists of the canyon posed no further threat to them. Upon reaching solid ground, Wang Chenxing's gaze fell upon the fog-laden, dense forest, instilling a sense of vigilance within him. At that moment, the chameleon beast, stationed opposite them, appeared somewhat agitated, pacing back and forth yet hesitating to approach. Observing this, Lan Xing repeatedly urged the chameleon beast to come closer, knowing that having such an ally in the canyon would greatly facilitate their efforts to subdue the wild creatures. After several commands from Lan Xing, the chameleon beast reluctantly crossed the bridge. Due to the thick fog enveloping the forest, visibility was severely limited. Thus, they activated the mask's low-light scanning system, akin to a night vision device, allowing them to see clearly even in the dimmest conditions. Unlike traditional night vision, however, this low-light scanning system provided images resembling those seen in daylight and could automatically search for and lock onto objects of interest, offering unparalleled observational capabilities. Once they switched on the low-light scanning system, it felt as though the dense fog had suddenly dissipated, revealing their surroundings with remarkable clarity. As the underbrush within the forest was exceedingly dense and nearly impassable, Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing opted to ride on the chameleon beast as it journeyed deeper into the canyon. After approximately half an hour, the path ahead appeared more traversable, the fog had thinned considerably, and the undergrowth became sparser. Standing trees were few, with many having toppled and begun to decay, interspersed with the enormous bones of unknown creatures. As they ventured further into the canyon, the chameleon beast grew increasingly restless, continually sniffing the air as it passed by trees. At this moment, Wang Chenxing began to feel the gem of the giant beast at his waist grow warm and turn a vivid crimson. Suddenly sensing imminent danger, he commanded the chameleon beast to halt. He surveyed his surroundings, but found nothing unusual. Yet an overwhelming sense of peril loomed over him, creating a profound discomfort. "Be cautious. I sense danger approaching," Wang Chenxing whispered to Lan Xing, brandishing his Fang dagger in a protective stance. "Did you detect something?" Lan Xing asked, her voice tinged with fear. No, but I feel something is very close, and it's watching us. We are being targeted. Wang Xingqian's heart raced with the encroaching danger. Stay put. I'll go take a look. Don't. You must not go down there. Lan Xing urgently protested as Wang Xingqian prepared to descend. It's dangerous below. It's safe here. No. I can sense that whatever it is very near. I'll distract it. You stay low on the chameleon beast. If there's any threat, ride it back quickly. Resolute in his decision to draw the creature away, Wang Xingqian slipped off the front limb of the chameleon beast and cautiously advanced ahead. After traveling over 20 meters, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, as if the forest had succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, two basin-sized green lights materialized 50 meters to Wang Xingqian's left front, rapidly approaching him with an ominous glow. Watch out! Lan Xing, still atop the chameleon beast, shrieked in alarm. She witnessed not only the two massive green lights but also a colossal, translucent body lunging toward Wang Xingqian. The chameleon beast swiftly dodged to the side. Wang Xingqian, having sensed the danger beforehand, instinctively rolled behind a large tree as the two glowing orbs charged toward him. Lan Xing, shaken, urged the chameleon beast to engage in battle, but it seemed to cower, retreating while emitting low growls of warning. Regaining his footing, Wang Xingqian scrutinized the monstrous creature before him. It appeared nearly invisible, its coloration blending seamlessly with the environment. As it moved, its hue shifted to match its surroundings, standing approximately 10 meters tall, with massive, muscular limbs ending in long, sharp claws that resembled blades. Its green eyes were set above a protruding maw filled with 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth, giving its head an unsettling resemblance to an ancient Tyrannosaurus rex. My goodness! What manner of beast is this? It can change its color like a chameleon. I nearly walked into a trap. Wang Xingqian was thoroughly unnerved by the sight before him. At that moment, the chameleon beast emitted a furious roar, still appearing anxious. The camouflaged beast turned toward the chameleon beast, opening its enormous mouth to intimidate it. However, standing over 20 meters tall, the chameleon beast retained a significant height advantage and did not retreat, continuing to roar in agitation. Suddenly, from the right flank of the chameleon beast, another chameleon creature of similar size sprang forth. Its massive front claws raked across the chameleon beast's right foreleg, leaving 3 deep gashes as the creature was sent sprawling several dozen meters away. Lan Xing, who had been riding on the chameleon beast, was also thrown off its back, landing violently on the ground, motionless. Witnessing this, Wang Xingqian rushed over to help Lan Xing, while the chameleon beast transformed its anxiety into fury. It reared up and unleashed a thunderous roar before charging at the 2 chameleon beasts. At that moment, a third chameleon creature sprung from the chameleon beast's rear flank, viciously clawing into its back, causing green blood to spurt forth. Provoked beyond measure, the chameleon beast let out a deafening roar and engaged in combat with the 3 chameleon beasts. All 4 of these formidable creatures wreaked havoc upon the surrounding flora, leveling the vegetation within a 2,000 square meter radius. Wang Xingqian and Lan Xing found themselves dodging between the fray. Despite its injuries, the chameleon beast exhibited remarkable resilience, refusing to yield in the face of its adversaries. The battle was fiercely brutal. Within 10 minutes, 1 chameleon beast lay lifeless, crushed by the chameleon beast's might. The remaining 2 chameleon beasts circled warily, searching for an opportunity to strike. Wang Xingqian and Lan Xing took refuge behind a massive rock, observing the chaos unfold. They had not anticipated encountering such formidable creatures upon entering the canyon. This exceeded all expectations. Just as they were anxiously watching the battle, a sudden crack of a breaking twig echoed from behind them. Wang Xingqian swiftly turned, catching a glimpse of danger in his peripheral vision. In that critical moment, he seized Lan Xing by the waist and leaped several meters away, just as a larger chameleon beast pounced on their previous hiding spot, missing them entirely. Lan Xing, initially startled by Wang Xingqian's sudden embrace, was about to voice her displeasure when she noticed the enormous chameleon beast had landed where they had just been concealed. Her anger dissipated, replaced by a racing heart. The colossal creature, now arched and facing the chameleon beast, seemed to sap the latter's strength. Wang Xingqian, she exclaimed, the chameleon beast is gravely injured, and another chameleon beast has appeared. It won't last much longer. If I don't help, it will surely be outmatched. Without waiting for Lan Xing's consent, Wang Chenxing brandished his dagger and sprinted to the front of the chameleon beast. The three chameleon beasts shifted their attention from the chameleon beast to Wang Chenxing, their predatory gazes filled with murderous intent. Confronted by three adversaries, Wang Chenxing remained undaunted. At that moment, the gem of the giant beast at his waist radiated a blinding warmth, its glow piercing through his leather pouch. The three chameleon beasts began to exhibit signs of unease, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the giant beast's gem. Suddenly, the largest chameleon beast emitted a series of high-pitched cries. The once peaceful forest erupted into chaos. Wang Chenxing remained oblivious to the implications of this disturbance. Moments later, 8 additional chameleon beasts erupted from the underbrush, intensifying the perilous situation. Faced with 11 towering chameleon beasts, Wang Chenxing found himself in a precarious position, and even the chameleon beast behind him appeared fearful. As he surveyed the dire circumstances, Wang Chenxing felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. These chameleon beasts were formidable foes. Their collective strength could overwhelm him, and even with his extraordinary abilities, victory was not guaranteed. However, he surmised that these chameleon beasts were pack animals, with the largest likely serving as their leader. If he could eliminate this alpha beast, the remaining chameleons would likely falter. Determined, Wang Chenxing set his sights on the largest chameleon beast, leaping forward before it could launch an attack. The colossal creature, dismissive of the approaching Wang Chenxing, failed to raise its paw in defense, instead opening its vast maw to seize him. Yet, Wang Chenxing proved remarkably agile, his swift movements rendering the surrounding actions akin to slow motion. As the chameleon beast's mouth gaped wide, Wang Chenxing deftly targeted the side of its jaw, plunging his dagger into its flesh and, leveraging its own momentum, he slashed from its mouth to its neck, cleaving through half of its body. Landing gracefully, Wang Chenxing wasted no time. He spun around and swiftly carved through the creature's side, inflicting devastating damage. In mere moments, the once mighty chameleon beast was left with only half its lower jaw attached, its sides severed and internal organs spilling forth. With a reluctant thud, the creature collapsed to the ground, emitting a pained wail. The remaining 10 chameleon beasts, witnessing this brutal display, bared their teeth and glared at Wang Chenxing, 2 of them beginning to retreat. Wang Chenxing wiped the green blood from his dagger onto the dying chameleon beast, casting a fierce glare at the surrounding creatures. In that moment, he felt as though he were the undisputed sovereign of the forest. Chapter 36. Unexpected gains. Wang Chenxing glared at the 10 color-changing beasts before him. At this moment, he was undaunted by any challenge posed by these creatures. Suddenly, one of the beasts melded into the surrounding environment, seemingly preparing to flee. Observing this, Wang Chenxing sprang forward, swiftly maneuvering to grasp its tail, attempting to restrain the cowardly creature. Yet, despite possessing extraordinary abilities, he found himself unable to halt the galloping of this massive beast, weighing 7 to 8 tons. Once the color-changing beast felt its tail captured, it bolted forward like a tempest, prompting the others to scatter in a frantic escape. Meanwhile, Lan Xing, who had been lurking nearby, swiftly summoned the Xia beast to intercept them. Their purpose was to capture wild beasts, and these color-changing creatures fit her criteria perfectly, thus she was determined not to let them escape. The Xia beast soared into the air, landing deftly between 2 fleeing color-changing beasts. Before they could react, its enormous claws seized each beast, pinning them firmly to the ground. The 2 unfortunate beasts, now restrained, flailed desperately, striving to break free from the Xia beast's grip, sending clods of damp earth soaring into the air as if a deluge of mud were about to fall. However, regardless of their struggles, it was a futile endeavor against the overwhelming strength of the Xia beast. With the 2 color-changing beasts subdued, Lan Xing approached briskly, kneeling beside one and extending her hand towards its head. In that fleeting moment, the photon device emitted a faint stream of memory brainwave currents that coursed through her arm into the beast's mind. Within mere seconds, the creature ceased its struggles, becoming compliant. After taming this beast, Lan Xing proceeded to subdue the other as well. Once she had accomplished this, she suddenly realized that Wang Chenxing had vanished without a trace, uncertain of where the beast had taken him. The remaining mutated beasts had also dispersed, leaving no trace behind. "Chenxing, where are you?" Lan Xing stood frozen in place, glancing around to find herself alone, save for the Xia beast and the 2 subdued color-changing beasts. She utilized her communicator to call out for Wang Chenxing. "Wait a moment. I'm currently in a predicament. came Wang Xingchen's frantic voice over the communicator, indicating he was entangled in some situation. As for Wang Xingchen, upon grasping the tail of the color-changing beast, he was dragged along at breakneck speed. Finding no foothold to alter his dire predicament in less than a minute, he had been towed over a kilometer away. This turn of events was quite a misfortune for him. Being dragged along the ground felt akin to being relentlessly rubbed against it by the massive beast's tail. As he traversed the terrain, he was mercilessly slapped in the face by various grasses and branches. Although he considered relinquishing his grip, having never experienced such a loss, he could not allow himself to succumb to defeat. He was resolute in his determination to subdue this creature. Yet, with one arm firmly gripping the tail, he found it difficult to wield his Fang dagger effectively. The forest remained shrouded in a thick yellow mist. Without the aid of the dim light scanning system, visibility was severely impaired. Nevertheless, Wang Xingchen was astonished by how effortlessly the color-changing beast navigated through the dense woodland, as though possessing some extraordinary ability. After crossing a clearing, he finally seized the opportunity to adjust his stance using the strength in his hands. With his right hand, he plunged the Fang dagger into the beast's tail. The creature instantly recoiled in excruciating pain, its hue shifting erratically as it attempted to escape Wang Xingchen's grasp. At that moment, Wang Xingchen was not faring much better. With one hand clinging to the tail and the other gripping the dagger, he was flung about like a rag doll, his insides churning uncomfortably. Realizing he could not endure this for long, he waited for a moment when the beast momentarily paused in its thrashing. Then he leveraged his strength, yanked hard, and leapt onto the beast's back. With a swift motion, he wrapped his arms tightly around its thick neck, and before the creature could react, he touched its head in an instant. The color-changing beast grew still, ceasing its struggles, and came to a halt. Wang Xingchen, relieved to see the beast subdued, exhaled deeply and plopped down on its back, gasping for breath. He had traveled over 10 kilometers away from Lanxing after a brief respite. He noticed that the photon device was persistently emitting warnings of interference. The communication function was compromised, revealing it was affected by a strong magnetic field that could not be shielded. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that the canyon was elevated, shrouded in mist that obscured the cliffs on either side, and the sparse trees were all under 3 meters in height. The air within a 100-meter radius was nearly devoid of the yellow mist, while the ground was strewn with dark gray rocks, without a trace of soil. Wang Xingchen found it peculiar that such a strong magnetic field interference could arise. He dismounted from the color-changing beast and approached a black gray rock the size of a basketball, crouching to examine it closely. The stone was irregularly shaped and smooth, reflecting a metallic luster under the sunlight. The closer he got to the rock, the more intense the magnetic interference became. He picked up a smaller stone, inspecting it closely, sensing it might be a type of ore. He conducted an elemental analysis using the photon device, and to his astonishment, the results revealed that the stone contained approximately 80 magnetite, along with rare metals such as tungsten, beryllium, titanium, vanadium, and germanium, constituting around 10. Upon receiving these results, Wang Xingchen's heart swelled with excitement. He gazed at the vast expanse of black-gray stones, elated. This indicated a rich vein of iron ore and rare metals. The abundant iron content promised a solution for the metal materials required for future weaponry. By combining Lanxing's extraterrestrial technology with his terrestrial knowledge, he envisioned the potential to fabricate various metallic products, thereby elevating this primitive society to unprecedented heights. After calming his racing heart, Wang Xingchen attempted to contact Lanxing to inform her of the situation. However, the strong magnetic interference hindered his ability to reach her. Left with no choice, he climbed back onto the color-changing beast, guiding its consciousness in the direction from whence they had come. Chapter 37. Blue Star and Peril. Wang Xingchen, having grasped a rock, swiftly mounted the chameleon beast and sped toward Blue Star. After running approximately 3 kilometers, the magnetic interference affecting his photon machine began to dissipate. Suddenly, a frantic voice crackled through Wang Xingchen's photon communicator. "Xingchen, where are you? Hurry and save me." Upon hearing this, Wang Xingchen sensed that something was amiss with Blue Star. Utilizing the photon machine's location-sharing feature, he quickly pinpointed her position. She was approximately 10 kilometers away. Without a moment to spare, he directed the chameleon beast to race toward her. At that moment, Blue Star found herself deep within a canyon amidst a cluster of geothermal springs. This locale was dotted with over 100 springs of various sizes, bubbling with a noxious orange-yellow substance that resembled a viscous liquid and emitted an unbearable stench. A thick yellow mist enveloped the air above the springs, presumably the origin of the dense fog within the canyon. Blue Star stood anxiously behind two chameleon beasts, fixated on a creature obscured within the fog. The once crimson skin of the chameleon beast had turned charred black as it lay motionless on the ground, struggling to breathe. From within the mist, the piercing roar of a creature echoed, instilling a profound sense of unease. Suddenly, a torrent of flames erupted from above the mist, directed at the chameleon beasts. Caught off guard, the two beasts suffered burns along their necks, causing them immense pain as they dashed about in a frenzy. Fortunately, Blue Star managed to evade the flames just in time. With the aid of the low-light scanning system, she could have discerned the position of the approaching monster, but alas, the creature's speed rendered her reactions futile. Blue Star, hold on. I'm almost there. Wang Chenxing, having accessed the situation through her photon machine, felt a surge of urgency. However, despite the chameleon beast's rapid pace, he felt as though it was not fast enough. Overwhelmed with worry for Blue Star's safety, he suddenly experienced a rush of vitality. Leaping from the back of the chameleon beast, he soared 100 meters into the air. After a few powerful jumps, he reached the vicinity of Blue Star, spotting two enormous avian-like creatures circling ominously above the mist. These bizarre birds, measuring around 5 meters in length, possessed long, slender necks exceeding 1 meter, devoid of feathers, their skin a deep black. Their small, flat heads sported disproportionately large beaks, while two pairs of leathery wings resembling those of bats extended from their backs. Despite their compact size, they had long, fan-like tails and retracted legs, emitting a cacophony of screeches as they flew. They would occasionally expel a grapefruit-sized glob of yellow liquid, which transformed into a fireball upon release, plummeting toward the ground. According to the photon machine's locator, Wang Chenxing was certain Blue Star was directly beneath that fog. Without hesitation, he prepared to ambush the creature as he approached. However, the agile bird evaded his leap effortlessly, quickly repositioning itself to deliver a lethal strike as he landed. Sensing imminent danger, Wang Chenxing spotted a towering tree below and pushed off its sturdy branch, propelling himself upward like a bullet toward the creature. Caught off guard by his sudden trajectory change, the monster hastily spat flames, but unfortunately, it failed to strike him. In the instant after the bird exhaled fire, Wang Chenxing leaped onto its back. Startled, the creature flapped its wings frantically, spiraling through the air before crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, the other bird abandoned its attack on Blue Star, soaring toward Wang Chenxing and circling him in the air. Upon landing, Wang Chenxing seized the neck of the subdued bird, determined not to release his grip despite its thrashing. Although the creature possessed considerable strength, being choked rendered it powerless. With both hands occupied, he was unable to subdue the creature further. Just then, Blue Star approached rapidly, and without hesitation, she boldly pressed her hand against the bird's head. Within moments, it ceased its struggles, evidently tamed by her presence. Wang Chenxing finally loosened his grip and stood up, as another bird continued to circle above. Showing no signs of attack, Blue Star, discerning the situation, commanded the tamed bird to ascend and lure the other down. Within minutes, the second bird landed, warily observing Wang Chenxing and Blue Star. Just as Blue Star was about to approach the newly tamed bird, Wang Chenxing cautioned, "Be careful, it might breathe fire." Blue Star chuckled, "It's all right. These two birds are a pair. The one we just tamed is the female. The male won't harm me." Wang Chenxing remained skeptical, but prepared to protect her nonetheless as she cautiously approached the male creature. The male bird emitted a shrill warning cry, only to be silenced by the female, demonstrating that even on alien worlds, the age-old adage of fearing one's mate held true. Blue Star carefully moved closer, reaching out to gently stroke the male bird's body and neck. It clearly relished the attention, exhibiting no signs of aggression. Gradually, she pressed its neck down, extending her hand to caress its head. In mere seconds, the male bird succumbed to her gentle touch, fully tamed. With the immediate danger averted, Wang Chenxing sheathed his dagger and approached Blue Star, inquiring, "How did you end up here?" Blue Star turned to him, exasperated. "I came looking for you, and ended up being targeted by these two monsters. Thankfully, you arrived just in time, or you would have witnessed a roasted Blue Star, humph." Wang Chenxing couldn't help but smile awkwardly at the irate blue star. Chapter 38. A bountiful harvest. After receiving a stern reprimand from Lan Xing, Wang Chenxing exhibited no signs of remorse. Instead, he felt a peculiar sense of delight. Observing Wang Chenxing's remarkable thickness of skin, Lan Xing shot him a glare before turning her attention to the injured Xia beast. It was then that Wang Chenxing acknowledged his own recklessness in single-handedly confronting the chameleon beast, leaving Lan Xing to face danger alone. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Had anything happened to her, he would have been consumed by regret. At that moment, Lan Xing meticulously examined the charred wounds on the Xia beast. The flames of this fire-breathing creature were devastating. Every scorched area was nearly blackened, with gaping wounds that almost revealed bone. Lacking medical equipment or supplies, Lan Xing could only utilize the microcurrent healing function of her photon device to stimulate the growth of normal cells in the injured areas, aiming to facilitate the repair of the wounds, albeit at a painfully slow pace. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Wang Chenxing gently approached her from behind and confessed, "I was in the wrong earlier, focusing solely on capturing the chameleon beast while leaving you to fend for yourself. You face such peril. I promise to prepare a sumptuous meal for you as compensation once we return." Lan Xing shot him a mock glare and retorted, "One meal is insufficient. It cannot possibly compensate me." Wang Chenxing, feeling somewhat awkward, inquired, "Then, what would suffice as compensation?" "One meal is far too little. I require 100. Lan Xing unabashedly demanded. "Ah!" Wang Chenxing exclaimed in surprise, not expecting Lan Xing, the extraterrestrial gourmand, to have such lofty expectations. "Well, if you can't manage that, then forget it." "Humph, I knew you lacked sincerity." Lan Xing feigned indignation. "That's not the case." Wang Chenxing hastily clarified. "As long as you're safe, I will honor my word. Whether it's 100 meals or even 1,000, I shall comply." Upon witnessing Wang Chenxing's earnestness, a faint smile finally graced Lan Xing's face. "Then you mentioned 1,000. I won't be pressuring you. You must keep your promise." Lan Xing cleverly seized upon his words, pushing her advantage. "Goodness!" Wang Chenxing muttered to himself. "How is the Xia beast condition? Can it be healed?" Wang Chenxing inquired as he leaned closer to the creature, examining its singed skin. Lan Xing gently stroked the wound and replied, "It is severely injured, but fortunately, there is no immediate threat to its life. However, it will likely be unable to regain its fighting strength in the short term." "What could have caused such intense burns? Have you analyzed it?" Wang Chenxing asked, unable to contain his curiosity as he touched the Xia beast's wounds. Turning to him, Lan Xing explained, "I analyzed it earlier. It appears to be a mixture of sulfur and white phosphorus. Upon contact with air, it ignites explosively, which accounts for the severity of the injuries." Wang Chenxing was well aware of the ferocity with which white phosphorus burns. It is, after all, classified as a prohibited weapon on Earth. The fact that these two flying beasts wield it as a means of defense revealed the many hidden truths of this planet. What do these two flying beasts consume to expel sulfur and white phosphorus? And why haven't they self-destructed? Wang Chenxing pondered in confusion. The sulfur likely originates from these hot springs, while the source of the white phosphorus remains unclear. Additionally, these hot springs do not contain any white phosphorus. Lan Xing pointed towards the various hot springs ahead. However, due to their masks, they were unable to detect the scent of sulfur. This revelation was a significant boon for Wang Chenxing. The presence of sulfur indicated the potential for gunpowder production in the future. This would swiftly resolve the bottleneck regarding ammunition, a mineral he greatly desired. Wang Chenxing planned to thoroughly explore the canyon after this battle, as there might be even more valuable resources hidden within. After providing basic treatment to the injured beasts, Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing resumed their efforts to capture wild beasts within the canyon. With the assistance of the chameleon beast and the fire-breathing creatures, they successfully captured and tamed hundreds of chameleon beasts, fire-breathing beasts, giant-toothed beasts, and armored beasts. Regrettably, they had not managed to capture any additional Xia beasts, leaving them uncertain whether it was due to their absence in the canyon or other reasons. Nonetheless, the number of giant beasts they had captured was already considered a resounding success. As the last chameleon beast was tamed, Lan Xing found herself utterly exhausted, nearly unable to stand upright after such an exhilaratingly busy day. Gazing at the multitude of giant beasts, she felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Once everything was in order, Shi and Wang Chenxing mounted the chameleon beasts and headed towards the canyon's entrance. After retrieving several large trees, Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing led their 100-plus giant beasts across the bridge. Once all the beasts were safely over, they discovered that Haidam and his party had yet to arrive. Consequently, they changed into their sadial forms for disguise. It was not until midnight that Haidam finally led the main force to arrive, albeit slowly. Upon seeing the hundreds of giant beasts, Haidam's group was taken aback, halting at a distance in astonishment, mistaking them for a migrating herd of giants. Fortunately, Wang Chenxing's timely arrival and subsequent explanations eased their alarm. Under Lan Xing's direction, the hundreds of giant beasts were placed into various cages, while the most severely injured Xia beast was loaded onto a large cart. The rationale behind caging these giant beasts was primarily to prevent panic in Sadial City, should they roam freely. Moreover, they served as Wang Chenxing's secret weapon, poised to deliver a decisive blow to enemies at a critical moment, thus necessitating utmost secrecy. Once all the beasts were loaded, Haidam's grand force set off in a grand procession back to Sadial City. During this journey, Haidam's party had essentially performed the role of mere transporters. Upon their arrival in Sadial City, 3 days had elapsed since their departure. Wang Chenxing instructed Haidam to discreetly transport the beasts to the royal arena for secret feeding under the cover of night. The very first thing Wang Chenxing did upon returning was summon Woody to ascertain the current state of affairs. That moment, Woody, clad in heavy leather armor and wielding a large blade, was patrolling the city walls when he received the message and promptly made his way to the palace. What transpired during my absence of 3 days? Wang Chenxing inquired anxiously upon seeing Woody. Your Majesty, during these past few days, I have captured additional individuals outside the city to replenish our ranks, and we now boast a force of over 5,000. However, the bad news is that Modi and the Queen have recruited a substantial number of soldiers, and they now possess an army of 400,000, Woody reported, furrowing his brow as he delivered both good and bad news. Upon hearing this, Wang Chenxing was momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Facing 400,000 with merely 5,000 was an insurmountable challenge. Even Zhuge Liang, were he alive, would likely struggle to devise a strategy for victory. Chapter 39. Night Raid. After hearing the news brought by Woody, Wang Chenxing found himself in a state of despair. The weapons crafted by the blacksmith had yet to take shape, and there remained a considerable distance before they could be deemed functional. However, the enemy's arrival had been hastened, and in just 2 days, they would be at the gates. The thought of over 400,000 foes was nothing short of terrifying. Woody, observing the new king's unease, stepped forward and reassured him. Your Majesty, rest assured, even if it comes to the last man standing, we shall not surrender. Despite Woody's heartfelt declaration, he failed to comprehend the depths of Wang Chenxing's anguish. In such dire circumstances, the king felt trapped, torn between the desire to abandon this place with Lan Xing and the heavy burden of responsibility that weighed upon him. The haunting memories of their past sufferings and the brutal slaughter of their city prevented him from taking such an escape. After a brief discussion with Woody regarding the situation, they were unable to devise a viable plan and wrapped up their conversation in haste. Once Woody departed from the palace, Wang Chenxing ascended to a tall tower within the palace, choosing not to disturb Lan Xing, who was still resting. Gazing at the scattered lights within the city and the distant glow on the horizon, he realized that time was slipping away. In the face of such peril, he understood the necessity of taking decisive action to seize the initiative. As the night deepened, Wang Chenxing pondered for a considerable time before arriving at a resolute decision. He recognized that a bold risk was essential to deliver a crippling blow to the enemy. However, he was reluctant to share this plan with Lan Xing, fearing that she might insist on accompanying him, and in the event of danger, he would be unable to provide timely assistance as he had in the canyon. With purposeful strides, Wang Chenxing descended the tower and made his way alone to the arena. At that moment, Haidam had just settled the colossal beasts, and Wang Chenxing approached him with the request, Haidam, prepare 20 chameleon beasts and 20 fire-breathing flying beasts. I intend to take them out tonight. Haidam was about to inquire about the purpose of these creatures when Wang Chenxing halted him, compelling Haidam to relent. Although he found the king's ideas somewhat unconventional, he had learned that they often yielded unexpected results. Once the beasts were readied, Wang Chenxing mounted a chameleon beast and stealthily exited through a small gate in the city wall, heading towards the source of the distant light. These 40 colossal beasts, after being tamed, had become remarkably obedient, With implanted neural commands, they could be directed via a photon device, simplifying matters significantly for Wang Chenxing. Upon departing from Satyr City, he and his entourage of beasts swiftly crossed the plains before the city gates and plunged into the dense forest. After approximately an hour, Wang Chenxing arrived at the dense woods, situated in front of the enemy camp occupied by the Queen and Modi. Their forces were stationed on an expansive plain over 100 kilometers from Satyr City, an area open and unobstructed, ideal for military encampment. While this army claimed to be avenging the king in the name of the Queen, it was evident to discerning eyes that General Dole, the Queen's father, sought to exploit this opportunity to seize the land. Renowned for his brutality across the Charlotte continent, General Dole had played a significant role in the king's territorial conquests, leading to the destruction of numerous cities. The king, wary of Dole's influence, had been compelled to marry his daughter. Yet, this did not secure Dole's unwavering loyalty to the crown. Commanding hundreds of thousands of troops, he had primarily defended the coastal regions against the Samoans. With the king's death, he now deemed it justifiable to pursue conquest. Though it was already deep into the night, countless torches illuminated the starry sky over the plain, where the purported 40,000 Sudi soldiers were mostly asleep in their tents, with only a few thousand patrolling the area. Wang Chenxing surveyed the vast expanse dotted with thousands of tents, his mind swirling with the overwhelming scale of the enemy before him. Despite the monumental number of tents, their orderly arrangement suggested a well-trained army. In the center of this encampment, illuminated by the firelight, he discerned several larger tents, likely the quarters of General Dole and the Queen. Wang Chenxing's intentions extended beyond merely slaying a handful of soldiers. Armed with years of military theory and strategy, he had formulated a plan, initially considering a covert assassination followed by an assault with the chameleon and fire-breathing beasts. His resolve solidified upon noticing the towering stacks of provisions behind the tents and the multitude of cargo beasts corralled nearby. He directed the chameleon and fire-breathing beasts to stealthily maneuver to the rear of the enemy camp, where the supplies were stored. Once preparations were complete, he commanded for chameleon beasts to break through the enclosure housing the cargo beasts. The remaining chameleon beasts then surged forward, attacking and driving the cargo beasts in a frenzy. The sheer size of the chameleon beasts instilled terror in the cargo beasts, prompting them to flee toward the soldiers' tents, where hundreds of guards were caught unaware and trampled beneath the invisible onslaught. Simultaneously, over 20 fire-breathing beasts unleashed their flames upon the provisions. The mixture of sulfur and white phosphorus ignited with explosive ferocity, engulfing the stacks of supplies in a raging inferno. The abruptness of the assault jolted the sleeping soldiers awake, leaving them bewildered as a horde of cargo beasts stampeded through their camp. The towering Sudi soldiers, despite their imposing stature, were powerless to withstand the chaos wrought by the thousands of fleeing cargo beasts, resulting in utter pandemonium as screams filled the air. Within half an hour, the provisions were nearly consumed by flames, and the cargo beasts had scattered. What had once been a plain dotted with thousands of tents now bore witness to the destruction of nearly all. The casualties among the Sudi soldiers were staggering. From a distance, Wang Chenxing observed the unfolding chaos with quiet satisfaction. This night raid had proven exceedingly successful. Without their supplies, the Sudi forces would struggle to endure for long. Witnessing his triumph, Wang Chenxing felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. After gathering the colossal beasts, he stealthily returned to Satyr City. Chapter 40. The pre-battle gambit. At the break of dawn, Woody hurriedly arrived at the palace, eager to report a matter of great importance to King Chenxing. Upon receiving the command, the guards swiftly went to convey the message. King Chenxing, having toiled throughout the night without rest, had just succumbed to slumber when he was roused by the guards. Groggy and weary, he reluctantly received Woody after hearing the news. "Commander Woody, what pressing matter brings you to the palace at such an early hour?" King Chenxing inquired, struggling to keep his eyes open as he stifled a yawn. "Your Majesty, I bring splendid news," Woody exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Scouts have reported that the Queen's army was ambushed last night, suffering significant casualties, and all their provisions were set ablaze. Moreover, the Xido beasts have nearly all fled. It is unlikely they will pose a threat to us in the near future." Allegedly, after the ambush, they were left bewildered, unaware of who had attacked them. "We are truly fortunate. It remains a mystery who has aided us so greatly." At this moment, Woody's elation was palpable, and his prior anxieties regarding the conflict had vanished. However, King Chenxing displayed no sign of excitement upon hearing the news. Simply responding, he said, "Understood. If there is nothing else, I shall return to my rest." With that, he turned away to sleep once more, leaving Woody in a state of confusion. Why did the king remain so indifferent to such monumental news? Was his delivery insufficiently compelling to pique King Xingqian's interest? For the first time, Woody began to doubt his own communicative abilities. Meanwhile, General Dole had begun to realize that he was contending with an unknown but formidable adversary. Initially, commanding an army of over 400,000 to subdue the mere 50,000 inhabitants of the city of Sadiel seemed a trivial task. However, the unexpected ambush by an unidentified monstrous beast had resulted in substantial losses. Nearly all provisions were incinerated, and around 100 Xido beasts had escaped. The casualties numbered over 100,000 soldiers, leaving fewer than 300,000 able to fight. Dole had initially suspected that the ambush was orchestrated by wild beasts lurking in the forests, but after considering Modi's counsel, he reconsidered. The title of King of Beasts bestowed upon Xingqian was not without merit, and it was highly plausible that he had commanded those creatures. Although a quarter of his forces had been diminished, Dole still possessed a significant advantage over Sadiel with 300,000 troops. However, what troubled him further was the arrival of several generals early in the morning, demanding to withdraw their troops and abandon the siege of Sadiel. At such a critical juncture, their actions were nothing short of disruptive to the morale of the army. Consequently, Dole, disregarding the advice of the Queen and Modi, executed the insubordinate generals and decreed that all their subordinates would henceforth fall under his command. Any disobedience would be met with lethal consequences. At this moment, Dole would not tolerate dissent. Given the current situation, General Dole faced two choices. The first, to retreat due to the depletion of supplies, rendering prolonged warfare untenable. The second, to mobilize the remaining forces and hasten their march, seizing Sadiel before the situation escalated further. For the battle-hardened Dole, the latter was the preferable option, for he held confidence in capturing Sadiel. Resolute in his decision, Dole summoned all subordinate officers, instructing that all injured soldiers remain behind, while the uninjured could carry only their weapons, discarding all other belongings to accelerate their march. He aimed to reach Sadiel within a day and seize the city. Despite Dole's absolute authority, the order to attack the city was met with trepidation by the soldiers still reeling from the ambush. They had toiled through the night, and now faced the grim prospect of starvation. The grains had been reduced to ashes, and the vast stores of meat had been charred beyond recognition. The scorching daytime temperatures had caused much of the remaining provisions to spoil, rendering them inedible. Even the Xido beasts intended for rations numbered only in the hundreds, far insufficient to sustain the needs of hundreds of thousands. After an hour of rallying and organizing, the uninjured soldiers of Sadiel were each allotted a small portion of Xido beast meat as their daily rations. Although they understood that this meager supply would barely suffice, it was better than nothing. The injured soldiers were left with nothing, as Dole ordered them to remain behind and await their fate. If fortune favored them, they might preserve their lives until the siege of Sadiel was accomplished. Such arrangements left the tens of thousands of injured soldiers in a state of helplessness. The military encampment lay over 100 kilometers from Sadiel. At normal marching speed, it would require at least 2 days to reach the city. However, with the heavy equipment abandoned, the Sadiel army, through rapid marching, covered the distance to within approximately 3 kilometers of Sadiel in just over 3 hours. The spectacle of over 300,000 troops spread across the vast plain was awe-inspiring, with soldiers arrayed in dense formations, brandishing long swords, poised for immediate assault. Meanwhile, the ordinary citizens within the city had learned of the impending danger, many hastily preparing to flee. Yet, all the city gates had been sealed, rendering escape impossible. Upon grasping the situation, Woody hurriedly dispatched a messenger to the palace to inform King Xingqian of the dire circumstances they faced. Just awakening, King Xingqian sprang out of bed, donned his attire, and rushed toward the city walls. By this time, the walls were teeming with soldiers, and hundreds of massive catapults were strategically positioned atop the towering fortifications, which loomed over 50 meters high, granting them a formidable advantage. At the forefront, General Dole, mounted on a Xido beast, surveyed the scene, flanked by Modi, the Queen, and several generals. Observing the thousands of soldiers atop the city walls, he felt confident that capturing the royal stronghold would be a straightforward endeavor. When a soldier approached to report that all troops had arrived, Dole commanded that they first attempt to negotiate a surrender. This suggestion, however, was promptly dismissed by Woody. Just as both sides prepared for battle, King Xingqian arrived at the city walls at a brisk pace. Upon witnessing the formidable presence of the tens of thousands of Sadial soldiers, King Xingqian's earlier anxiety dissipated. Having formulated a plan during his journey, he swiftly summoned several soldiers to relay his instructions before dispatching them with a prepared loudspeaker to Doulei's front lines to urge surrender. He then communicated via a photon device with Lanqing, who was still enjoying her slumber within the palace. By midday, the temperature in Sadial had soared above 30 degrees Celsius, with a tendency to rise further. The scorching sun beat down mercilessly, exacerbating the discomfort for the 300,000 Sadial soldiers. The emissaries sent to negotiate a surrender, mounted on a dozen Xido beasts, quickly reached Doulei's front lines. They stationed themselves over 100 meters away from the general and, at intervals of 100 meters, addressed Doulei's troops through the loudspeakers. Soldiers of General Doulei, our king has declared that if you withdraw your forces now, he will hold no grievances against you. However, if you persist in your folly, you shall meet the same fate as last night. The destruction of the provisions was solely the act of our king. You still have time to retreat. Should our king take action, you will find yourselves lifeless upon this ground. Chapter 41. The inferno of the enemy's formation in the face of a dozen soldiers attempting to surrender. Both Doulei and his troops were initially taken aback, utterly bewildered by their intentions. Upon hearing their shouts, Doulei, filled with rage, bellowed, "Seize these men and execute them at once." The soldiers, mounted on their Sidwa beasts, fled in haste, not only running but also continuously shouting for a charge behind them. The Sudi soldiers in the front line pursued, yet lacking the Sidwa beasts, their running speed was evidently no match for the fleeing soldiers. Meanwhile, Doulei's troops, stationed further back, could not discern the chaos unfolding ahead. They vaguely heard the Sudi soldiers call for a charge towards the city of Sadial, prompting them to recklessly rush forward with their blades drawn. This triggered a chain reaction, and within moments, hundreds of thousands surged into a collective charge. This unforeseen development completely derailed Doulei's meticulously crafted plan of a staggered assault, as he was acutely aware of the consequences of such a mass charge involving 300,000 men. As anticipated, the inconsistency in their charging speed resulted in numerous soldiers stumbling and falling, with subsequent waves trampling over them, creating a mounting pile of bodies. Many assumed they were already engaged in battle with the king's forces. Doulei's soldiers, fueled by adrenaline, pressed on, resulting in thousands of Sudi soldiers being trampled to death, a number that continued to escalate. Suddenly, an enormous, unseen force erupted within Doulei's ranks, careening through the crowd. The sheer impact led to countless casualties among the soldiers. By the time they realized what was happening and attempted to resist, the invisible entities had vanished without a trace. A palpable panic spread through the throng, and the Sudi soldiers fled in a frenzy. In this primitive civilization, all that was unknown was attributed to divine intervention, instilling profound fear among the soldiers. Nevertheless, Doulei, with his years of military experience, managed to restore some semblance of order amidst the chaos, recalling those who had not yet reached the city walls. Upon reorganizing his forces, it became evident that this turmoil had cost the army tens of thousands of lives, leaving fewer than 250,000 capable soldiers remaining. Fuming with indignation, Doulei vowed to flay and deep-fry King Xingqian once they breached the city. After spending over an hour clearing the battlefield, Doulei issued a command for the siege. Hundreds of Sudi soldiers escorted several Sidwa beasts that were harnessed to a massive wooden cart, which bore a colossal log, measuring over 5 meters in diameter and several meters in length, as it slowly approached the city gates, attempting to ram them open. Subsequently, thousands of Sudi soldiers, each group of 10 carrying a long log, dashed towards the city walls. This log resembled those encountered by King Xingqian in the canyon, albeit the ones in use had clearly been modified for easier climbing. Behind these thousands of soldiers trailed over 20,000 more, wielding long knives, massive axes, or hefty metal bars. The sight of the over 4-meter-tall Sudi soldiers charging was indeed intimidating, and the plains echoed with the cacophony of battle cries. At this moment, King Xingqian remained unfazed. He had already instructed that once the soldiers climbing logs leaned against the city walls, they should immediately douse them with boiling oil and set them ablaze. Predictably, within minutes, hundreds of climbing logs were propped against the walls, and the Sudi soldiers swiftly began their ascent. For these seasoned Suddy's warriors, scaling the walls was second nature, as they had successfully captured over a dozen fortresses using such tactics before. Although the walls were somewhat higher than usual, they posed no significant challenge for them. Once the logs were secured against the walls, the Suddy's soldiers stationed atop began pouring scalding oil from barrels onto the logs. This oil was no mere water. Once it adhered to the skin, it was nearly impossible to remove. Consequently, those climbing the logs found themselves in dire straits as the hot oil splattered onto them, burning and causing them to scream in agony, ultimately causing many to fall. Yet, even amidst this adversity, the soldiers' fervor for the assault remained unquenched, driven by the military orders they were bound to follow. Failure to advance would result in execution by their comrades behind them. After more than half an hour, none of the tens of thousands could manage to scale the walls. The ground below was littered with Suddy's soldiers, many rolling in agony, while others, unable to climb due to severe injuries from their falls, lay incapacitated. Meanwhile, the Sidwa beasts continued their arduous effort to pull the massive siege log, but as they neared within a kilometer of the city gates, they were suddenly beset by unseen forces that ruthlessly attacked them. The accompanying hundreds of Suddy's soldiers fared no better, suffering heavy casualties. After the Sidwa beasts were either killed or injured, the invisible assailants vanished once more. Observers from the rear witnessed the chaos unfold clearly, and a wave of dread swept through the ranks, with many believing it to be divine retribution from Gus for their attempt to assault the royal city. The previously indomitable spirit of the soldiers began to waver in the wake of these mysterious attacks. Dole, however, with his vast experience, dismissed the notion of divine intervention, attributing the occurrences to some sinister ploy by the new king. Consequently, he commanded over 50,000 Suddy's soldiers to mount another assault, additionally dispatching several hundred soldiers to assist in pulling the cart. Under Dole's stern reprimands, the reluctant soldiers hastened towards the city walls once more. Within moments, this new contingent had gathered at the base of the walls, frantically lifting the logs to climb again. Once the boiling oil atop the walls ran out, King Chenxing issued the order to ignite the logs. Soon after, hundreds of flaming oil spheres were hurled from the walls. As these incendiary projectiles struck the ground, they instantly ignited the soldiers covered in oil, transforming the area below into a veritable inferno, punctuated by the explosions of the oil spheres. The thousands of soldiers below were swiftly engulfed in flames, their anguished cries reverberating across the plains. The subsequent soldiers, who had not yet engaged, felt an immense sense of relief for having avoided the initial charge, standing frozen in a state of indecision. The raging inferno at the base of the walls instilled a profound sense of terror among Dole's troops. Just then, before Dole's rear soldiers could revel in their perceived safety, King Chenxing commanded a full-scale assault. Over 100 massive trebuchets, loaded with flaming oil spheres, were unleashed upon the 200,000 strong force gathered below. With the advantage of height, these projectiles could reach distances exceeding 3 kilometers. The incendiary spheres rained down upon the front lines of the soldiers, exploding upon impact under the immense force of gravity, showering them with burning oil. Chaos ensued as the soldiers panicked and fled, their screams filling the air. Chapter 42. The smoke of war reignites. The flaming oil-filled spheres cascaded down amidst the ranks of the Suddy soldiers, bursting upon impact and igniting the greased leather armor they donned. The heavy leather armor, once ablaze, could not be removed in time, and the ferocious flames elicited anguished cries from the tens of thousands of soldiers in the front line. The hundreds of thousands in the rear began a chaotic retreat. Even as Dole felled a dozen foes, he could not stem the tide of panic. At that moment, dozens of fire-breathing flying beasts soared from the city of Sadir towards Dole's beleaguered troops. In an era of information scarcity, the majority of the soldiers were unfamiliar with such creatures. As they gazed skyward, a voice rose above the din, warning, "Run! The flying beasts breathe fire." This alarming news spread like wildfire through the ranks, plunging the entire army into disarray. The Suddy soldiers, who had only known the brutalities of cold weapons, were now confronted for the first time with the devastating power of firearms. Even the valiant Dole found himself at a loss against such an assault. The method of attack surpassed his comprehension. The fire-breathing beasts continued to unleash hundreds of blazing fireballs upon the soldiers' rear, each fireball landing with a searing explosion that incinerated any Suddy soldier unfortunate enough to make contact. Suddenly, wherever these fireballs struck, flames erupted on the ground, spreading uncontrollably. Explosions ensued, engulfing the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in an inferno from which there was no escape. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Chenxing had long orchestrated the placement of tens of thousands of oil-filled spheres and vast quantities of grease beneath the plain, covered by a thin layer of soil. Once the oil was ignited by the scorching flames, the entire battlefield transformed into a sea of fire. General Dole surveyed the devastation before him. The realization dawned that his prospects were utterly bleak. He had heard rumors of the new king's formidable prowess, and now, without even a skirmish, he found himself thoroughly defeated, awakening to the truth that this king was no ordinary foe. Though Dole's spirit bristled with indignation, the circumstances left him no opportunity for victory. The once valiant Sudi warriors now tasted the bitter fruit of asymmetric warfare for the first time, their anticipated clash of arms completely unrealized. Reluctantly, Dole issued the order to retreat, but it was too late. The original force of over 200,000 had suffered countless casualties. His command went unheeded, and he could only gather a handful of subordinates, including Modi, to prepare for their escape. Yet Wang Chenxing had no intention of allowing their easy departure. He had already dispatched dozens of chameleon beasts and giant toothy creatures to encircle Dole and his men. Faced with the overwhelming numbers and size of the beasts, Dole relinquished all hope of resistance. Upon capturing Dole and Modi, Wang Chenxing entrusted them to Woody for handling, dismissing Dole's request for an audience. For him, there was no need to flaunt his strength. In the realm of victors and vanquished, defeat warranted its own consequences. News of the battle at Sadir City rapidly spread throughout the kingdom of Sadir. Those who had previously maintained neutrality, generals stationed in various locales and ministers from diverse cities, now pledged their allegiance to the new king. Whether their loyalty was genuine mattered little to Wang Chenxing, for he and Lanqing were already plotting their departure from this planet in recent days. Wang Chenxing and Lanqing had procured a plethora of supplies, food, necessities, and entertainment, preparing for their imminent departure. Once arrangements were finalized, they deliberated the date of their exodus point one day. While Wang Chenxing and Lanqing were conferring with Woody and Haidam regarding their post-departure plans within the palace, the two advisors were perplexed by the notion of the king and queen abandoning their throne at such a promising moment for the kingdom. Yet, despite Woody and Haidam's attempts at persuasion, Wang Chenxing and Lanqing remained resolute in their decision to leave. At that moment, a flustered guard burst into the palace, reporting that the two brothers of King Sadius had invaded the kingdom of Sadir with an army of 600,000, having already breached several border towns. They estimated that they would reach Sadir City within a month. Confronted with this new threat, Wang Chenxing was compelled to revise their plans. The kingdom's military strength was severely lacking, and the reliability of the generals who had pledged allegiance remained uncertain. Meanwhile, the forces in Sadir City had bolstered to over 20,000. Yet this was still a stark contrast to the might of the brothers' army. With less than a month to prepare and the oil-filled projectiles expended in the previous battle against Dole, they faced an insurmountable challenge without formidable weaponry. After a brief contemplation following the report, Wang Chenxing, with Lanqing's consent, resolved to remain and lead their forces toward ultimate victory. This decision was akin to a beacon of hope for Woody and Haidam. Once the decision was made, Wang Chenxing and Woody began strategizing. Given the current progress, the tools and platforms for cannon construction were nearly complete, and producing artillery would soon be a manageable endeavor. The pressing issue lay in acquiring the materials necessary for manufacturing cannons and ammunition. The previously utilized trebuchets had consumed most of the available metal, and in this primitive civilization, mining capabilities limited the availability and affordability of such resources. However, the iron ore and sulfur discovered in the canyon of the Xia Mountains would now serve a pivotal role. Wang Chenxing promptly devised a plan for extraction. Firstly, he commanded a contingent of over 5,000 soldiers, equipped with several large carts, to accompany him to the canyon. Secondly, he tasked Haidam with leading over 2,000 men to construct a road to the canyon, while arranging for Lanqing to guide Woody in establishing several large new smelting furnaces in the city for subsequent iron refining. Finally, he dispatched several soldiers to various towns to notify the pledged generals to assemble their troops in Sadir City for a united front against the enemy. With all arrangements in place, the following day, Wang Chenxing led the main force in a grand procession toward the canyon, while others hastily prepared according to the set plans. Chapter 43. Turning the tables under the leadership of Wang Chenxing, their group spent over a day reaching the entrance of the gorge. After felling dozens of colossal trees, they constructed a massive wooden bridge at the gorge's entrance. Subsequently, this band of thousands, armed with logging tools, dedicated another 2 days to the task of cutting down tens of thousands of trees, ultimately creating a pathway leading to the ironstone mine. Wang Chenxing, pleased with the progress, joined them in their labor. During this time, he continued to capture and tame over 100 wild beasts within the gorge. By the end of the 2 days, the ferocious fauna in most areas of the gorge had been nearly eradicated. Furthermore, Wang Chenxing devised a channel that allowed the sulfur from the hot springs to flow directly to the entrance of the gorge, significantly reducing the temperature of the sulfur and dissipating much of the dense fog within the gorge, rendering masks unnecessary for those traversing the area. Meanwhile, progress on the Haidam front was equally promising. In less than 3 days, the 1,000-strong road construction army had completed the rudimentary repairs on the route from Sadir City to the gorge, reducing the travel time from a full day to merely half a day, thus accommodating larger vehicles. With preparations in place, Wang Chenxing commenced recruiting miners within the city to excavate the gorge. To alleviate the townsfolk's concerns, he informed them of the successful taming of the beasts, dispelling their fears for their safety. Lured by the prospect of substantial rewards, citizens of all ages eagerly volunteered to mine, and within just 10 days, Wang Chenxing had assembled a mining crew of tens of thousands, transporting hundreds of tons of ore daily. The previously felled trees were not wasted. They were transported back to the city, where high-quality timber was fashioned into various vehicles, while the lesser-quality wood was converted into charcoal for smelting the ore. This charcoal, saturated with oil, could burn at temperatures reaching several thousand degrees, making it ideal for ore refinement. Under Wang Chenxing's guidance, Sadir City embarked on extensive iron smelting activities. On another front, after 2 weeks had passed, the soldiers Wang Chenxing had dispatched to various cities returned with news. Aside from securing support from a few cities, the majority of others either cited prior commitments or feigned illness to avoid aiding the king, a scenario Wang Chenxing had anticipated. Nevertheless, even with a mere handful of supporters, it did not dampen his indomitable confidence in victory. 20 days later, the first batch of cannons was completed, a monumental boon for Wang Chenxing, for with artillery, confronting adversaries would become considerably easier. The issue of ammunition was swiftly resolved as well. With the aid of the photon machine, Wang Chenxing successfully created a high-explosive compound by proportionally mixing charcoal, sulfur, and solid grease. This seamless manufacturing process was largely facilitated by Blue Star's technical guidance to the forgers, who received comprehensive knowledge transmitted via the photon machine, making the learning curve significantly more manageable. Support from the cities backing the new king began to arrive in Sadir City, and after accounting for the troops, the total number of soldiers had surged to around 100,000, combined with Wang Chenxing's own 20,000, bringing the total to over 120,000 soldiers. This bolstered strength instilled Wang Chenxing with renewed confidence, as everything unfolded according to plan. Meanwhile, the army of the deceased king's 2 brothers reached a point approximately 300 kilometers from Sadir City after 20 days, having ravaged many cities along the way. Coincidentally, all the cities they attacked had pledged allegiance to Wang Chenxing, while those that maintained neutrality were left untouched. Wang Chenxing was acutely aware of the implications of this situation. After 30 days of meticulous preparation, Wang Chenxing had refrained from deploying a single soldier to obstruct the advancing army of the 2 brothers, choosing instead to focus on fortifying Sadir City and training its soldiers. One day, while Wang Chenxing was discussing defense strategies with Woody in the palace, a scout reported, "The enemy's 600,000 strong army is less than 200 kilometers away and is expected to reach Sadir City in 5 days. However, we have discovered that they are equipped with over 20 catapults similar to ours following closely behind." "What? They have catapults?" Wang Chenxing exclaimed in astonishment, nearly springing from his seat. "Are you certain? Is this information reliable?" Although catapults were not sophisticated weaponry in such a primitive society, it was implausible that these individuals could produce such devices without the technological guidance of Wang Chenxing and Blue Star. Even if they could, their craftsmanship would likely differ vastly from Wang Chenxing's creations. The revelation that the enemy had acquired catapults suggested that someone had sold the technology, yet with so many people under his command, there was no time to individually gather intelligence. Upon receiving this news, Wang Chenxing was deeply shocked, contemplating the urgent need to identify and eliminate the traitor. Otherwise, the technology for the weapons in production would inevitably be compromised. After discussing the news, Wang Chenxing and Woody hastily concluded their meeting and sought out Blue Star to strategize a response. "What? Such a thing exists?" Blue Star expressed her surprise upon hearing the news. What do you plan to do? I initially intended to capture and execute this traitor, Wang Chenxing replied, leaning back in his chair with a sly grin. However, on my way here, I suddenly reconsidered. I believe I can make good use of this traitor. You can still utilize this traitor? Blue Star found it hard to believe. Wang Chenxing nodded mysteriously. Of course, I have a plan, but you must cooperate with me in staging a play. A play? How do I perform it? I'm not very adept at such things. Blue Star was still unaware of Wang Chenxing's scheme. It's not complicated. You'll primarily be responsible for the bomb making. Just follow my instructions. Wang Chenxing assured her confidently. Thus, under Wang Chenxing's directive, Blue Star went to the forge to inform the blacksmiths that the king had invented a new type of metal bomb, capable of being launched from catapults, with significantly greater power than previous models, urging them to work overtime to produce around 10,000 bombs in 3 days for use against the enemy. Consequently, hundreds of blacksmiths swiftly manufactured a large quantity of metal bombs, adhering to the material ratios and specifications provided by Blue Star. 3 days later, the blacksmiths had successfully produced over 10,000 metal bombs as requested. Wang Chenxing discreetly tested a few, and the results were immensely satisfying. Chapter 44. Intelligent bombs. On the other hand, with an abundance of iron or resources, the military-industrial sector of Sadir City was progressing in an orderly fashion. However, the presence of a traitor kept Wang Chenxing on high alert. After the news of the development of a new type of bomb was released, Wang Chenxing suspected that the traitor was intent on divulging this information and technology to the enemy. Nevertheless, due to the assembly line production model he implemented in the manufacturing of artillery, where various work modules were separated, each individual could only engage in a portion of the production process. Hence, obtaining the technical know-how of the bomb could only be achieved by approaching Wang Chenxing or launching directly, unless one were to acquire a physical prototype for study and imitation, which would not capture the essence of the design, a fact that Wang Chenxing hoped for. The artillery he designed and manufactured bore a resemblance to those from the late Qing dynasty, simple to construct yet relatively heavy, making it difficult for 1 or 2 individuals to transport. The reason for not producing modern artillery lay in the lack of a sufficient industrial foundation. Thus, under the current conditions, simplicity was the only viable option. Even so, it could be considered among the most advanced weaponry on this planet. The quantity of artillery manufactured was limited. If someone attempted to steal such a large object, it would be immediately noticed. In contrast, the bomb was different. Being numerous and small, the absence of one would likely go unnoticed. Under the allure of such formidable power, it was inevitable that someone would desire to study it. Consequently, he dispatched several trusted individuals to quietly guard the ammunition depot day and night. However, 3 days passed without the watchful soldiers detecting any anomalies. Meanwhile, Launching, under the pretense of the divine wishing to impart knowledge, meticulously examined the memories of the forgers, yet found no discrepancies. Could it be that Wang Chenxing had misjudged the situation? During these 3 days, the enemy remained stationed at a city more than 200 kilometers from Sadir City, evidently hesitant to advance, likely due to their awareness of the new bomb's formidable capabilities. It was reasonable to assume that they were eager to acquire information about this innovative weapon. Furthermore, since discovering the existence of a traitor, measures had been intensified to control the manufacturing process, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to obtain information regarding the bomb. Wang Chenxing did not believe that the traitor would simply surrender. He speculated that their inaction might be due to the stringent controls he had implemented, waiting for an opportunity or seeking to verify the bomb's authenticity. Thus, Wang Chenxing conferred with Launching and, utilizing the photon machine aboard their spaceship, produced a design blueprint for the bomb. This blueprint had been modified and electronically marked by the photon machine. Launching deliberately mentioned the existence of this bomb designed to the forgers and, under the pretext of other business, left the blueprint in a materials room within the forge. Shortly after Launching departed, someone indeed took the blueprint. All of this transpired under Wang Chenxing's watchful eye. Given the complexity of the original bomb design, it was implausible for anyone to copy it in a short time. They could only take it away. Moreover, Launching had embedded a minuscule electronic marker within the blueprint, which could function for an extended duration with just a small amount of energy. While active, this marker could transmit location information via radio waves, thereby determining the bomb's whereabouts. If the mass production of bombs solely to apprehend the traitor seemed extravagant, these bombs were no ordinary explosives. They were remote-controlled. To secure victory in the upcoming battle, Wang Chenxing made time to quietly return to the spaceship in the forest with launching, retrieving the microwave radar previously used on Mars. Utilizing the particle synthesis technology of the photon machine, they manufactured tens of thousands of control chips, each the size of a fingernail. The inability to produce weapons stemmed from the fact that the spaceship was not a military vessel, and the weapon functionalities of the photon machine were consequently limited. After transferring the microwave scanning radar, Wang Chenxing discreetly installed it atop the highest structure of the palace, ensuring that the radar could cover several hundred kilometers around Sadir City without issue. To address the power supply, he procured an energy battery, creating a circuit to generate electricity. However, this device would not operate continuously, activating only when needed. This way, Wang Chenxing maintained a clear understanding of all activities within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Once these chips were prepared, Wang Chenxing instructed that they be placed within a specific material used in bomb production, resembling the detonating agent of conventional explosives in Earth terminology. As soon as Wang Chenxing emitted an activation signal through the radar antenna via the photon machine, these bombs would detonate instantaneously. After completing the bombs, Wang Chenxing invoked a curfew, sealing all passages leading out of the city and prohibiting anyone from venturing out at night. The citizens were dissatisfied with such measures, having never encountered anything of the sort before. However, there was little they could do. After all, Wang Chenxing was the king, and even those who sought to protest were swiftly quelled. Wang Chenxing's imposition of a curfew was not without purpose. It allowed him to covertly lay the bombs outside the city without arousing suspicion. He selected over 1,000 individuals and quietly distributed the bombs across the plains under the cover of night, waiting for the enemy to take the bait. As for the matter of the map, Wang Chenxing could accurately trace the path of the traitor's information relay and the enemy's specific deployment through the electronic markers embedded within the map. These markers could generate microcurrents when activated by specific frequency waves, functioning for a limited time. Upon discerning the leak's trajectory, Wang Chenxing maintained a composed demeanor, continuing to send individuals to investigate, preparing to strike decisively when the opportunity arose. The two royal brothers, upon acquiring the map, treated it as a treasure and promptly began their imitation efforts. However, such technology was undeniably advanced for them. Unlike their previous endeavors with oil-soaked leather balls, this new undertaking involved metal bombs, powerful and far more complex to manufacture. Fearing that they might struggle with production, Wang Chenxing included annotations and provided modified blueprints, simplifying the manufacturing process considerably. Due to a shortage of metal, they were compelled to melt down existing metallic weapons to meet material demands. This action, however, left their soldiers bereft of adequate weaponry, affording Wang Chenxing valuable time to prepare for the impending conflict. In this high-tech clash against a primitive civilization, the disparity in capabilities was apparent. Yet, Wang Chenxing, mindful of the societal development level, refrained from presenting technologies too advanced, as the inhabitants of this world would find it difficult to comprehend. Chapter 45. The Great Bombardment in light of the formidable assault led by the two brothers of King Sadius. King Sadivya and King Sadizuo, who commanded over 600,000 individuals to eradicate the city of Sadir, ruled by Wang Chenxing, the latter found himself compelled to prepare for over a month. However, the enemy forces remained conspicuously inactive, which instilled a sense of urgency in Wang Chenxing. Should the enemy delay their attack indefinitely, his own departure from this place would inevitably be postponed. Though the environment here was quite pleasant, it was far from being his true home. If he could return to her society alongside Blue Star, he was certain he could devise a means to procure an advanced spacecraft, making a journey back to Earth a trivial endeavor. Moreover, if he could bring extraterrestrial technology back with him, it would undoubtedly elevate Earth's technological prowess by numerous degrees. Thus, the most pressing matter at hand was to swiftly resolve the current predicament. Days later, intelligence relayed by scouts indicated that the brothers of King Sadias were amassing a large contingent in a small town called Redina, situated over 200 kilometers from Sadir, to manufacture weaponry. It was estimated that it would take another 7 to 8 days for their production to be completed. Wang Chenxing could not afford to wait for the enemy to finish their weaponry before launching an assault against him. Having buried numerous explosives outside Sadir, it was imperative to initiate an offensive to lure the enemy towards him. However, commanding an army of 600,000 was no small feat. They were currently entrenched in Redina, heavily guarded, and following General Dole's previous scorched earth tactics, the enemy had fortified their defenses, deploying substantial forces to guard their supplies, which were dispersed across various locations. Thus, employing the old strategy was no longer viable. As Wang Chenxing grappled with his predicament, Blue Star arrived with encouraging news. The foundry had completed the artillery and a batch of shells, which, upon testing, proved to possess immense power. This revelation undeniably augmented his strength. In the present clash of cold and hot weaponry, the scales of victory were undoubtedly tilting in Wang Chenxing's favor. For him, winning this war was a foregone conclusion. The only uncertainties lay in the method and timing of the engagement. At this juncture, Wang Chenxing's confidence surged and his thoughts expanded. The current situation, where the enemy remained in their fortress, manufacturing bombs over 200 kilometers away, effectively trapped them within a cage. After discussing with Blue Star, Wang Chenxing resolved to employ an aerial assault against the enemy. He discreetly instructed Woody to prepare several large leather bags, which were then filled with thousands of recently crafted smart bombs. Under the cover of night, during curfew, these bags filled with explosives were loaded onto the backs of the chameleon beasts. Accompanied by Woody and several hundred trusted soldiers, Wang Chenxing set forth on chameleon beasts and Xido beasts towards the small town of Redina, over 200 kilometers away. The pivotal character of this mission, the fire-spitting beasts, followed the small squad under Wang Chenxing's command. Due to the massive size of the chameleon beasts, carrying hundreds of pounds of explosives was a trivial task for them. This colossal beast brigade advanced rapidly towards Redina. Approximately 4 hours later, they reached the outskirts of the town. Under the cloak of night, the bustling scene of Redina came into view. The town, perched on a hillside, spanned merely a few dozen hectares, surrounded by water on 3 sides, rendering it easily defensible yet challenging to attack. Outside, a rudimentary stone wall stood about 4 to 5 meters high. The interior was ablaze with activity, while numerous large tents dotted the area outside the walls, and the nearby river was crowded with vessels of various sizes. Given these circumstances, it was implausible to annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop. Standing on a hillside outside the town, Woody stepped forward, gazing at the scene with a hint of concern, and inquired, "Your Majesty Chenxing, what are the odds we will succeed in our surprise attack this time?" Wang Chenxing furrowed his brow and replied, "The situation here exceeds our expectations, but I believe our surprise assault can still be successful." As they conversed, hundreds of soldiers had already unloaded the smart bombs from the backs of the chameleon beasts, stacking them in piles. Dozens of fire-spitting beasts gathered, playfully jostling one another, awaiting Wang Chenxing's command. Once everything was in order, Wang Chenxing instructed the soldiers to fill small leather bags with the smart bombs, each capable of holding a dozen or so, and then had the fire-spitting beasts grasp the filled bags. Through his mental control of the photon machine, Wang Chenxing issued commands, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of fire-spitting beasts soared skyward toward the town. All of this transpired in utter silence. A few minutes later, the fire-spitting beasts reached the skies above Redina. At that moment, the soldiers within the town sensed an unusual presence overhead and looked up in unison. Above Redina, a swarm of flying creatures filled the sky, and then massive objects began to plummet from above. As the bags hit the ground, the spherical smart bombs tumbled in all directions, and before anyone could approach to investigate, they erupted in a series of explosions. The suddenness of the assault left the soldiers within the town unprepared, as chaos ensued, engulfing the area in flames. The tremendous power of the smart bombs obliterated everything in their vicinity. Additionally, the town had stockpiled a vast quantity of counterfeit bombs and raw materials, which, under such indiscriminate bombardment, transformed the entire area into a colossal powder keg. Furthermore, the bomb formula that Wang Chenxing had deliberately disclosed led to these counterfeit explosives being highly susceptible to spontaneous detonation under high temperatures. Consequently, within moments, Redina was engulfed in a sea of fire. Afterward, Wang Chenxing commanded the fire-spitting beasts to bombard the soldiers stationed outside the town. Following this commotion, the vicinity within a 5-kilometer radius erupted into chaos, as the tens of thousands of soldiers and craftsmen within the town were largely exterminated, while the hundreds of thousands of troops outside were thrown into disarray. They were bewildered by the sudden onslaught from an unseen enemy, as round objects continuously fell from the sky, exploding upon impact. The devastation rendered a 50-meter radius devoid of life, leaving no one to question the origins of the flying creatures or how to retaliate. The situation had devolved into a desperate scramble for survival. Instantaneously, within this relatively confined terrain, hundreds of thousands of individuals surged towards the exits, with tens of thousands flocking to the riverside, where hundreds of massive vessels awaited. The ensuing chaos led to countless Sudi soldiers being trampled and drowned. After several rounds of bombardment, Wang Chenxing promptly ordered a retreat. In response, hundreds of soldiers swiftly mounted the Xido beasts and hastily made their way back to the city of Sadir. In no time, they vanished into the night, leaving behind a scene of utter pandemonium. Chapter 46: The Assault of the Samo People. After approximately 3 hours, the sky began to lighten with the first light of dawn, and the procession of several hundred individuals stealthily returned to the city of Sadir. Upon arriving at the palace, King Chenxing, weary from the arduous journey that had spanned over 10 hours, collapsed into bed without even freshening up. The other soldiers, under Woody's leadership, also returned to their quarters for much-needed rest. This entire operation had proceeded with utmost discretion, and nearly no one in the city was aware of their mission. However, in a shadowy corner by the city gate, a dark figure observed the scene before vanishing into the shadows after the group entered the city. Early in the morning, a cacophony of noise erupted outside the palace, which prevented Lanqing from returning to slumber. Rising early, she donned her attire and prepared to investigate the commotion. At that moment, a guard rushed outside and nearly collided with her. What is happening outside? The noise is unbearable. Lanqing intercepted the guard, who was hastily making his way towards the palace. There's grave news. The enemy has launched an attack, the guard exclaimed, panting heavily. Calm yourself. With our robust defenses, what do we have to fear from any enemy? Lanqing chastised the guard for his panic. Your Majesty, the guard continued, breathless, it is not the Sudis, but the Samo people who are assaulting us. What? The Samo are attacking us? Lanqing was bewildered. Aren't they the forces of the former king's 2 brothers? The Samo people inhabit a distant continent on this planet, towering over the Sudis with an average height exceeding 5 meters. Their brown skin is as hard as armor, rendering conventional weaponry ineffective against them. Upon reaching maturity, male Samo exhibit deep wrinkles across their faces, and they often sprout 1 to 3 crimson horns atop their heads. The more formidable the individual, the larger and darker the horns. This makes it relatively easy to distinguish the true warriors among the Samo. Innately combative and temperamental, the Samo frequently engage in fierce conflicts over trivial matters, which has contributed to their relatively small population. Despite their imposing physicality, the Samo are also remarkably intelligent and unified. When faced with external threats, or when they themselves embark on an invasion, they organize efficiently to confront their adversaries. A single Samo warrior is said to be capable of besting 6 or 7 Sudis in combat. Moreover, the Samo are known for their brutality. Once they vanquish their foes, they often conduct mass slaughters, with rumors suggesting they even consume their enemies. Thus, wherever the Samo go, they are undoubtedly a nightmare for the local populace. Lanqing possessed some knowledge of the Samo, and their current assault on the city of Sadir posed a dual threat. She hastily inquired, where are the Samo now? How many are there? Reports from the front indicate that the Samo number over 200,000. After General Dwellai's defeat, they seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack against us, leaving devastation in their wake. It was only now that we were able to detect their presence. They are currently approximately 10 kilometers away, and they are expected to arrive at the city of Sadir shortly. A few citizens who have received news are already causing a commotion outside the palace, demanding that the king open the gates to allow their escape. The guard, having calmed himself, provided a clearer account of the situation. Lanqing immediately commanded, you must urgently inform Commander Woody and Captain Haidam to convene at the palace for discussions. Additionally, summon the lords of the various towns to join us. I will speak with King Chenxing. Make sure the city gates remain closed. The guard acknowledged the order and dashed away, while Lanqing hurried towards King Chenxing's chambers. At that moment, King Chenxing was still fast asleep, exhausted from the previous night's exertions. Without waiting for the guard's announcement, Lanqing entered the room and, seeing him in deep slumber, swiftly roused him. What? The Samo are attacking. Upon hearing Lanqing's words, King Chenxing bolted upright, realizing that yet another formidable adversary had emerged before the current crisis was resolved. Hastily dressing, he joined Lanqing as they made their way to the Grand Hall. Inside the palace's Grand Hall, Woody, Haidam, and other lords were arriving in succession. The news of the Samo's assault was already known to all present, and a palpable sense of uncertainty filled the air. The last engagement with the Samo had occurred decades ago during the reign of the late king, when the Sudis had narrowly triumphed due to their numerical superiority. Woody, Haidam, and the other lords lacked relevant experience. Now that we are all aware of our predicament, I wonder if any of you have suggestions on how to address this crisis, King Chenxing stated as he took his seat upon the jade throne. The atmosphere, previously rife with debate, fell silent. No one was certain how to proceed, given their lack of experience and the fact that only over 100,000 soldiers remained in the city, facing the dual threat of the 60,000 troops led by the king's two brothers and the 20,000 Samo warriors. At this juncture, Haidam stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, we currently have only a little over 100,000 suddies within the city. Yet we face the formidable threat of the 60,000 troops from the brothers of King Sadiaras and the 20,000 Samo warriors. Our position is exceedingly precarious." King Chenxing nodded in agreement and replied, "We need not worry about the threat posed by the brothers of King Sadiaras for the moment. They are unlikely to arrive here anytime soon. Our immediate focus must be on countering the Samo threat. I wonder if anyone possesses more detailed knowledge about the Samo." After a brief silence, a rather rotund lord stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, we lords have come to pledge our loyalty to you, inspired by your valiant deeds. You may rest assured of our fidelity. While none of us has experience in battling the Samo, there is one individual who is well versed in such matters, though I am uncertain if you would consider his counsel." "Are you referring to General Duolai?" Upon hearing this, King Chenxing recalled the general who had long defended the coastal borders against the Samo. Since his capture, General Duolai had been imprisoned, awaiting execution. King Chenxing had entrusted the matter to Woody and had not given it much thought. However, with the Lord mentioning him now, perhaps General Duolai had valuable insights to offer. Seeing that King Chenxing had immediately deduced the identity of General Duolai, several lords nodded in agreement. King Chenxing glanced at Woody and asked, "Do you concur, Commander Woody?" Woody stepped forward and affirmed, "In matters concerning the Samo, General Duolai indeed possesses more experience than any of us." King Chenxing then nodded and said, "Very well, bring him forth." Chapter 47. General Dolei's council. After a passage of over 20 minutes, General Dolei, escorted by several guards, made his entrance into the Grand Hall. At this moment, he no longer exuded the previous aura of grandeur. Instead, he donned a simple leather vest and trousers, appearing somewhat disheveled due to a lack of proper hygiene. As Wang Chenxing drew closer, he discerned the multitude of wrinkles etched upon Dolei's face, a prominent scar, a clear testament to a knife wound, stretching from his brow to his chin. Despite his current disheveled state, a stubborn and proud demeanor emanated from him. Upon meeting Wang Chenxing's gaze, Dolei cast a sidelong glance, evidently dismissive of Wang's presence. Wang, however, remained unfazed, quietly observing him while the others in the hall averted their eyes, unsure of how to intervene. After a tense silence of more than 10 minutes, Dolei could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Have you summoned me merely to gawk at my pitiful state? Whether you wish to execute or torture me is of little consequence. I, Dolei, have fought valiantly for years and have long transcended the fear of death. You traitors resort to despicable tactics. Should you dare confront me in open combat, you would all surely fall before me." "Humph," Wang Chenxing replied with a smile, "General Dolei, it seems you have misconstrued our intentions. We have summoned you today to gain insight into the situation with the Samo people. I have defended our coastal borders for decades and battled the Samo countless times, emerging victorious on each occasion. Yet now, captured by you, I can only assume those barbarians will soon advance upon us." Dolei retorted with an air of disdain. Wang Chenxing maintained his smile, stating, "You are indeed the foremost warrior of the Sadia kingdom, General. I have heard tales of your exploits, and your predictions are entirely accurate. The Samo are currently at our gates. Ha! It appears you have come to seek my aid because you cannot manage the Samo yourselves." Dolei laughed heartily in response. Wang Chenxing shook his head, saying, "Not quite. The Samo are nearing our walls, and our understanding of them remains insufficient. Having held the coastal defense for so long, it is clear you possess invaluable knowledge of their weaknesses. We hope you can share some insights to mitigate our losses. Asa Sadia, surely, you too would wish to see no innocent lives lost." "Humph. Now that I am your prisoner, what concern is that of mine?" Dolei snapped, turning his head away in anger. Wang Chenxing rose and approached Dolei with measured steps, saying, "You have long been stationed at the coastal defenses. Instead of protecting that which is yours, you have led your troops to assault the capital. It is not I who brought you from your post, so what grounds have you to express discontent?" Himph! You traitors have murdered the king. I shall not allow your petty ambitions to succeed. Dole glared down at Wang Chenxing, who stood a head shorter. It seems General Dole harbors deep misconceptions about me. The people of Sadia have always respected the strong. If I were not capable, how could I command the loyalty of so many around me? The king, without discernment, sought to condemn us to death. I merely fought to preserve my own life. However, I have heard whispers that you have long coveted the throne for yourself. Wang Chenxing stated, raising his gaze to meet Dole's eyes. Dole widened his eyes in indignation, exclaiming, "Nonsense! Though I command a formidable army, I have never aspired to usurp the throne." Boom, boom, boom. Before Dole could finish his retort, a series of explosive sounds erupted from outside the palace. Wang Chenxing's smile vanished as he swiftly turned away from Dole and hurried towards the palace entrance, followed closely by the others. As Wang Chenxing and his entourage reached the palace gates, a guard rushed in, breathless and shouting, "Your Majesty, dire news. The vanguard of the Samo, their flying beast legion, has arrived. They have set ablaze several of our munitions depots." Suddenly, several enormous crimson flying beasts descended from the sky, each significantly larger than the fire-breathing creatures Wang Chenxing had previously captured. Each beast bore a Samo warrior at its back. As they approached, they unleashed fireballs that rained down upon the palace gates, igniting them in a conflagration. Wang Chenxing, agile as ever, managed to push aside those around him just in time to avoid the flames, though he sustained burns to his back. The flying beasts, having completed their assault, soared away towards the horizon. Seeing Wang Chenxing injured, Lan Xing rushed over to assess his wounds. The fabric of his shirt was singed, and his back was scorched and seeping blood. With concern etched on her face, Lan Xing said, "Chenxing, you should tend to your wounds. I can handle things here." Wang Chenxing gritted his teeth against the pain, replying angrily, "I am fine. The Samo have dared to challenge me, and I shall ensure they pay dearly for it." At that moment, another guard arrived at the palace entrance, standing outside due to the raging flames and calling out loudly, "King Chenxing, the Samo army has reached our gates and is preparing to attack." Upon hearing this, Wang Chenxing turned to Woody, asking, "Is our army prepared?" Woody stepped forward, assuring, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. We have over 120,000 soldiers ready within the city." "Excellent, Commander Woody. Immediately issue the battle orders. Lead 100,000 Sadia soldiers to confront the Samo. Other lords, accompany him in battle." Wang Chenxing calmly organized the battle strategy. "Captain Haidam, you will command 10,000 soldiers to defend the city, assess the damage within, and prevent the Samo's flying beasts from wreaking havoc. Additionally, arrange for 5,000 men to transport our newly constructed artillery and ammunition to the city walls, while the remaining 5,000 await further instructions from me." Once the orders were given, the flames at the palace gates were extinguished by the guards, and Woody, Haidam, the various lords, and guards all hurried to fulfill their commands. Lan Xing, seeing that she had no tasks assigned, urgently inquired, "What about me? What should I do?" Wang Chenxing replied resolutely, "You must find a safe place to stay. I can manage here on my own." "Absolutely not. You are injured. How can you possibly fight?" Lan Xing protested, pouting in frustration. "You know my injuries are not severe. I will recover swiftly." Wang Chenxing whispered to her, "Perhaps you could check on the explosives I buried to ensure they are intact. If the Samo are above them, set them off and let them experience the flames for themselves." Lan Xing nodded eagerly. "Of course, I will ensure the task is completed." With that, she dashed out of the palace, mounting a Sidwa beast and racing towards the city walls. At this moment, only Wang Chenxing, General Dole, and a few escorting guards remained within the palace. Once the guards had been dismissed, Wang Chenxing turned to Dole and said, "General, as you can see, the Samo are approaching fiercely. If you, as a Sadia, harbor no rebellious intentions and are truly devoted to your country, I implore you to offer me counsel on how to confront the Samo." Having witnessed the preceding events, Dole remained silent for a moment before rasping, "I can offer you some advice. I solely wish to assist those innocent souls. However, that does not mean I will forgive you. But to share this knowledge will be futile, as the counsel I provide cannot be implemented at this juncture." Chapter 48. The weakness of the Samo people, Not necessarily. Perhaps I can manage it. Wang Chenxing felt a flicker of excitement at that moment. Ahem. Dole coughed twice and remarked, "The Samo's fatal weakness lies in the horns atop their heads. During a campaign, I discovered that the sound produced by a massive red conch found by the sea causes peculiar vibrations in their horns, rendering them exceedingly uncomfortable and deterring them from attacking." "Oh, is that so? I have never heard of such a thing," Wang Chenxing exclaimed, somewhat incredulous that such formidable beings as the Samo could be intimidated by the sound of a mere conch. Dole stepped forward, gazing at the burning structures outside the palace as he spoke slowly. "This giant conch is exclusive to the deep seas near the Samo Empire, each one towering over a person. It is nearly impossible to capture such a conch. They are only washed ashore during violent storms, and the opportunities to collect them are scarce. Furthermore, the Samo strictly regulate these conchs, forbidding any trade. I came across a few by sheer chance. Whenever the Samo prepare to attack, we blow the conch, and upon hearing it, they can no longer advance. As for why they fear this sound, I am not entirely certain." Upon hearing this, Wang Chenxing began to grasp the situation. The sound likely resonates with the sharp horns on the Samo's heads or affects their brains, instilling a profound fear within them. The immediate priority was to locate such a conch, though given that Sadir City was not near the coast, the chances appeared bleak. With this newfound understanding of the Samo's weakness, Wang Chenxing felt bolstered in his confidence of victory. After instructing the guards to escort General Dole away, he returned to the palace to change into a new set of clothes. Thanks to the miraculous properties of the beast egg liquid, the burns on his back were gradually healing. Once prepared, Wang Chenxing donned a suit of armor made from beast scales and summoned a chameleon beast, making his way to the city wall. In less than a few minutes, he arrived at the base of the wall, where soldiers clad in full armor stood guard, parting to create a path for him to ascend. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Chenxing hurried up the wall. Atop the wall, Woody was still organizing the troops, while Launching stood at a distance, calculating data with the photon machine. After greeting Woody, Wang Chenxing gazed out from the wall. The area outside was filled with fully armed Samo warriors, with tens of thousands mounted on formidable six-legged beasts, each reaching about 10 meters in height and over 6 meters at the back. According to the photon machine's database, these creatures were known as Cerudo among the Suddy people, rare on the Charlotte continent but proliferating on the Samo's mainland. Behind the riders stood several 100,000 heavily armored Samo soldiers on colossal war chariots, while at the rear loomed dozens of terrifying quadrupeds, towering over 30 meters, their bodies adorned with countless spikes. They bore a resemblance to Earth's rhinoceroses, yet were magnitudes larger. Additionally, Wang Chenxing spotted thousands of various bizarre beasts of all sizes, as well as dozens of the enormous red flying beasts that had just attacked Sadir City. Faced with such a daunting sight, Wang Chenxing felt a pang of trepidation. The enemy outnumbered them at least 2 to 1, bolstered by countless monstrous allies. His modest arsenal had just been ambushed, and he was unaware of the extent of their losses. "Launching, how is the situation on your end?" Wang Chenxing inquired quietly into the photon machine. "All bombs are online and controllable, but the enemy's main force is approaching from a direction not covered by the minefield, so the bombs may not be fully effective," Launching replied, resigned. "That's all right. I have received some information regarding the Samo's weakness. However, I must trouble you to take action." Wang Chenxing responded, his demeanor undeterred by Launching's report. "What is it? Speak quickly." "The Samo's weakness lies in the sharp horns atop their heads. It is said that in the seas of their continent, there exists a giant red conch whose sound causes their horns to vibrate, incapacitating them in battle." "A red giant conch? How are we supposed to find one? We are short on time. Even if we took a ship to the deep sea, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. My thought is whether we could synthesize such a conch or create a speaker that emits the same frequency aboard our ship." "Well, that is indeed a possibility, but we need to understand their physiology and the range of frequencies they can perceive. If only we had a Samo captive." "That is a trivial matter. I will catch one for you shortly," Wang Chenxing replied joyfully, seeing Launching's determination. On the plains outside, the deployment of the Samo forces was nearly complete, with an army of over 200,000 divided into dozens of formations, each with their respective units positioned in coordinated pairs, ready for battle. At this moment, a Samo warrior, adorned with a massive red horn and clad in thick armor made from scales, approached the city wall, riding a fearsome beast towering over 10 meters. This beast boasted an array of sharp teeth and protruding tusks that jutted beyond its jaw, its white fur flowing like a mane. Its crimson eyes glared furiously at the surrounding Samo soldiers, resembling a feral beast. The apparent leader of the Samo approached the front lines and shouted a series of strange phrases directed at Wang Chenxing. Although Wang Chenxing understood not a word, fortunately, the Samo had brought a translator. Once the leader concluded his tirade, a slightly portly translator conveyed in Sudi that the gist was a demand for Wang Chenxing's surrender, threatening to raise Sadir city otherwise. The Samo's words carried a provocative tone, likely simplified by the translator in an attempt to convey the message. Grasping the essence of the message, Wang Chenxing remained unfazed. He stood atop the city wall and called out to the Samo leader, "Young one, how about a duel? I wonder if your kind possesses the courage for such a challenge." Upon hearing this, the soldiers atop the wall erupted into laughter. The Samo leader, taken aback and bewildered, exchanged a few words with the translator, whose expression turned grave. The translator then declared loudly to Wang Chenxing, "Our esteemed leader, Sakis, accepts your challenge." Seeing the Samo's prompt agreement to the duel, Wang Chenxing wiped the smile from his face, preparing for combat. Woody stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty Chenxing, there is no need for you to personally engage. I am more than capable of handling him." Chapter 49. Twists and turns. Upon witnessing Woody's eagerness to engage in battle, Wang Chenxing granted his request, albeit with the stipulation that he return with a live captive. Donning his black leather armor and wielding a long sword, Woody descended the castle wall with purposeful strides. Moments later, he emerged from the city gates astride a Shidwa beast. At this juncture, the leader of the Samo tribe had already taken his position at the forefront of the battlefield, poised for combat as Woody approached. With a fierce cry, Woody raised his sword and charged at the Samo chief. Meanwhile, Wang Chenxing anxiously observed the duel from atop the walls. In a flurry, Haidam rushed up to the walls to report to Wang Chenxing, "Your Majesty, I have just conducted a thorough inventory with my subordinates. Several of our ammunition depots and raw material stores have come under attack by the Samo, resulting in significant losses. We currently have only about 100 rounds of ammunition remaining on the walls, and the situation is decidedly unfavorable for us." Haidam relayed his distress as soon as he reached Wang Chenxing. Upon hearing Haidam's report, Wang Chenxing lost his appetite for watching the duel and urgently inquired, "Have all our ammunition depots been completely depleted?" "Indeed, Your Majesty, you heard correctly," Haidam replied, his face etched with despair. Wang Chenxing turned his gaze to the hundreds of thousands of soldiers outside the city and the fierce battle unfolding below. He realized that without ammunition, it would be exceedingly difficult for his mere tens of thousands to triumph over the Samo, especially with the looming threat of the king's two brothers and their vast armies in the coming days. In that moment, Wang Chenxing experienced the bitter taste of defeat for the first time. Nevertheless, regardless of what lay ahead, he resolved to first address the immediate enemy. He could only hope that General Dalai's intelligence was reliable. Otherwise, everything would come crashing down around him. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chenxing firmly declared, "The precision of the Samo's attack indicates that someone must have divulged the location of our ammunition depots to them. Given that the city has been in lockdown for days, it is likely that a spy remains within. You must lead a search throughout the city and apprehend that infiltrator. Furthermore, arrange for some individuals to expedite the processing of ammunition." Haidam, having received his orders, promptly set about executing them, while Wang Chenxing steadied his nerves and continued to observe the fierce combat below. "What shall we do now?" Blue Star, who had remained silent until now, quietly inquired after Haidam departed. Wang Chenxing, maintaining his focus on the tumultuous battle, replied in a hushed tone, "I hope Dalai's intelligence proves to be accurate. Otherwise, our chances of victory are quite slim. Should we fail, you must take a spaceship and evacuate this planet." "And what about you?" "As a king, I cannot simply abandon my people in such dire circumstances. If you do not leave, then neither will I." Upon hearing this, Wang Chenxing turned to look at Blue Star, who was intently focused on the conflict below. Her unwavering solidarity in such trying times genuinely touched him. At that moment, Blue Star playfully responded, "If you do not leave, then neither will I. We are in this together." Wang Chenxing could not help but chuckle in exasperation. "Very well. It seems I am quite unable to rid myself of you." As their conversation unfolded, Woody and the Samo chief had already clashed dozens of times, with neither gaining the upper hand. Woody's Shidwa beast had succumbed to injuries inflicted by the Samo's Sarudu beast, leaving Woody to engage the Samo chief directly on the ground. Though at a disadvantage in elevation, Woody was no less skilled in the art of combat than his adversary. He deftly dodged the Samo's thrusting spear while countering with swift attacks from his longsword. After exchanging blows for several more rounds, the Samo chief's stamina visibly waned, shifting from aggressive offense to a primarily defensive stance. Sensing his opponent's fatigue, Woody accelerated his onslaught. Within moments, the Samo chief was thoroughly overwhelmed, and as he contemplated retreat, Woody recognized his intent and intensified his assault. In a matter of seconds, the Samo chief could no longer withstand the pressure and signaled for his monstrous steed to aid in his escape. Woody, thinking to himself, "I cannot let this prize slip away," surged forward, bringing his sword down upon the Samo chief. The chief, sensing impending danger, quickly pivoted, attempting to parry with his spear. However, the sheer force of Woody's strike shattered the spear, sending it splintering apart. The momentum of the blade followed through, striking the chief's shoulder. The Samo chief shrieked as he realized his arm had been severed. Writhing in agony, he fell to the ground. Woody, seizing the moment, rushed forward to subdue him, dragging the incapacitated chief back toward the city gates, where he could only submit to the inevitable. Woody's capture of the Samo leader ignited a powder keg, as the Samo warriors brandished their weapons, preparing to unleash chaos. The cacophony of battle cries echoed thunderously, threatening to demolish the castle walls at a moment's notice. At the gates, the Samo chief continued his futile struggles, but soon several Suddy soldiers had him firmly restrained. Blue Star had arrived at the gates, and upon witnessing the chief's subjugation, she approached under the guise of offering medical assistance, her hand brushing against the Samo leader's head. The chief, sensing her intentions, shook his head defiantly and resisted her touch. At that moment, Woody stepped forward and delivered a swift kick to the chief's head, rendering him unconscious and compliant. Blue Star swiftly accessed the Samo's consciousness and physiological structure, discovering that their source of strength resided in the horns atop their heads. Upon reaching adulthood, these horns would synthesize and release a special substance that exponentially amplified the Samo's power. This process, however, was contingent upon the individual's physical condition. During periods of inactivity, a small amount would be released to promote growth in combat. A substantial amount would be released in a short duration, but this could only last for several minutes, requiring a lengthy recovery period afterward. Furthermore, these horns had a critical flaw. When exposed to sound wave frequencies between 15 Hz and 30 Hz, a lethal toxin could be produced. This toxin, once released, would severely erode the Samo's nervous system, resulting in excruciating headaches, and prolonged exposure could lead to irreversible nerve damage, paralysis, or even death. This explains why, despite their robust physiques, the Samo population had never proliferated significantly. It appeared that General Delai's intelligence was indeed reliable. With this crucial information in hand, Blue Star immediately transmitted the findings to Wang Chenxing, advising him to assemble a sound amplifier at the spaceship without delay. Upon receiving the message, Wang Chenxing gazed upon the enraged Samo below, a triumphant smile breaking across his face. Chapter 50. Engaging in battle personally after the capture of the Sumo chieftain, the Sumo people outside the city erupted in a frenzy of rage, their shouts echoing like thunder. It was evident that these soldiers would commence their assault on the city at the slightest command. Engaging in a decisive battle with the Sumo at this moment, given the current strength of my forces, would undoubtedly render our chances of victory rather bleak. The only hope for success lay in waiting for Blue Star to complete the loudspeaker, allowing us to exploit the Sumo's weaknesses for a surprise attack. Consequently, the present situation necessitated a delay, and the only means to achieve this was through one-on-one confrontations with the Sumo warriors. Having resolved this in his mind, Wang Chenxing stood atop the city wall and proclaimed loudly in the Sumo language, which he had just mastered through the photon machine. "I am the king of Suddy. You cowardly Sumo, despite your inferiority, now resort to cries of slaughter. Can you only rely on your numbers for victory? I feel nothing but shame for you." Following Wang Chenxing's declaration, everyone around him, as well as the Sumo soldiers outside the city, fell into a stunned silence. None had anticipated that this king of Suddy possessed an understanding of their tongue. It was indeed a marvel. Observing the diminutive form of the Suddy king, many wondered how he could possibly rule over a people who revered strength. At that moment, a mighty roar resonated from the Sumo ranks, and the previously raucous army fell silent. the sumo warriors parted to create a wide path, revealing a formidable figure, bare-chested, clad in enormous leather trousers, sporting a pair of crimson horns, one of which was truncated. This sumo was mounted on a colossal beast towering over 20 meters, covered in fiery red fur and possessing 6 legs, its lengthy tail trailing behind as it approached the city wall with a deliberate gait. This creature, known as the Flame Beast, dominated the sumo continent. An adult flame beast stood over 20 meters tall, its long neck supporting a sizable head reminiscent of Earth's Tyrannosaurus, its mouth filled with sharp teeth inciting instant terror in all who beheld it. Not only was this creature intimidating, but its iron-like hide rendered it impervious to ordinary weaponry, and its sheer strength discouraged any living being from challenging its existence. The fact that a sumo warrior was riding such a beast indicated that the sumo's prowess surpassed even that of the Flame Beast, for one would need considerable skill to tame it. At this juncture, Woody once again sought permission to leave the city and engage in combat, but Wang Chenxing intervened, recognizing that this adversary was beyond Woody's capabilities. To send him forth would be tantamount to a death sentence. The only recourse was for Wang Chenxing to confront the enemy himself, where there might still be a glimmer of hope for victory. Wang Chenxing regarded the sumo warrior with cold determination, and as the sumo approached the open ground before the city wall, it slowly raised its head, casting a dismissive glance at Wang Chenxing. Conversations between the mighty require little in the way of words. After a brief nod, Wang Chenxing seized a specially crafted long knife he had forged for himself and descended from the city wall. As he descended, he summoned the Hija beast via brainwaves transmitted through the photon machine, and by the time he reached the city gates, the Hija beast had arrived at a gallop. After a fortnight of recuperation, the Hija beast had regained its former vigor. It obediently lowered itself before Wang Chenxing, who effortlessly leaped onto its neck. The massive gates creaked open, and Wang Chenxing rode the formidable Hija beast out into the open. At that moment, a gasp of awe escaped the lips of the sumo people beyond the walls. Even the flame beast instinctively took a few steps back, prompting the sumo rider to pat its flank to regain control. As the sumo warriors debated the nature of the beast upon which the king of Sudi rode, one voice erupted, exclaiming, "It is the Hija beast, my heavens!" This revelation sent ripples of agitation through the crowd. For the sumo, there existed a few legends of individuals conquering the flame beast, and witnessing their chieftain riding it lent credence to these tales. However, throughout history, there had never been a whisper of a Sudi successfully taming the Hija beast, which led the sumo to deride the Sudi as weaklings, unworthy to claim dominion over the continent. Thus, whenever opportunity arose, the sumo incessantly encroached upon Sudi territory. Yet now, this diminutive king of Sudi rode the Hija beast, appearing remarkably well acquainted with it. The astonishment was palpable. Wang Chenxing steered the Hija beast to a halt 100 meters from the flame beast, where the two titans of the continent regarded one another with fierce intensity. The flame beast's fur bristled a brilliant red, its massive jaws opened wide as it roared at the Hija beast. The Hija beast, undeterred, stood tall and retaliated with a furious roar of its own. Elevated to a height of 40 meters, it towered over the flame beast, asserting dominance in sheer presence. After calming the Hija beast, Wang Chenxing instructed it to remain stationary, while the flame beast continued its menacing roars. Wang Chenxing raised his voice. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" "I am Samaduo, the great chieftain of the sumo," the rider of the flame beast declared. "Then may I ask why you invade our lands?" Wang Chenxing queried loudly. "This continent thrives on strength. You are too feeble to inhabit it. Only we, the great and valiant sumo, deserve to survive," Samaduo proclaimed arrogantly. "Then if I defeat you, will that not prove our superiority?" Wang Chenxing retorted with a hearty laugh, mocking the chieftain's fallacy. "Then come, and let us see," Samaduo exclaimed, immediately charging forth on the back of the flame beast. Wang Chenxing, ever vigilant, leaped from the Hija beast, commanding it to prepare for battle. As he descended, Samaduo also dismounted from the flame beast, brandishing a spear and charging toward Wang Chenxing. In mere seconds, the two colossal beasts were locked in combat, the ferocity of their clash prompting those nearby to retreat. As the flame beast opened its maw to seize the Hija beast's neck, the Hija beast retaliated with a powerful swipe of its massive paw, striking the flame beast squarely in the face and knocking its head aside. However, the Hija beast was unprepared for the flame beast's immense tail, which struck it squarely in the chest, toppling it to the ground. Amidst the tumultuous battle between the two beasts, Wang Chenxing and Samaduo were equally engaged. Samaduo hurled his spear with great force toward Wang Chenxing, who swiftly evaded the attack. Samaduo then leapt into the air, performing a somersault to land behind Wang Chenxing. Wang Chenxing swung his blade but struck only air. Samaduo, quick to recover, retrieved his spear and, without turning, swung it back at Wang Chenxing. The latter narrowly leaped away to avoid the blow, acknowledging Samaduo's formidable skill. The two warriors then clashed fiercely, with the towering Samaduo, standing over 5 meters tall, using his massive spear to sweep at Wang Chenxing, who parried with his long knife. Chapter 51. Identity unveiled. The prowess of Simodo is far from ordinary. The unique substances secreted by the horns atop his head bestow upon him immense strength. Even the superpowered Wang Chenxing finds himself unable to gain a discernible advantage, merely striving to keep pace as the two engage in a fierce battle while evading the duel of two monstrous beasts. After a fierce exchange lasting several minutes, the outcome remains undecided, and at this moment, the Xia beast has successfully snapped the neck of the Qian beast. Rising victoriously, the Xia beast lets out a thunderous roar directed at Simodo's army. Witnessing the demise of his beloved steed, Simodo's fury intensifies. Consequently, each of his attacks becomes increasingly ferocious, pouring all his wrath upon Wang Chenxing, whose specially crafted long knife is now battle-worn. With a powerful leap, Simodo brings his spear crashing down onto Wang Chenxing's blade, resulting in a resounding crack as the knife shatters into 2 pieces. As the spear descends toward his head, Wang Chenxing swiftly ducks and rolls to evade the lethal strike. Rising to his feet, he discards the broken knife, wipes the dirt from his mouth, and glares fiercely at Simodo, appearing somewhat disheveled, while the Simodians erupt in jubilant cheers of triumph. At that moment, the photon device relayed a message from Blue Star, informing Wang Chenxing that she had synthesized a low-frequency infrasound generator using materials aboard the spacecraft. Given that infrasound can travel vast distances, she assured him that she could launch it directly from the ship at his command. The Simodians, witnessing this, displayed contemptuous smiles, provoking Wang Chenxing's feelings of indignation. With the successful news from Blue Star, he swiftly retrieved the dagger crafted from the fangs of a colossal beast from his waist, standing tall as he removed his armor of beast scales, declaring, "I initially did not wish to conclude this so swiftly, allowing you to gain the upper hand. However, the time has come. Prepare to meet your demise." "Ha! You, the king of the Siderians, speak with such childishness," Simodo mocked. "To acknowledge defeat is not disgraceful. After this prolonged battle, the victor is clear. Spare yourself and accept your fate." Ever since taming the Qian beast, Simodo had grown increasingly confident. With his armor shed, Wang Chenxing moved with newfound agility, propelling himself towards Simodo with a powerful kick. Seeing the diminutive king approach with a mere dagger, Simodo decided to grant him a quick end. He thrust his spear toward Wang Chenxing, who deftly leaped to evade it. In response, Simodo bellowed and leaped forward, extending his arms to seize Wang Chenxing. Undeterred, Wang Chenxing retaliated with a fierce kick to Simodo's palm. Though powerful, Wang Chenxing's kick was ultimately futile. Simodo, leveraging his massive size, grasped Wang Chenxing's foot and flung him several meters away, causing him to roll and tumble before finally coming to a halt. Wang Chenxing immediately rolled to his feet and let out a roar as the gemstone embedded in his waist radiated a searing red glow. He charged once more at Simodo, this time with greater speed and strength. Empowered by the gemstone, Wang Chenxing did not wait for Simodo to brace himself. He swiftly slashed at Simodo's palm with his dagger, then deftly maneuvered to cut across his waist, before leaping again to strike at Simodo's shoulder from behind. Simodo, due to his massive stature, found himself unable to counter Wang Chenxing's rapid and agile movements. After several exchanges, deep gashes marred Simodo's body, from which dark green blood flowed profusely. This infuriated Simodo, as he had never encountered such a cunning adversary. As the encounters continued, Simodo's strength began to wane, hindered by the diminishing effects of the secretion from his horns, rendering him slower and less responsive. Nevertheless, as a seasoned warrior, he endured the pain and adopted a waiting for the right moment strategy. Seizing an opportunity, he swiftly grasped Wang Chenxing's arms and slammed him to the ground before he could react. Upon impact, Wang Chenxing roared, using his legs to thrust Simodo away several meters. Simodo landed heavily, stumbling back several paces before regaining his footing. At this juncture, an unexpected event occurred. During the earlier clash, Samoto had inadvertently torn away the photon device from Wang Chenxing's arm, causing him to revert to his human form. This sudden transformation astonished the thousands present, eliciting gasps and a flurry of discussions, leaving Samoto momentarily stunned. Woody and others atop the city wall were equally perplexed by the sudden change in their king. Wang Chenxing, sensing the heightened tension in the air, stood frozen, gazing at his now human visage. Enraged, Samoto brandished the photon device and demanded, "Who are you? Why did you masquerade as a Siderian?" Wang Chenxing, confronted by the collective gaze of thousands, found himself at a loss for words. Acknowledging that he could not afford lengthy explanations, he realized that defeating Samoto's forces was his only chance for respite. Without addressing Samoto's inquiries, he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch directly to Samoto's head, knocking him to the ground, unconscious. Hastily retrieving the photon device, he donned it, disregarding the bewildered stares from the onlookers, and urgently spoke into the device. "Blue Star, activate the infrasound generator immediately. The situation has changed. My human identity has been revealed. Do not return to the ship. I will find you later." "What? Your human identity has been exposed?" Blue Star, aboard the spacecraft, was taken aback by the news. She quickly responded, "Chenxing, be careful. I will activate the infrasound generator right away and come to find you shortly." Subsequently, Blue Star operated the ship's scanning system, mapping the entire Charlotte continent's terrain and the distribution of the Samodians, before setting the power and frequency range of the infrasound weapon, promptly activating the generator. Chapter 52. The Secret Assassination. Without any forewarning, the vast army of over 200,000 Samo suddenly found themselves besieged by excruciating headaches, feeling as if life itself was a torment. Observing this disarray, Wang Chenxing, who had regained his human appearance, swiftly mounted his Xia beast and returned to the city. Upon reaching the city walls, he was met with the gaze of all present, seemingly unperturbed by the chaos unfolding outside, where hundreds of thousands of Samo were in utter disarray. Approaching Woody, Wang Chenxing noted the astonishment etched on his face and said, "I will elaborate on the details once this battle concludes. For now, we must open the city gates and launch an immediate assault. Victory or defeat hangs in the balance." Woody hesitated for a brief moment before nodding and replying, "At once, Your Majesty." As the gates swung open, over 100,000 soldiers surged forth like unbridled stallions, charging into the fray. The Samo, incapacitated by the secondary sonic waves, exhibited no resistance, falling prey to the slaughter, and the battlefield's dynamics became starkly apparent. 2 hours later, scarcely a Samo remained standing. Most had perished, with only a few managing to flee. The once mighty beasts that had accompanied them scattered like frightened birds. Following the conclusion of the battle, Wang Chenxing promptly summoned everyone back to the palace. Within the palace, he took his seat upon the emerald throne, while the various lords fixated their attention upon him. "Gentlemen," Wang Chenxing began, noticing their perplexed expressions, "given the circumstances, I shall speak candidly. I am a human from Earth, hailing from the Milky Way. I realize this may be beyond your comprehension, but my intention upon arriving on your planet was merely to procure some sustenance. I never aspired to govern you. I shall depart once matters settle." His declaration left the lords in a state of bewilderment, as they, being inhabitants of a primitive civilization, could scarcely fathom the concepts of planets or galaxies. They were equally confounded by how their king, ostensibly a Sudi, had so suddenly transformed into a human. At that moment, Woody abruptly knelt, proclaiming loudly, "King Chenxing, I may not grasp the full extent of your words, but I believe you are surely a divine envoy sent by Gus to save us. The Blue Star Queen previously mentioned that you were dispatched by Gus, and I now hold this belief with unwavering conviction." This unexpected turn of events took Wang Chenxing by surprise. He had not anticipated that his identity could be so readily rationalized. Throughout history, even ancient humanity had resorted to myths to explain the unknown. Faced with the challenge of elucidating the situation, Wang Chenxing found himself compelled to go along with this narrative, knowing that these individuals would struggle to accept the truth otherwise. Following Woody's proclamation, the other lords knelt in unison, seemingly convinced, and pledged their allegiance. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chenxing stood and declared, "It is good that you understand. I shall refrain from further elaboration. Now, Please compile the battle statistics. We must prepare for even greater foes ahead. The battlefield report arrived swiftly. Our casualties amounted to approximately 200, while the slain Samo numbered around 170 to 80,000. Wang Chenxing deemed it prudent to allow the fleeing Samo an escape route, recognizing that there was no need for total annihilation, and thus refrained from dispatching pursuit. Originally, the Blue Star had planned to send a spacecraft to retrieve Wang Chenxing, but upon learning that his identity-related issues had been resolved, she returned alone. I cannot believe that my earlier ramblings have now proven useful, Blue Star exclaimed joyfully upon finding Wang Chenxing. Indeed, yet we must contemplate our departure. Our time here has extended considerably, and we must also decide our next destination. Wang Chenxing mused, standing on the palace steps, appearing somewhat lost. By the way, do you have any plans? None at present, Blue Star replied, shaking her head, then with a spark of excitement added, however, with our new spatial scanning system, finding our way home should be a simple endeavor. Once we resolve matters here and finalize our supplies, we can return home. As Wang Chenxing sat on the steps, he sighed deeply while gazing at the myriad stars in the night sky, uncertain which among them belonged to the Milky Way. The thought of returning home stirred memories of his past on Earth, leaving him unsure of his current location or whether he would ever return. Sensing his melancholy, Blue Star approached to comfort him, saying, "Do not worry. Once we return, we will surely find a way to send you back home." Wang Chenxing nodded, replying, "I hope so. It is getting late. You should rest early. Please be cautious in the coming days." The recent surprise attack by the Samo was facilitated by a traitor within our ranks, and now that they have suffered a complete defeat, they will undoubtedly seek revenge. We must guard against another ambush. Have you identified this traitor? Blue Star inquired, puzzled. I have yet to uncover the Samo spy, but I am well aware of the previous informant. Once we clarify this matter, we will eliminate them together. It is possible that they are one and the same, Wang Chenxing asserted confidently. Who is this spy? Blue Star pressed eagerly. Wang Chenxing smiled enigmatically and replied, "Some secrets are best kept hidden. You will discover the truth in due time." Blue Star shot him an exasperated glare before storming off in frustration. After the day's fierce battle with the Samo, Wang Chenxing felt utterly fatigued and thus retired early, postponing the planned celebration of victory. Although Wang Chenxing and Blue Star were consistently referred to as king and queen, they resided in separate quarters. Wang Chenxing's chamber was more spacious, originally intended for the king, while Blue Star's was a smaller adjacent palace room, once used by the queen for her garments and jewelry, which, with a little tidying, served as a comfortable space. As night fell, Wang Chenxing was fast asleep when suddenly, a surge of electrical current jolted his central nervous system awake. To his astonishment, he beheld a tall figure clad in black standing beside him, brandishing a large knife poised to strike. Reacting swiftly, Wang Chenxing rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the blade. Without a moment to ponder, he seized a nearby blanket and hurled it at the assailant. As the figure struggled to extricate themselves from the fabric, Wang Chenxing sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick to the chest of the black-clad intruder. The attacker was sent sprawling backward. Realizing victory was out of reach, the assailant promptly fled. Wang Chenxing immediately pursued, intent on apprehending them, when suddenly, a cry for help echoed from the adjacent palace. Upon hearing Blue Star's distress, he was compelled to abandon the chase and dash towards her chamber. Chapter 53. Capturing the spy. Upon arriving at the doorway of Blue Star's dormitory, Wang Chenxing found the door ajar, the interior cloaked in darkness. He could hear Blue Star's voice from within, shouting, "Get away! You bastard! Help!" Initially, Wang Chenxing contemplated kicking the door open, but upon reflection, he realized that this group must be acting in concert, likely unaware that he had just evaded assassination. Thus, charging in recklessly might provoke the assailant to lash out in desperation, potentially causing greater harm to Blue Star. With this thought, he calmed himself, using his photon device to scan the situation inside the dormitory. He discerned that there were only two individuals present, a shorter, slender figure that was undoubtedly Blue Star, and a tall, corpulent man who seemed intent on capturing her. Unable to see the assailant's face, Wang Chenxing could not identify him. Assuming Blue Star was not in immediate danger, he opted to stealthily infiltrate the room, utilizing the photon device to accurately locate the intruder. Suddenly, he leaped up and bellowed, "How dare you touch my woman!" before delivering a forceful kick. The hefty assassin, caught off guard, collapsed to the ground, unconscious before he could utter a sound. Upon seeing Wang Chenxing, Blue Star immediately lunged at him, embracing him tightly while crying, "You're such a fool. Why did it take you so long to arrive?" After ensuring the danger had passed, Wang Chenxing feigned exasperation, replying, "All right, I'll admit it. I'm a fool. But please, get off. I can hardly bear your weight." "Drop dead," Blue Star retorted, managing a wry smile as she added, "Thank goodness I'm all right. Otherwise, you would have been in serious trouble. I was ambushed too. I nearly lost my life." Wang Chenxing replied innocently, "That's why I was delayed." "What? You were attacked as well? Are you hurt?" Blue Star asked urgently. "No, I'm perfectly fine." Wang Chenxing laughed. "Fortunately, a jolt of electricity woke me just in time while I was asleep. Otherwise, I would have been in two pieces." "So that's what happened?" Blue Star exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. "It must have been the photon device that detected the danger while you were sleeping and alerted you." "Well, I didn't know it had that capability." "This is quite enlightening." Wang Chenxing nodded, feigning surprise. Once Blue Star had dismounted, Wang Chenxing turned on the lights in the room and, upon closer inspection, gasped, "So it's him." At that moment, Haidam arrived with a dozen guards, and upon seeing the scene, quickly inquired, "King Chenxing, are you injured?" Wang Chenxing shook his head, responding, "I'm unharmed. I have subdued the assassin. Now, gather all the generals and city lords to the palace at once, and have the guards take this assassin away as well." Haidam, puzzled, asked, "Your Majesty, do you mean right now?" "Yes, hurry and notify them." With that, Wang Chenxing and Blue Star exited the dormitory. The palace had been fully illuminated, and it took Haidam over an hour to summon Woody, the various city lords, and key generals to the royal palace. Once everyone had arrived, Wang Chenxing and Blue Star emerged from the back of the palace and took their seats upon the emerald throne. As all were present, whispers circulated among the gathered crowd, speculating why they had been summoned at such a late hour. Noticing the king's grave demeanor, they hesitated to voice their inquiries. Wang Chenxing then nodded to Haidam, who commanded, "Bring forth the assassin." 2 guards escorted the now conscious assassin into the palace, tossing him before the assembly. The soldiers and lords exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the identity of this rotund figure. This hefty individual was, after all, an assassin. Does anyone recognize this assassin? Wang Chenxing scanned the crowd, asking sternly. The generals, including Woody, shook their heads, indicating they were unfamiliar with the man. Even those who might have recognized him were reluctant to involve themselves. Wang Chenxing, having returned to his human form, approached the bulky assassin and asked, "Do you remember me?" The assassin shook his head, replying, "I don't know you." "Who are you? How dare you speak so insolently to the envoy of the divine Gus?" Woody interjected, stepping forward to reprimand him. At that moment, a blue light enveloped Wang Chenxing, and he instantly reverted to his sooty form, gazing at the hefty man. "And how about now?" The onlookers were taken aback. Although they had witnessed Wang Chenxing transform earlier, it had been from a distance atop the city wall, obscured by the distance. Now, they were witnessing the entire transformation process up close, which far exceeded their comprehension. The assassin, now terrified, stammered, "King Chenxing, how are you still alive?" Wang Chenxing smirked coldly. "I searched the world for you and could not find you. Yet here you are, bold enough to attempt to assassinate me. How fortunate that you failed to kill me earlier, allowing me to confront you now." It turned out that this rotund assassin was none other than the jeweler from before, making Wang Chenxing's capture of him rather effortless. The assassin now lay on the ground, deflated like a punctured balloon. His group had anticipated that the king would be utterly exhausted after a fierce battle with the Samoan forces and had planned to strike that very night. However, the assassin's lustful intent toward Blue Star had led him to pursue her personally. To avoid unnecessary complications, they had decided on a one-on-one approach, believing that given Wang Chenxing's prowess, numbers would be of little use. Unforeseen circumstances had led to his failure, and he had not been warned to escape, resulting in his capture. Wang Chenxing's voice grew cold as he instructed, "Speak, reveal your accomplice, and perhaps I shall grant you a more merciful end." The assassin glanced around, slumping to the ground in silence. Observing this, Wang Chenxing returned to his seat and, after a brief pause, addressed the assembly of generals below. I've noticed that tonight, the conspirators among you have mostly gathered. I hadn't intended to expose you so soon, but your audacity has grown, attempting to assassinate me. I wish to convey that your schemes are far too simplistic and malicious. You presume that the gods were oblivious while you conspired with Dole and his brothers to attack me. You even stole the bomb designs to sabotage us. When that failed, you contacted the Samoans for an assault and destroyed our ammunition depot. Though you have succeeded a few times by sheer luck, you remain unaware that I have thwarted each of your plots. Witnessing the Samoans' utter defeat today, you have resorted to attempting to assassinate me while I sleep. If I do not eradicate you completely this time, I shall not deserve my place here. Following this declaration, murmurs arose among the assembly, as they furtively scrutinized one another, fearful that the person beside them might be one of the conspirators that the king spoke of. Chapter 54. Chaos within the palace. As half a day passed, not a single individual stepped forward to confess their role as a spy. The once boisterous palace gradually descended into a chilling silence, as if all were awaiting the inscrutable king's directive. The atmosphere within the palace was taut with tension. Very well. Since you all have chosen to forfeit the opportunity to confess, I can no longer be courteous. King Chenxing began, his voice resonating with authority. While we should be celebrating our recent victory, it appears that some among you are impatiently plotting my demise. Let me make this abundantly clear. You have chosen the wrong side and provoked the wrong person. With a heavy sigh, he continued, I shall now call names. Captain Haidam, do you have anything to say? The moment those words left his lips, it was as if a stone had been cast into calm waters, sending ripples of surprise throughout the assembly as all eyes turned toward Haidam. Despite their vivid imaginations, none could have fathomed that Haidam was the traitor. Although he had served as the royal guard captain during the previous reign, since King Chenxing ascended the throne, he had appeared unwaveringly loyal. How could the king suspect him of treachery? Was there a misunderstanding? At that moment, Haidam's countenance darkened considerably. Clenching the hilt of his sword, he stepped forward and looked up at the king, declaring, Your Majesty, the attack by the assassin today is a failure on my part. I have failed to protect both you and the queen. I am willing to accept any punishment you deem appropriate, but I cannot bear the accusation of espionage. King Chenxing replied with a cold smile, Haidam, I have placed my trust in you. Though you were once the captain of the previous king's guard, I have treated you well since your allegiance to me. Yet, I cannot comprehend why you would conspire with outsiders to overthrow me. Your Majesty, I do not understand why you suspect me of being a spy. Just because you have achieved several victories does not grant you the right to settle scores with us. Haidam defended himself vehemently. From the moment you allowed the queen and Modi to escape, notifying that portly jeweler to flee, and conspiring with the Samoans to invade, these are all your deeds, are they not? You feign loyalty before me while secretly undermining my rule. King Chenxing retorted angrily, seeing Haidam's continued denials. Your Majesty, what you allege is unfounded. I have always been loyal to the kingdom and have never contemplated treason. I implore you not to heed slander. Haidam knelt, beseeching King Chenxing not to wrongfully accuse him. My king, could there be some misunderstanding? Woody interjected, stepping forward to advocate for Haidam. Soon after, several lords joined in, pleading on Haidam's behalf. At this juncture, King Chenxing rose and gestured for silence, continuing, Generals and lords, as your king, I assure you that I shall not wrongfully accuse anyone who has served me faithfully. However, I will not allow a traitor to go unpunished. When the assassin attempted to take my life, I delivered a forceful kick. I believe that Mark will attest to the struggle. If any of you doubt my judgment regarding Haidam, let him remove his tunic to reveal the truth. Upon hearing this, the assembled lords and generals perked up, eager to witness the evidence. They encircled Haidam, discussing how to proceed. Haidam's face turned ashen as someone yanked open his leather armor, revealing a distinct green bruise upon his chest. The crowd recoiled in shock. Regardless of the circumstances, the charge against him was now irrefutable. Realizing his predicament, Haidam drew his sword with a fierce determination, shouting, Bring me the king's head. Rich rewards await those who assist me. At that moment, a cadre of 40 or 50 armed guards burst into the palace, rallying behind Haidam, while those who had previously surrounded him hastily retreated for their own protection. Emboldened by his numerical advantage, Haidam addressed the assembled lords and generals. What are you all waiting for? Now that the truth is out, your only path leads to death. You would be wiser to resist. There may yet be a chance for survival. Following his words, 7 lords drew their swords, standing resolutely beside Haidam, declaring, since it has come to this, we can only make a final stand. Observing the palace divide into 2 factions, King Chenxing erupted in laughter. Excellent! Excellent! Now you've all revealed your true colors. No need for me to hunt you down one by one. Guards, seize them. As his command echoed through the hall, over 30 heavily armored guards filed in, forming 3 orderly ranks before King Chenxing and launching, awaiting orders. The atmosphere grew oppressive, filling all present with trepidation. Haidam, taken aback, remarked, I didn't anticipate you would be so well prepared. Yet, King Sidious dares to confront you alone, while you hide behind others for protection. Ha! What a coward! King Chenxing appeared unfazed, chuckling, whether I am formidable or not is not something I need to prove here. My suitability as king is evident for all to see. Today marks your end. No words of yours can alter that. Woody, now facing Haidam with drawn sword, questioned in disbelief, Haidam, I considered you a brother. Why have you turned against us? Haidam sneered dismissively, offering no response to Woody's inquiry. This is of no consequence now. Capture them all. With a single command, King Chenxing signaled for 30 soldiers to apprehend Haidam and his cohorts. However, Haidam and his allies were not so easily subdued, and a fierce melee erupted within the palace, the air filled with the clamor of battle. King Chenxing observed the chaos from his seat, while Launching appeared increasingly anxious, repeatedly urging the king to retreat. Within the palace, the tide of battle quickly turned against Haidam and his faction, unable to withstand the onslaught from Woody and the heavily armored guards. Nevertheless, Haidam, as the palace guard captain, held his own against Woody through numerous exchanges. Yet, his companions continued to fall around him. Just as it seemed Haidam and his allies would be overwhelmed, the sounds of combat erupted from outside the palace. The rebellious lords, leading tens of thousands of troops, had arrived to provide reinforcements. In mere moments, they encircled the palace, and hundreds of insurgent soldiers surged through its gates. The situation within the palace had drastically shifted, leaving King Chenxing's position perilously vulnerable. Chapter 55. Quelling the rebellion before long. Only Wang Chenxing, Launching, Woody, and a few city lords remained in the palace, as the rest had perished in battle. Wang Chenxing's faction was evidently at a disadvantage. I never expected there to be so many traitors. We may have underestimated them. Launching remarked, standing behind Wang Chenxing and observing the hundreds of rebellious soldiers within the palace. At that moment, Wang Chenxing sat resolutely upon the throne, his gaze fixed on the chaos unfolding around him, while Woody and several city lords continued to fend off the advancing soldiers. Your Majesty, if you possess any means of salvation, now is the time to employ them. We cannot hold out much longer. Woody gasped, wielding a bloodied green blade as he turned to Wang Chenxing. Witnessing the disarray of his once proud army now embroiled in combat within the palace brought Wang Chenxing immense sorrow. Although he had long been aware of the treachery of Haidam and his cohorts, believing it to involve merely a handful of individuals, the sheer number of rebels this night had indeed exceeded his expectations. Seeing the tide of battle turning in his favor, Haidam sneered, Wang Chenxing, feel free to reveal any tricks you may have. Otherwise, your opportunity will slip away. Ha ha. Your forces are now barred from entering the palace gates, and those beasts of yours have already been confined. No one can save you now. No matter how skilled you are, it will be challenging to fend off so many. Ha ha ha. Haidam's mocking laughter echoed throughout the palace, a jarring sound that grated on Wang Chenxing's nerves. He had initially thought the machinations of this primitive civilization to be simplistic, but he was taken aback by the depths of their malevolence. Rising to his feet, his expression grave, Wang Chenxing glared at Haidam and proclaimed loudly, Since you have all resolutely resolved to bring about my demise, do not blame me for withholding my mercy. As soon as the words left his lips, color-shifting beasts materialized around the palace, followed by 2 more emerging from the rear. Simultaneously, the air was filled with the thunderous roars of the Xia beasts from outside the palace. What is happening? This cannot be. Haidam exclaimed in panic. I had confined those colossal creatures. How have they escaped? Wang Chenxing coldly retorted. I have never engaged in an unprepared battle. Your impatience is to blame. While you were summoning the city lords, I had already released those beasts. Now, I await your true forms to be revealed. I had hoped to spare the soldiers a glimmer of hope, but it seems many are still obstinate in their rebellion. Thus, I cannot be blamed for my ruthlessness. Faced with no avenue for retreat, Haidam let out a desperate scream, charging at Wang Chenxing in a futile attempt to fight to the death. However, he was swiftly seized by a color-shifting beast, which bit down with ferocity, causing Haidam to meet a grisly end. The 6 towering color-shifting beasts, standing over 20 meters tall, instilled such terror in the rebellious soldiers that they trembled uncontrollably. Before the beasts could select their next target, the soldiers fled in a frantic escape. Under Wang Chenxing's command, the 6 beasts lunged at the fleeing traitors, and soon the palace was filled with the cacophony of their anguished cries. Once the rebellious soldiers had been dispatched, the remaining onlookers gazed at the blood-soaked palace, uncertain whether to feel vindicated in their allegiance or to deem Wang Chenxing's actions excessively harsh. In this tense atmosphere, no one dared to be the first to speak, and silence reigned. The plump proprietor of the jewelry shop, bound and trembling, had rolled beneath a great pillar in the palace. At this moment, Woody approached and seized the man, dragging him like a lifeless pig to the center of the palace. The frightened man, too terrified to raise his head, lowered it in silence, frantically contemplating his next move. Ahem. Wang Chenxing cleared his throat. The near-collapsed proprietor immediately looked up, pleading, Your Majesty, I was blind to your worth, and I have wronged you. I beg for your mercy. I have kept your gem intact, and I possess many other treasures to offer you. Please, spare my life. Humph. To spare your life is not out of the question, but it depends on what you can offer. Wang Chenxing replied with a cold laugh. You must be mad. That wretched fat man must be dismembered. He cannot be allowed to escape. Launching communicated telepathically with Wang Chenxing through the photon device. Rest assured. Watch how I deal with him. But first, we must reclaim our possessions. Indeed, this scoundrel must not go unpunished. Understood. Unaware of the conversation unfolding regarding his fate, the portly proprietor anxiously scanned his surroundings, realizing no one was advocating for him. He sensed his imminent demise and grew increasingly agitated. Your Majesty, if you have no interest in the gem, I possess an extraordinary treasure. I assure you, it will pique your interest, he exclaimed. Wang Chenxing scoffed. You truly believe I would value the contents of my palace less than your dilapidated shop? Guards, take him away and execute him. At this, the proprietor completely broke down, his face a mask of despair as he pleaded, No. Please, Your Majesty, this artifact is the legendary mole stone. Furthermore, I possess many other treasures. Do not kill me. I will lead you to them. All of them. I only ask for your mercy. Upon hearing the mention of the mole stone, Woody and the others gasped in astonishment. The mole stone was said to be a rare gem. Since a fragment had been discovered on the continent of Charlotte long ago, none had been seen since, and its origins remained a mystery. Its value was not merely due to its rarity, but rather its reputed abilities. It was said that anyone who possessed such a gem could recover from any severe illness or injury in a remarkably short time, and prolonged use could even extend one's lifespan. The reasons behind these wondrous properties were beyond the comprehension of the primitive Assadians. It seemed the proprietor was prepared to offer all his hidden treasures to save his life. Observing the reactions of those present, Wang Chenxing pondered briefly before feigning great difficulty as he stated, Very well. If you wish to barter for your life, I shall see if your trinkets are worth the price. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the proprietor eagerly nodded, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Your Majesty, time is of the essence. I shall take you there at once. Wang Chenxing waved his hand dismissively. We shall discuss this after I have resolved matters here. Guards, take him away and ensure he is securely confined. Chapter 56. The Malachite Stone. Amidst the relentless counteroffensive of hundreds of colossal beasts and tens of thousands of soldiers, the battle both within and surrounding the palace raged on for over an hour before ultimately coming to a complete halt. The toll of this insurrection amounted to thousands of casualties, a disheartening outcome for the Sadians, who had only recently withstood the onslaught of the Samoran. It was indeed a source of profound dismay to perish not on the battlefield, but at the hands of one's own kin. Under the cover of night, the palace grounds were swiftly cleansed, as if everything had returned to its pristine state. King Xingqian urgently appointed Woody as the supreme commander, entrusting him with the security of Sadial City and the palace both within and without. Furthermore, he dispatched agents to apprehend all remaining spies in the city without delay. By dawn, tranquility had returned to Sadial City, as though the previous night's bloody tempest had never transpired. Most of the citizenry, fearful of repercussions, remained holed up in their homes, in an effort to restore public confidence. King Xingqian announced measures to resume production and lifted the nightly curfew. Through these endeavors, Sadial City gradually reclaimed its former vibrancy. A week had passed since these events, and the two brothers of King Sadias had yet to make a move since their ambush, likely deterred from further encroachment upon their own demise. As the situation stabilized, King Xingqian convened numerous generals and city lords to bestow rewards and elevate ranks, filling the vacancies left by the fallen. On this particular day, while King Xingqian was engaged in discussion with Woody regarding the coastal defenses, Lanqing stormed in, visibly agitated, and demanded, "Have you completely forgotten about my matters?" Perplexed, King Xingqian looked at Lanqing and inquired, "What? What matters are you referring to?" "Goodness, you blockhead! You must be utterly dazed by your busy schedule," Lanqing retorted in frustration, having realized that King Xingqian had entirely overlooked her grievance. "Have you truly forgotten such a significant issue regarding my vindication?" "Vindication? What vindication? Who has wronged you?" King Xingqian asked, bewildered. You, may you perish," Lanqing exclaimed, stamping her foot in irritation. "The fat man is still locked away in the dungeon," Woody interjected quietly, unable to bear the scene. "By the heavens! I truly forgot about that, given how busy I've been." King Xingqian suddenly stood up, smacking his forehead. Thus, King Xingqian promptly led Lanqing and Woody to the prison. The fat man, having languished in neglect for so long, was now utterly terrified, convinced that the king had abandoned him to await his execution. Upon their arrival, the fat man, mistaking it for his judgment day, scrambled to his feet and, before King Xingqian could utter a word, anxiously pleaded, "Your Majesty, please spare my life. I will offer you all my jewels and wealth." King Xingqian scoffed, "Then lead us there at once. If you dare conceal anything, I shall ensure your swift demise." The fat man nodded fervently, affirming, "No deceit. Absolutely none." Consequently, King Xingqian assembled several soldiers and a few large carts, following the fat man to his jewelry store. Given its proximity to the palace, they arrived at the establishment within half an hour. However, the jewelry store was firmly shut. The fat man pointed to an inconspicuous side entrance, exclaiming, "Follow me. We can enter through here." To the surprise of those present, it appeared the fat man possessed more cunning than expected. Once inside, they reached the back where the fat man adeptly opened a concealed door, revealing the interior of his shop. "There's nothing here," Woody remarked, surveying the empty space. Unfazed, the fat man insisted, "Please, follow me. All my jewels are hidden away." Thus, the group trailed the fat man to a small room in the rear courtyard of the jewelry store. Upon entry, the fat man revealed a hidden mechanism in the wall, which opened to disclose a small box secured by metal chains and several locks. Extracting a set of exquisite keys from a concealed compartment in the wall, the fat man unlocked the box one by one. Once fully unlatched, an egg-sized black stone was unveiled before them. It was wholly ebony, shaped into a perfect cube with smooth edges, its surface shimmering with a faint blue glow. "This does not resemble an ordinary gem," Lanqing observed, recognizing its uniqueness. "I must take a closer look." As she approached and grasped the black malachite stone, an immediate chill emanated from its surface. A surge of energy coursed through her hand, sending a shiver down her spine, prompting her to hastily discard it. King Xingqian rushed to steady her, asking, "What happened? Are you injured?" Woody, standing nearby, drew his sword in fury, directing it at the fat man. "Do you dare to deceive us? I will end you right here." The fat man, terrified, immediately knelt and offered the stone back to Woody, pleading, "My lord, spare me. I assure you, I hold it safely, with no treachery. I have not deceived the king." Woody hesitated, cautiously accepting the malachite stone to inspect it closely, finding no signs of deceit before lowering his weapon. Chapter 57. The eerie stone. Wang Chenxing scrutinized the blue glowing mailer stone that Woody held, sensing a mysterious power emanating from the black rock. Observing that nothing untoward had occurred while Woody held it, he prepared to reach out and examine it himself. However, Launching immediately pressed down on his outstretched hand, exclaiming, "Be careful! This object feels rather peculiar." Wang Chenxing gently brushed her hand aside, chuckling lightly, "It's fine. They have all handled it without incident." "You," Launching, somewhat irked, whispered, "a good intention met with ingratitude." Cautiously, Wang Chenxing accepted the mailer stone. Upon placing it in his palm, he found it indistinguishable from other stones, save for a slight chill that emanated from its surface. As he toyed with the stone, he smiled at Launching, saying, "See, I told you there's nothing to worry about." Before he could finish speaking, a jolt of electricity surged through his arm, inducing a tingling numbness that traveled to his head before swiftly dissipating. The sudden numbness caused the stone to slip from his grasp. Wang Chenxing, momentarily taken aback by the sharp sensation, found his voice only after Launching gave him a gentle pat. "I warned you to be careful, yet you disregarded my caution. How do you feel now?" Launching asked, concern evident as she patted his back. Yes, I'm fine. But this object is rather sinister." Wang Chenxing managed to utter, forcing out a few words. "You gluttonous fool. Does this stone contain some hidden mechanism? I swear I shall deal with you." Woody immediately turned his ire towards Wang Chenxing. Wang Chenxing waved his hand dismissively, stating, "This is not his fault. It is the stone that is strange. I intend to take it back for further study." He then found a leather pouch to carefully stow the mailer stone before addressing Woody. "I leave this place in your capable hands. Launching and I shall return to the palace." "At your command, my king," Woody replied, then inquired, "What shall we do with this glutton? Once the situation is resolved here, escort him back." After speaking, Wang Chenxing took hold of Launching's hand, preparing to depart. "King Chenxing, you promised to spare my life. Why must I be taken back?" The rotund man, realizing Wang Chenxing was about to leave, suddenly knelt, frantically pleading. "Taking you back does not imply I intend to end your life," Wang Chenxing retorted, turning to the man. "However, I am curious about how you came into possession of this stone." "Well, you see, the man stammered, as if harboring a secret. "With someone like him, where else could it have come from but through thievery, just as he attempted with us?" Launching chimed in with a teasing tone. No, this was genuinely not stolen." The man hastily waved his hands, insisting, "I won this from a Sava gambler, truly not stolen. I have no idea how he obtained it." "Ah, you wretched glutton. Who would have thought you would engage in trade with the Sava?" Woody exclaimed, realizing that the man was indeed willing to pursue profit at any cost. The Sava are a race from another continent on this planet, typically standing between 1 to 1.6 meters tall, with few exceeding 2 meters in comparison to the Sudi and Samo peoples. The Sava appear diminutive. They are inherently prone to violence, often resorting to physical altercations over trivial disagreements. They particularly enjoy risky ventures and gambling, displaying little regard for honor, which has led to their reputation as uncivilized brutes. Their continent is situated in the hottest region of the planet, characterized by rugged mountains, vast deserts, and extensive tropical rainforests. The harsh climate and lack of usable resources have deterred the Samo and Sudi from conquering this land. Consequently, the Sava have thrived in their carefree existence, knowing that their stature renders them unlikely to win a territorial conflict against the other two continents. Over the years, they have maintained a peaceful coexistence. "Enough. There's nothing of value to be gleaned from him. I shall take my leave," Wang Chenxing concluded, having realized that no significant information could be extracted, and departed alongside Launching. Throughout their journey back to the palace, Wang Chenxing remained silent, hastening his steps until they reached his quarters, where he finally spoke. "What troubles you? You haven't uttered a word the entire way," Launching inquired, taking a seat in the chamber. Wang Chenxing carefully retrieved the mailer stone from the pouch, placing it on the table as he whispered, "This is no mere gem. I am aware of that. But do share your findings. I suspect it resembles the energy stones used in your photon machines, yet it feels distinctly different. Moreover, this stone likely does not originate from this planet." No such stone exists in the natural world. Oh, are you suggesting it is an extraterrestrial artifact? However, I also handled it earlier and perceived none of these secrets. How can you be so certain? I cannot say for certain. However, when I held it, I experienced a numbing sensation akin to being electrocuted. In that instant, I felt an energy transfer to my brain, as if it were reading my consciousness, and alongside this energy, terrifying images flashed through my mind. That is quite peculiar. The study handled it without issue, and while I felt the same sensation as you, I did not experience those images. I initially believed the stone possessed magic, but now I wonder if it is indeed an alien artifact. Yet, who could have discarded it? According to the study, this stone has a long history. It is remarkable that it still retains its power after all this time. Indeed, I find it quite strange. Perhaps we should analyze it with the photon machine? Yes, let's do that. I'll give it a try. Launching declared, raising her hand to touch the mailer stone, only to be intercepted by Wang Chenxing. Allow me to proceed. After pushing Launching aside, Wang Chenxing took a deep breath and grasped the stone. After several 10 seconds, nothing happened. The anticipated jolt of electricity failed to materialize. Wang Chenxing, perplexed, examined the stone closely before attempting to analyze it with the photon machine's particle energy waves. At that moment, a surge of electricity coursed through his palm, catching him off guard as if he had been struck. Then, with a resounding bang, the energy stone within his photon machine exploded, releasing a plume of smoke. Wang Chenxing hastily discarded the stone, shaken, and remarked, "This stone is exceedingly strange." The photon machine could not decipher it and instead caused the machine to explode. Launching quickly helped him remove the damaged photon machine, tossing it aside as she said, "Indeed, it is quite eerie, and this stone poses a danger. We should dispose of it immediately." Wang Chenxing shook his head, replying, "Not yet. It may prove useful in the future. I will keep it for now." Chapter 58 Preparation Before departure. Wang Chenxing carefully placed the stone into a leather pouch and then picked up the damaged photon device, glancing at it with resignation as he remarked, "It's certainly beyond repair now." Lan Xing took the broken photon device and replied, "Well, it's not a problem. I'll get you a replacement as soon as we return to the ship. As long as you're safe, that's what truly matters. By the way, we've nearly wrapped everything up here. When shall we set off?" Wang Chenxing inquired after stowing the leather pouch away. "At this moment, I feel quite comfortable staying here. Sometimes I think it might be better to remain here indefinitely," Lan Xing said wistfully, her expression turning melancholic at the thought of returning home. "I wonder how my parents are faring now. This time, we certainly won't be able to return to Yana planet. I hope we can first visit Uncle Cedric in the Zyro star system. I hope he will take us in." "So you have an uncle. What is your relationship with him like?" "It's rather indifferent. He lost the throne to my father and was exiled to the fringes of the Yana kingdom in the Zyro star system." "Very well, let us pretend I never asked. That doesn't sound like a particularly promising relationship." "Humph, then you shouldn't go. Don't. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. I'll see you safely home, and then I'll rely on you to help me secure a large spacecraft to take me back to Earth. How does that sound? Quite fair, wouldn't you agree?" "Ha! Why do I suddenly feel that Earthlings are so glib with their words?" "Hey, not at all. But seriously, what if we go and your uncle doesn't welcome us? That's merely a perspective of you Earthlings. In our culture, we can face both victory and defeat with equanimity. It's not as dire as you imagine." Wang Chenxing let out a long sigh, teasingly responding, "Very well. If that is the case, then all the better. Let us hasten to settle matters here. We've been amidst chaos for quite some time. Without all this turmoil, I believe living here would be rather pleasant," Lan Xing expressed with a hint of reluctance. She continued, "This planet doesn't seem to belong to our kingdom's star system. However, based on the previous distribution of star systems, it appears to be an undeveloped planet within this galaxy cluster. Fortunately, the seditions have yet to encroach upon it. Otherwise, the creatures here would surely suffer." "Do you still intend to confront the seditions upon your return? What has become of your parents?" Lan Xing shook her head and gazed out at the starry sky in silence, seemingly lost in thought about her future path, and regarding her parents' situation, she was even more in the dark. Time passed swiftly in peace, and in the blink of an eye, over a month had gone by. the Sadia kingdom enjoyed tranquility, and trade between cities gradually revived its former vibrancy. During this period, two unexpected events transpired. Firstly, the two brothers of the king, Sedivia and Sedizuo, dispatched envoys to express their willingness to withdraw their troops and submit to Wang Chenxing, hoping he would cease his attacks. Secondly, Wang Chenxing ultimately decided to have General Dole stationed at the coastal defenses. Although both actions faced considerable opposition, Wang Chenxing had his own considerations. He and Lan Xing were to depart soon and could not remain as king for long. Thus, it was imperative to stabilize the kingdom's peace, making further warfare inadvisable. With over 100,000 troops at his disposal, unifying the Charlotte continent was still a long journey ahead. The fact that the King's brothers were willing to submit was, at the very least, a positive development, allowing for temporary peace without further conflict. Moreover, with advanced spacecraft, he could return at any time, and when that time came, arming the ship would require little effort to manage the affairs of the planet, thereby negating the necessity to expend excessive time and energy now. Regarding General Dole, after analyzing his mindset, Wang Chenxing indeed found that while he harbored some ambitions, he was fundamentally loyal, and his years of experience in defending territories made him an appropriate choice. As for the rotund fellow, Wang Chenxing kept his promise and spared his life, instead assigning him to labor in the Misty Valley, effectively utilizing his knowledge of gemstones. Initially reluctant to work, the rotund man gradually discovered numerous gems in the valley, which invigorated his motivation, as each gem he found could be exchanged for better sustenance. Nevertheless, Wang Chenxing imposed a condition. He must never leave the valley, or else face immediate execution. With no other option, the rotund man complied. Concerning the governance of the kingdom after Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing's departure, Wang Chenxing decided to implement a temporary parliamentary system, with the chair of the Supreme Council rotating among Woody, General Dole, the two Sadia kings, and several city lords, changing annually. The chair would wield substantial power, allowing for mutual checks to prevent any one faction from becoming overly dominant. To this end, Wang Chenxing also imposed strict limitations on the number of troops each member could command. The advanced weapons manufactured in Sadia City would be collectively managed by the council, with all production decisions made jointly. The position of king would remain vacant for the time being. Although this parliamentary system might lead to numerous issues in the future, it was the best arrangement available at present. Wang Chenxing himself could not guarantee how long this arrangement would sustain peace among the inhabitants of the planet. Once all was in order, Lan Xing had prepared ample provisions, sufficient to sustain them aboard the spacecraft for an extended period. Additionally, she had collected numerous biological cell samples from colossal beasts and seeds from various plants for future research. As time elapsed, the day of departure drew ever closer. To ensure stability within the kingdom during this period, Wang Chenxing divulged this news only to Woody, keeping it from everyone else. He publicly announced his intention to tour the kingdom and would be absent for a while, allowing the council members to manage the kingdom's affairs. This proclamation raised little suspicion among the populace. That night, after Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing had finalized all arrangements, they bid farewell solely to Woody before departing Sadia City on two color-changing beasts. Since Lan Xing had already arranged for a dozen soldiers to discreetly load supplies onto the spacecraft, they left with ease. Subsequently, they used the photon device to erase the memories of those soldiers, ensuring that their secret remained undiscovered. Approximately 20 minutes later, propelled by the swift gallop of the color-changing beasts, they arrived at the lakeside where the spacecraft had landed. Lan Xing first commanded the two beasts to return to Sadia City via the photon device. Then she maneuvered the photon device to elevate the spacecraft from the lake, and together they entered the vessel. Chapter 59. Salvation. Upon entering the spacecraft, Lan Xing meticulously examined the onboard equipment. Due to prolonged inactivity, the energy reserves of the various components were depleted for the sake of conserving energy. After ensuring that each module was functioning normally, she commenced the recharging of the energy modules. Approximately half an hour later, all energy modules were fully charged, and all systems were operational. Subsequently, Wang Chenxing skillfully initiated the pre-launch procedures for the spacecraft. 10 minutes later, all preparations for takeoff were complete. The spacecraft then activated its anti-gravity reactor and energy shield, swiftly ascending to several thousand meters into the sky. At that moment, Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing approached the cockpit, gazing silently at the distant, twinkling lights of Sadia City. Finally leaving. The experiences we've had on this planet are truly unforgettable, Lan Xing suddenly remarked, her eyes fixed on the horizon. Indeed, Since we encountered that planet, we've faced so many challenges. I hope everything goes smoothly from here on. Wang Chenxing replied, glancing at her. Lan Xing looked up at him and said, let us hope so. After a brief silence, they returned to their seats in the cockpit and set off. Following Wang Chenxing's command to the photon engine, the spacecraft expelled 2 beams of white light, rapidly departing from the planet and soon vanishing into the horizon, leaving behind 2 fiery trails resembling meteors streaking across the sky. After approximately 10 minutes, the spacecraft had completely entered the orbit of a distant star system in outer space. At this juncture, Lan Xing activated the hyperspace scanning system, causing the console to project a detailed interstellar map. Coordinates of tens of thousands of star systems were displayed, and after mere seconds of analysis by the photon host, over 100 suitable planets for landing were filtered out. Where shall we head now? Wang Chenxing inquired, studying the star map. Lan Xing sighed, leaning back in her seat. I don't know. For now, we can only search for a suitable planet within this star system. Let us hope that these habitable worlds harbor intelligent life forms with a civilization level akin to ours. Perhaps they possess advanced technology that can fully repair our spacecraft, granting me the opportunity to return to our own star system. I believe such a possibility is negligible, Wang Chenxing observed, looking at her. Space is not like land. Encountering others is straightforward. What if we can't find anyone and are unable to return to our respective planets? Lan Xing queried, blinking at him. Don't worry, I'll protect you, Wang Chenxing replied confidently. At this moment, Lan Xing felt a sense of comfort and a smile graced her lips. Observing her expression, Wang Chenxing turned away and busied himself. Let us head to this star system. It's the closest one. Lan Xing suddenly pointed at a nearby star system on the holographic image. At our spacecraft's maximum speed, it should take us around 3 months to get there. Let us rest for now. I'll switch the spacecraft to autopilot. Wang Chenxing nodded, bidding farewell to Lan Xing as he returned to the rest cabin, exhausted. After taking a shower, he slipped into bed and fell asleep. Lan Xing, having set the flight path, also went to rest. Thus, the spacecraft traversed the vast expanse of the universe along its predetermined course, with the journey proving relatively peaceful, devoid of any significant dangers. During this time, Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing occasionally engaged in manual flight to observe the beauty of inhospitable planets along the way, aside from organizing their gems and supplies. However, the nature of their relationship grew increasingly intricate. 2 months later, one day, both were still asleep in their respective rest cabins when suddenly, the spacecraft jolted violently, and they felt it decelerating. Awakened from their slumber, they hurriedly exited their cabins and made their way to the cockpit. It seems the spacecraft's speed has decreased, Wang Chenxing remarked in confusion. Yes, let me investigate, Lan Xing replied, beginning to operate the controls. After a thorough examination, she stated, the equipment has malfunctioned. This is impossible. Could it be? This is the interstellar cargo ship, West Vix. We are en route back to the Alea Federation and have detected your spacecraft's trajectory, which has been traveling at sublight speed. Do you require assistance? The communication system suddenly relayed a message in alien, which was translated by the photon engine into comprehensible language. It appears to be a vessel from the Alea Federation. We might be saved this time. Yet, caution is advised, as these individuals are driven solely by self-interest, though there should be no imminent danger to our lives, Lan Xing informed Wang Chenxing. Are you referring to those we encountered on the Red Planet last time? Wang Chenxing suddenly realized. Yes, it seems your memory is quite sharp. Lan Xing exclaimed with excitement. Then why has our spacecraft malfunctioned? Wang Chenxing inquired, puzzled. I suspect they have scanned our cargo, which is why they intercepted us. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so benevolent as to rescue us. Nevertheless, there is no need for excessive concern. I'm not afraid of what they might do, Lan Xing asserted as she sat in the pilot's seat. Wang Chenxing, still somewhat perplexed, nodded slowly before asking, where is their ship? Right above us, Lan Xing pointed to the pitch-black night sky outside the viewport. Where? I can't see anything, Wang Chenxing replied, glancing outside, where only distant stars were visible. There is no need to look. They are currently cloaked. Our ship is being controlled by their tractor beam, leaving us powerless, Lan Xing calmly explained. Wang Chenxing gazed outside in surprise. What should we do now? Lan Xing cleared her throat, activated the communication system, and spoke in alien. We are an exploration team from the Alea Federation. Our spacecraft's particle propulsion system is malfunctioning, and we require your assistance. Please deactivate your cloaking state and allow us to board. Wang Chenxing whispered. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Lan Xing quietly replied, It's fine. The Federation comprises all sorts of people, including aliens like us. No need to worry about exposure. Wang Chenxing regarded Lan Xing with newfound understanding, internally commending her. A few minutes of silence followed before the communication system crackled to life again. Suddenly, a massive translucent energy shield appeared above the spacecraft, enveloping a strangely shaped, colossal black ship. The entire vessel was jet black with sharp angles, measuring over 5 kilometers in length. The front was relatively small yet protruded prominently, likely housing the flight control cabin. The central structure measured about 4 kilometers long, flanked by 4 enormous cargo holds, each separated by a significant distance. Each hold was approximately 400 to 500 meters long, totaling 8 such holds, amounting to 32 in all. The rear of the ship was larger than the front, featuring 6 massive thrusters emitting pale blue flames. However, such a large vessel would only be classified as medium-sized within the Alea Federation. In comparison, Lan Xing's spacecraft appeared diminutive. Before long, the enormous translucent energy shield gradually dissipated. Lan Xing's spacecraft was guided toward the cargo ship. At this moment, the West Vix cargo ship sent another message. Please deactivate your spacecraft's power systems. We will take over from here. Following this, the spacecraft's power systems shut down, and it was slowly drawn toward the open bridge of the West Vix cargo ship. Chapter 60. Aboard the Cywix, after approximately 10 minutes, the spacecraft belonging to launching was securely grasped by the 2 enormous mechanical arms of the Cywix cargo ship, and the hatch had aligned itself with the bridge. At this juncture, Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing, who were inside the cabin, had donned their attire. Wang Chenxing remained in his original clothing, accompanied by his short blade, while Lan Xing had changed into a distinctive blue ensemble, rendering her appearance predominantly azure, save for her face. Have you yet to elaborate on the circumstances surrounding the entire Alea Federation? Are you not concerned that I might inadvertently reveal something? Wang Chenxing inquired as he prepared, casting a glance at Lan Xing, who stood by the inter-cabin door. The Alea Federation initially emerged from a schism with the Yanai Kingdom, establishing its independence much like the various nations on your planet. However, as our technology advanced and became accessible across all celestial bodies, these diverse races began to leverage sophisticated technologies to assert dominion over certain star systems within the galaxy, thereby forging their own nations. Thus, you need not worry excessively. As long as they are not seditions, matters can be easily negotiated, Lan Xing replied, simultaneously opening the inter-cabin door. Upon hearing this, Wang Chenxing regarded her thoughtfully before nodding and accompanying her within the inter-cabin, awaiting the next steps. With a whoosh, the door opened, allowing a rush of somewhat murky, metallic-tinged air to pour in, noticeably inferior to the atmosphere within Lan Xing's vessel. At that moment, the bridge was illuminated brilliantly, and Wang Chenxing followed Lan Xing as they traversed the bridge. After a brief distance, they encountered another massive metallic door, emblazoned with a grand emblem of the Alea Federation. As they approached, the door opened automatically. Upon the door's full retraction, Wang Chenxing discerned 5 figures standing behind it. 4 of them were imposing Halans, presumably of the Alea Federation. Their heads were crimson, hairless, with deep-set wrinkles, small green eyes, and long, flat noses extending to their mouths. Their ears appeared oddly disproportionate to their heads. Each of these towering figures, exceeding 2 meters in height and exuding remarkable strength, brandished unknown lightweight weapons that appeared formidable. The 5th individual, resembling Lan Xing's race yet distinctly different, stood at approximately 1.7 meters, sporting shiny dark green hair and large, bright black eyes, with a somewhat prominent nose and ears comparable to Wang Chenxing's. However, this person's skin appeared somewhat saggy, suggesting advanced age. At this juncture, the Halan in the center approached, scrutinizing Lan Xing and Wang Chenxing with a careful gaze before smiling and addressing them in Alea. I am Captain Emmons, and I warmly welcome you aboard the Cywix. Lan Xing, unfazed by Captain Emmons' curious scrutiny, responded with a hint of distress. We are an expedition team from the Alea Federation Research Institute. While exploring an unknown red planet, my crew tragically perished, leaving only us 2 to escape. I implore your assistance in returning to the Alea Federation. Oh, I see. We were just preparing to return to the Federation ourselves. If you do not mind, you may accompany us, but before that, I must verify your identity recognition cards. I trust you do not object?" Captain Emmons remarked, regarding them with an inquisitive expression. "Of course, that is entirely reasonable and indeed necessary. However, our provincial identification cards were lost in the chaos of our escape. We can, however, present a video that will unequivocally confirm our identities," Launching replied, activating a holographic projector to display footage from the Red Planet, including clips of their flight for survival. This video had been meticulously edited prior to their boarding, rendering it virtually indistinguishable to the untrained eye. Upon the video's conclusion, the astonishment etched on the faces of the 5 individuals indicated their complete belief in the video's authenticity. Captain Emmons expressed profound apologies for his earlier skepticism and promised to extend warm hospitality to the 2. The other 4 members also lowered their weapons, previously held at the ready. "We have drifted in this star system for an extended period. Had it not been for your timely arrival, it is likely that we would never have returned," Launching said, her voice tinged with sorrow, occasionally casting a knowing glance at Wang Chenxing. Observing this, Wang Chenxing exaggeratedly feigned distress, shedding theatrical tears, much to the bewilderment of the others. As they walked, Captain Emmons elaborated, "Our vessel recently completed cargo loading in a star system 5 light-years away and was on the verge of entering hyperspace when our scanning systems detected your ship. Given that there are no star systems within this stretch of interstellar space and your ship was traveling at half-light speed, I surmise that you must have lost your hyperspace propulsion system, prompting me to investigate your circumstances." At this revelation, Wang Chenxing and Launching experienced a moment of clarity. Launching then inquired, "Our spatial scanner was malfunctioning, preventing us from determining our position among the stars, and this ship's detection capabilities are limited, which led to our disorientation. Might I inquire how far we are from the Alia Federation?" Captain Emmons paused to respond, "We shall reach our destination after traversing 3 star systems. However, due to the unstable spatial density within this star system, we cannot activate sufficiently large and stable interstellar wormholes, necessitating our reliance on hyperspace for interstellar travel. The journey will take a tad longer, but you need not worry. Our cargo ship is well equipped to ensure your comfort during this passage." 3 star systems? The Milky Way's diameter spans 100,000 light-years, so traversing 3 star systems could amount to hundreds of thousands of light-years. "This is quite remarkable," Wang Chenxing mused incredulously. Unable to restrain himself, he queried in Alia, "Are you familiar with a star system called the Milky Way?" "Oh, no. I mean the one that resembles a spiral." Captain Emmons erupted into hearty laughter, replying, "You are quite the amusing character. Countless spiral-shaped galaxies exist within this universe. I wonder which one you are referring to." Wang Chenxing's spirits plummeted as he trudged along behind them, feeling utterly disheartened. Chapter 61. Negotiation. After undergoing several biometric scans and inspections, the 2 of them followed Captain Emmons into the spacecraft's cockpit. This spacious cockpit, located at the very forefront of the vessel, was filled with a multitude of devices, all of which Wang Chenxing had never encountered before. The walls were adorned with various flat and 3-dimensional images, while countless layers of galactic maps were displayed across the operational platforms. In the center of the cockpit stood an exceptionally large device projecting a 3-dimensional representation of a galaxy, densely illustrating hundreds of galactic formations. Surrounding this apparatus were 2 aliens, manually manipulating controls, seemingly plotting a course by capturing and enlarging the images. Meanwhile, 7 Hellions occupied their respective stations at different operational platforms, deftly managing their assigned equipment. Once Captain Emmons directed them to take their seats in the back of the cockpit, he remarked, "Shortly, we shall enter hyperspace tiered flight, so it will be a busy time. Please secure yourselves in your seats. Once we transition into hyperspace, we can switch to autopilot and relax. This hyperspace journey will take approximately 20 days. During this period, you are free to move about, but I must remind you that adherence to the ship's regulations is essential. All decisions require my approval. I trust you have no objections." Thanks to the assistance of the photon machine, the alien language and various measurement units had been translated into Earth's language and units that Wang Chenxing could comprehend, making their words quite intelligible. With a smile, Launching responded, "Captain Emmons, first and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude for your assistance. We are indeed here to comply with your requests and hope our presence does not cause you undue inconvenience." Captain Emmons nodded, taking a seat towards the front of the cockpit. Addressing a man to his left, "Jiaska." Please report our current position and how long until we can enter hyperspace tier. Reporting to the captain, it is estimated that we will require approximately 20 more minutes to obtain the hyperspace tier protocol, after which we shall enter hyperspace in about 30 minutes. Jiaska, a young man, respectfully replied while turning his head. Captain Emmons nodded, signaling for him to continue his work. The 3D projection in the center of the cockpit had already outlined several flight paths, with the ship's mainframe providing a plethora of intricate parameters for each route. A female operator beside the projection selected a route, analyzed to have relatively stable spatial material, and relayed this information to Jiaska, who then busied himself at the control panel. After a few minutes, he addressed the captain. Captain, we have received permission to enter the hyperspace tier. We can commence hyperspace flight immediately. Captain Emmons nodded again, encouraging him to proceed. Within 5 minutes, at the captain's command, a darker, cloud-like substance appeared at the front of the spacecraft, and with a swift motion, the ship darted into it, yet the occupants felt no sensation of acceleration. The ship now traversed through a viscous, dark material, with the surrounding space devoid of starlight, engulfed in complete darkness. Upon entering hyperspace, the ship transitioned to autopilot. Apart from one crew member remaining on duty, all personnel in the cockpit followed the captain to the rest area at the back of the ship. After passing through several airlocks, the group dispersed. Some engaged in light conversation, others retreated to their respective rest cabins, while a few ventured to the living quarters to find sustenance. The captain, wishing to treat the two newcomers, led them to a black metallic table in the living quarters, instructing his subordinate to fetch some food, and soon the three were engaged in casual conversation. During your expedition in this star region, I wonder what discoveries you have made. Captain Emmons inquired as he sliced a piece of sizzling meat with a knife. Lan Xing glanced at Wang Chenxing, who was also consuming an unfamiliar piece of meat, then paused, setting down her knife to respond. We discovered some ores on the Red Planet. Upon our return, we may need to conduct research on them, as they could aid in developing new energy storage devices. She resumed cutting her food afterward. Wang Chenxing looked up at Lan Xing but said nothing, deciding it was best to remain silent after the previous gaffe. Adhering to the principle that silence is golden, he continued to eat heartily from his plate. The meat, although of an unknown origin, was quite palatable, reminiscent of chicken. Captain Emmons set down his utensils and spoke mysteriously. Do you happen to have any surplus ores or biological samples? If so, I would be most interested in acquiring a portion of them. At last, Captain Emmons revealed his intentions, just as Lan Xing had surmised. His ship must have scanned their cargo. Departing from Sadir City, Wang Chenxing had amassed a considerable collection of jewels and biological specimens aboard the vessel, surely arousing envy in some. These cargo ships belonging to the Federation frequently transport goods to alien star regions, and upon delivery, employers would offer substantial compensation. However, the majority of the fee would go to the Federation, leaving only a meager sum that failed to satisfy everyone. Consequently, some individuals resorted to clandestine dealings, utilizing the Federation's ships to transport valuable items back for illicit sales. Particularly, rare minerals from alien regions fetch considerable prices on the black market, but the most coveted items are the diverse biological samples from extraterrestrial worlds, which are worth far more than typical minerals. Although the Federation strictly prohibits such smuggling activities, the allure of immense profits entices many to take risks, leading to a gradual normalization of such conduct. Lan Xing paused, glancing around to ensure no one else was present, and whispered, Esteemed Captain Emmons, I trust you are aware that we are aboard a small spacecraft from the Yanadi Empire. Indeed, we possess some goods for sale, and I will not hide from you that this vessel is primarily utilized for transporting our own belongings during our expeditions, ensuring that no one raises suspicions even upon entering Federation space. However, the quantity of goods aboard may exceed what you are willing to purchase. Perhaps, given your special connections within the Federation, you could assist us in selling these goods. I would be amenable to offering you 10 as your commission. Our ship is laden with precious commodities, and thus, 10 would represent a considerable sum, enough to secure your retirement. However, should you wish to claim it all for yourself, do not blame us for our subsequent actions. I trust you are aware of the consequences of crossing paths with the Federation's officials. Wang Chenxing nearly choked on his meat upon hearing this. He had always assumed that the Yanadi planet was merely a single world, only to discover it was an empire. It seemed Lan Xing had many more secrets yet to share with him. Captain Emmons fell into a moment of contemplation before bursting into hearty laughter. Well said, well said. You are both my esteemed guests. It would be remiss of me not to care for you properly. Rest assured, upon our return to the Federation, I shall assist you in resolving this matter. Please do not worry. Chapter 62. The Typhon Star Domain. Amidst the awkward laughter, the three of them continued to savor the delectable cuisine before them. After the meal, Captain Emmons instructed his subordinates to prepare 2 spacious cabins for their rest. However, Blue Star politely declined, expressing her preference to sleep on her own ship, as the unfamiliar surroundings would likely lead to sleeplessness. Consequently, Captain Emmons refrained from insisting, allowing her to make her own arrangements. Upon returning to their vessel, Wang Chenxing glanced around to ensure they were alone before curiously whispering, "I never expected Captain Emmons to be quite amiable and so hospitable towards us. But do you think giving him a 10 commission is a bit excessive? While it may seem high, it could potentially deter him from coveting our cargo. We are transporting valuable goods that might incite jealousy," Blue Star replied. Having entered the ship's common relaxation area, she reclined on a soft, fur-lined couch, which conformed comfortably to the curve of her back, allowing her to speak leisurely. "Oh, so that's the reasoning behind it. You make a valid point. I still have much to learn when dealing with people from your star system," Wang Chenxing said, now lying on another fur-lined seat, his expression tinged with melancholy as he continued, "According to them, it will still take over 20 days to reach our destination. I had assumed we would arrive immediately upon traversing the wormhole." "I believe you are overthinking it," Blue Star remarked with a faint smile. "You ought to acquire more knowledge in this area. In our world, being an interstellar illiterate is a source of mockery. For a cargo vessel to traverse a wormhole, a significant amount of energy is required to stabilize a spatial wormhole. In this star system, the spatial resources are unstable, and while activating a wormhole of our ship size demands relatively little energy, the sheer magnitude of this vessel necessitates an enormous energy expenditure to create a stable wormhole for passage. The cost of such energy is exorbitant. Unless transporting urgent supplies, most cargo ships would refrain from incurring such expenses. However, interstellar warships are an exception. They are unconcerned with these costs. Though spatial rift travel may take a bit longer, it is far more economical, requiring minimal energy and expenditure to secure agreements. Thus, the majority of cargo ships prefer the slower route. "Ah, I see. It's akin to the choice between traveling by plane or by car. This certainly broadens my horizons," Wang Chenxing exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. The two conversed late into the night, eventually succumbing to slumber without realizing it. Time flew by, and before long, over 20 days had elapsed. During this period of travel, no significant events transpired. Captain Emmons behaved impeccably, not only refraining from eyeing their cargo but also extending thoughtful hospitality. The conditions for dining and lodging were quite commendable, and most areas of the cargo ship were free to traverse without restriction. The only noteworthy occurrence during these days was Blue Star utilizing the ship's advanced medical equipment to conduct a thorough health examination of Wang Chenxing. The results of the examination astonished them both. Approximately 50 of Wang Chenxing's new cells exhibited a vitality enhancement of around 100 times, and this ratio continued to expand. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that these cells contained an unknown enzyme, a substance that significantly boosted cellular activity. Under the influence of adrenal hormones, this enzyme's vitality surged, ensuring that the genetic material within the newly formed cells bonded securely without altering the body's DNA composition. Essentially, Wang Chenxing remained unmutated. These nascent cells were gradually replacing the ordinary cells within his body. After the examination, Wang Chenxing felt a sense of relief. He had long harbored unexplainable concerns regarding his newfound abilities, fearing that consuming the egg liquid might render him a monster, but now he could face this reality with composure. Blue Star, having also consumed the egg liquid, opted for her own examination. However, due to the differences in their cellular compositions, her results indicated the presence of the same enzyme, yet the enhancement in cellular vitality was not as pronounced, though the aging process of her cells had notably extended. In essence, her physical strength had not significantly increased, but the sole advantage lay in the delay of aging, thus prolonging her lifespan, a notion that brought her considerable joy. After 20 days of navigating through the spatial rift, the ship emerged precisely into the starry expanse of the Typhon Star Domain, entering the territory of the Alea Federation. This Typhon Star Domain is a supergalaxy with a diameter of 500,000 light-years, housing billions of stellar systems. Although numerous stars exist, vast regions remain inhospitable due to black holes and supernova explosions, rendering them unsuitable for habitation and navigation. Nevertheless, the currently known habitable planets exceed 30,000. Despite the vastness of the domain, it is divided into 12 nations, including the Yanari Empire, the Cetes Empire, and the Aelia Federation. The Aelia Federation comprises approximately 450 stellar systems, controlling an expansive territory of over 8,000 light-years. Within this domain, unauthorized wormhole or spatial rift travel is strictly prohibited unless granted approval by the Federation's Interstellar Flight Committee. Any vessel found trespassing without permission risks being disintegrated by the chaotic currents of the spatial realm or trapped indefinitely within the warped space, with the sole exception of interstellar warships. Thus, within this region, unless one possesses a wormhole transit agreement or a spatial rift flight permit, ships are limited to either superluminal or subluminal travel. Among the stellar systems of the Aelia Federation, only 30 possess planets suitable for life, resulting in a population concentrated within these systems, markedly fewer than in other nations, which compels them to continuously explore outer star systems. Besides, the remaining planets consist of inhospitable worlds, yet they harbor vast reserves of energy and minerals, prompting the Federation government to ardently develop these resources. Large mining and mineral processing bases have been established on some solid planets. Once the Westvik ship emerged from the spatial rift, it established communication with the Aelia Federation's Space Communication Station. After reporting its status, it successfully obtained flight clearance within the Federation's jurisdiction. After setting a course, it proceeded towards a stellar system named Stand. The Wesley Corporation, affiliated with the Federation, operates a large mineral processing facility on the third uninhabited planet of this system, which serves as the Westvik ship's final destination. Currently traveling at 10 times the speed of light, the ship is expected to arrive in a day, at which point it will unload its cargo and complete its mission. Chapter 63. Arrival at a bit star. As the spacecraft, the Zywiks, approached the third planet, Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing embarked upon their small vessel, setting course for the second planet in the Stand-star system. The second planet is named Abit, a habitable world with a radius of 12,000 kilometers, slightly larger than Earth. This planet boasts only two vast land masses, which together encompass an estimated area of over 30 million square kilometers. The remainder of the planet is covered by oceans, which are dotted with hundreds of thousands of islands, both large and small. The water resources are exceedingly abundant, and the climate is exceptionally pleasant, maintaining a year-round temperature of over 20 degrees Celsius. One landmass is situated in the northern hemisphere, while the other resides in the southern hemisphere, with no terrestrial connection between them. The shortest linear distance between the two is over 500 kilometers. However, the inhabitants of Abit have constructed 4 underwater superfast transit routes that connect the two continents, facilitating direct communication between them. Due to the Stand-star system's position at the periphery of the Federation's spatial domain, it frequently sees a flow of cargo spacecraft and merchant vessels from other nations visiting the Federation. This locale has also become a repository of rare treasures from various planets. Consequently, Abit has evolved into one of the wealthiest regions within the Federation, with trade flourishing remarkably. Captain Emmons must first visit the rare mineral processing plant on the Federation's third planet to unload cargo. Thus Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing will await him on Abit. Once he establishes contact with the buyer, he will notify them for the transaction, which is expected to take 5 or 6 days. After flying for over an hour, their spacecraft approached Abit. Wang Chenxing peered through the porthole and observed a plethora of space stations of various shapes and sizes orbiting the planet, alongside numerous spacecraft traversing between the surface and the sky. He also spotted several colossal interstellar ships, each nearly 5 kilometers in length. Upon inquiring with Lan Xing, he learned that these vessels were the medium-sized interstellar warships of the Aelia Federation. Subsequently, their spacecraft gradually entered a large space station, where docking procedures commenced, followed by scanning and inspection. This space station is a safety checkpoint situated over 700 kilometers above Abit, where all small spacecraft entering and exiting must undergo inspection. Only after acquiring a safety permit may they descend to the planet. Otherwise, they cannot breach the planet's energy shield. Such regulations are uniformly enforced across the Timon star system, serving as a fundamental security measure, ensuring that all spacecraft conform to the inspection protocols. After launching reported the spacecraft's information, destination, and cargo, the station's intelligent safety inspection system scanned the vessel and, upon confirming the absence of hazardous materials, granted them the necessary permit. In this highly advanced interstellar era, personal inspections are relatively lenient. As long as one is not a wanted criminal, it suffices to verify that neither they nor their spacecraft carries dangerous goods or alien life forms. The need for visas is rendered moot, as verifying their authenticity is unfeasible. Moreover, on this border planet, procedural enforcement is not particularly stringent. Upon receiving the permit, the planetary entrance of the space checkpoint opened, allowing the spacecraft to proceed. Any attempt to breach the entry would not only fail to penetrate the planet's energy shield, but the military vessels stationed nearby would swiftly reduce the intruder to mere fragments. The inspection concluded smoothly, and half an hour later, the spacecraft piloted by Lan Xing and Wang Chenxing arrived at a coastal supercity named Daiso. This metropolis, with a population exceeding 50 million, stands as the most prosperous city on the planet. Within its bounds reside hundreds of alien races, governed by a stringent interstellar civil contract system, ensuring a relatively harmonious coexistence among the various extraterrestrial inhabitants. Lan Xing's spacecraft gently descended at a docking point merely 10 kilometers from the bustling city center. Adjacent to the docking area stood an opulent interstellar inn. Once the spacecraft was securely moored, Lan Xing led Wang Chenxing towards the inn with light luggage. The interstellar inn towered over 1,000 meters, constructed entirely of metal, featuring a smooth conical exterior that emanated its own light without the aid of terrestrial bulbs. The building's surface glowed more intensely as daylight waned, resembling a resplendent golden cone. Familiar with the establishment, Lan Xing entered the inn, where she was greeted by an alien with blue-gray striped skin, a round head, large black eyes, and diminutive nostrils, clad in a tight black patterned coat and standing approximately 1.5 meters tall. The alien, with hands clasped before its chest, inclined slightly towards Lan Xing and said, "Princess Lan Xing, your reserved room is ready. Please, follow me." Lan Xing nodded and followed the alien, while Wang Chenxing, filled with astonishment and curiosity, stepped forward to inquire quietly, "You seem quite familiar with this place." "Not at all. It's my first visit here," Lan Xing replied, her expression slightly serious. "Then how does this fellow seem so acquainted with you, having prepared the room in advance?" "While the spacecraft was landing, I made the reservation through the photon machine, and the payment has already been processed." "Wow, this place must be quite expensive, right?" "Well, it's reasonable. I still have some pocket money stored in the photon machine, so accommodation is not a concern." "All right, I suppose I was overthinking it. I initially thought we needed to sell our goods to have funds, but never mind. I'll just go along with you." Upon hearing Wang Chenxing's worries, a triumphant smile graced Lan Xing's lips as she quickened her pace. The room reserved by Lan Xing was located on the top floor of the building, which housed only one room. The interior decor, viewed through the lens of earthly standards, was not particularly lavish. The furnishings were simple and unadorned, reflecting the interstellar civilization's aversion to gaudy embellishments. The spacious room contained only a few incomprehensible artifacts, yet all surfaces were exceedingly soft and comfortable. From this level, one could gaze upon the vast ocean and nearly the entire cityscape. However, despite its pleasantness, the cost was exorbitant, requiring at least 5,000 Aurelia coins for a single day's stay, a price that could be deemed outrageously high. The Aurelia coin serves as the universal electronic currency of the Aurelia Federation, possessing formidable purchasing power to ion equivalents. 5,000 Aurelia coins would suffice to acquire a small single-person spacecraft in Daiso, rendering the expenditure for mere accommodation a supreme luxury. Chapter 64. The restaurant incident. The day on this planet is not particularly long, lasting approximately 28 hours at this moment. It is the zenith of midday, and Lan Xing has tidied up briefly before escorting Wang Chenxing to the dining area on the lower level for a meal. "I never expected your society to be so advanced. But I must ask, why are there so many extraterrestrials in your world? We on Earth have not encountered a single one." Currently, Wang Chenxing sits upright at a dining table, consuming the unknown meat chunks and peculiar red plants that Lan Xing ordered specifically for him, conscious of every movement for fear of ridicule. Despite the lavishness of this interstellar inn, the culinary offerings do not quite match its opulence. The food is excessively greasy. Having become accustomed to the meals at the Aerospace Center, Wang Chenxing finds it difficult to stomach this oily fare, which also emits an unpleasant odor. Our star domain is vast, hosting tens of thousands of habitable planets. Each planet, given a suitable environment, generates a myriad of life forms. During our explorations of various planets, we analyze the level of civilization of the dominant species. If the civilization is primitive, we refrain from interfering with their development, as interactions between advanced and inferior civilizations typically lead to conflict, which you surely understand. However, there are exceptions. If a primitive civilization is on the brink of extinction, we will offer assistance. Conversely, when a civilization reaches a certain level, we engage in trade relations with them. Consequently, through the exploration of numerous planets, we naturally come to know many extraterrestrial civilizations. Lan Xing is savoring some unknown plant, speaking with remarkable candor. Wang Chenxing, somewhat bewildered, nods and surveys the other diners around him. He notices that most of them possess rather peculiar appearances. With only a few resembling Lan Xing, there is not a single human being who mirrors his own likeness in the entire restaurant. After consuming a small portion of his meal, he loses his appetite, feeling a slight discomfort in his stomach. He turns to Lan Xing and says, "Let me clarify. I am not picky, but I truly cannot adapt to the food here. Shall I order something else for you?" "Never mind. Let us explore outside later. I am not very hungry right now." Wang Chenxing places his left hand on his stomach and gestures with his right, saying, "I would like to use the restroom. Surely you have such facilities here." "Of course. When you return, I will transmit knowledge regarding the Alea Federation to you, so you won't be left in the dark." Lan Xing chuckles softly, signaling a nearby attendant with a few quiet words. She then tells Wang Chenxing, "You may accompany him. I will wait for you here." Thus, Wang Chenxing follows the attendant to relieve himself. Not long after he departs, a striking figure approaches, a man of impressive height, with flowing red hair, clad in a finely tailored white shirt and blue trousers. "Excuse me, are you Princess Lan Xing?" "I am Hicks, the proprietor of this interstellar inn. I have heard that a remarkably beautiful princess has reserved our top-tier room, and I wish to pay you a visit. If you have any needs, please do not hesitate to inform me." The man, identifying himself as Hicks, greets Lan Xing with the polite customs of Alea. Lan Xing quickly rises and responds courteously, "Greetings, Mr. Hicks. We will only be staying a few days, so there is no need for formalities. Princess, may I boldly inquire about the purpose of your visit to Abit Star?" Hicks continues to smile. "As I understand it, your parents have been detained by the Cedes Empire, and they are pursuing you across various star systems. However, the Alea Federation adheres to a policy of neutrality, so you need not worry about your personal safety here." "What? My parents have been captured? Those despicable fiends. They shall not escape unscathed." Upon hearing Hicks's words, Lan Xing becomes incensed, realizing the relentless pursuit by the Cedes. "Indeed, I assure you, I speak no falsehood." Hicks now occupies Wang Chenxing's seat, his smile taking on a somewhat sinister quality. "However, such a beautiful princess like yourself could face dire consequences if captured by the Cedes. Fortunately, you have encountered me. Should you consider aligning with me, these matters would no longer pose a problem." Upon hearing this, Lan Xing realizes the man's true intentions beneath his seemingly earnest demeanor. She replies coolly, "And what guarantees do you offer should I agree to marry you?" Seeing her interest in his proposition, Hicks elaborates, "My father is the Speaker of the Federation. I can assure you that we have certain connections with the Cedes. I am confident that if my father intervenes, the Cedes will cease their pursuit of you." Lan Xing shoots him a disdainful glance, her lips curling in derision as she asks, "What if I refuse? Then I shall find myself in quite the predicament. Should I deliver you to the Cedes, it would likely strengthen my ties with them, though it would be a tragedy to lose such a lovely princess." Hicks replies with a malicious grin. At that moment, Wang Chenxing returns and notices Lan Xing's furious expression directed at the stranger across from her. He steps forward and inquires in Alea, "Who are you?" Hicks looks up at Wang Chenxing and remarks, "What a rude servant you are. With such an unseemly appearance, I never expected the princess to have fallen to such depths. Hey kid, I am not a servant. Be mindful and do not disrupt our meal." Wang Chenxing, incensed by Hicks's impudence and seeing Lan Xing's ire, suspects that this incident is somehow linked to him. Noticing Wang Chenxing's anger, Hicks stands and huffs disdainfully before departing. "Who was that? Why did he upset you?" Wang Chenxing hastily approaches Lan Xing to comfort her. "This man wishes for me to serve him and threatens me with the Cedes. How could I possibly be pleased?" she replies. "That guy is asking for a beating." Wang Chenxing retorts with evident irritation. but he is clearly just a spoiled brat. We have encountered many such individuals back home. Enough of him ruining our spirits. Lan Xing stands up and declares, I am full now. Let us go outside for a stroll. I shall show you our society. Thus, Lan Xing and Wang Chenxing exit the Interstellar Inn, unaware that a pair of watchful eyes silently observes their every move from the shadows. Chapter 65. Shopping. It is no exaggeration to say that Dasso is the most prosperous city in the Alea Federation. This supercity, with a population exceeding 50 million, spans over 10,000 square kilometers, significantly larger than Shanghai on Earth. While Wang Chenxing had already witnessed the scale of this city from the air, being immersed within it left him in awe of its opulence and the grandeur of its architecture. Thousands of uniquely designed skyscrapers stood tall in the heart of the city, while various small spacecraft darted between the buildings above, creating a sense of congestion despite the vast aerial space. Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing boarded the city's high-speed shuttle, heading towards the city center. Gazing out at the scenery, a torrent of thoughts flooded Wang Chenxing's mind. He had initially anticipated a smooth landing on Mars and a joyful return to Earth to reunite with his family. Yet, here he was, feeling a sudden surge of longing for his loved ones and colleagues. Noticing Wang Chenxing lost in thought, Lan Xing approached him and softly inquired, What's wrong? Missing home? Wang Chenxing silently nodded, refraining from a direct response. Lan Xing gently took a seat beside him, also gazing out the window. Don't worry. At least you and your family are safe. That is what truly matters. Wang Chenxing glanced at Lan Xing, grasped her hand, and turned his attention back to the distant view outside. After a little over 10 minutes, they arrived at the heart of Dasso City, known primarily for its gem trading and entertainment. Following their earlier experiences in Sadir City, Wang Chenxing was hesitant to display any gems for appraisal. Hence, their purpose for visiting was simply to explore and marvel at the city's splendor. The sky above was awash with advertisements of various sorts, selling spacecraft, gems, and exotic extraterrestrial creatures, each more dazzling than the last. Once they disembarked from the shuttle, their spirits lifted considerably amidst the bustling city. When Wang Chenxing spotted an advertisement for a sleek, black spacecraft, he found himself rooted to the spot. A massive three-dimensional image of the spacecraft, shaped like a flattened cylinder, was projected above a brilliantly illuminated building, showcasing its various specifications. Lan Xing paused beside him, remarking, If only I could have such a spacecraft. But the price is utterly outrageous. What? Even you think this spacecraft is impressive? Of course. It's the latest model of exploration vessel from the Federation. It can be reconfigured for transport or military purposes, equipped with the latest technological advancements. Just look at its total price, over 50 million Alea coins. Even if we sold all our mines, we still couldn't afford it. But you still have some pocket money, right? Don't keep it hidden. Lan Xing shot him a glare. My money is only enough for our accommodation for a few days. It's nowhere near enough to buy this. Really? We're staying in such a luxurious interstellar inn without any money? Of course. After enduring so much hardship along the way, we deserve to relax a little. Lan Xing pouted playfully. Come on. Let me show you around and see what fun we can find. It's my first time here too, and I'm eager to experience it. With Lan Xing leading the way, they wandered through the city, attracting many curious glances from aliens. Not due to Wang Chenxing's appearance, but because of Lan Xing, whose exquisite beauty was undoubtedly a rare find. After some time, Lan Xing noticed a crowd gathering around a particular building and eagerly pulled Wang Chenxing inside. Upon entering, Wang Chenxing realized they had stumbled into a competition venue, where several events were currently underway, creating a lively atmosphere. Hundreds of people were streaming in, and the holographic displays in the hall were showcasing the details of the ongoing matches. It seems that the people here share our love for competitions, Wang Chenxing said, tightening his grip on Lan Xing's hand as he observed the throngs of spectators. Indeed. Competitions are quite popular on our planet as well. I watch them frequently. What's the competition today? There are many matches scheduled, but the most exciting should be the final championship bout. Let us go watch that. All right, let us go. Concerned about losing Lan Xing in the crowd, Wang Chenxing kept holding her hand as they made their way inside. They successfully navigated to the arena, where nearly all the seats were filled with spectators. They found a spot near the back to sit. As they settled in, A holographic image of an alien with an octopus-like head sprang to life before them, introducing the match. Wang Chenxing learned that it was a free-fighting competition akin to those on Earth. The contenders were formidable, and they were only in the preliminary rounds. Only by defeating their opponent could they advance. After the introduction, images of the two competitors appeared, and Lanqing hesitated before asking Wang Chenxing, "Who do you think will win?" Wang Chenxing pondered, "I'm not familiar with these alien species, but judging by size, the larger one seems more likely to win." "You don't know?" "The smaller alien S species is naturally inclined towards combat. I'm betting on him." With that, Lanqing promptly placed her bet on the much shorter contestant. "What's the point of placing that bet?" "It's similar to betting on your Earth competitions." "Oh, so you're into that too. How much did you wager?" 1,000, just for fun." "Well, I hope you win." The match soon commenced, and the two extraterrestrial fighters entered the arena, engaging in a fierce battle. Even in this interstellar civilization, such displays of strength and skill captivated many. Wang Chenxing initially thought the championship match would be lengthy and intense, but to his surprise, it concluded in just over 10 minutes, far shorter than he had anticipated. Unfortunately for Lanqing, her bet did not pay off, and she lost her money. "This competition must be rigged, humph. That's entirely normal. The house has to make a profit, after all. Let us go check out something else." "No way. I have to win it back." "Forget it. You're unlikely to recover it. Let us move on." "But this is just the preliminary round. The championship hasn't even started." At that moment, Lanqing leaned in conspiratorially. "Why don't you compete? I'll bet everything on you, and we could win a fortune." "Oh no, that's out of the question. The matches are prearranged. I can't just show up. Besides, I'm not even sure I could win. It's just an entertainment match. There's no problem with entering. I believe in you. If you win, we might just be able to afford that spacecraft outside." Wang Chenxing shook his head vigorously. "Please don't suggest that. I worry that if I lose, we want to even have a place to stay. Let us just wait until we sell the ore and then we'll see if we can afford a spacecraft." Seeing Wang Chenxing's firm refusal, Lanqing relented. Chapter 66. Sudden assault. The next match commenced swiftly, and this time, Wang Chenxing vehemently opposed Lanqing placing a bet, leaving Lanqing with no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce. The competition began on stage with the two contestants. A dispirited Lanqing, having abstained from betting, turned to Wang Chenxing and suggested, "Shall we leave and explore elsewhere?" Wang Chenxing nodded in agreement, and together they departed. The streets remained bustling with activity, with various advertisements playing in mid-air. Lanqing and Wang Chenxing strolled along the thoroughfare. Their laughter attracted the attention of many passers-by. Suddenly, a foreign voice in Aliyah called out from behind Wang Chenxing, "Hey, beautiful lady, are you visiting Dasua City alone?" Turning around, they were met with the sight of a well-dressed, rosy-cheeked alien with small eyes and an O-shaped mouth, resembling a bald humanoid. Wang Chenxing, feeling ignored, expressed his irritation. "Am I invisible?" The alien cast a sidelong glance at Wang Chenxing, disregarding him entirely, and continued to address Lanqing. "Our esteemed Mr. Jiaz has noticed your betting loss in the arena and has sent me to return the 1,000 Aliyah coins you lost, along with an additional 10,000 Aliyah coins as compensation." Lanqing was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. "Is there really such a good fortune? Losing money and still receiving a refund? What kind of trick is this?" Wang Chenxing questioned skeptically from the sidelines. "Dear lady, please do not doubt our sincerity. Mr. Jiaz wishes to invite you back to watch the match, and he has also arranged a luxurious chamber for you to enjoy the event together. Would you do us the honor?" The alien implored earnestly. "Oh, that's quite unnecessary. We are not in need of such funds, and we would prefer to explore other places. Thank you for Mr. Jiaz's kind offer." After regaining her composure, Lanqing politely declined the generous proposal and took Wang Chenxing's hand, leading him away. In the heart of the city, the streets were less crowded, as most aliens preferred various modes of transportation. Unfazed by the earlier encounter, Lanqing and Wang Chenxing continued their leisurely stroll. As they passed an unoccupied intersection, suddenly, a hovering craft screeched to a halt beside them. Instantly, 3-meter-tall, muscle-bound aliens resembling horse faces descended from the vehicle. Two of them seized Lanqing without uttering a word and began dragging her towards the craft, while the other two restrained Wang Chenxing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Chenxing hesitated for a moment before comprehending that they were being abducted. The two horse-faced aliens held him tightly as Lan Qing shouted, "Who are you? What are you doing?" The assailants remained silent, and Wang Chenxing attempted to break free, but was pinned down helplessly. "Chenxing, help me!" Lan Qing cried out as she was being pulled towards the hovering craft. In that critical moment, Wang Chenxing's heart raced, and a surge of strength coursed through him. He swiftly crouched down, breaking free from their grips, and with a lightning-quick motion, he seized one horse-faced alien by the ankle and flung him several dozen meters away. Seeing this, the other horse-faced alien swung a punch towards Wang Chenxing's head, but Wang Chenxing deftly caught the alien's arm, pulling him close before delivering a powerful kick to the horse-faced creature's face, sending him flying backward to lie motionless several meters away. The remaining two aliens, seeing their comrades incapacitated, hurriedly dragged Lan Qing onto the hovering craft before it sped away. Wang Chenxing, refusing to hesitate for a moment, leaped forward and landed firmly on the craft, which had already traveled over 50 meters. The horse-faced pilot, alarmed by Wang Chenxing's sudden appearance, attempted to ascend the craft to shake him off. However, Wang Chenxing clung tightly to the tail of the vehicle and drew out his Fang dagger, plunging it forcefully into the craft's hull. The sharp dagger easily sliced through the metallic surface, creating a significant breach. At this point, the craft had ascended to over 300 meters in altitude, weaving precariously among hundreds of other hovering vehicles. Due to Wang Chenxing's sabotage, the craft became increasingly unstable, swerving erratically as others dodged out of its way. Suddenly, with a loud pop, the engine emitted thick smoke, causing the craft to begin a slow descent in a parabolic arc. Wang Chenxing quickly crawled to the side of the craft and slashed open the door with his dagger. Just as he thrust the door open, a horse-faced alien rushed toward him, attempting to kick him off. Wang Chenxing seized the alien's ankle and yanked him out, sending the unfortunate creature plummeting to the ground with a piercing scream. Another horse-faced alien brandished a peculiar weapon, preparing to shoot Wang Chenxing. However, Lan Qing swiftly pushed him aside, preventing the attack. Seizing the moment, Wang Chenxing climbed inside and swiftly subdued this alien as well. Now, only the pilot remained, and under Wang Chenxing's threat, he was compelled to land the craft steadily on a wide city street. "Quickly tell me, who sent you?" Wang Chenxing demanded as soon as they touched down. The pilot, pinned in his seat, remained silent, staring straight ahead. "Lan Qing, use the photon device to read his mind and find out who sent them." Wang Chenxing urged. "That might not be possible. I forgot to mention. Our society has protective devices implanted in the heads of individuals to prevent mind reading," Lan Qing replied, a hint of exasperation in her tone. "Goodness, it's like that," Wang Chenxing exclaimed in disappointment. "We must leave quickly. People will be arriving soon," Lan Qing warned as she glanced at the gathering crowd outside. With no other choice, Wang Chenxing prepared to depart, but not before delivering a punch to knock the pilot unconscious. The two of them hurriedly exited the scene to avoid drawing attention, swiftly locating a shuttle to return to the interstellar INN. As the shuttle navigated through the city, they finally exhaled in relief. "That was close. If it weren't for you, I might have been in grave danger," Lan Qing remarked, still shaken. "Were those beings from the cities?" Wang Chenxing inquired, puzzled. "I don't know, but it's uncertain if they were sent by them." "Then we must leave this place at once. Furthermore, we should avoid going out for the next few days. The interstellar inn should be relatively safe. Indeed, we need to investigate who is behind this and why they are targeting me." Lan Qing stood before the shuttle window, gazing silently at the fleeting skyscrapers outside. Chapter 67. A brief respite. The shuttle swiftly arrived at the entrance of the interstellar inn, and the two hastily made their way inside. Once they returned to their room, they finally managed to catch their breath. "It seems this place is no longer safe for us. We can't step outside without being recognized, and we have encountered so many troubles," Blue Star exclaimed as she plopped down onto a plush chair resembling a sofa. "Indeed, the conspicuousness of our presence here is alarming. It is evident that these individuals are targeting you. Today, they likely underestimated our capabilities, allowing us to escape by mere chance. Next time, we may not be so fortunate," Wang Chenxing remarked as he approached the transparent window, gazing at the bustling city outside while contemplating their current predicament. "So, what are we to do?" Blue Star glanced at Wang Chenxing, hoping he could devise a plan. "If that group intends to capture us, our identities are undoubtedly compromised, and I shudder to think of their next move. You mentioned earlier that the Seedies are pursuing you, and I was rather skeptical. However, Given the current situation, it is clear that regardless of whether they are involved, you possess immense value that has prompted such a concerted effort on their part. If it isn't them, then it must be Hicks, the one we encountered at the restaurant. He warned me that if I did not comply with him, he would hand me over to the Seedies. That is quite plausible, which makes it imperative that we vacate this location. We must urgently seek refuge elsewhere. But where can we go? Our ship is still undergoing repairs. We cannot escape. Allow me to contact Captain Emmons. He is well acquainted with this area. I shall inquire if he knows of a place where we can temporarily hide. Very well, that seems to be our only option. With that, Wang Chenxing sent a message to Captain Emmons using his photon communicator. A few minutes later, Captain Emmons replied with a code for establishing a secure spatial communication. Once Wang Chenxing connected with Captain Emmons through the room's spatial remote communicator, he relayed the details of the recent attack without mentioning Blue Star's status as a wanted individual. After a brief contemplation, Captain Emmons provided them with coordinates, instructing them to arrive by nightfall. After concluding their communication, the two took some time to rest as they awaited the onset of night. When darkness fell, they utilized their photon communicators to disguise themselves as two Hall people before quietly departing from the Interstellar Inn. Upon exiting, they decided against taking a shuttle to the coordinates to avoid drawing attention and instead sought out a nearby shuttle to swiftly depart towards their destination. To evade potential pursuit, they changed shuttles several times along the way and eventually walked a distance until they arrived at a rather secluded area on the outskirts of Dessau City. The night was thick, and only a few low buildings in the distance emitted faint lights. Are we in the right place? Wang Chenxing repeatedly verified the coordinates, casting doubt on this desolate location. It should be correct. The coordinates point to that low building ahead. Blue Star confirmed after checking the coordinates. Then let us proceed. Exercise caution. Wang Chenxing cautioned Blue Star. Surveying the surroundings for any signs of life, they carefully approached the designated building. After knocking several times without receiving a response, Blue Star initiated facial recognition at the door. With a soft creak, the door opened automatically, illuminating the interior. Wang Chenxing was the first to enter and inspect the space. The building had 2 levels, furnished with a few simple pieces of furniture, yet it appeared to have been uninhabited for quite some time, with a thick layer of dust covering the metallic floor. Each step left a clear footprint. This place has been vacant for a long while. It should be relatively safe. Let me tidy up a bit, Wang Chenxing remarked, glancing around before turning to Blue Star. After entering, Blue Star surveyed the environment. Although she had never stayed in such a dilapidated dwelling, given the circumstances, she had no choice but to accept it. Wang Chenxing quickly began to clean, with Blue Star assisting him. After about 2 hours, the place was spotless. Besides the lack of food, the essentials were all present, making it feasible for a short stay. During the tidying process, Blue Star discovered an external surveillance system that, when activated, could monitor ground activities within a radius of approximately 10 kilometers. Moreover, the house was equipped with a comprehensive remote communication system, ensuring both safety and connectivity were not issues. After a flurry of activity, both were thoroughly exhausted. Following a brief wash-up, they retired for the night. The following morning, Wang Chenxing awoke early while Blue Star remained fast asleep in her room, prompting him not to disturb her. He stepped outside to survey the surroundings. They were now on the edge of the city, with the tall buildings of the distant metropolis clearly visible. The area around the house appeared remarkably spacious, with some 10-centimeter-high weeds sprouting from the ground. The illuminated buildings from the previous night turned out to be akin to streetlights, flickering in the daylight. In the distance, a range of towering mountains stretched endlessly. It was a rare find to discover such a tranquil corner amidst the bustling interstellar civilization. The oxygen levels were notably high, and Wang Chenxing inhaled deeply, catching a whiff of an unfamiliar but pleasant fragrance in the air, which lifted his spirits considerably. He then connected his photon communicator to the city's network system and placed an order for some acceptable food items. Remarkably, these provisions were designed to transmit their aroma and flavor to the brain through brainwave signals, allowing the purchaser to experience the essence of the food before tasting it. Once his order was completed, a few minutes later, an unmanned flying vehicle descended beside him, laden with the requested food. Wang Chenxing checked the items and retrieved them all. As Blue Star remained asleep, Wang Chenxing took the opportunity to prepare a few dishes using traditional Chinese cooking methods. By the time Blue Star awoke, a table full of delectable food was ready. Ah, it smells divine. Your culinary skills have certainly improved. Blue Star exclaimed, her senses drawn to the aroma, prompting her to rise and seek the source. Without the proper tools and ingredients before, I could never have produced this here. Come, let us eat. Wang Chenxing said, his mood buoyant as he beckoned Blue Star to join him at the table. Without hesitation, Blue Star sat opposite him and eagerly began to feast. Chapter 68. Future plans unbeknownst to them, 4 or 5 days had slipped by, and the two had found a measure of comfort in this place. During this time, they were undisturbed by external intrusions, and their daily existence had settled into a somewhat monotonous routine, reminiscent of ordinary life. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed at the door of Wang Chenxing's room. Rising from her afternoon rest, she opened the door to find Lan Xing standing outside, her face alight with joy. Is there something you need? Wang Chenxing inquired, puzzled. Captain Emmons has sent a message. He will be here shortly to pick us up. I have little to occupy me in my room, and it has been rather dull being alone. May I join you for a conversation? Lan Xing glanced at her before stepping inside the room and taking a seat. Finally, some news, so we shall soon proceed to sell the goods. Do you have any plans afterward? Wang Chenxing approached Lan Xing and asked, I haven't quite decided yet. I suppose we'll first visit my uncle in the Zyro star system, and then consider our next steps. What about you? Are you still willing to accompany me? Lan Xing gazed at her intently as she spoke. Wang Chenxing slowly moved to the window, contemplating the distant city beyond. After a moment, she replied, Yes, I will honor my promise to see you safely home. If possible, I would like to acquire a spacecraft and then find a way back to Earth. Isn't it good here? Moreover, you may not be able to find a route back to Earth. Lan Xing too approached the window. Nevertheless, that is my home, and I must return there no matter what. Wang Chenxing sighed as she gazed outside. What if you can never return? Lan Xing said sadly, looking at her. If it weren't for you during this time, I fear I would never have made it back. No, I owe much of my survival to your assistance along this journey. Otherwise, I would have perished on that blue planet. Wang Chenxing replied with a touch of emotion. What do you plan to do upon your return? My home is currently unreachable, but I will certainly find a way to rescue my family first, and then we shall drive the seditions from our star system, Lan Xing declared resolutely. Can you manage that alone? Wang Chenxing regarded her skeptically. Lan Xing turned, forcing a smile that it will be fine in the Zyro star system. There are some forces from the Yana planets, albeit small in number. As long as we persevere, I am certain we will succeed. Wang Chenxing gazed at her silhouette, uncertain of how to respond, and managed to say, Then I wish you success. At that moment, a video message came through from Captain Emmons, indicating that he was nearing their location and urging them to prepare. After viewing the video, Lan Xing said, Let us go. The captain has arrived, and we should head out immediately. Wang Chenxing suddenly grasped her arm. Do you think we can trust this captain? We are unfamiliar with this place. What if they betray us? Lan Xing paused, slightly taken aback. I doubt it. After all, we are engaging with him under the auspices of the Federation Research Institute, so he wouldn't dare act recklessly. However, I am unsure if he knows about my status as a wanted fugitive. Still, we owe him our safety these past few days. Without his aid, we would not have enjoyed this peaceful respite. How I wish it could last forever. Wang Chenxing pondered for a moment and replied, Indeed, we should be grateful to him. However, the goods we have on the ship were previously assessed by a photonic scanner, and their value is substantial. It would be prudent to remain cautious. After all, some may be tempted by greed. Approximately 10 minutes later, Wang Chenxing and Lan Xing made their way outside. Captain Emmons was already piloting a small craft, hovering at the entrance of the building. Upon seeing them approach, he beckoned them over. Once aboard the craft, Captain Emmons asked, Have you prepared everything? Of course. All the items for sale have been recorded by the photonic scanner and categorized. Additionally, we have brought a few sample pieces with us, Lan Xing responded. Captain Emmons expressed his satisfaction. Excellent. Shortly, I will take you to a location. Once there, you must follow my instructions precisely. Understood. Both Lan Xing and Wang Chenxing nodded, and the craft began to ascend, heading towards a particular corner of the city center. After about 20 minutes of flight, the craft descended near an unassuming street close to the heart of the city. Captain Emmons parked the craft before they all disembarked. We have arrived. Once we enter, please refrain from speaking as much as possible, Captain Emmons cautioned. After assisting with your sales, should you have any valuable items in the future, I would be more than happy to help. With that, Captain Emmons approached a wall, scanning it with a photonic device. Suddenly, a door opened in the center of the wall from the outside. The interior appeared dim, yet it was discernible that it resembled an elevator-like space. The three entered, and the wall closed behind them. The lights flickered on, and Captain Emmons pressed a button inside. A green beam scanned from front to back, and three white lights illuminated from above, revealing that they were now situated in an underground city, 100 meters below the surface. This subterranean city was as vibrant as its surface counterpart, primarily catering to illicit trades such as smuggling and gambling. Here, one could transact items that could not be sold through legitimate channels. The inhabitants adhered strictly to the unspoken rule: engage in commerce, but do not inquire about origins. Thus, the exchange of goods flourished, ranging from starships and space stations to chips and nanobots. No item was too insignificant. Naturally, such illegal enterprises were frowned upon by the Federation government, yet numerous attempts by the military to suppress them had yielded no results. Not only did they fail to find anything, but they also faced staunch resistance. Consequently, as long as the transactions remained within reasonable limits, the government chose to turn a blind eye, tacitly allowing the phenomenon to persist. As they walked through, Wang Chenxing observed a plethora of diverse extraterrestrial beings, predominantly humanoid, with some appearing grotesque while others, even by human aesthetic standards, were strikingly handsome. Under Captain Emmons' guidance, they arrived at a seemingly ordinary house situated in the heart of the underground city, devoid of any signage or insignia. Two robust aliens, armed and resembling gorillas, stood at the entrance. After explaining their purpose, the aliens permitted their entry. Captain Emmons verified their identities and led them through a security check, confirming everything was in order before they proceeded inside. Chapter 69. Under the table deal. Upon their entrance, the trio found themselves in the spacious foyer of the residence. The hall was adorned with minimalistic decor, and the lighting was dim, with only a handful of extraterrestrials engaged in muted conversations amongst themselves. At that moment, a 7-foot-tall alien, entirely cloaked in blue and possessing bulging, goldfish-like eyes, approached them. After surveying the three with a blank expression, the goldfish-eyed extraterrestrial inquired, "Gentlemen, how may I assist you?" Captain Emmons stepped forward, stating, "I have an appointment with Lord Sava to conduct a transaction. Kindly escort us to him." After clarifying the purpose of their visit, the blue alien confirmed with Lord Sava via a photon device and then guided the trio through the hall to a passageway within. As they progressed, Captain Emmons elaborated on the various enterprises conducted in this establishment and the trading protocols of Lord Sava. Soon, they arrived at the end of the corridor, standing before a black metallic door. After the blue alien reported, the door opened automatically. They entered a circular chamber that was exceedingly spacious. Although the overall design differed greatly from earthly aesthetics, it was evident that considerable thought had been invested in the decor. Inside, three individuals awaited them. One, a grotesque alien with a frog-like head, covered in warts and possessing a corpulent physique, and the other two, blue goldfish-eyed beings. Upon their arrival, the frog-headed alien approached them, and upon closer inspection, Wang Chenxing found himself taken aback. This creature bore an uncanny resemblance to a large toad and, astonishingly, possessed 4 legs. Captain Emmons stepped forward and addressed, "Esteemed Lord Sava, it has been a while. How fares business?" The entity known as Sava approached Emmons with a smile, saying, "My dear Captain Emmons, I have heard you bring me a splendid assortment of goods. I am most curious to know what treasures you have in store." He then glanced at Wang Chenxing and the blue alien. "These two gentlemen beside me possess some exquisite items for sale. Given our long-standing friendship, you were the first person I thought to bring them to," Captain Emmons replied with a chuckle. "Indeed, I trust that what you present will be nothing short of remarkable. Please, show me these treasures. I can hardly contain my anticipation." Lord Sava exclaimed with delight. "Lord Sava, we have an extensive collection. I wonder if you can accommodate all of it?" Emmons feigned a troubled demeanor. "Humph. Emmons, after all these years of collaboration, do you truly doubt my ability to procure what is offered? In the depths of Dasso City, anything with a price tag is within my reach," Lord Sava retorted, his tongue flicking out in irritation. Thus, Captain Emmons gestured for the blue alien to present the goods. The blue alien stepped forward, activating the photon device, which projected an array of gemstones and crystals, along with analytical data, in the center of the room. The two other goldfish-eyed extraterrestrials approached, fixated on the displayed gems. After approximately 10 minutes, The demonstration concluded, leaving all present, including Captain Emmons, enraptured by the precious stones and crystals. Wang Chenxing surveyed the scene before stepping forward to retrieve the gemstone samples from his backpack, laying them out upon a table. The vibrant hues of the gems sparkled magnificently under the room's lighting. After a prolonged examination, Lord Sava finally regained his composure and remarked, "These indeed are exquisite items that I wonder, how many do you possess?" Wang Chenxing, observing their astonished expressions, calmly replied, "We have approximately 200,000 of these gems. Might I inquire as to their potential value?" Lord Sava examined the gems before signaling his two goldfish-eyed companions to reassess the samples. After another 10 minutes, the duo returned with their findings, and a satisfied smile spread across Sava's face. He addressed Wang Chenxing, stating, "Based on the quality demonstrated by your photon device and the quantity you propose, I can offer you around 50 million Illyrian credits. What say you?" Blue Star remained impassive, while Wang Chenxing contemplated, querying Blue Star through their mental connection. Would 50 million Illyrian credits suffice to purchase that ship advertised outside? Blue Star met his gaze, her expression unyielding as she replied mentally, "Certainly, but even I find that vessel quite overpriced." Nodding in understanding, Wang Chenxing felt somewhat satisfied. Captain Emmons pondered for a moment before saying, "Lord Sava, considering our enduring friendship, might this price be a touch low?" Sava glanced at Emmons before bursting into laughter. "My old friend, in light of our camaraderie, shall I raise the offer by an additional 1 million Illyrian credits?" Emmons responded with a smile, "Esteemed Lord Sava, I believe I shall seek another interested party willing to negotiate a more favorable price." With that, he indicated for Wang Chenxing to gather the gemstone samples. At this, Sava's expression darkened, and the two other extraterrestrials approached him, whispering urgently. After a moment, Sava sighed and forced a smile. "Very well. How about 60 million Illyrian credits? Not a single credit more. What do you think? This price is arguably the highest in all of the Undercity." Captain Emmons, now visibly conflicted, stated, "I am certain others would be willing to offer a more substantial price." Sava's demeanor shifted to anger, exclaiming, "Emmons, if I refuse, I assure you no one else in this Undercity would dare accept such a shipment." Emmons remained unfazed, replying, "Lord Sava, there is no need for threats. Our partnership has endured for so long. I have never haggled with you. If this cargo were not so urgent to sell, I am certain it could fetch 100 million Illyrian credits, yet your offer of 60 million is indeed rather paltry." Sava, upon hearing this, sank into his spacious seat, seething as he flicked his tongue in frustration. After a moment's contemplation, determination seemed to settle upon him. 80 million. Not a single credit more. If you remain obstinate, you shall forfeit even that amount. Chapter 70. Strengthening Power. Emmons felt that the time had come and turned to Wang Chenxing and Lanqing, eager to ascertain their opinions. Lanqing nodded, indicating he had no objections. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Chenxing spoke, "Esteemed Lord Sava, I propose an alternative arrangement. I would like to acquire the gemstones for 50 million, and for the remaining 30 million, I would prefer not to pay in cash. Instead, may I use that amount to purchase the most advanced interstellar spacecraft from the ALES Federation? Furthermore, I would be willing to provide an additional 5 million for modification expenses, ensuring the vessel is tailored to my specifications. Additionally, our spacecraft's particle drive and wormhole generator are in disrepair. Would you be able to assist in their repair? I am open to discussing the costs involved. As for Captain Emmons, I will settle the intermediary fee at 80 million. Upon hearing Wang Chenxing's proposal, everyone gazed at him in astonishment. Sava scrutinized the previously silent young man, then approached with a smile, saying, "It appears you possess quite the business acumen. However, by your proposal, it seems I would be at a disadvantage. The price of our most advanced spacecraft is no less than 50 million Alia coins." Wang Chenxing stepped forward and replied, "My Lord Sava, you would not be at a loss with this transaction. The gemstones I provide would certainly fetch far more than 80 million upon resale. Moreover, I doubt the production cost of your spacecraft is even close to 30 million. During his leisure time over the past few days, aside from resting and preparing meals, Wang Chenxing had utilized a photon device to study a wealth of information about the Alia Federation, especially delving deeply into the intricacies of their spacecraft. Sava chuckled, "This young fellow shows promise. Since this is your first visit and we might have future opportunities for collaboration, Let us proceed as you have suggested. Rest assured, the spacecraft I provide will be the most advanced in the entire Timon system, arguably superior even to those used by the federal government. It seems you have indeed come to the right place. Everyone was quite pleased with this outcome, and after discussing the time and place for the transaction, they each signed an agreement stipulating that the exchange would take place 7 days later at an abandoned spaceship docking port on the outskirts of the city, with subsequent modifications to be determined based on circumstances. Wang Chenxing then sent Sava his specifications for the spacecraft modifications. Sava reviewed them and found most of the requests to be feasible. However, he raised concerns regarding the weapon modifications. Young man, I am a businessman, not a manufacturer of military vessels. The Federation does not permit the indiscriminate construction of military spacecraft. Your extensive weapon modification requests present quite a dilemma. Furthermore, your proposed armaments are rather unusual. Throughout the entire system, we primarily employ particle and chemical energy weapons. Your requests for nuclear fusion missiles, solid-state hydrogen bombs, and kinetic strike weapons involve technologies we have yet to explore, let alone utilize. Historically, we have only considered nuclear fusion energy for power generation, never contemplating its application as a weapon. Developing such armaments would require considerable time, and if we wish to expedite the research and production of these weapons, I would need to utilize the Federation's interstellar superphoton device. The associated research costs would need to be settled separately, Sava remarked, furrowing his brow as he assessed the list Wang Chenxing had provided. The development trajectory of alien civilizations does not necessarily adhere to the same path as that of Earth's. While ancient peoples learned to create fire by drilling wood, some civilizations may have discovered the use of light for the same purpose. Thus, one trajectory leads from cold weapons to hot weapons, while another might transition from energy weapons to particle weapons. The divergent branches of scientific understanding dictate the varying directions of technological advancement. Wang Chenxing scratched his head in confusion, pondering. With such advanced technology, you cannot even produce a nuclear missile? Yet, it seems I lack that knowledge as well. What shall I do now? Consequently, he replied, I may not know how to construct one, but I understand the fundamental principles and materials needed for production. I can provide you with the technical specifications, performance criteria, and weapon models for the nuclear missile. It should not be too difficult for you to conduct research based on these parameters, right? Lord Sava considered him and replied, since you have a method and a plan, we shall see. However, I cannot guarantee that we will be able to manufacture it. Nonetheless, the research costs will still need to be covered. What do you think? Wang Chenxing nodded in agreement. Once all arrangements were finalized, they prepared to depart. Just as they were about to leave, Wang Chenxing suddenly remembered that there were some crystalline materials he had obtained from the Death Planet that had yet to be sold. He approached Sava once more, retrieving a crystal the size of an egg from his pocket, saying, Lord Sava, might I inquire about the potential value of this gemstone? Sava examined the crystal closely and replied, This crystal appears to be unfamiliar to me. I will need to have it appraised before I can provide a price. If you trust me, I can hold on to it for now, and I will ensure you receive a satisfactory price upon delivery. Wang Chenxing agreed, and after exchanging pleasantries with Lord Sava, the three exited the room and made their way through the corridor, following the blue goldfish-eyed alien outside. Once on the surface, Wang Chenxing and Lanqing disguised themselves as Hall people, and as they walked through the streets, Emmons suggested, Since both of you were startled during your shopping excursion the other day, how about I take you around today? Lanqing replied, That sounds great. However, I must thank you in advance. I will settle the payment upon delivery. Captain Emmons, clearly pleased with the recent transaction, said as they walked, No worries, I will be here for a while longer, so there is no rush regarding the payment. Today, the treat is on me. What would you like to eat or buy? It's my treat. That is unnecessary. You are too kind. However, I am curious as to where I might acquire some military-grade interstellar armor. In our line of work, after a few encounters, I have realized that lacking protection on planets inhabited by hostile life forms leaves one quite vulnerable, Wang Chenxing remarked to Emmons. Ah, that is easily arranged. I have friends here who specialize in this kind of trade. I will take you to them shortly, Emmons replied, unperturbed. Lanqing chimed in, I would like one as well. Captain Emmons chuckled, Of course. Thus, the trio proceeded to a store specializing in military-grade interstellar armor. After approximately 20 minutes of flight in Emmons' craft, they arrived at a rather secluded shop dealing in smuggled military supplies. Despite its remote location, the store was quite substantial. Upon entering, they were greeted by a vast array of over 100 types of armor and various small weapons. The sheer variety of armors was dazzling, showcasing an assortment of interstellar protective gear worn by various alien species, including both military and civilian types suitable for a range of scenarios.